Sword God Chapter 2283 to Chapter 2335. Second update, Tao markings that couldn't be understood contained supreme profundities, and it was vast and profound like the tune of the Grand Tao. It seemed as if it came from the depths of the boundless space, yet it also seemed as if it came from an extremely high place in space. It resounded through the surroundings, and it caused countless Grand Tao profundities to surge into appearance and condense over. No one spoke. Everyone was immersed in the condensed mysteries of the Great Way and meditated to their heart's content. Chen Zong's comprehension effect was the most amazing under the 10 intents of mind. In addition, he was the protagonist here, so the mysteries of the Great Way were the strongest and the comprehension effect was the most direct. It could be said that Chen Zong's comprehension effect was more than 100 times that of others. Even experts at the Tao Master level could not compare with Chen Zong. The mysteries of the Heart Sword principle and the Great Way of the world constantly emerged and were absorbed and mastered by Chen Zong. His Heart Sword realm and world domain were also constantly improved. The recitation of the Taoist text only lasted for a few minutes. When it ended, the mysteries of the Great Way that had been gathered also quickly dissipated. 30 breaths, in less than 30 breaths, the extremely strong mysteries of the Great Way completely dissipated and returned to their original level. Everyone also woke up from their meditation. But even if they were meditating, they still did not forget that they were here to participate in the ceremony of the Taoist disciple. It was a very strange feeling. Logically speaking, once they entered the state of meditation, they would treat all other thoughts as distracting thoughts and eliminate them. But here, the idea of participating in the ceremony of the Taoist disciple always existed and could not be eliminated. However, it did not affect the effect of their meditation just now. It was an extraordinary method. Everyone also felt that although they had only meditated for 15 minutes, they had gained a lot. The one who gained the most was Chen Zong. Although he did not release them, Chen Zong could clearly feel that his Heart Sword principle and Great Way of the world had become stronger. The range of his Heart Sword realm and world domain had probably exceeded the level of 10,000 meters. They could at least reach 11,000 meters or even larger. This kind of improvement was really amazing. Even Chen Zong found that he had unknowingly found a clue on how to compress the world domain. Although he had not succeeded, at least he had a clear direction. He would not be like before, where he had tried many times and failed. But now was not the time to condense and compress the world domain. He had to wait until the ceremony of the Taoist disciple was over. With the Will Lord's announcement, Chen Zong officially became the third Tao child of the Will Heavenly Palace. This was not only Will Heavenly Palace, but also the Void. Now, all forces knew that the third Taoist disciple of Will Heavenly Palace was Chen Zong. In that case, it would be much more convenient for Chen Zongxing to travel in the Void in the future. At least, he would be able to avoid a lot of troubles. Of course, it might also attract other troubles, such as the covetous eyes of some evil people and so on. Zong's will. Chen Zong was the third Taoist disciple of Will Heavenly Palace. The ceremony of the Taoist disciple was about to come to an end. Under normal circumstances, those who came to participate in the ceremony of the Taoist disciple would have to prepare gifts. However, Will Heavenly Palace was rich and had a deep foundation. Therefore, they clearly stated that they would not accept gifts. That was how willful they were. Since the chanting of the Tao text was over and Chen Zong was announced as the third Taoist disciple of Will Heavenly Palace, the Mind Sovereign left. Given his status, it was already amazing that he could personally preside over the ceremony of the Taoist disciple. He could not stay here forever. What followed was a period of relative freedom. Everyone could enjoy the fine wine and delicacies prepared by Will Heavenly Palace to their heart's content. They could also exchange pointers and learn from each other. This would last for a while. If the Mind Dominator had stayed behind, they would have felt like they wouldn't be able to move freely. Chen Zong did not intend to participate in such a lively atmosphere. He felt that he had gained a lot from the comprehension just now. Especially since he had a clue about the compression of his world domain. He planned to leave immediately and return to his palace to cultivate in seclusion, striving to compress his world domain successfully. Just as Chen Zong was about to leave, 3 people appeared in front of him. Greetings, Taoist disciple Chen Zong. This is the third Taoist disciple of Great Purple Palace, Yuan Chongshan. Among the 3 people, two of them were extremely tall and strong, reaching 2 meters in height. Among the human clan, there were very few people of this height. However, in a powerful force like the Purple Extreme Palace, which focused on body refinement, such a height was very common. The third person was not as tall, about the same height as Xianxia. However, he gave off an incomparably strong and vigorous feeling. Relying on his powerful perception, Xianxia could sense that this person's body contained an extremely terrifying power. At this moment, it was being restrained. Once it erupted, it would be able to destroy mountains. Although the third person's physique was not as good as the other two, Xianxia felt that he was the strongest of the three. The one who spoke was a tall and strong young man. He had a smile on his face, but from his expression and tone, Xianxia did not hear much respect. It was just a casual greeting. The third Dao child of the Purple Extreme Hall, Yuan Chongshan, was a person who was about the same height as Xianxia. He wore a black, golden, tight, sleeveless robe. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it looked very tough. Yuan Chongshan stared at Xianxia without any expression. He just nodded slightly as a greeting. Xianxia knew that Great Purple Palace also had 3 Taoist disciples. The third Taoist disciple had become one earlier than him. However, from Yuan Chongshan's aura, he should not have reached the transcendent realm. I wonder if the 3 of you have something to say? Xianxia could not help but ask. They were guests, so he had to be polite. As the third Taoist disciple of a sacred ground, why don't we exchange some pointers? Yuan Chongshan was very direct. He did not beat around the bush and directly proposed the idea of exchanging blows with Xianxia. His tone was firm, and his aura was oppressive. It seemed as though he would attack if Xianxia did not agree. In short, his words sounded like he was asking for Xianxia's opinion. However, Xianxia felt that this was not the case. It was more like an announcement. Your current cultivation level is at the advanced level of the Origin Underworld realm. I will not take advantage of you. I will suppress my cultivation level to the advanced level of the Divine Body Echelon, Yuan Chongshan added. His cultivation level was already at the perfected Divine Body Echelon, which was equivalent to the perfected Origin Underworld realm. For geniuses, the difference in cultivation level would also bring about a difference in combat strength. If Xianxia were to reject the Heavenly Will Palace's offer, it would be a blow to the Heavenly Will Palace's prestige. Please. Xianxia gestured with his hand. Since they were going to exchange pointers, they naturally needed a suitable venue. All of this had already been prepared. Xianxia was the third Taoist of the Will Heavenly Palace and had just been announced. Therefore, everyone recognized him. As for the people from the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan, they were also very conspicuous. Many people even recognized Yuan Chongshan's identity. The third Taoist of the Will Heavenly Palace. The third Taoist of the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan, everyone seemed to have discovered something that made them excited as they followed one after another. Humans tended to act in groups, so when they saw so many people following them, it was only natural for others to be attracted. When they learned that the people following them were the third Tao child of the Heavenly Will Palace and the third Tao child of the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan, they seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly followed. Junior brother, what are you doing? Yu Wuxiao was curious. What else can I do? I'm obviously going to accept the challenge. Wang Yeli smiled faintly. His feminine face, which was even more beautiful than a woman's, was mesmerizing. Let's go. Yu Wuxiao was excited when he heard the word challenge and rushed forward. Second senior brother Wang Yeli shook his head helplessly. As the news spread, more and more people gathered. Even the Dao Venerables were alarmed. A battle between the third Taoists of the 2 sacred grounds was undoubtedly very attractive. Yuan Chongshan is challenging Xianxia. This is interesting. Let's go and take a look. The people from the Eternal Battle Fort and Myriad Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain also hurried over. This time, there was only one Taoist among the people from the 3 sacred grounds, and that was Yuan Chongshan of the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan. As for the Eternal Battle Fort, they also had 3 Taoists, but they were all at the northern battlefront. Myriad Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain only had 2 Taoists at the moment. One was at the northern battlefront, and the other was somewhere unknown. Yuan Chongshan, the third Taoist of the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan, was even more famous than Chenzong. After all, he had become the third Taoist much earlier than Chenzong. However, Yuan Chongshan's cultivation base wasn't very high when he became the third Taoist. Becoming a Taoist had nothing to do with the level of cultivation base. What was more important was the combination of talent, potential, and other aspects. For example, in the Sacred Ice Palace, Ao Xingwang had become a Taoist with a high-level Yuanming cultivation base. However, Yun Yanqin had only been a low-level Yuanming, so the difference was very obvious. However, Chenzong wasn't interested in knowing what cultivation base Yuan Chongshan had become the third Taoist of the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan. At the moment, Chenzong had an indescribable feeling of anticipation for the upcoming battle. Anyone who could become a Taoist of the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan definitely wouldn't be weak. Furthermore, his opponent's cultivation base wasn't low, so his combat strength should be very strong as well. Chenzong had never been a person who feared challenges. If his opponent was weaker than him, he wouldn't be able to arouse any fighting intent. That would be akin to bullying. Only when his opponent was evenly matched or stronger than him would he be able to fight to his heart's content. He hoped that the third Taoist of the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan wouldn't disappoint him. His opponent was a body-tempering cultivator, so he should be very fierce in battle. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Chenzong's mind. There was a loud boom, as if the heavens and earth were shaking. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Yuan Chongshan's body, as if it was going to shatter the void. It was extremely powerful. Great perfection, divine body boundary. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. His chi and blood were like dragons, and his aura was soaring. Such a tyrannical aura made Chenzong extremely shocked too. The aura of a chi refinement cultivator was different from that of a body refinement cultivator. The aura of a chi refinement cultivator was more oppressive towards one's aura, which was more inclined towards one's spirit. On the other hand, the aura of a body refinement cultivator was more oppressive towards one's chi and blood. In the next moment, the powerful aura that made many people feel pressured started to weaken bit by bit. In the end, it retreated to the level of an advanced origin underworld cultivator. Your cultivation is at the advanced origin underworld cultivator. I will suppress my cultivation to the advanced divine body refinement cultivator and compete with you, said Yuan Chongshan. Immediately, Yuan Chongshan's expression darkened. Fight. His entire body was enveloped by a tyrannical aura, and his eyes emitted boundless flames of battle. He shouted out explosively, and it was like a thunderclap that shook the sky. His momentum was extremely tyrannical, and it caused the vital energy and blood of many people to roil endlessly. Chenzong also felt the same. His chi and blood of an advanced divine body refinement cultivator were stirred up, and it was like a tidal wave that surged endlessly. Chenzong instantly determined that Yuan Chongshan's attainment in body refinement was even higher than his, even if they were in the same realm. Of course, Chenzong's world divine body was the top divine body in the void. It was not inferior to Yuan Chongshan's divine body at all. The only difference was the degree of development. Yuan Chongshan cultivated his body. His chi refinement cultivation was actually born from his body refinement. He had never cultivated it before, which was different from Chenzong. As for Chenzong, although he cultivated both chi refinement and body refinement at the same time, it was only to strengthen his survivability and to use the supreme Lingwu technique. In essence, Chenzong had developed more of the power of chi refinement. Even if he was biased towards chi refinement in the future, his strength was still mainly focused on chi refinement. On the other hand, Yuan Chongshan's innate talent was very high. He had immersed himself in body refinement for many years and also had the supreme inheritance of the Purple Extreme Palace. It was normal for his attainments in body refinement to exceed Chenzong's. Regarding this, Chenzong was not jealous or envious. No one was truly omnipotent. Yuan Chongshan didn't seem to have any intention of saying more words. He suppressed his cultivation level to the advanced level of the Greater Mastery Divine Body Echelon Realm and punched the air. The fist force was as ferocious and violent as a dragon as it smashed through the air. In fact, Yuan Chongshan's cultivation level was at the Greater Mastery Divine Body Realm. This meant that not only was his cultivation level high, but his comprehension of the great Tao had also reached a certain level. Although he had restricted his cultivation level to the high-level Great Success Divine Body Echelon realm, it was difficult for him to restrict the power of the great Tao so precisely. On the other hand, it had been some years since he reached the perfected Great Success Divine Body Echelon realm. His control and application of his own power had also reached a corresponding level. These were things that couldn't be seen or felt directly. They were the kind that couldn't be suppressed. Therefore, after Yuan Chongshan suppressed his cultivation level, his combat power was actually slightly stronger than when he was still in the high-level Greater Mastery Divine Body Echelon realm. The punch seemed simple, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. It was as if a mountain would be crushed into powder in front of it. Before the punch arrived, Chenzong already felt an extremely terrifying fist force rushing toward him. This feeling was different from Third Senior Sister's fist force. Third Senior Sister's fist force was violent and blazing. It was like a volcanic eruption. Once it came into contact, it would instantly erupt with an extremely terrifying power that would destroy everything. However, although Yuan Chongshan's fist force was also violent and powerful, it was different. It was more like a kind of restrained and condensed compression. It was filled with a heavy and domineering power. If Third Senior Sister's fist force was like a raging fire, then Yuan Chongshan's fist force was like a thick layer of earth. Although they were different, they were both very terrifying. It immediately brought about a strong threat to Chenzong. The power of this punch directly reached the level of a 10-star battle power. If it had been before, I would have used the Lingwu Supreme technique, Chenzong thought to himself as his eyes lit up. After the Taoist ceremony, he had comprehended the rich mysteries of the Great Path and constantly improved his Great Path power and Great Path domain. He had obtained great benefits. Not only had he completely made up for the shortcoming left from forcefully breaking through to the high-level Yuanming realm, but he had also improved a little. The same went for his body-tempering cultivation. More importantly, the improvement of the mysteries of the Great Path had caused the Great Path power to increase as well. It had reached the limit of the high-level Yuanming realm and even surpassed the limit to reach the level of the Great Perfection Yuanming realm. In other words, Chenzong did not need to forcefully break through to the Great Perfection Yuanming realm or the Great Mastery Divine Body Echelon realm. He only needed to cultivate and accumulate power. When he reached the critical point, he would naturally be able to break through. Chenzong had no intention of dodging this punch. He unsheathed his sword and turned it into an extremely resplendent swordlight. It was incomparably sharp as it pierced through the sky and went straight for the punch. It was not that Chenzong wanted to do this, but he had to. His opponent's fist technique was extremely exquisite. It was as if his essence, qi, and spirit had been integrated into it. It was as if his body and fist had become one. Apart from the punch, there was no way to attack other parts of his body. The extreme sharpness condensed into a single point, like a meteor piercing through the sky, giving people a dazzling feeling. It also gave people a feeling of extreme sharpness from the bottom of their hearts, as if even if they were far away, they would be pierced through by it. This feeling came directly from the mind and was unavoidable. What a terrifying punch and a terrifying sword, someone muttered softly and gasped. This power had reached the level of a 10-star battle power. It was simply shocking that a high-level Yuanming realm or a Great Mastery Divine Body Echelon realm could reach the level of a 10-star battle power. Yuan Chongshan was also very shocked. His opponent's sword was actually able to contend with his punch. It should be known that although his cultivation level was suppressed and the power of the Great Path was somewhat weakened, he had still unleashed 100% of his normal battle power. It was simply unbelievable that his opponent could block it. His cultivation level was not at the Great Mastery Divine Body Echelon realm, but at the Great Mastery Divine Body Echelon realm. Although he had suppressed it, he could not completely suppress it to the level of a high-level Great Mastery Divine Body Echelon realm. Yuan Chongshan still remembered clearly that when he was at the Great Mastery Divine Body Echelon realm, his battle power had reached the peak of a 9-star battle power, not a 10-star battle power. His punch was blocked and broken, but Yuan Chongshan did not retreat. Instead, he took the opportunity to close in on Chenzong. Close-range combat, for Yuan Chongshan, who focused on refining his body and used his body as a weapon and Was proficient in punching and kicking, close-range combat was the most suitable. It was also the method that he was best at. Even if it was just a spar, he would not give up on what he was best at. He would use all his strength to suppress his opponent. As for the consequences of Chen Zong being defeated by him and being humiliated, that was not something that he had to consider. After all, he was not the one who would be humiliated. Then again, if he could humiliate Chen Zong, it would be equivalent to humiliating the Heavenly Will Palace a little. He was very willing to do such a thing. Before this, the Heavenly Will Palace had humiliated the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan a few times. Now, they just wanted to get back some interest. Close-range combat, attack. Fists, palms, elbows, shoulders, knees, legs, every part of Yuan Chongshan's body became the toughest and deadliest weapon. Moreover, every part of his body was extremely connected, without any gaps. It was as if there were several Yuan Chongshan attacking Chen Zong at the same time in a series of violent and continuous attacks. Every attack was like a thunderbolt that struck everything. Every attack was like a river that flowed endlessly. The combination of strength and speed, as well as brilliant techniques, formed a perfect move. Even if each move was just an ordinary move, it had a fatal lethality. It was like a storm, like a bolt of lightning, fusing into a terrifying thunderstorm that directly enveloped Chen Zong. That kind of attack made everyone's scalp tingle. Their limbs turned cold and their bodies stiffened. This was especially true for the Yuan underworld and Dao-controlling realms. Their faces were stiff and they were drenched in cold sweat. Even those at the transcendent realm were shocked when they saw this. If they had been at the high level of the Yuan underworld realm, they wouldn't have been able to withstand such an attack. They would have been crushed into minced meat within a few seconds. Even if they were at the divine ability realm now, it would be difficult for them to resist such an attack if it wasn't for the suppression of their realm. On the other hand, the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan was smiling happily. The more powerful Yuan Chongshan was, the happier they were. On the other hand, the Heavenly Will Palace was a little worried. Could Chen Zong withstand such an attack? Would he be defeated quickly? If that happened, it would be extremely embarrassing. After all, this was Chen Zong's Daoist ceremony. If he was defeated by someone of the same cultivation level, it would not be a good thing. Second senior brother Wang Yeli and fourth senior sister Xianxia were also worried. Don't worry. Third senior sister Yu Wuxia looked indifferent. Little junior brother hasn't used his full strength yet. Yu Wuxia had fought with Chen Zong before. She knew very well that when Chen Zong used his full strength, he could resist the attack of an ordinary 11-star level. Only the attack of a peak 11-star level could break his defense. Although Yuan Chongshan's attack was extremely violent, it was only at the 10-star level in terms of combat strength. It should not be enough to break Chen Zong's defense. The Dao sovereign saw everything clearly. Yuan Chongshan's violent attack could not do anything to Chen Zong at all. With a sword in hand, he directly turned into an unbreakable sword circle. No matter how Yuan Chongshan attacked, he always relied on the sword in his hand to resolve it. Either facing the attack head-on, deflecting it from the side, or taking a roundabout way to meet the attack. Chen Zong also showed incomparably exquisite and incomparably profound attainments in swordsmanship. In the eyes of the Dao sovereigns, it was even better than Yuan Chongshan's martial arts attainments. Strength, speed, and technique are extremely fierce. It's indeed very tyrannical. If it were anyone else, they would have been defeated long ago. Unfortunately, it's not tough enough. Wholehearted Dao sovereign was also present and evaluated Yuan Chongshan's martial arts attainments. Fourth update, aggressive like fire, swift like wind, thick like a mountain. However, it lacked the softness and tenderness of water. That was Yuan Chongshan's flaw. However, the flaw was relative. If it was against other opponents, it would not be a flaw because they would not be able to withstand Yuan Chongshan's attacks. However, against Chen Zong, this flaw would be magnified and allowed Chen Zong to seize the opportunity. The sword light was like flowing water, like the waves of a river. It surrounded Chen Zong and blocked all of Yuan Chongshan's attacks. Yuan Chongshan could only feel that every attack he threw out was weakened, deflected, and blocked by the sword light. In the end, he could not even hit Chen Zong through the sword light, let alone defeat him. It was like hitting a tortoise shell. Not only was it smooth, but it was also very hard and could not be broken. This made Yuan Chongshan very unhappy and even sullen. Training void break. With a low shout, Yuan Chongshan pulled back his right arm. His fist started to vibrate intensely. As the fist energy gathered, he suddenly threw out a punch. The void under the fist seemed to vibrate along with it. This attack was still at the 10-star level. It was not at the peak of the 10-star level. However, it was not a normal attack. It was a very profound attack. When it hit the sword light, Zhenzong immediately felt that the opponent's power was very condensed. It was difficult to weaken or deflect it. Moreover, the power quickly passed through the sword light and blasted towards Zhenzong. This technique was very profound, but Zhenzong was not unable to block it. With a flick of his wrist, the sword light trembled and immediately blocked the attacking power. It was unable to affect Zhenzong at all. Perhaps in terms of violence, Yuan Chongshan was better. However, in terms of profound technique, Zhenzong was the best. The training void break was thus blocked by Zhenzong. The sword light suddenly gathered and slashed down from the sky. It was as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. It made Yuan Chongshan shiver. His legs moved slightly and quickly slid back to avoid the sword slash. However, the sword light chased after him. Break! Yuan Chongshan clasped his hands together and rubbed them together, causing a powerful force to burst forth. Like two pieces of godly gold, it shattered the sword chi. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Chongshan's aura erupted. It was not that he had removed the restrictions on his cultivation base, but that he had used his full power to unleash a secret technique. What was the most powerful thing about body refinement cultivators? Body, divine body, of course, their fighting style required superb techniques. However, they were also proficient in using strength to suppress others. Or it could be said that the very beginning of body refinement was strength. It was to use strength to suppress others. Zhu Yuan's Purple Extreme Hall had even developed it to a shocking degree. Therefore, regardless of how the bodies of the people from the Purple Extreme Hall were before, once they cultivated the inheritance, they would slowly become stronger and eventually become 2 meters tall giants. Yuan Chongshan was a special case. He did not turn into a 2-meter tall giant. Instead, he was the height of a normal person. However, his muscles and bones were more compact and ferocious. Furthermore, Yuan Chongshan placed great emphasis on technique. It could be said that in the Purple Extreme Hall of Zhu Yuan, his technique was one of the best among those of the same cultivation base. However, he realized that even with the technique that he was so proud of, he could not do anything to his opponent. Instead, he was weaker than his opponent. Although he was unwilling, Yuan Chongshan did not feel depressed. He wanted to unleash his secret technique and defeat his opponent with brute force. As long as it was his own strength, as long as he could defeat his opponent, it was enough. It did not matter what method he used. Being stubborn about the method was just being pedantic. Zhu Yuan. A low roar reverberated in all directions like thunder. Yuan Chongshan's body trembled rapidly. It was as if there was an extremely powerful force surging out of his body. His aura was also increasing rapidly. A strange sound rang out. Yuan Chongshan's body started to grow. Every single muscle seemed to be injected with new energy. They swelled continuously and pushed the sleeveless battle suit on his body up. However, the sleeveless battle suit was also miraculous. It did not burst. In just a short period of time, Yuan Chongshan's appearance had changed greatly. His body suddenly grew to 2 meters tall. He was the same size as the other disciples of the Purple Extreme Hall of Zhu Yuan. However, he was still not very big. Every single muscle seemed to be cast from steel and contained a terrifying power. Yuan Chongshan's skin was also fiery red. It was like steel that had been roasted by fire. The aura that he emitted was filled with rage and heat. His aura was surging like a smoke signal. It was caused by his blood chi that was too strong. His blood chi was soaring, vaguely, there seemed to be a faint red halo that shrouded Yuan Chongshan's body. The second level. Junior brother Yuan has cultivated to the second level of the mighty body of giant Yuan. The Tao masters of the Purple Extreme Hall of Zhu Yuan smiled. They were very satisfied. The mighty body of giant Yuan was one of the top inheritances of the Purple Extreme Hall of Ju Yuan. It was not easy to cultivate. It required enough talent and many precious divine medicines to be able to get started. The mighty body of giant Yuan was divided into 5 levels. In theory, Tao-controlling realm cultivators could cultivate the first level. Yuan underworld cultivators could cultivate the second level, and so on. The third level corresponded to the divinity realm. However, that was not the case. Most Tao-controlling realm cultivators could not cultivate the mighty body of giant Yuan because they did not have enough energy to support the cultivation. Yuan underworld cultivators could only cultivate the first level. Divinity realm cultivators could cultivate the second level. However, not everyone in the Purple Extreme Hall of Ju Yuan could cultivate the mighty body of giant Yuan. No matter what, it was one of the top inheritances. Those who had contributed greatly to the Purple Extreme Hall of Ju Yuan were loyal or were special. Moreover, they did not necessarily have the talent to cultivate the mighty body of giant Yuan. Yuan Chongshan had cultivated to the second level in the Yuan underworld realm. It was undoubtedly shocking. Aura, an extremely shocking aura, was extremely domineering and violent. It constantly spread out from Yuan Chongshan's body and spread in all directions. The muscles on Yuan Chongshan's arms were like coiled dragons. It was very terrifying. His cultivation was still at the greater success divine body realm, but his aura had completely surpassed it. Yuan Chongshan's eyes seemed to be shooting out blazing flames as he stared at Chen Zong. Immediately, Chen Zong felt extremely pressured. In the next moment, Yuan Chongshan took a step forward. With a loud boom, the entire arena shook as if it was about to shatter. Yuan Chongshan's right leg landed and bent. In an instant, an extremely powerful force burst out. The muscles on his thigh were like dragon tendons that were stretched to the limit as he instantly burst out with shocking speed. Charge, charge, it was like an immemorial barbarian statue's charge, but its speed was as fast as lightning. It turned into a terrifying thunderbolt that could destroy mountains. Shoulder charge, Yuan Chongshan's left shoulder protruded like a chariot and directly blasted towards Chen Zong. Under the shocking power and speed, it directly shattered the air and formed a vacuum. Chen Zong immediately felt an extremely shocking pressure coming towards him as if it was going to crush him. In fact, with his extraordinary perception, Chen Zong could feel that this collision was not just a single blow. No matter if he dodged or blocked, there would be subsequent changes. More or less, it should be an elbow strike or a fist strike. Shoulder, elbow, and punch directly formed a 3-hit combo, erupting with terrifying continuous attacks. This kind of continuous attack was undoubtedly terrifying. Even if he was hit with his defense, it would definitely not feel good. He would definitely be injured. Was Chen Zong willing to be injured? Of course not. Since his opponent had used a secret technique, then he should do the same. Heart Fire, Ignite, Lingwu Supreme Technique. In an instant, Chen Zong's aura skyrocketed. It was as if there was a loud sword chime that reverberated in all directions. An invisible sword light seemed like it was going to shoot up into the sky and shatter the sky. Under the situation where his cultivation did not change, Chen Zong's combat power also skyrocketed. 11 star, it was the same as when Yuan Chongshan used the second level of the giant body. Sword technique of heart refining to 1, sword 5, when the sword struck out, the sword light condensed into a point, an extreme point, as if it could break the sky. The extreme sharpness, even a Tao master would be surprised by the sharpness, as if it could pierce through everything. In an instant, the sword light was shattered. However, Yuan Chongshan's charge was also blocked. Not only could he not use the subsequent combo, but he also felt an extremely terrifying sharpness, as if it was going to pierce through his shoulder, making him feel pain. This was a very incredible thing. This was because when he used the gigantic origin tyrant body, especially when he reached the second level, a layer of red light would appear around his body to protect him. It would greatly reduce his sense of pain, and it would also be able to withstand powerful attacks. This would prevent him from being knocked back or even interrupted. Under such circumstances, the opponent's sword not only interrupted his attack, but also made him feel a piercing pain. It was terrifying. Since the first sword did not work, Chen Zong used the second sword. Sword light burst out one after another, continuously. Although his sword principal domain was more than 10,000 meters, Chenzong had not yet gone into seclusion to integrate it into his sword technique. Therefore, Sword 5 was the most powerful sword. As the sword light shot out, Yuan Chongshan kept blocking and punching, shattering the sword light. However, every time he shattered the sword light, his fists would feel waves of pain, and his forward momentum was constantly blocked. Taichu Sword Spirit Power. Chenzong activated the last of his power and integrated it into the sword, further increasing the power of the sword. Kill. Yuan Chongshan's pupils shrank, as he felt that he could not resist the sharpness of the sword. Giant Body. At the critical moment, Yuan Chongshan burst forth once again. His arms moved in front of him as he performed a powerful defensive technique. His powerful energy seemed to have merged into one, as if he had compressed the violent energy within it. It was like a whirlpool that made it impossible for anything to escape from. When the sword light arrived, it directly sank into the whirlpool, as if it was swallowed, and a series of explosions sounded. Explode. With a loud roar, Yuan Chongshan suddenly pushed his arms forward, and the exploding chaotic body whirlpool immediately turned into a meteorite, shooting toward Chenzong at an extremely fast speed. I'll also ask for more monthly votes. Let's fight again. Tomorrow. The airflow swirled backward like a black hole that devoured everything. It was filled with an extremely violent energy that seemed like it would crush anything that got sucked into it. A strong sense of danger swept through his entire body. Instant space sword escape. In an instant, Chenzong turned into a sword light and disappeared into the void. The whirlpool struck the place where Chenzong was at, the two forces collided in the air. Yuan Chongshan's figure also arrived, but he missed. A beam of sword light suddenly appeared in the void and came from behind him. It was like a crescent moon, extremely sharp. Sword 5 was Chenzong's most powerful move. Even with Yuan Chongshan's amazing physique, he didn't dare to take it head-on. Although Sword 5 was a move, it wasn't limited to a specific move. It could pierce, slash, or slice. It all depended on Chenzong's application. He could do whatever he wanted, but its power wouldn't be weakened at all. Yuan Chongshan, who was under the effects of the giant origin tyrant body, was still very powerful. He instantly turned around and blocked Chenzong's sword strike. Then, he immediately counterattacked. His fist energy swept up a terrifying storm and blasted out. Junior brother seems to be lacking an ultimate move. Wang Yili couldn't help but say as he watched the evenly matched battle. Chenzong also realized this. In the past, the heart refinement sword art was extremely powerful. But now, it couldn't injure Yuan Chongshan. It wasn't that the heart refinement sword art wasn't strong enough. It was just that Yuan Chongshan's battle prowess was shocking. After all, as a Taoist of the giant Yuan Purple Extreme Palace, he definitely wasn't weak. Moreover, Yuan Chongshan's talent was considered top-notch among the three Taoists. If he had a killing move that could instantly burst out with an even stronger attack power, he might be able to defeat his opponent. On the other hand, Yuan Chongshan couldn't do anything to Chenzong. Both sides were completely evenly matched in this battle. Yuan Chongshan was unwilling to accept the result. His original intention was to defeat Chenzong, but it seemed impossible now. Using the gigantic origin tyrant body consumed an astonishing amount of energy. It couldn't be used as a conventional method. Then, the final strike, Jiu and Ji Dao. As Yuan Chongshan roared, a red light exploded out from his powerful body and condensed into a 10-meter-tall figure. He had gathered all of his power and surpassed his limits. One punch. This was a punch that contained all the power of Yuancheng Mountain, and it was also the last punch. Its power was extremely terrifying. Just the fist force alone felt like a mountain had condensed. The Yuan underworld and Dao manipulation realms all around found it difficult to breathe. This punch brought more pressure to Chenzong than ever before. It was suffocating, and a strong sense of crisis was ringing like an alarm bell. Furthermore, Chenzong discovered that the pressure of this punch was extremely shocking. It seemed to have affected the space around him, preventing him from using the instant space sword to escape into the void. Chenzong had a hunch that if he was hit, he would definitely be injured, but it would be difficult for him to avoid it. Great Heavenly Cycle Sword Realm. Without any hesitation, Chenzong immediately made the most accurate response. Sword light spread out, and the sword field enveloped Qinzong, turning into a sword realm that firmly protected him. The punch struck the great heavenly cycle sword realm, causing it to tremble incessantly. The sword flashes seemed to shatter countless times, but the other sword flashes rapidly replenished them, forming an internal and external cycle. They managed to withstand the punch without being destroyed. After 3 breaths, the fist force weakened and failed to break the great heavenly cycle sword realm. However, Qinzong also knew that the great heavenly cycle sword realm had reached its limit. If it had lasted one more breath, it would have been broken. This showed how terrifying the power of that punch was. Yuan Chongshan's body shrunk and returned to its original size. His face was slightly pale, and he didn't have much energy left. As for Qinzong, his energy had also been greatly depleted, and he also didn't have much energy left to fight. Thank you. Qinzong cupped his fists. I hope your cultivation improves as soon as possible. When the time comes, we can fight with all our strength. Although Yuan Chongshan had expended a lot of energy, his eyes still shone with a shocking luster. Limiting my cultivation never makes me feel satisfied. As he spoke, Yuan Chongshan turned around and jumped down from the arena. In the end, he still couldn't defeat Qinzong. In fact, Yuan Chongshan was a little dissatisfied. It was different from what he had expected before the battle. However, he still felt a little lucky. He had limited his cultivation, which caused some of his techniques to be unable to be fully unleashed. The power of his techniques was also reduced. For example, the giant Yuan tyrannical body. If he had used it at his peak, it would have been even more powerful. It's a draw. Someone sighed. A draw? I don't think so. It looks like a draw, but the third Taoist of the Will Heavenly Palace should have the upper hand. After all, his cultivation is at the upper level of the origin demon realm. However, Yuan Chongshan isn't. Although he limited his cultivation, his techniques are still incomparable to the upper level of the greater success divine body realm. Someone analyzed in more detail. No matter what, the outcome of this battle wasn't determined. It was a draw. At least on the surface, it didn't affect the harmony between the two parties. After witnessing this battle, those who originally wanted to fight Qinzong gave up on the idea. At least, they didn't have any confidence in defeating Qinzong if they were at the same cultivation level. It might even be difficult for them to maintain a draw. I believe what Master said even more now, Wang Luli said. He was relatively familiar with his eldest senior brother. He knew that his eldest senior brother wouldn't have been so strong when he was at the same cultivation level as Qinzong. In that case, there was a high chance that his youngest junior brother would surpass his eldest senior brother in the future. After the battle with Yuan Chongshan, Qinzong left quickly. Although there was no victory or defeat in this battle, it had given him a lot of inspiration. In addition to the previous comprehension, he needed time to organize and comprehend it. After Qinzong left, the battle continued. However, gradually, some people took their leave and left. In the palace, Qinzong began to cultivate in seclusion. Qinzong didn't know how long he would spend in seclusion this time, but it didn't matter. In short, he had to do his best to improve himself. First of all, he had to reap the benefits of the Path Disciple ceremony. How much had he improved after comprehending the profound mysteries of the Great Path? Without hesitation, Qinzong released the Heart Sword domain. 10,000 meters, it wasn't the limit. It continued to expand. 11,000 meters, it wasn't the limit either. It continued to expand. 12,000 meters, the limit. In just a short moment, Qinzong's Heart Sword domain had increased from 10,000 meters to 12,000 meters. This was the second-level Sword Dao domain, and Qinzong was only at the high-level Yuan Underworld realm. If it was used to upgrade the first-level Great Path domain, it would at least increase by 5,000 meters. Of course, this was only for Qinzong. It might not be the case for others. The world domain released was also 12,000 meters. Then, Qinzong began to create the sixth sword of the heart-refining sword art, which was Sword 6. The upper limit of the Sword Dao domain that Sword 5 could accommodate was 9,999 meters. It had reached the limit of the first-level sword domain and was close to the threshold of the second-level sword domain. Its power was much stronger than Sword 4's. If Yuan Chongshan hadn't used the colossal origin tyrant body and reached the second level, he wouldn't have been able to resist it. Now that the heart sword domain was at the second level, Sword 5 couldn't withstand it. It could only be improved to a stronger sword technique, which was the so-called Sword 6. Sword 6 started with the second-level sword domain that was 10,000 meters. Chen Zong had comprehended it before, but because of his cultivation base, Chen Zong hadn't been able to successfully create Sword 6. After all, it was far more difficult to fully master the second-level sword domain than the first-level sword domain. If Chen Zong had been at the magical power realm, it would have been a different story. It would have been a piece of cake. Now, Chen Zong was confident. He was 100% sure that everything came from what he had comprehended at the ceremony of the Taoist. Countless mysteries emerged and bloomed in the spirit sea like flowing lights. Chen Zong captured them all. Sword 6, in an instant, Chen Zong used his finger as a sword and merged it with the heart sword domain that was 10,000 meters long. He slashed out with his sword. As soon as he attacked, Chen Zong felt the difference. Although it was only 1 meter more than the Sword 5's limit, its power was more than doubled. This was only a 1 meter difference, but it brought about a multiplication of power. The difference was very obvious. If Chen Zong had mastered Sword 6 in the battle with Yuan Chongshan, he should have been able to defeat him. 9,999 meters was the limit of Sword 5, and 10,000 meters was the starting point of Sword 6. This meant that Sword 6's power could still be improved. The heart sword domain that was 12,000 meters long merged. Sword 6, using his finger as a sword, he slashed out. The finger force pierced through the air and pierced through everything. The extremely bright sword light flashed and disappeared. Chen Zong's keen perception and power were even stronger. The power of the sword domain that was 12,000 meters long had increased a lot compared to the sword domain that was 10,000 meters long. Although it was not doubled, it was several times more powerful. Once Sword 6 was completed, Chen Zong's attack power was even stronger. His limit combat power was also increased. Next, Chen Zong consolidated Sword 6 and raised it to the point where it could not be improved any further. Then, he began to comprehend the Great World Sword technique. The world domain also reached 12,000 meters. The second level was even more powerful and could create even more powerful sword moves. The Boundless Earth Sword could merge with the world domain that was 9,999 meters long. Its suppressive power was amazing. After the Earth Sword was the ocean, which was even more vast than the Earth Sword. The world domain spread out and covered all directions. Countless phantoms appeared. Immediately, the other phantoms gradually faded. The clearest one was the ocean. It was a blue ocean that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. The waves were turbulent and mighty. At times, it was quiet and deep like a huge sapphire. At other times, it rolled up thousands of waves as if it was going to destroy everything. It was changeable and unpredictable. Countless spiritual lights emerged and finally gathered into one. Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly. There seemed to be a vast ocean in the depths of his eyes. Using his finger as a sword, he waved it in an instant. It was not a sword that was swung out, but water. The deep blue light of the water rippled and spread, turning into a vast ocean. The vast ocean was endless, covering all directions. In an instant, the entire palace seemed to be filled with blue seawater, and the waves of the ocean surged endlessly. Within it, there was an extremely tyrannical power. That power was filled with the ability to suppress and attack. It would continuously suppress and weaken those who fell into it, causing them to fall into a state of despair. It would be difficult for them to break free and escape. Author's note: I'll continue to explode today. First update: please receive more monthly votes. The Taoist ceremony was over, but the aftermath was still there. As the people of the various cosmic realm states left Will Heavenly Palace and returned to their respective sects, the news continued to spread along the way. For a time, the entire void was talking about this matter. Many cosmic system states also received the news from various channels and were very curious about it. First, Will Heavenly Palace had always been very mysterious. Many forces were curious and wanted to know more about it. Second, the Taoist ceremony wasn't a small matter. The more they knew, the better they could avoid offending the Taoist ceremony unknowingly or carelessly. Yuan sect, a Yuan star system. The third Taoist. Chenzong. The sect master of a Yuan sect and the other upper echelons were shocked when they heard the news. Is it the same name? A vice sect master couldn't believe it. The Taoist of Will Heavenly Palace was like the godson of a Yuan sect. Of course, this was only a representation of the status within a faction. When it came to the true level, the two were very different. It was like the young city lord of a small city and the crown prince of a dynasty. In the small city, the young city lord had a very high position. In the dynasty, the crown prince also had a very high position. It was a relative position. However, the young city lord of a small city couldn't be compared to the crown prince of a dynasty. The people of a Yuan sect couldn't believe it. The Chenzong they knew was indeed a true disciple of Will Heavenly Palace and was indeed very talented. However, a Taoist and a true disciple were two different concepts. Therefore, they couldn't believe that the third Taoist, Chenzong, was the Chenzong they knew. I have a feeling that this should be the Chenzong we know. Su Luan smiled. Although he didn't believe it himself, he still had a feeling. How shocking. The sect master of a Yuan sect sighed. He didn't know what to feel. Back then, Chenzong was only at the Dao manipulation realm, which was a relatively low level among the Dao manipulation realm. But now, according to the information he'd gathered, not only had Chenzong become the third Dao child of the Heavenly Will Palace, he'd even fought with the third Dao child of the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan. Despite being at the same level of cultivation, he wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the third Dao child. Based on what they knew, both sides had used high-level Yuan underworld cultivators in that battle. If this was really the Chenzong they knew, it would be too shocking. It had only been a few years since he had gone from the low-level Dao controlling realm to the high-level Yuan Ming realm. They couldn't imagine how he had cultivated. Thinking about himself, even though his fighting prowess had increased over the years, he still hadn't achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. In comparison, he felt so ashamed that he could dig a hole and hide in it. Such discussions took place everywhere in the Yuan sect. For a time, the name Chenzong became famous in the void. Haha, what a coincidence. My son was just born, so I named him Chenzong. Some people took advantage of the situation and named their children Chenzong, hoping that their children would be as outstanding in the future. My son has already been named Chenzong. Someone else snorted, his tone full of bragging. Your surname isn't Chen. Who said that one? Can't be named Chenzong just because their surname isn't Chen? Remember, my son's name is Chenzong. This was also normal. Whenever someone became famous in the void, there would always be many people who would give their descendants the same or similar names, hoping to borrow luck and place their hopes on a beautiful wish. Chenzong didn't feel much about becoming famous in the void. No matter how great his reputation was, if he didn't have enough strength to support it, it would be like a castle in the air. Without a foundation, it would become a burden. During his seclusion, Chenzong had completely grasped the mysteries of the great path that he had comprehended at the Path Disciple ceremony. He could also control the Heart Sword domain and the Realm domain with ease. The sixth sword of the Heart Refining Sword Art and the boundless vast ocean of the Great World Sword Art had also been perfected to the extreme. When the Realm domain was stronger and filled in, the power of the sword moves would also be stronger. However, Chenzong didn't come out of seclusion. Instead, he continued to cultivate. The next step was the main focus of this seclusion. Sword World, first, he had to compress the Realm domain. The insights that he had gained during the Path Disciple ceremony allowed Chenzong to find the clue to compressing the Realm domain. It was easier to get started. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Once he got started, he would have to keep trying. Even if he failed again and again, every failure was preparation and accumulation for success. In addition to his own efforts, he also had the help of the Demon Heart Divine Spirit, so the probability of success was even higher. Cultivating Sword World, the Realm domain replaced the Realm Core and compressed the Realm Core into the appearance of the Realm Core. The Realm Core was the core left behind by the world, where the essence of the world lay. It was the same principle to compress the Realm Core into the appearance of the Realm Core. Chenzong released the Realm domain. The Realm domain of 12,000 meters was fully activated. In an instant, the illusory image in the Realm domain rapidly solidified. forests, mountains, rivers, swamps, and everything else were becoming real. In the sky, wisps of clouds were growing, condensing into white clouds that fluttered in the sky. A great sun rose, blooming with boundless light that illuminated the earth. When the blazing sun continued to revolve and set in the west, another cold moon rose in the eastern sky. It traversed the sky and emitted a faint moonlight. It was gentle, cold, and deep. Sparse starlight dotted the sky as if blinking eyes. The sun rose and the moon set. The moon set and the sun rose. Day and night alternated. Immediately, the white clouds seemed to be dyed by thick ink and turned into a cloudless sky. It was gloomy and oppressive. Thunder rumbled and rain fell from the sky. Clouds and rain fell, and the sun shone. The leaves gradually turned yellow, and the air was filled with desolation. Autumn had arrived. The leaves fell and returned to their roots. The temperature in the air dropped, and gradually, white snow fell. Autumn went and winter came. Then, spring thunder rumbled, spring rain fell, and new shoots sprouted. This was winter going and spring arriving. There was a rainstorm and a scorching sun in the sky. The shoots grew into dense branches and leaves. Summer had arrived. The sun and moon alternated, the cycle of day and night, and the rotation of the 4 seasons. This was the appearance of a complete world. This was also the limit that Xianxia could achieve now. It was time to compress. The world domain of 12,000 meters began to compress inwardly under Xianxia's extremely tyrannical spiritual will, with Xianxia as the center. This was compression, not contraction. Compression was to make the world domain more condensed, and contraction was to put it away. The concepts were different. At first, the compression speed was very fast. 12,000 meters became 11,000 meters, and then it quickly became 10,000 meters. Although the domain had shrunk, its power did not weaken at all. Instead, it became stronger. The rivers, lakes, forests, mountains, the sun, the moon, and the stars in the world domain became clearer and more condensed. 9,000 meters, as it continued to compress, the speed became slower and slower. This was because Xianxia could feel that the resistance of the compression was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that there was an invisible force growing inside and constantly growing, preventing him from compressing the world domain. This was inevitable and also existed in the deduction. Xianxia was also very clear that as it continued to compress, the resistance would become greater and greater, and the difficulty would become greater and greater. But in any case, he had to face the resistance and compress the world domain to the limit. What was the limit in the deduction? 1 meter, only 1 meter. It was amazing to compress a world domain of 12,000 meters to 1 meter. The gap was 12,000 times, but the difficulty was not as simple as that. 8,000 meters, 7,000 meters, the world domain was constantly being compressed. When it was compressed to 6,000 meters, the shadow inside was almost condensed into a real substance, and the aura it emitted gradually became obvious. At the same time, Xianxia could feel that the power of the world domain had more than doubled. Its suppression power was appalling. 5,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters. When it was compressed to 1,000 meters, the resistance soared more than 10 times, and Xianxia began to feel the pressure. At the same time, when Xianxia was compressed to 1,000 meters, suddenly, a terrible force erupted directly inside the world domain. This force was so sudden and so abrupt that Xianxia did not notice it for a while and had no time to guard against it. In an instant, the world domain of 900 meters directly exploded under this force. At the critical moment, Xianxia quickly released the world domain and quickly restored it to its original state. All the rivers, mountains, sun, moon, stars, and so on inside exploded under the force and turned into chaos. That was close. Xianxia couldn't help wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead. If he hadn't reacted in time, the world domain would have exploded and directly injured him. Fortunately, he was fast enough. After calming down, Xianxia adjusted his breath, recovered his essence, and compressed again. With the experience of the first failure, Xianxia paid more attention. Not long after, it was compressed to 1,000 meters again. This time, he was prepared. Xianxia immediately strengthened his control, resisted the sudden violent force impact, and stabilized the compressed world domain. He continued to compress. 900 meters, the resistance soared, but there was no sudden explosion. 800 meters, 700 meters, in this way, time continued to pass. At first, the speed of compression was very fast, but now the speed of compression was greatly reduced. Qianzong felt that a long time had passed before he succeeded in further compression. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, suddenly, a force more violent than before suddenly emerged and erupted directly, more than twice as strong as before. Even if Qianzong was prepared, his control was still broken. Qianzong immediately released the world domain and restored it at an amazing speed. Everything inside was shattered, and the counterforce swept inside like a destructive storm. That kind of terrible aura shocked Qianzong. If he fell into it, he was afraid that it would be very dangerous. Exhaling a long breath, Qianzong first recovered his essence, qi, and spirit. When all the consumed power reached the peak, he did not continue to compress. Instead, he got up and practiced swordsmanship as a way to adjust. After that, when he completely recovered his essence, qi, and spirit, he released the world domain again and compressed it again. Second update, more coming later. Failure, compress again, failure, compress again, over and over again, there was no shortcut. The reason why he failed so many times was that when it was compressed to 10 meters, the instantaneous eruption of power was too shocking. Even if Qianzong was prepared for it, it was still difficult to resist. The impact under the eruption was so fast and fierce that it almost shattered the world domain completely and injured Qianzong himself. It was like walking on a tightrope with a mountain of knives and a sea of fire below. His life was in danger at any time. He was fighting with his future and life. However, the path of cultivation was like this. It was impossible for everything to be smooth sailing, and one would not be able to become a genius. Only by working hard and struggling could one create a world that belonged to oneself, making a name for oneself and reaching the peak. After many failures, Qianzong could only stop and look for the reason. Your divine spirit was once divided into two and has not fully recovered yet. The god's demon heart found a reason. As for whether it was true or not, it was not 100% sure. Back then, Qianzong had divided his divine spirit into two in order to break through to the origin demon realm and the phenomenal divine body realm at the same time. Although he had deliberately looked for ways to replenish and restore his divine spirit, the results were not very good. There were some divine medicines in the heavenly palace that could restore one's divine spirit, but the effects were more ordinary. At least, they could not completely restore Qianzong's divine spirit to its original state. Of course, it was not exactly restored. Qianzong's divine spirit had been divided into two, so when added together, it was a complete divine spirit. However, Qianzong's goal was to restore the divine spirit that had been divided into two to its original state. In fact, it would be doubled. That was not so simple. Therefore, until now, Qianzong's divine spirit had not reached its original state. Could it be that this had become a flaw in his current state? Although the strength of the two divine spirits after the division was the same as before, it was now divided and could not be combined again. In other words, a single divine spirit now was not as complete as before. Perhaps it was really because of this reason. If it was because of this reason that the world domain could not be truly compressed to 10 meters, Qianzong did not have any good ideas. It seemed that he would have to postpone cultivating the sword world again. Qianzong felt a little regretful, but there was nothing he could do about it. There were indeed very few divine medicines for the divine spirit. Even if there were, most of them were relatively ordinary and had little effect on Qianzong's current divine spirit. It seemed that he could only go out and search by himself. Perhaps he could find it by going to various dangerous and even forbidden lands to try his luck. However, before he left, the demon heart suggested that Qianzong should cultivate a killing move. The sword technique of heart refinement and the Great World Sword technique were indeed very powerful, but they were only used as a more conventional means of combat. They could be used in a high-intensity battle. However, when they encountered a powerful opponent, such as Yuan Chongshan, they could not determine the outcome of the battle in one go. However, if he had a killing move, he might be able to end the battle in a short time. It was necessary to have a powerful killing move. In the mind-image pavilion of the Heavenly Palace, there were many divine abilities. Zong could choose one that was suitable for him to cultivate. In the memories of the Sword Master of the East Court, there were naturally some killing moves. However, those were divine abilities that belonged to the Sword Mountain of the East Court. Zong usually only used them as references, not as his main cultivation. He was a Taoist of the Heavenly Palace, and he had a strong mind and so on. Of course, he had to choose a killing move that was very suitable for him. Only then could he exert his advantages to the extreme. Now that Zong's mind was even stronger, he could stay in the mind-image pavilion for a longer time. After a round of selection, Zong found a Sword Dao divine ability that he was satisfied with as his killing move. He fully activated the 10 intents of one heart. With Zong's accumulation and superb comprehension, coupled with the amazing effect of the Mind-Image Sutra, Zong comprehended the secret of the killing move in a short time and proceeded to cultivate it. Zong had surpassed the second level of the 10 intents of one heart, but he had not reached the third level of the 100 intents of one heart. It was too difficult. In the Heart Palace, there were a total of 6 people cultivating the Mind-Image Sutra, from Heart Holy Master to Zong. Only Heart Holy Master had reached the 4th level of the 1000 intents of one heart. As for the 100 intents of one heart, only Senior Brother Luo Beichuan had reached it. The remaining 4 were all at the 2nd level of the 10 intents of one heart. Even second Senior Brother Wang Changjiang, who was at the Transcendent Realm, was at the 10 intents of one heart. Of course, there were differences in the 10 intents of one heart. The difference was the difference between the 10 intents of one heart and the 100 intents of one heart. Zong came out of seclusion after cultivating the killing move to the great accomplishment stage. As soon as he came out, he was stopped by 3rd Senior Sister Yu Wuxia. "Junior brother, let's go and explore the secret territory together." Yu Wuxia was very direct. In the past, Zong's cultivation base was low and his battle strength was weak. There was a huge gap between him and Yu Wuxia, so Yu Wuxia did not invite him to explore the secret territory together. After all, with such a huge gap in strength, it was equivalent to taking care of him in disguise. That kind of experience would not have any effect at all and would instead become a burden to each other. But now, Zong's cultivation base and strength were close to Yu Wuxia's. Although he was still not her opponent, it was enough to explore the secret territory together as a teammate. Especially after seeing the battle between Zong and Yuanchangshan, Yu Wuxia knew that Zong's battle strength was stronger than when they had fought before. Zong was also planning to explore the secret territory. Since 3rd Senior Sister had invited him, he would go along. Besides 3rd Senior Sister, 4th Senior Sister was also going along. This was because 4th Senior Sister's cultivation base was also at the perfected Yuan Underworld realm. Although her battle strength was not as good as 3rd Senior Sister's, she was not weak either. In addition, 4th Senior Sister had discovered the secret territory. She had entered it herself but had not been able to complete it because she was not strong enough. This time, she had returned for Zong's 3rd Dao disciple ceremony to invite her fellow senior brothers to explore the secret territory together. It seems to be a secret territory left behind from the ancient era. Zong's eyes lit up slightly. The current era was divided into the Archaic Era, Ancient Era, Middle Era, and Near Ancient Era. The current era was the Near Ancient Era, while the ancient Netherworld ruins were the Middle Era. What was the difference between the Ancient Era and the Ancient Era? Perhaps he might even find a divine medicine that could completely restore his spirit. Of course, this was just a thought. Whether he could find it or not was still unknown. However, such divine medicines had always been rare and difficult to obtain. Zong planned to explore the secret territory and try his luck to find it. The 3 of them hit it off and immediately set off. As for preparations, there was no need to deliberately prepare anything. Everyone had a lot of elixirs and the like. Naturally, the 3 of them could not use the Great Void Shift formation. Every time it was activated, it would consume a lot of energy. Even though the Heavenly Palace was rich and imposing, it could not afford to do so. They rode on Zong's evanescent spaceship. After all, it was a top-grade spaceship. Zong could already fly at full speed and activate the 100-year void shuttle, so it was still very fast. The evanescent spaceship rapidly left the heavenly palace and flew towards the secret territory that Xianxia had discovered. According to Xianxia, the secret territory was located at the edge of the southern void. It was located in the void belt between two star domains. Generally, the secret territories located in the void belt were the kind that were more hidden and difficult to find. This was because cultivators rarely stayed in the void belt. There was almost no yuan qi in the void belt. Once one's energy was depleted, it was difficult to absorb yuan qi from the outside world to replenish it. Because of this, the secret territories located in the void belt were often harder to find. Every time they were discovered, it was usually due to some accident. For example, someone was being chased and fled into the void belt. They accidentally discovered the secret territory and entered it. Most of the time, that was the case. As for how Xianxia discovered the secret territory, Yu Wuxiao laughed directly. Xianxia, on the other hand, looked a little embarrassed. This was because Xianxia had discovered the secret territory because she had lost her way. Originally, she wanted to pass through the void belt. However, her confusion kicked in and she lost her direction. Unexpectedly, she found the secret territory. Regarding this, Qianzong did not know how to describe his mood. Fortunately, Xianxia had just suggested that she drive the void flying ship and third senior sister had stopped her in time. Otherwise, this time an accident might have happened and they would have run to another place. However, although Xianxia was confused, the location she had pointed out was not wrong. It was fine as long as she did not lead the way directly. The void flying ship flew at an astonishing speed along the predetermined route. Qianzong steered the void flying ship while meditating and cultivating. As for Yu Wuxia and Xianxia, of course, they did not relax in the slightest. No matter what kind of personality they had, they were very clear about one thing. That was, their own strength was the most important thing. It was the biggest reliance. Everything else could only be a kind of support. Fortunately, the location Xianxia had pointed out was not wrong. The void flying ship arrived at the void belt and also at the entrance of the secret territory. The three of them quickly flew out of the void flying ship. Qianzong used his mind and the void flying ship was also kept by Qianzong in the 9 heavenly rings. Although the location was correct, it was not very accurate. Next, they naturally had to find the entrance of the secret territory accurately. This entrance was very hidden. The three of them split up and searched. On one side, Qianzong found that Yu Wuxia was still paying attention to Xianxia's movements from time to time. Because she was worried that Xianxia would run in the wrong direction again. The three of them did not search for long before they finally found the entrance of the secret territory. When they did not find it, it was very difficult to discover. But when they found it, it was very clear and conspicuous. It was very strange. It could only be said that this entrance was very well hidden. However, this was also a good thing. At least it was guaranteed that it would not be easily found by others. The possibility of others discovering it would be lower. Naturally, there would be fewer competitors, which meant that they could obtain more benefits. Yu Wuxia took the lead and entered first, followed by Xianxia, and finally Qianzong. Third update, the aura was completely different from the aura of the void in the outside world, and it was also different from the aura of the ancient Hadean ruins that Qianzong had been to. The aura was mysterious, deep, vicissitude, and ancient. It was possible for Xianxia to suspect that it was a ruin from the Antiquity Age, because the aura was clearly not from the recent age. The cultivation of the Middle Age was mainly based on meditation cultivation, so the aura should also be based on death qi. However, there was no death qi in this place. Instead, the aura felt mysterious and deep. According to the records that I've read, the Middle Age was mainly based on meditation cultivation, while the Archean Age was mainly based on God cultivation. Qianzong seemed to be talking to himself, but his voice was also heard by Yu Wuxia and Xianxia. Yes, that's why I think this is a ruin from the Archean Age, Xianxia replied. Indeed, judging from the aura alone, it seemed possible, but it could not be confirmed. The God cultivation in the Archean Age was not based on qi cultivation, nor was it based on body cultivation. Instead, it was based on the cultivation of the soul. As for whether it was a direct cultivation of the soul or a power that was based on the soul, it was not clear. Even in the many records that Chenzong had read, there were no detailed records. After all, there was still the Middle Ages between the Archean Age and the Modern Age. After two calamities, only a small part of the Archean Age could survive until the Middle Ages. However, by the time the Middle Ages arrived, it had already become a fringe and was no longer the mainstream way of cultivation. This was because the mainstream cultivation method in the Middle Age was meditation cultivation. From the Middle Age to the recent age, even the inheritance of meditation cultivation had become rare, let alone the inheritance of the Archean Age. Even the records of information about it had become extremely rare. However, if this was really a mystery land left behind from the Archean Age, perhaps the hope of recovering his soul lay here. God cultivation, it was a cultivation method that was related to the soul. The three of them chatted as they walked inside. This mystic realm was very peculiar. It looked like a dilapidated city. The place where Chenzong and the other two entered was outside the city gate. They could clearly see that the huge city gate had collapsed. It was at least 100 meters high. If it was intact, it would have been very majestic. Chenzong and the other two also realized that the dilapidated city was floating in the void. In front of them was a half-collapsed city gate, and behind them was an endless darkness, like an abyss. The abyss-like darkness gave Chenzong and the others a sense of dread, as if they would die if they fell into it. No one has come. Although Xianxia would get confused and lose her way, in terms of observation, she was very subtle and unique. This was exactly what she was good at. With just a glance, Xianxia was very sure that other than herself, no other cultivator had discovered this place. This was undoubtedly good news for the three of them. After making all the preparations, the three of them stepped into the city gate in a flash. As soon as they entered the city gate, they immediately felt as if they had entered a different world. The mysterious aura became more and more intense, filling the air. Wisps of it seemed to have formed a fog. Chenzong keenly sensed that the fog had an indescribable spirituality, as if it was alive. However, it gave Chenzong a strange feeling, as if it was very dangerous. It was like a snake, if one had to describe it. Only Chenzong could hear the voice of the devil's heart. His tone was serious, because the devil's heart instinctively felt that the aura here was unfavorable to him, and he should not show himself. "Junior sister, which direction did you go when you entered last time?" Xianxia asked. "This direction." Xianxia seemed to be very sure that she pointed to the left, and then she immediately withdrew her hand. She looked a little confused again. "I don't think so. It should be this way." It should be that way." After changing direction several times, Xianxia finally became more confused and more confused. "Forget it." Xianxia touched his forehead helplessly. "Let's go this way." Xianxia was very decisive and directly pointed in a direction. Chenzong did not care. After all, he did not know which direction was better. It was not wrong to choose a random direction. Xianxia didn't say anything about it. Anyway, she just looked confused. She just needed to follow him. The deeper they went, the thicker the fog and the stronger the aura, and the more mysterious it was. Wisps of gray brilliance filled the air. The more it was so, the more Chenzong and the other two became vigilant. On the way here, Xianxia also told them about the situation she had encountered before. There was danger here, and the danger came from a mysterious thing, or a strange life form. Spirits and ghosts were probably similar. Anyway, it was not easy for Xianxia to explain clearly. It was just a general idea, and they could only understand it after experiencing it personally. Not long after, Chenzong's sharp eyes discovered that there seemed to be a figure floating in front of him. Yes, it was not walking, but floating. It floated in the void, a few feet above the ground, and quickly approached them. "It's coming." Xianxia also discovered it and immediately reminded them. Xiaoxia's eyes were full of light, like burning flames. His body flashed, and he directly turned into a ray of light and rushed over. As he got closer, Xiaoxia could clearly see the figure floating in the air. It seemed to be a person, but at the same time, it felt somewhat illusory. His facial features were blurry, and there were faint fluctuations around him. His aura was mysterious and bizarre. Although its facial features were blurry, Xiaoxia could still see that its eyes were deep and empty, When they looked at each other, it was as if it could suck in one's soul. Seeing Yu Wuxia approaching, the strange figure suddenly flashed, and the fluctuations around it became more intense. Vaguely, there seemed to be an extremely sharp and strange cry. That cry was very strange, to the extreme. It did not pass through the air, but directly sounded in Yu Wuxia's ears, and went straight to his soul. Yu Wuxia felt his spiritual ocean tremble slightly, as if there was an invisible force that was attacking his primordial spirit. If the intensity of this cry increased by a few times, it would be enough to completely shake the primordial spirit and attack the soul. When Yu Wuxia was attacked by the sharp cry, he immediately attacked. He punched out, and there was an extremely scorching power, like the attack of a raging fire, and instantly attacked. With just one punch, he had pierced through the strange figure. Through the hole, he could see what was behind it. However, it did not seem to be affected at all. Instead, its body flashed, as if it was as light as a feather, and like a flash of lightning, it directly attacked Yu Wuxia from the side. It raised a claw, and it tore through the sky, as if it wanted to tear Yu Wuxia's body apart. Seeing that his punch had penetrated the strange figure, but it did not affect it at all, Yu Wuxia was slightly surprised. However, his reaction was very fast, and he stepped back, just in time to avoid the strange figure's claw, and kicked out. The strength of the kick was extremely violent, and it immediately broke the strange figure into pieces. However, it was useless. The strange silhouette was not killed. Instead, it was cut into two halves. The upper half of its body attacked again. As the mist spread out, it turned into threads that connected the upper and lower halves. It was indeed very strange, and seemed to be even stranger than what Xianxia had described. It should be known that Yu Wuxia's punches and kicks were extremely violent. If one was hit, they would either die or be crippled, or at least be injured. However, the strange figure was hit, and even broken, and it was not affected at all. Burn! With a shout, Yu Wuxia's fists suddenly burned with a ball of fire. The fire seemed to be red, but it also seemed illusory. Zong, who had fought with Yu Wuxia before, knew that this was a kind of flame evolved from the spiritual flame, and it was one of Yu Wuxia's unique skills. With the spiritual flame burning, Yu Wuxia attacked again. This time, the strange figure was hit and could not recover, and was killed after a few punches. The battle did not last long, or it could be said that it ended very quickly, and the strange figure disappeared into thin air. However, other than a battle, they did not gain anything else. The three of them continued to move forward, and they continued to encounter those strange figures. Yu Wuxia directly named them the ghost body, which was the abbreviation of the spirit body. Because the ghost body did not have a physical body, normal attacks would not be effective. Even if one used the power of qi cultivation to attack, the possibility of killing them was not high, unless one attacked many times and slowly exhausted them to death. However, if one used the power of the spiritual flame, the effect would be very good, and it would be easier to kill them. This was something that Xianxia had discovered when she first entered, and now Yu Wuxia and Zong had personally confirmed it. Although Zong and Xianxia did not have Yu Wuxia's unique spiritual flame, it was a kind of high-level application of the power of the spiritual flame. With superb comprehension and the help of the demon's spiritual flame, Zong could easily master a similar method. The power of the spiritual flame was condensed on the sword, and its lethality toward the ghost body was astonishing. Moreover, Zong's spiritual flame was already extremely strong, and it was not something that Xianxia and Yu Wuxia could compare to. Coupled with his astonishing recovery speed and the help of the second spiritual flame, he was many times stronger than Xianxia and Yu Wuxia. Killing specter bodies was not without its benefits. At the very least, after Zong killed a specter body, he obtained a fragment. It was an irregular fragment that looked like a black crystal. From it, Zong could feel the aura of a spirit. Zong studied it and found that it did indeed contain the power of the spiritual flame, but it was very weak, only a wisp. It could be absorbed, and it seemed that it could also be used to replenish and improve the strength of the spiritual flame. However, to him, this wisp of spiritual flame was too weak. Even if he absorbed it, it would not be able to restore his spiritual flame. Throwing away the fragment that had turned pale because of the loss of a wisp of spiritual flame, Zong was not depressed in the slightest. Instead, he revealed a smile. Because this meant that there was a high chance that there were treasures here that were beneficial to the spiritual flame. He might really be able to find treasures here that could restore his spiritual flame to its peak state. Perhaps at that time, he would be able to successfully compress the world domain to the limit, and truly replace the heart of the world and cultivate the sword world. Fourth update. Continue writing. Try to post another update later. The abandoned city was filled with fog. It was not vitality or underworld chi, but an aura that leaned towards the spiritual level, suitable for the existence of ghost bodies. The deeper they went, the more ghost bodies there were. The stronger they were, the harder it was to kill them. In the beginning, under the support of the three people's mental strength, the ghost bodies could not withstand more than a few moves and would disappear. However, as time went on, the ghost bodies became stronger and stronger. Even if they were hit by the mental strength, they would only be slightly injured and would not be killed. Often, it would take more than 10 or even dozens of attacks to kill them. As the ghost bodies became stronger, the pressure on the three of them also increased. Xianxia's combat strength was the lowest, so the pressure was also the greatest. However, since the three of them were working together, they naturally would not sit by and watch Xianxia get injured. Under the joint efforts, the three of them still did not suffer any injuries. Chenzong stood with his sword in hand. The divine light in his eyes was restrained. As the light flowed, he stared at the surroundings. His divine consciousness spread out and covered the entire area. However, his divine consciousness was also affected here. It was not as wide and clear as the outside world. The distance was even shorter than his own eyes. However, divine consciousness also had its benefits. At least within the range of coverage, it could detect abnormalities earlier than the eyes. After all, the eyes could not see behind, but divine consciousness could cover all directions. Yu Wuxia and Xianxia were recovering their mental strength. The intensity of the battle just now was very high. The two of them had used up a lot of their mental strength and were almost exhausted. However, Chenzong's mental strength was stronger than others and his recovery speed was extremely fast. In addition, with the second mind as a supplement, less than half of his mental strength had been used up. As such, Chenzong did not need to focus on recovering like Yu Wuxia and Xianxia. When Yu Wuxia and Xianxia's mental strength recovered, Chenzong's mental strength also recovered on its own. Although it was not a wholehearted recovery, the speed of his recovery was also very shocking. It was completely comparable to Yu Wuxia and Xianxia's wholehearted recovery. They had been in the abandoned city for a period of time. Other than encountering ghost bodies, they did not encounter anything else. After killing the ghost body, most of the time, there were no gains. Occasionally, there would be fragments. Chenzong named them soul fragments. According to the rules, the probability of obtaining a soul fragment after killing the ghost body was not high. Chenzong calculated that the probability was about 1%. Therefore, up until now, Chenzong had only obtained 3 soul fragments. Another rule was that the more powerful the ghost body was, the more powerful the soul fragment that appeared would be. Unfortunately, it was useless to him. He was not strong enough to replenish his spirit and recover to its peak. Since the three of them had fully recovered their mental strength, they continued forward. Even though they hadn't gained anything so far, it still gave them some hope. Since they were already here, they had to go all the way. Only by going all the way to the end would they know what they had gained. Generally speaking, in a secret realm like this that had not been entered by others, there would usually be some treasures and the like. In the abandoned city, other than half of the city walls that had collapsed, there were many buildings. The style of these buildings was very different from the style of the current city. It looked a little strange, but most of the houses had collapsed. Looking at the traces, they should have been directly destroyed by the battle or collapsed by the aftermath. No one knew what kind of battle had happened here back then. The time interval was too long. Chenzong and the others couldn't see anything even after careful observation. Even Xianxia, who was the best at observing traces, could only make a very vague deduction. In short, it was a great battle. It was not a battle between 1 or 2 people, but a battle between many people. It was a battle between at least hundreds of experts. Many broken holes could be seen on the originally wide street. The small ones were a few meters wide, and the big ones were dozens of meters wide. Many of the ghost bodies that had appeared before had appeared from the holes. The larger the hole, the more tyrannical the ghost body was and the harder it was to kill. As for the reason, Chenzong and the others did not know. However, Moxian had figured out that the ghost body was a unique non-living body that was formed by the aura of the remnant soul after a person's death. It did not have any spiritual intelligence, but it was aggressive. If this place was really a relic from the primordial age, then the cultivators here were god cultivators. What god cultivators cultivated was related to the power of the soul. Thus, after death, the remnant soul could absorb the aura here and more easily form a spirit body. Of course, this was just Moxian's speculation. As for whether it was true or not, he could not be 100% sure. A relatively complete pavilion appeared in front of the three of them. The pavilion was a few stories high and occupied a wide area. It was completely black and shrouded in a thick gray fog. It was faintly discernible, giving the three of them a mysterious and strange feeling. "Shall we go in?" Xianxia asked Chenzong and Yuwuxia. After all, she was the weakest among the three of them. If she encountered any danger that she could not defend herself, she would need Chenzong and Yuwuxia's help. "Let's go in." Yuwuxia had never been afraid of challenges and said without hesitation. Chenzong's opinion was to go in as well. Although this pavilion gave off a mysterious and strange feeling, there might be some kind of treasure inside. This time, Chenzong walked in the front, Xianxia in the middle, and Yuwuxia at the back. Chenzong's perception was the sharpest. If there was any danger, he would be able to react immediately. He was faster than Yuwuxia. As for Xianxia, her combat strength was relatively lower. She was in the middle and could be protected by the two of them. She could also support them at any time. The door of the pavilion was half open and half closed. Looking inside, it was pitch black, as if it would devour all life. The three of them were bold and daring. They entered directly. A cold and gloomy aura seemed to permeate their bodies. They shuddered, and the three of them became more vigilant. A strange change occurred. A dark shadow flashed. A cold light flashed. It carried an extreme murderous intent as it charged over at lightning speed. This attack was aimed directly at Chenzong's side, aiming for Chenzong's neck. However, Chenzong had already noticed it. He shifted his feet slightly, and his body flashed to the side. A sword light pierced through the air. This sword carried the power of the mind. It flowed on the sword as it slashed through the air. The sword technique was exquisite. Not only did it dodge the attack of the cold light in an instant, but it also counterattacked with the sword. The attacker was the specter body. It was hidden in the darkness of the pavilion. It was extremely fast as lightning, and much stronger than the specter bodies they had encountered before. However, the strength of the specter body lay in its strangeness. It moved silently and attacked silently. It was impossible to guard against and difficult to kill. However, if one was hit, one's spirit would be impacted and shaken. It might even be injured directly. It was because of this strangeness that it was different from the cultivation path of the late ancient era. It was not easy to deal with and was difficult to deal with. However, if the power of the specter bodies was converted, they were only at the Dao manipulation realm or even the ordinary Yuan underworld realm. Of course, if they were really at the Dao manipulation realm or the low-level Yuan underworld realm, they could easily kill Chenzong and the other two without using much power. However, the specter bodies were different. They were very strange and very difficult to kill. Even if they used the power of the mind, the lethality was actually limited. If they used chi refinement or body tempering power, the lethality would be even lower. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. The cultivation path was different, especially when it was a difference of two small eras. The environment here was also different from the outside world. To Chenzong and the other two, this was an unfamiliar place. It wasn't their home ground and they had no advantage. On the contrary, the specter bodies had an advantage. Sword light flickered. In just an instant, Chenzong had slashed out hundreds of times, each strike hitting the specter body. The specter bodies were fast, strange, and silent. They were very difficult to deal with for most cultivators. However, this was not the case for Zong. This was because Zong's perception was very strong and he could sense the movements of the specter bodies. It was as if the specter bodies were exposed to the light of day. Wuxia reacted quickly with hundreds of consecutive strikes. She punched out with both fists and the power of the mind turned into flames. She cooperated with Zong and immediately scattered the specter bodies. This wasn't a sparring challenge, so there was no need to be particular about it. They could only attack together and kill the specter bodies in the shortest time possible. This way, they could shorten the time and reduce their energy consumption to deal with any dangers that might appear at any time. After killing the specter bodies, more specter bodies appeared. There were more than a dozen of them, appearing like a pack of wolves. They surrounded Zong and the other two and attacked without stopping. Great World Sword Art, Boundless Vast Sea. In an instant, Zong brandished his sword and the sword light turned into a vast sea with surging waves. Wuxia and Xianxia were slightly stunned. This was the first time they had seen Zong use such a sword move. It was as if his entire body was in the middle of a vast sea. The seawater around him was rippling and sparkling. It was so lifelike that they seemed to be able to smell the scent of the sea. The dozen specter bodies were directly covered by the boundless vast sea. It was as if they were suppressed and couldn't move for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the three of them attacked with all their might. The power of the mind was quickly depleted. Kill, kill, kill. The dozen specter bodies were all killed, leaving behind 3 spiritual fragments. They divided the spiritual fragments equally, one for each person. Zong sensed it and found that the spiritual fragments contained more power than the ones he had obtained before. However, it was still not enough to recover his spiritual soul. Furthermore, the more soul fragments Zong came into contact with, the more he discovered that the power he thought was soul energy contained in them did not seem to be pure soul energy. Instead, it seemed to be similar. It was a unique power similar to the power of the soul and the power of divine sense. After killing the dozen specter bodies, the 3 of them slowly explored the first level. They didn't find any treasures. They went up the stairs to the second level and felt that the light was even dimmer. The entrance to the second level was as eerie as the gates of hell. Why don't we not go up? Xianxia was a little scared and said softly. No. Wuxia said decisively and decisively. 5th update, today's outburst ends. If you enter the top 40 in the monthly votes tomorrow, you will have another day of outburst. There were a total of 3 floors in this pavilion. Zong and the other 2 passed through the first floor and entered the second floor. There were still many specter entities on the second floor, nearly twice as many as on the first floor. Zong immediately suppressed the specter entities with a single move of the infinite sea. This was the strongest sword of the world domain. The second world domain had a range of 12,000 meters, and its suppressive power was extremely strong. It was many times stronger than the first world domain. Coupled with the mysteries of the boundless sea, this level of ghost body, no matter how strange it was unable to resist the suppressive power of the boundless sea. With the suppression of the infinite sea, the 3 of them attacked with all their might and quickly killed the specter entities, obtaining some soul fragments. Zong discovered that the probability of obtaining soul fragments from killing the specter entities in this pavilion seemed to be much higher. They still did not find any treasures on the second floor, so they went straight to the stairs on the third floor. Before stepping onto the third floor, the dark and deep aura made Zong and Wuxia feel wary, let alone Xianxia. However, since they had already come this far, there was no reason to turn back. With an extremely vigilant mind, Zong took the lead and stepped onto the third floor. When they really stepped onto the third floor, they did not encounter any attacks, which made Zong and the other 2 secretly surprised. This was because when they stepped onto the first and second floors, they were immediately attacked by the specter entities. Living beings. Suddenly, an ethereal and distant voice sounded, as if it had pierced through endless time and space. It sounded like a sigh, making Zong, Wuxia, and Xianxia tremble involuntarily. They felt a chill run down their spines, and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. It was an indescribable feeling of trembling. Living beings. The second voice sounded, but it did not sound like a sigh at all. Instead, it sounded like a roar, a fierce roar, an angry roar. Living beings. The third voice sounded. Not only was it a fierce and angry roar, but it also contained a shocking murderous aura. It directly made Xianxia and the other two's souls shake, as if they were being shaken out of their primordial spirits. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. An extreme sense of danger rose in the hearts of the three in an instant. It swept out like a storm. In an instant, it was like a destructive flood that had broken through a dam, destroying everything. Xianxia, in particular, felt his blood run cold and his soul tremble. His senses of danger were flashing crazily. He saw it, the three of them saw it one after another. On the third floor, which was the highest floor of the pavilion, there weren't that many spirit bodies. Instead, there was a figure sitting on a wide chair. The figure was dark and deep, as if it was the source of darkness on the third floor. Endless darkness aura continuously spread out from its body, filling the third floor, the second floor, and finally the first floor. Xianxia's sharp eyes also noticed something else. This figure was different from the specter body from before. It was actually covered in armor. Get up, the armored ghost body got up. As it got up, the entire pavilion seemed to shake, as if it was about to be uprooted from the ground. This armored ghost body was more than 2 meters tall and was more than 2 meters tall. It didn't float in the air, but stepped on the floor of the third floor. The moment it took a step, the entire pavilion shook with a bang. The primordial spirits of Xianxia and the other two couldn't help but shake as well. Grand World Sword Technique, Boundless Sea. Without hesitation, Xianxia swung his sword. The sword light quickly spread like a surging wave. In an instant, it covered the entire pavilion and the armored ghost body. Suppress, the extremely powerful suppressive force seemed to be suppressing the armored ghost body, making it unable to move, just like the previous ghost bodies. The armored ghost body paused. Its raised foot stopped in midair, as if it was really unable to move, as if it was really suppressed. Xiaoxia's hands ignited with flames. Xianxia shook the whip in her hand, and there seemed to be a layer of invisible energy revolving around it like a wind. This was the wind formed by the power of the mind, the wind of the mind. The two of them moved extremely quickly. They immediately wanted to attack and seize this opportunity to kill the armored ghost body as quickly as possible. Dodge. Xianxia was also about to activate the power of the mind and transform it into the mind blade to merge with the extreme heart phaseless sword. An extremely shocking sense of danger suddenly exploded. Xianxia's expression changed unconsciously. He immediately shouted to warn Xiaoxia and Xianxia. The three of them worked together. Xiaoxia and Xianxia also trusted Xianxia very much. Without hesitation, they didn't attack. Instead, they used their body movement techniques as quickly as possible to dodge. Xianxia's speed was also extremely fast. He was the first to react and immediately dodged. Just as the three of them dodged, the armored ghost body that seemed to have been suppressed by the sword of the boundless sea moved. Its raised right foot that was suspended in midair fell at an even more shocking speed. It carried with it an extremely terrifying power, as if it could crush mountains and rivers. It could crush the earth with one step. The moment its right foot fell, the entire pavilion shook. There seemed to be invisible ripples, with the armored ghost body's right foot as the center. They swept out in all directions like crazy waves. The ripples didn't just shake the pavilion. They also carried an extremely terrifying power that seemed to be able to destroy everything. It caused a series of explosions. Coincidentally, Xianxia and the other two also used their body movement techniques to dodge. However, they still felt the attack of a terrifying power. It was extremely powerful and overbearing. When it swept past their bodies, the three of them trembled slightly. They felt as if they were being torn apart. That feeling directly penetrated their primordial spirits. Fortunately, the three of them managed to dodge in time. Otherwise, the impact would have been even more obvious. Then, the armored ghost body burst out with an astonishing speed. It charged directly at Xiaoxia and punched out. The punch was simple and direct. It was even a little crude. This kind of fist technique was simply unbearable to the three of them. However, that punch contained an extremely terrifying power that they didn't dare to underestimate. Xiaoxia punched out with both of her fists. Under the collision of the tyrannical powers, she was sent flying. The moment she was sent flying, she also threw out a kick that directly hit the armored ghost body, knocking it back. Xianxia's long whip also shook. It broke through the air in an instant, carrying with it a tyrannical power. It directly hit the armored ghost body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qianzong gathered his strength and seized the moment to use his ultimate move. Sword Domain. Thousand Rend. Sword Domain Rend. This was a sword-down mystic ability that an ancestor of the Will Sky Palace had obtained a long time ago. After cultivating it, it had been modified many times to become a sword-down mystic ability that could be fused with the power of the mind. Qianzong had chosen it and cultivated it to great mastery. The Sword Domain Rend gathered the power of the Sword Domain, the power of the mind, and the sharpness of the Sword Dao into one. Once it was used, its power would be extremely tyrannical. However, it was very difficult to cultivate. Firstly, one had to be a sword cultivator. Secondly, one had to have a second-level sword domain and a sufficiently strong mind power. For many Yuan underworld realms, these conditions were difficult to fulfill. However, Qianzong could fulfill them. Strictly speaking, the sword domain severing move was actually an ultimate move at the level of a spirit superpower. It was said that when it was cultivated to the extreme and surpassed the level of perfection, its power could surpass the level of spirit superpower and reach the level of mysterious superpower. At the beginning, the Sword Domain Rend was the Sword Domain 10 Rends. At minor mastery, it was the Sword Domain 100 Rends. At great mastery, it was the Sword Domain 1000 Rends. At great mastery, it was the Sword Domain 10,000 Rends. This was a top-notch spirit mystic ability that could even rival a mysterious mystic ability. Given Qianzong's current level, he could only cultivate it to great mastery. He was still unable to reach great mastery. Once Qianzong used Sword Domain's great success stage, it would consume almost all of his energy. Moreover, he would need some time to accumulate energy, even if it was just a breath's worth of time. Kill, Qianzong brandished his sword. The hard sword domain, which spanned 12,000 meters, was instantly integrated into his sword. It was like a raging torrent bursting a dam as it swept out in torrents. In just an instant, the armor spirit body was enveloped by Qianzong's sword. It was a sword realm that covered an area of 100 meters. It directly enveloped the armor spirit body. The astonishing suppressive force was also raised to the extreme in an instant, causing the armor spirit body to tremble slightly. In an instant, it was unable to move. This was the suppressive power of the sword domain. The suppressive power was not the true power of the sword domain. However, under the Sword Domain Rend, it was many times stronger. This suppressive power did not need to last long. It only needed a moment. It was as if all the suppressive power that had been accumulated over a long period of time was condensed and compressed to the extreme, just for a short burst. In an instant, streaks of sword light appeared out of thin air, as if they were tearing the void and darkness apart. They cut through everything and emitted an extremely dazzling light. 1 streak, 2 streaks, 3 streaks, in an instant, 1,000 rays of sword light appeared within the 100-meter sword domain. It was as if there were 1,000 brilliant swordsmen holding swords. They had only practiced one sword in their entire lives, and they swung their most quintessential sword at the armored ghost body that had been suppressed in an instant. It was a sword that contained all of their strength. 1,000 swords, 1,000 streaks of sword light. Kill, each streak of sword light contained the ultimate sword chi. It was as if they had condensed into a substance. It was as if 1,000 divine swords were directly attacking the armor spirit body. It was too fast and too dazzling. It was so dazzling that Yu Wuxia and Xianxia could not look directly at it. They could only close their eyes in an instant. The moment they closed their eyes, 1,000 streaks of sword light attacked the armor spirit body's body in unison. Its defensive power was amazing. Even the armor that had not been broken by the fierce bombardment of Yu Wuxia's long legs was torn apart and penetrated by the sword light like a piece of cardboard. There was nothing that could not be broken. 1,000 streaks of sword light, 1,000 attacks in an instant, cut and penetrated. Hundreds of wounds were directly pierced through the armor spirit body. The sword chi raged and was crazily cut. The armor could not withstand it. It was as if it was being cut into pieces. The armor was broken, revealing a blurry body. It was like a flickering candle in the wind, as if it would be extinguished at any time. This killing move was extremely powerful. Even the tyrannical armor spirit body could not withstand it and was on the verge of death. Where's the monthly ticket? The power of the sword domain rending slaughter was extremely strong. The sword domain 1000 rending slaughter at the grand completion stage was incomparably terrifying. The armor was directly sliced apart, and on the brink of death, it was shattered by the combined attacks of Xianxia and Xianxia. After the death of the armor ghost body, there was no soul fragment left behind. However, there was a palm-sized fragment that fell. Xianxia opened his 5 fingers and grabbed at the air. The palm-sized irregular fragment fell into his hand. There were dense lines on it. It seemed to be some kind of text, but it also seemed to be just random strokes. Xianxia could not understand it. After looking at it for a while, Xianxia gave up after she could not understand it. Chen Zong used his cultivation method to recover the energy he had just consumed. He had used up almost all of his energy to perform the sword domain rending move. Fortunately, Chen Zong recovered his energy very quickly. It did not take long for him to recover part of his energy and continue to recover. Junior brother, take a look. After Chen Zong recovered his energy, Xianxia threw the irregular palm-sized fragment to Chen Zong. Neither she nor Xianxia could understand it. Now, she gave it to Chen Zong to try her luck. What if Chen Zong could understand it? Chen Zong took the fragment. It was cold to the touch and went straight to his spirit sea. It made his primordial spirit feel as if it was bathed in a cold wind. After careful observation, Chen Zong could not understand what it was. He could only be sure that it was a type of text. After all, Chen Zong had come into contact with many types of text. That was a kind of accumulation. Therefore, although he could not understand it, he could be sure. After looking at it for a while, Chen Zong suddenly felt that the strange ancient text seemed to have an inexplicable attraction that attracted Chen Zong. Unknowingly, Chen Zong felt that his spiritual soul seemed to be drawn, and a trace of power was activated. This power came from the spiritual soul. However, it was not a direct spiritual soul power. The spiritual soul power was too mysterious and difficult to use. However, this power was not divine will, but it was somewhat similar to divine will. Chen Zong carefully sensed the changes in the spiritual power and found that it was a new kind of power that combined the essence of the spiritual power and the divine consciousness. Although the amount was small, it was purer than the divine consciousness. As he continued to circulate the energy, the new energy slowly increased. Chen Zong had an idea and tried to mobilize the new energy. It quickly spread out and entered the irregular fragment in his hand. In a split second, the incomprehensible characters on the surface suddenly lit up with traces of light. As the light flowed, each character seemed to come alive. They condensed into rays of light and shot out, directly entering between Chen Zong's eyebrows. Xianxia and Xianxia were both shocked. Junior brother, are you okay? Xianxia asked quickly. She stared at Chen Zong with concern. I'm fine, Chen Zong answered quickly while concentrating. Those runes were originally incomprehensible, but after being activated by the mysterious power and entering the divine sea, Chen Zong was able to understand their meaning. Lesser Spirit Method. This was a cultivation method called the Lesser Spirit Method. The power cultivated by the Lesser Spirit Method was spiritual power. Chen Zong immediately understood. The power that the divine cultivators of the primeval age cultivated was soul sense. It was a power that was different from the power of the soul and soul sense, but it was closely related to the two. It was equivalent to the fusion of the two. The Lesser Spirit Method was a cultivation method to cultivate spiritual power. According to the information in the runes, this was a star-ranked spiritual power cultivation method. As for the concept of a star-ranked spiritual power cultivation method, Chen Zong did not know because he lacked sufficient information. But no matter what, Chen Zong was still very happy to have obtained a divine cultivation method from the immemorial era and succeeded in cultivating it. Unfortunately, Chen Zong did not understand the language of the immemorial era. It was a coincidence that he was able to cultivate it successfully. There was no way he could pass it on. After informing Xianxia and Xianxia, Chen Zong passed the fragment that recorded the Lesser Spirit Method to them and let them try to comprehend it. If they used their spiritual power to comprehend it, they might be able to succeed. Unfortunately, Yu Wuxia and Xianxia did not succeed even after trying many times. They could only give up helplessly. It seemed that cultivating a divine cultivation method from the immemorial era was not that simple. Perhaps there were some special requirements. Qianzong and the others did not know because they were not from the immemorial era. If they were from the immemorial era, it would naturally be easier for them to cultivate a spiritual power cultivation method. However, the ease was relative. In the immemorial era, the number of divine cultivators was far fewer than ordinary people. That was because divine cultivators needed talent and sufficient spiritual power talent. Yu Wuxia and Xianxia were no doubt favored by the heavens. If they were in the immemorial era, they would definitely be able to cultivate a spiritual power cultivation method and become a divine cultivator. Unfortunately, after 2 immemorial eras, not only had the inheritance been severed, but people had also changed. This era was an era where qi cultivation was the main and physique cultivation was the secondary. They were all humans, but there were differences in some minute aspects. These minute details became a kind of shackle, a kind of gap, like a natural chasm. For example, if the qi cultivation method was passed down to the immemorial era, it would be difficult for people at that time to cultivate it. Of course, there would be an extremely small number of suitable people, but it would not be able to expand. Every era had its own characteristics, as well as its own limitations. Divine cultivators were no longer suitable for the current era. Qianzong could cultivate it successfully because of his strong spiritual power. Even so, Qianzong's efficiency in cultivating the lesser spirit method was not high. This was the limitation. Since Yu Wuxia and Xianxia could not cultivate it, they gave up. However, Qianzong could cultivate it. He planned to stay here and cultivate properly, striving to cultivate more spiritual power. Qianzong intuitively felt that this spiritual power should be more effective against the spectral body. It should be more effective than the power of a mind. Qianzong continued to cultivate the lesser spirit method. At the same time, he did not forget to cultivate other sword techniques and so on. The left and right mind could be activated at any time. The recovery speed of the power of the mind was faster than the normal speed of consumption. As he continued to cultivate, his spiritual power slowly increased. Qianzong suddenly realized that his spiritual power seemed to have recovered a little. This discovery surprised Qianzong. Then, Qianzong took out the spiritual power fragment he obtained after killing the spectral body. He tried to absorb the power within to assist in the cultivation of the lesser spirit method. The results were gratifying. Not only could he absorb and refine it, but he could also directly convert it into spiritual power. It could also speed up his cultivation. Qianzong was now sure that the power contained in the spiritual power fragment, which he thought was spiritual power, was spiritual power. In that case, the spiritual power fragment should actually be called spiritual power fragment. Qianzong did not have many spiritual power fragments, so he finished absorbing them in a few moments. Junior brother, is this useful for your cultivation? Yu Wuxia asked. Qianzong nodded. Yu Wuxia then took out a few spiritual power fragments she obtained and handed them to Qianzong without hesitation. Seeing this, Xianxia also took out a few spiritual power fragments and handed them to Qianzong. Anyway, Qianzong could use them for his cultivation. He would be more efficient than them. Moreover, with the relationship between the three of them, a few spiritual power fragments were nothing. With the help of these spiritual power fragments, Qianzong's cultivation would be more efficient. The lesser spirit method was a star-level cultivation method. It was divided into 9 levels. Qianzong had cultivated to the 2nd level, and his spiritual power had increased by a lot. It was already 1% of spiritual power. However, Qianzong only obtained the first 3 levels of the lesser spirit method. Qianzong's spiritual power was extremely large. 1% of it was quite a lot. However, Qianzong knew very well that without the help of these spiritual power fragments, he would probably only be able to cultivate to the 1st level. He would not be able to cultivate to the 2nd level. It was almost impossible to improve further in a short period of time. Qianzong stood up. He did not plan to stay here any longer. He would search, hunt, and obtain spiritual power fragments. Only then could he speed up the cultivation and accumulation of spiritual power. On the other hand, Qianzong also wanted to test the power of spiritual power. He wanted to see if it was more effective than spiritual power. Of course, even if he did not stay in the pavilion, Qianzong could still continue to cultivate the lesser spirit method. It was not a joke to have 4 wills at once. Walking out of the pavilion, the 3 of them continued forward. There were many spiritual bodies in this abandoned city. Yu Wuxia and Xianxia did not attack because Qianzong had already said that he wanted to test the power of spiritual power against spiritual bodies. Whether it was better than spiritual power, worse, or similar, was very important. Soon, spiritual bodies appeared. In other words, the 3 of them encountered spiritual bodies again. Spiritual bodies were very fierce. They instantly attacked and tried to kill Qianzong. Their sharp claws swept across the sky, bringing with them strands of invisible ripples that attacked Qianzong's spiritual sea. Previously, Qianzong did not know, but now he knew. This kind of aftershock was similar to the impact of spiritual power. Or rather, it was the impact of spiritual power. He drew his sword. Qianzong did not use the power of qi cultivation, nor did he use spiritual power. This time, he used the power of spiritual power. The soul remembrance that he had cultivated was as handy as divine remembrance and could be easily grasped. The color of the spiritual power was very light. It seemed to be a little black, but there were no impurities. It spread to the blade and slashed out with Qianzong's superb sword technique. The combat techniques of spiritual bodies were very crude. They only relied on a strange power. However, Qianzong had also mastered this power. 1 slash. Just 1 slash, and the spiritual body let out an extremely sharp scream. Strangely, the scream did not spread to the surroundings. Instead, it directly rushed into Qianzong and the other 2 spiritual seas and attacked their primordial spirits. Qianzong, in particular, bore the brunt of the scream. However, his spiritual power covered his primordial spirit and easily resisted the impact of the scream. He was not affected at all. On the other hand, Qianzong's slash contained the power of spiritual power and directly caused great damage to the spiritual body. With 1 slash, the spiritual body instantly dissipated, leaving behind a fragment of spiritual power. Yu Wuxia and Xianxia were secretly shocked. This kind of killing effect was more than 10 times stronger than spiritual power. Indeed, this was the best power to deal with spiritual bodies. After testing the power of spiritual power, Qianzong was a little excited, but he did not lose his mind. Let's go. Second update: the deeper they went, the stronger the ghost body in the abandoned city. Now, the ghost body appeared in front of them. Unlike the previous ghost bodies, its body seemed to be shrouded in a faint halo, and its facial features were clearer. Moreover, its body was surrounded by a stream of light. Upon closer inspection, it was not a stream of light, but something similar to the tip of a spear. It was a weapon. When it discovered Qianzong and the other 2, the weapon around the ghost body instantly turned into a stream of light and shot toward them. It was extremely fast and carried a shocking sharpness, as if it was going to pierce through everything. Qianzong and the other 2 felt that they were locked on and pierced through. With a flash of sword light, Qianzong blocked the attack of the spear tip with his sword. The sword contained the power of psyche, and when it collided with the spear, it was deflected. However, the spear tip was extremely agile and fast, and it shot toward them from the side again. Fast, extremely fast, it was so fast that it was impossible to guard against it. However, Qianzong's reaction was also extremely fast. With a sword in hand, he completely blocked the spear tip's attack as if he had the help of God. The sword vibrated, and power burst forth, immediately knocking the spear tip away. Qianzong took a step forward, turned into a flash of sword light, and directly slashed toward the ghost body. With the support of Psyche, Qianzong immediately cut through the layer of light on the ghost body's body, and then slashed through its body. After a few slashes, the ghost body was killed. Not only did Qianzong obtain a Psyche fragment, but he also obtained the spear tip. Without the control of the ghost body, the spear tip became simple and unadorned, and there were even some mottled traces of rust. Qianzong tried to activate it with qi cultivation, but there was no reaction. The power of blood qi was also ineffective. Then, he tried to activate it with Psyche and Psyche. He found that he could control it, but there were still some obstacles. Finally, he used Psyche to activate it, and immediately felt relaxed and carefree. The spear tip became Chenzong's weapon. When he was close, he would use the sword to fight. When he was far away, he would use the tip of the spear to attack first. Because it was very compatible with soul remembrance, Chenzong temporarily called it a soul remembrance tool. With the combination of the soul remembrance tool and the sword, Chenzong's killing speed became even faster. Moreover, in this place, once one's soul remembrance was consumed, one could use the small remembrance soul technique to absorb the soul remembrance aura in the air to recover. It could also absorb the energy within the soul remembrance fragments to speed up recovery. The further you go, the more you have. The spectral body of a soul remembrance tool was easier to encounter. Other than Chenzong, Xianxia and Xianxia had also obtained soul remembrance devices. Although they hadn't cultivated soul remembrance devices could still be used with mental strength and mental strength. However, they weren't as flexible and powerful as soul remembrance devices. However, the two of them held the soul remembrance device in their hands and used mental strength or psyche to activate it. This way, they could unleash destructive power. The effect was several times better than using mental strength alone, and the damage to the spectral body was even greater. Otherwise, Xianxia would be very depressed. Originally, her fighting strength was the strongest, but in the end, she was reduced to a supporting role. Seeing Chenzong unleash his invincible might and kill everyone, while she could only defend against the spectral body's attacks and couldn't kill them, the depression in her heart was indescribable. It wasn't jealousy, but because of her nature. She, who loved to fight, was restrained in this situation and naturally felt uncomfortable. In comparison, Xianxia was a bit better and wasn't as battle-hungry. However, now that she had obtained a soul remembrance device, although she didn't have soul remembrance, she could use mental strength to activate it. It was several times more destructive than using mental strength alone against the spectral body. She could truly kill the spectral body now, so Xianxia naturally felt carefree. Regarding this, Chenzong felt it was a bit funny. This third senior sister truly loved to fight. No wonder she wanted to find someone to fight as soon as she returned to Will Heavenly Palace. Her fellow disciples in Will Heavenly Palace all hid whenever they saw her, as if they had encountered a scourge. With the soul remembrance device in hand, Xianxia and Xianxia's fighting strength seemed to have increased greatly, and they were able to deal with the spectral body even more easily. Of course, the real reason wasn't because their fighting strength had increased, but because they had suitable methods to deal with the spectral body better. Chenzong verified this point. Indeed, after using the soul remembrance device to kill the spectral body, the chances of obtaining soul remembrance fragments increased greatly, more than 10 times. These soul remembrance fragments also belonged to Chenzong, becoming resources for Chenzong to cultivate the lesser soul technique. The three of them continued to move forward, deeper and deeper. Gradually, they approached the deepest part of the abandoned city, where a huge mansion stood. Along the way, Chenzong was certain that the mansion in front of him was the largest building in the abandoned city. Through his soul remembrance that had just reached the 3rd level, the aura of the mansion was one, and it contained an indescribable terror. The lesser soul technique had 9 levels. Unfortunately, Chenzong had only obtained the first 3 levels. Now that he had cultivated to the 3rd level, he couldn't go any further. Chenzong also realized that after cultivating the lesser soul technique to the 3rd level, his soul had recovered quite a bit. This was indeed a good way to recover his soul after it had been split. Unfortunately, only the first 3 levels of the lesser soul technique were still not enough. If it was the complete lesser soul technique, perhaps it could really recover his soul completely. At the end of the day, this was a cultivation method for cultivating one's spiritual will, not specifically for the recovery of one's spiritual soul. The recovery of one's spiritual soul was merely a supplementary power. For example, the suppression of the Great Path domain was only a supplementary power, not the main one. The difference between the secondary and the main one was often very obvious. The huge mansion in front of them clearly contained great danger. Chenzong didn't make the decision on his own. Instead, he explained his perception to Xianxia and Xianxia. Yu Wuxia and Xianxia didn't have soul remembrance, so their perception wasn't as clear as Qinzong's. However, they could vaguely feel that the mansion was not a good place. Let's go in. This time, Yu Wuxia didn't make the decision directly. Instead, she expressed her opinion and looked at Qinzong and Xianxia. Let's go in. Qinzong thought for a moment and said one word. Then, he looked at Xianxia. Since you've said so, let's go in. However, you have to protect me. Xianxia smiled. She was actually a little scared, but since her senior and junior sisters had come together, and she had even invited them, she couldn't be a burden and refused to go. Don't worry, Yu Wuxia said. It was still Qinzong in the lead, Xianxia in the middle, and Yu Wuxia at the back. This mansion should be something like the City Lord Mansion. The door was closed, but the wall on one side had collapsed, revealing a huge gap. Qinzong and the other two stepped in through the gap. At least, it was clear at a glance. The moment they entered, they discovered a dozen specter bodies wandering around inside. Like a group of sharks that smelled blood, the specter bodies immediately attacked. These specter bodies all had soul remembrance devices. With a thought, a dozen streams of light pierced through the air and attacked. It was obvious that these specter bodies were much stronger than the specter bodies they had encountered before. However, Qinzong and the other two fought and killed them one after another. After resting for a moment to recover, they continued to go deeper. Encountering specter bodies, killing them, obtaining soul remembrance fragments, and going deeper again. This seemed to have become a cycle. The deeper they went, the stronger the specter bodies became. Not only could they use soul remembrance devices, their bodies became more solid. Their facial features became clearer, and their eyes were cold and threatening. On their bodies, there seemed to be armor, and behind them, there seemed to be a cloak. The soul remembrance device floating beside them was a hiltless long saber. The blade was dark, as if it could absorb all light. A terrifying aura constantly spread out from the long saber. This specter body looked different from the other specter bodies. The aura it spread out was even more eerie and condensed. In an instant, a black light flashed, and the long saber directly broke through. Fast, it was as fast as a pitch-black lightning, so fast that Qinzong could not react in time. He could only rely on his instincts that had been tempered by countless life and death situations to deal with it. The soul remembrance device flew out in an instant and blocked the attack of the black saber light very accurately. It seemed a little dull, but also a little ear-piercing sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. It was like cloth being torn apart, directly penetrating into Qinzong's ears. Qinzong only felt that his primordial spirit seemed to have been punched directly by a strong force. In an instant, his primordial spirit trembled. The black saber light had already knocked away the tip of his spear and the soul remembrance device, rapidly approaching him. In an instant, a stream of light rushed from the side and deflected the saber light. Qinzong instantly came to his senses and slashed with his sword. At the same time, he controlled the soul remembrance device and directly broke through the powerful specter body wearing armor and a cloak. The specter body's body floated. It was very agile and seemed to be weightless. It dodged the attack of the soul remembrance device. The black saber light rolled back and fell from the sky like a waterfall, directly enveloping Qinzong and the other two. Instant space sword evasion. In an instant, the three of them used their own methods and quickly dodged, attacking the specter body. The black saber light rolled again and fell from the sky, turning into waves and surging violently. It carried with it an earth-shattering power and bombarded with it at an astonishing speed. The power contained in it made Qinzong and the other two shudder. Their primordial spirits could not help but tremble. It seemed that if they were hit, their primordial spirits and their souls would be damaged. Therefore, they must not be hit by the black saber light. The soul remembrance device exploded and directly bombarded the black saber light wave behind them. As soon as it appeared, cracks appeared on the soul remembrance device. In the first collision, Qinzong's soul remembrance device was already damaged. Now, it directly shattered. The destruction of the soul remembrance device was not useless. At least, it blocked the black saber light wave for an instant. This instant was enough for Qinzong to close in on the specter body and attack with his sword. When he closed in and attacked, he immediately hit. this specter body was very fast and agile. The power of its soul remembrance device was even more astonishing. All of these were several times, or even 10 times, stronger than the specter bodies they had encountered before. However, its weakness was also very obvious. After Qinzong closed in on it, it could not dodge or block Qinzong's sword at all. It was hit, however. Qinzong realized that the damage his sword caused to this specter body was very limited. It was the same even when he used soul remembrance to control the sword. There was no doubt that this was the strongest specter body they had encountered so far. However, before he could swing his sword 10 times, the black saber light wave had already swept over. In the next moment, a black saber light pierced through the wave, piercing through the air. It was a fatal strike, causing Qinzong's primordial spirit to tremble unconsciously and his hair to stand on end. He dodged, swung his sword, and faced the attack. Third update, begging for monthly tickets. Qinzong's primordial spirit felt as if it had been smashed by a sledgehammer. An intense pain spread throughout his primordial spirit and quickly rushed to his divine soul. Qinzong's divine soul felt as if it had been smashed. The pain was unbearable and his vision turned black. The power of the spirit body's soul remembrance was much stronger than his. They were on two completely different levels. The black blade light came again. Qinzong was in danger. Yu Wuxia and Xianxia rushed to his left and right and blocked the blade light. With a crack, the soul remembrance devices in their hands were shattered. With Yu Wuxia and Xianxia's resistance, Qinzong was able to buy an instant of time to control himself and retreat. At the same time that Yu Wuxia and Xianxia's soul remembrance tools shattered, the terrifying power contained in the black saber also attacked their Yuan spirits and directly attacked their souls. Xianxia let out a painful groan and flew backward. After rolling a few times on the ground, she stopped moving. Yu Wuxia was slightly better. She flew backward and groaned. After struggling for a while, she hugged her head and stopped moving. Qinzong's expression could not help changing greatly. Could it be that both senior apprentice sisters were dead? An indescribable anger suddenly erupted and turned into a murderous intent. In his anger, Qinzong unleashed all his power. The aura here was incompatible with the outside world. It was even worse than the Hadean ruins in the Middle Ages. Even the demon heart of the god in the Heart Palace was affected and could not appear outside. Once it appeared, it would cause irreparable damage to the demon heart. This made Qinzong realize that the god was not omnipotent and could be limited. In essence, the demon heart belonged to the spirit body. The aura here was harmful to the spirit body. However, even though the demon heart could not appear, Qinzong could borrow its power. God borrowing power, divine martial, anger and murderous intent surged like a tide, as if it could break through all obstacles and shackles. Originally, it would take some time to activate, but now, it was more than 10 times faster. Anger would cause people to lose their rationality, but it would also allow them to erupt with greater speed and power in an instant. Qinzong was in a state of extreme anger, but because of the One Heart Sutra, he did not completely lose his mind. He was in a very strange state, as if he was burning with anger and had lost his mind, but he still had enough sense of reason. Sword Domain Rend, Sword Domain 1000 Rend, the 10-meter-tall figure solidified. In an instant, all of his power erupted, including the power of his second mind. Supremely strong, absolutely powerful, in terms of level, it was definitely at the peak of the Yuan underworld. Even a 12-star Yuan underworld powerhouse wouldn't be able to withstand this move. Although they didn't have the support of soul remembrance, with the advantage of numbers, the power of this move was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. The 100-meter sword domain immediately enveloped the powerful serene body and the pitch-black longsword. Under the divine martial skill, the tyrannical suppressive force caused the serene body and the longsword to pause for a moment. In just an instant, 1,000 extremely terrifying sword lights appeared around him. It was as if 1,000 peerless swordsmen were slashing their swords at the same time. Kill, the power of each sword light was extremely tyrannical. It was invincible. Although the serene body was very strong, it couldn't withstand the attack of 1,000 sword lights. The armor was torn and penetrated. Without the protection of the armor, the serene body was directly injured. Kill. In a fit of anger, the deity used the divine martial skill to execute the sword domain 1000 Rend, instantly killing the tyrannical serene body. The armor shattered, the body disintegrated, and quickly dissipated. The 10-meter-tall figure on Chenzong's body dissipated, and his figure fell from the sky to the ground. He felt weak all over. He felt as if his power had been exhausted. However, Chenzong forced himself to get up. At the same time, after the serene body was killed, a wisp of smoke spread out. Chenzong was extremely vigilant. He quickly took out an elixir and consumed it to speed up the recovery of his power. The wisp of smoke immediately condensed into an illusory figure. It was like a wave that could be blown away by a gentle breeze. Even so, Chenzong was extremely vigilant. He held the extreme heart Nanfei sword tightly. The sword trembled slightly, and his eyes were extremely sharp. I finally see the light of day again. Young man, thank you very much. The illusory figure, which looked like it would dissipate with a gust of wind, suddenly spoke. The voice rang directly in Chenzong's ears. Chenzong was extremely surprised. Since entering this abandoned city, he had only encountered serene bodies. They were all unconscious serene bodies. This was the first serene body that had spiritual intelligence. Even so, Chenzong didn't let down his guard. The elixir quickly dissolved, and he recovered some power. It was enough for him to attack again. Young man, you're not a divine martial artist, the illusory figure said again. It seemed to be full of surprise and confusion. Who are you? Chenzong asked in return. I used to be the city lord of this city. The illusory figure let out a long sigh. Young man, to make a long story short, I can't exist for long. You killed the serene body and freed me. I can't repay you. Your two companions are not dead, but their divine souls have been damaged. If they are not treated in time, even if they don't die, their cultivation will be cut off. Senior, how do you treat them? When he heard that Yu Wuxia and Xianxia were still alive, he was immediately delighted. However, when he heard that their divine souls were damaged and the consequences were serious, he became anxious and hurriedly asked. There is a ghost flower in the city lord's mansion. You can pluck the ghost flower, extract its juice, and apply it between their eyebrows. In this way, when they absorb the juice of the ghost flower, their divine souls will slowly recover, the illusory figure said. During this period, Chenzong found that the figure looked more and more illusory, as if it would disperse at any time. Senior, can the ghost flower restore the separated divine souls? Chenzong asked quickly. Yes. The illusory figure's answer made Chenzong surprised and happy. Senior, please tell me where the ghost flower is, Chenzong immediately said. With someone guiding the way, they could find the ghost flower in a shorter time. Put away the soul remembrance saber and follow me. The illusory figure became more and more faint, as if it would disperse at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly floated into the city lord's mansion. Chenzong quickly picked up the black saber, carried Yu Wuxia and Xianxia, and hurriedly followed. The ghost flower grew in the back garden of the city lord's mansion. Although there was only one stalk, it covered a huge ancient tree that was dozens of meters tall. Purple flowers about the size of a palm with 3 layers and 9 petals grew in the middle. The outermost layer of petals was light purple, the second layer was dark purple, and the third layer was closer to black. There were also flowers that had not bloomed, still in the shape of flower buds. Only ghost flowers that have bloomed are useful, the illusory figure said. The illusory figure said, remember, if you want to pick the ghost flower, you need to use your soul remembrance to control the soul remembrance device. Chenzong also felt lucky that he had asked clearly, or else he would have made a mistake. This is all that I can give you in return. The illusory figure became increasingly faint. Soon after, it disappeared like smoke that was blown by the wind. Thank you. Chenzong bowed to the illusory figure that was about to disappear. The figure seemed to smile slightly, as if deeply gratified. Finally, it completely disappeared, disappearing from the world. Chenzong immediately controlled the black saber, cut off the roots of the blooming ghost flowers, and used his soul remembrance to collect them. His soul remembrance wrapped around the ghost flowers, so it would not destroy them and cause them to lose their effectiveness. Fortunately, Chenzong had obtained some soul remembrance fragments before, and after absorbing them, his soul remembrance had recovered. Otherwise, he would not have been able to take these ghost flowers away. The ghost flowers were here, and they were difficult to preserve. Qinzong only picked a few flowers first, and while using his soul remembrance to extract the juice, he quickly smeared it on Yu Wuxia and Xianxia's glabella. The juice of the ghost flowers was purple, with a little bit of black, like twinkling stars. The juice smeared on their glabella was quickly fading, and was being rapidly absorbed by their divine souls. This scene caused Qinzong to let out a small sigh of relief. Soon after, he smeared the remaining juice on his forehead. Immediately, Qinzong felt an indescribable cool aura rapidly spread out from between his eyebrows and rapidly seeped into the space between his eyebrows. In his spirit sea, Qinzong could see wisps of purple mist, crystal clear, quickly spreading to his primordial spirit and entering his divine soul. Gradually, in addition to the cool aura, there seemed to be a kind of spicy aura growing, which made Qinzong feel strange, but he could still bear it. His divine soul was immersed in the cold and spicy aura, and he could feel that it was recovering at a speed that he could feel. It was indeed effective, and this made Qinzong feel excited. His goal was to recover his divided divine soul, and now he finally found a treasure that could truly restore his divine soul. Under the operation of his divine soul, he actively absorbed the juice of the ghost flower. Soon, the juice of the ghost flower was completely absorbed by Qinzong. Qinzong felt that his divine soul had recovered a little. He plucked the ghost flowers again, smeared the juice on his glabella, and actively absorbed it. Qinzong was actively absorbing the juice, while Yu Wuxia and Xianxia were injured and unconscious, so they were passively absorbing the juice. The efficiency difference was more than 10 times. When the two of them each absorbed the juice of one ghost flower, Qinzong had already absorbed the juice of 10 ghost flowers. However, the two of them had not yet woken up, but they looked much better. Qinzong smeared the juice again, and then smeared the juice on himself. Although there was only one stalk of spectre flower, there were quite a few of them. There were over 100 mature spectre flowers. After Yu Wuxia and Xianxia each used 3 ghost flowers, their injured divine souls recovered and they woke up. After Qinzong quickly explained the situation, he continued to extract the juice, smeared it, and gave a part of it to the two of them. Now, Qinzong's Qi refinement primordial spirit had recovered completely to the strength it had before the division. However, because he had broken through from the Tao manipulation realm to the origin demon realm, his strength could still be further improved. In addition, his body refinement primordial spirit also needed to recover. Strengthening the divine soul, even if it was only a little, was very rare. Yu Wuxia and Xianxia certainly would not miss such an opportunity. However, the speed at which they absorbed the juice of the ghost flower was still several times slower than Qinzong's. What a pity, Qinzong couldn't help but think as he looked back at the vortex that seemed to be disappearing at the entrance. This time, the three of them had worked together to explore the ruins of the primordial era. They had actually gained quite a lot. Although they hadn't obtained any treasures, Yu Wuxia and Xianxia's souls had both been strengthened by about 10%. 10% didn't sound like much, but it was actually very significant. The spirit was the most mysterious thing among humans. It was difficult to cultivate and improve. Even if the strength of the spirit increased with the breakthrough of the realm, the spirit itself didn't have any obvious growth. Now, the 10% increase wasn't in strength, but in the quality of the spirit itself. The benefit it brought was that Yu Wuxia and Xianxia's 6 senses had become sharper, and their comprehension had also increased. The strength of their spirits had also increased, and their primordial spirits had also become stronger. This would be of great help to their cultivation in the future. However, the one who gained the most was still Qinzong. Not only did his spirit, which had been split to break through both Qi cultivation and physique refinement, recover to its original state, but it also improved. Of course, other than that, there were no other gains. For example, the first 3 levels of the lesser Psyche Soul technique that Qinzong had obtained were useful in the ruins. However, after leaving the ruins, Qinzong found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't produce a psyche. As for the level 3 psyche that he had cultivated, once it was exhausted, it couldn't be recovered unless there were psyche fragments. This was because the primordial era was no longer suitable for the cultivation of psyche. Therefore, psyche tools were also worthless. The black saber was reduced to a collection. This made Qinzong feel that it was a pity. In addition, the city lord of the abandoned city had dissipated too quickly. It was a pity that he didn't get more information from him and have a better understanding of the primordial era. If it were those governors who specialized in the primordial era, they would probably die of regret. Junior brother, what's your plan next? Xianxia asked. I plan to go into seclusion for a period of time, Chenzong replied. Now that his spirit had been replenished, its strength was even stronger than before it was split. Chenzong was confident that he could compress his world domain to 1 meter, replace the world core, and cultivate the sword world. Chenzong wasn't sure how long it would take. All of a sudden, the three of them froze and quickly took out the token of the Heavenly Will Palace. The medallion flickered incessantly, and a message appeared on it, informing the three of them. Four Saints token! Xianxia exclaimed. It's the Four Saints token. Xianxia frowned. Chenzong knew that the Four Saints decree was actually a transfer order jointly issued by the four great holy lands. Originally, it was called the Five Saints badge. However, the Great Void Holy Sect was destroyed, leaving only the four holy lands behind. Hence, it was called the Four Saints badge. Any transfer order jointly issued by the four great holy lands must be a major event that concerned the safety of the void. Many years ago, when the Alien Alliance invaded, they issued the Five Saints order. When the barbarians invaded, they issued the Four Saints decree. As for the invasion of the void demons, they had also issued the Four Saints order. So far, throughout history, the Five Saint Edicts or Four Saint Edicts had been issued very rarely. However, every time they were issued, it was definitely a major event. Just think about the Void Fiend, the Xenorace, and the Northern Battlefront. For a moment, the three of them looked extremely serious. The contents of the Four Saints badge indicated that a world in the Eastern Void called Heavenly Hong had fallen and was enveloped by a great formation. And the one who occupied the Heavenly Hong world was a foreign race called the Evil God Tribe. Evil God Tribe. Chenzong frowned. This name was about to become a dusty memory. Back then, he was the first to discover the threat of the Evil God Tribe. After several near-death experiences, he finally returned to the Heavenly Intention Palace and reported this matter to his master. After that, his master told him not to bother about this matter. There would naturally be someone to deal with it. It was also after that Chenzong never encountered anyone from the Evil God Tribe again. After so many years, Chenzong had long forgotten about the so-called Evil God Tribe. After all, the Heavenly Intention Palace was very strong, and so were the other three holy lands. It would definitely be better for them to deal with it than him. It was just that he didn't expect that the Four Saints badge would be used now. In other words, not only did the threat of the Evil God Tribe not disappear, but it had also expanded to the extent of endangering the void. Now, a world was occupied by the Evil God Tribe. The Evil God Tribe erupted and directly activated the great formation that they had set up, enveloping the entire world. The strength of this great formation was shocking. Even if a sovereign realm expert attacked, they wouldn't be able to break it easily. Of course, they could also forcefully break it, but the result would be that the world would be destroyed along with the destruction of the great formation. Although the world was enveloped by the great formation of the Evil God Tribe, there were still many living beings and humans living in it. If the entire world was destroyed, then a large number of humans would also die. Even if the number of humans in a single world was nothing compared to the entire void, there were still hundreds of millions of them. As long as they weren't inhumane demons, they wouldn't sit idly by and watch billions or more of them die for no reason. The Great Formation's power was shocking, and it had a great restriction on one's strength. Sovereign Realm experts couldn't forcefully break it and couldn't enter. Tao Lord Realm experts also couldn't enter, and Transcendent Realm experts also couldn't enter. Only those below the Transcendent Realm could enter. Tao Controlling Realm or Yuan Underworld Realm experts. The strength of a Tao Controlling Realm expert was far inferior to a Yuan Underworld Realm expert. Therefore, Yuan Underworld Realm experts had to be dispatched to enter the Great Formation, kill the Evil God Tribe, destroy the Great Formation from the inside, and rescue at least hundreds of millions of humans in the Tianhong world. This was the content of the Fourth Sacred Edict. They needed to gather Yuan Underworld Realm experts, or even powerful ones. Otherwise, Yuan underworld realm experts with insufficient battle strength would only be courting death if they entered the Tianhong world and faced the evil god tribe. Of course, this gathering order wasn't compulsory. However, as disciples of the four sacred grounds, they had the responsibility to protect the safety of the void. Under normal circumstances, they would choose to go. I want to go, Yu Wuxia said without hesitation. The Intention Sky Palace was the leader of the sacred grounds and the strongest faction in the void. Since ancient times, it had shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting the void. As a disciple of the Intention Sky Palace, it was duty-bound. He had been the first to discover the evil god tribe back then, so he had another responsibility. Qinzong naturally wanted to go, and Xianxia was duty-bound as well. The three of them immediately got to work. There was some distance between here and the eastern void. However, it wasn't a good time to compress the world domain on the void escape. After all, the world domain had to be expanded before it could be compressed. The void escape was only 100 meters in size, but the world domain was 12,000 meters in size. If the compression failed, it would explode and the void escape might be affected or even destroyed. The situation was urgent, so Qinzong could only postpone the plan to compress the world domain. This was something that couldn't be helped. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. The void escape flew at an astonishing speed, using void shuttles time and time again. Qinzong steered the flying ship towards the eastern void while using the four intent to comprehend and cultivate. Heartsword Realm, World Domain, Mind 33 Skies. Qinzong had discovered that after his spirit had been replenished, the upper limits of everything that had been at their limits seemed to have been raised. This meant that regardless of whether it was the Mind 33 Skies, the Heartsword Path, or the World Great Path, he could continue to comprehend, cultivate, and raise the Heartsword Realm and World Domain. The higher the upper limits, the more amazing the potential of the same stage. This would have a great impact on his future achievements. Even though he hadn't cultivated the Sword World and his cultivation base was still at the high-level Yuan underworld, Qinzong's combat strength was still rising little by little. Stronger, breakthrough, the benefits brought about by the recovery of his spirit were also evident. The 15th Heart Palace was successfully forged by Qinzong and reached the Great Success stage. The mysteries of the Heartsword Path and World Great Path were also deeper. The most obvious improvement was that the range of the Heartsword Realm and World Domain had increased. 15,000 meters, the benefits brought about by the recovery of his spirit were so obvious that Qinzong's Great Path domain had reached an astonishing 15,000 meters. This was a level that many low-level mystic ability realms couldn't reach. As a result, Qinzong's combat strength had improved tremendously, regardless of whether it was his normal combat strength or his ultimate combat strength. Finally, the three of them reached the eastern void and arrived at the periphery of the Tianhong realm. Numerous void spaceships and void flying boats stopped outside the Heavenhong world. It was as if they had set up a defensive line, emitting a frightening aura. When Qinzong and the other two disembarked from the void vessel, they also saw many people gathered outside the realm. The elders and disciples of the four great sacred lands, as well as some Dao venerables, were also present. In addition, some of the disciples and elders of the top star domain level factions were also present. Qinzong and the other two saw the Will Sky Palace camp. There was a Dao venerate overseeing the camp, as well as a few mystic ability realm elders and more than a dozen Yuan underworld true disciples. Everyone was stunned when they saw Qinzong. Then, apart from the Dao venerate, even the mystic ability realm elders bowed and greeted the third Dao venerate. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite, Qinzong responded and greeted the Dao venerate. Dao venerate Chen, do you intend to enter as well? The Dao venerate was Dao venerate Xian Chen. He asked Qinzong. As the Dao venerate of the Heaven Palace, it is my duty. Furthermore, I was the one who discovered the evil god tribe back then. It is only right that I do so, Qinzong said firmly. In that case, you must be careful, Dao venerate Chen. Dao venerate Xian Chen's expression was grave. The evil god tribe was not a friendly race. In fact, they were an evil race that coveted the void. This could be seen from their past methods. Now that the Tianhong realm was occupied by the evil god tribe, it was unclear what the situation inside was like. Entering meant that one had to bear a great risk. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. As the Tao venerate of the Heaven Palace, it was very important. His talent was extraordinary and his future was limitless. It would be a great loss if he died inside. However, he could not avoid responsibility and danger just because of his superior status. That was different from the responsibility of being a Tao venerate. Begging for monthly votes. Continue writing and try to add another chapter at night. The Tianhong world could no longer be seen. All that could be seen was a stretch of blood-red light. The dense blood-red light enveloped the entire world. Even though the Tianhong realm wasn't a huge realm and could only be considered one of the smaller ones among the many realms, an array formation that could cover the entire realm was undoubtedly very shocking. After the research of many array formation masters in the void, this blood-red array formation was different from the array formations passed down in the void. They belonged to two different systems. Even though there were similarities, there were also many differences. These differences made it difficult for the array formation masters in the void to decipher it. Perhaps they might be able to decipher it if they continued to research and attempt to decipher it, but it would take too long. The many humans in the Tianhong realm would probably all be dead by then. Because of this, the four great sacred grounds had issued the Four Saints' order to gather powerful Yuan underworld beings to enter and explore the situation. If possible, they would destroy the array formation from the inside and work together to save the Tianhong realm. There was no absolute guarantee that they would succeed. It could only be said that they had a 50-50 chance. However, as long as there was hope, they had to do it. Unless there was no other choice, they couldn't give up on the Tianhong realm and allow the evil god tribe to invade. Otherwise, it would eventually become the main camp of the evil god tribe and become a great threat to the void, just like the barbarian tribe. The current void was already dangerous enough. They couldn't increase this uncontrollable danger. After the research of many array formation masters, the blood-red array that shrouded the Tianhong realm controlled the power level of those who entered. It also restricted the power of the evil god tribe in the Tianhong realm so that they couldn't exceed the Yuan underworld level. As for the original Great Sky realm, it had only been a medium realm. Although it had a large population and many factions, there weren't many Yuan underworld cultivators, let alone divine power realm powerhouses. Therefore, powerful Yuan underworld beings wouldn't be restricted when they entered and would have enough power to protect themselves. The array formation grandmasters studied the blood-colored array formation while setting up array formations outside. Once an evil god race member charged out, they would immediately be trapped by the array formation set up by the array formation grandmasters, unable to break free. This was a double layer of insurance. The Will Sky Palace had a total of 15 Yuan underworld experts. 10 of them were at the peak of the Yuan underworld stage and 5 were at the high Yuan underworld stage. Apart from Zhenzong, the other 4 were veteran Yuan underworld stage experts. They had already reached the peak of the high Yuan underworld stage and were close to breaking through to the peak of the Yuan underworld stage. Therefore, their combat strength wasn't bad and could reach the peak of the Yuan underworld stage. And the highest combat strength was at the peak of the 11th star level. As the Tao disciple, Zhenzong was naturally the leader of the group. When they moved together, the 14 of them had to follow Zhenzong's orders. However, the orders were not compulsory. Enter. The 15 successor disciples of the heavenly palace moved and quickly rushed into the blood-red light. That blood-red light was an array formation. Zhenzong immediately sensed the strange power contained within it. It was an indescribable power. Zhenzong had received part of the Great Void Divine Sect's inheritance of the array Tao. Therefore, he had a good understanding of the array Tao. Compared to the other people who entered, he could sense the strange and terrifying power contained within the blood-red light. Fortunately, this power didn't just seal and suppress them, so it wouldn't hurt them. The blood-red light seemed to be boundless like a boundless sea. Everyone entered it and used their own power to control their bodies and rush forward rapidly. Everyone's cultivation wasn't weak and they were very fast. With Zhenzong as the leader, they flew like the tip of a sword. After a while, they finally rushed out of the range of the blood-red light. However, this didn't mean that they had escaped the range of the array formation. On the contrary, the existence of the blood-red light was to resist the invasion of external forces. The power of the array formation still existed. Zhenzong's gaze was extremely sharp as it quickly swept across and locked onto the nearest mountain. Let's go. As soon as he said those words, Xianxia took the lead and flew towards the mountain. The other 14 disciples of the Heavenly Will Palace quickly followed behind him. The reason why they didn't take out the Void Escape flying ship was because the target of the flying ship was much larger than the people. It was more eye-catching and easier to spot. Xianxia and the rest didn't know what the situation in the great heaven world was like. Therefore, they had to be cautious. The 15 of them restrained their auras to the extreme and maintained a relatively fast speed as they flew towards the nearest mountain. Not long after, the 15 of them landed on that mountain. The place where the 15 of them landed was considered a more remote location. Then, they spread out. Everyone already knew a lot of information about the evil god tribe. This was because in these years, the 4 great holy lands and various star sector level forces had taken the initiative to search for traces of the evil god tribe. They had hunted and killed many evil god tribe members and even captured some alive. They had studied many characteristics of the evil god tribe and were even more detailed than what Xianxia knew in the past. Now, the human race had the corresponding methods to refine some evil god tribe aura sensors to sense the aura of the evil god tribe within a certain range. This kind of device was called the evil chi ring. It was in the style of a bracelet. Everyone had obtained one and wore it on their wrist. The evil chi ring had 2 modes, the active mode and the passive mode. The passive mode came with the evil chi ring. It had a range of 100 meters. As long as there was an evil god tribe member within 100 meters, it could sense them. However, the accuracy wasn't 100% because some evil god tribe members were hidden very deeply. It wasn't that easy to sense them. The active mode required the cultivator to activate it with their own divine will to increase the range and strength of the senses. The maximum range was 10,000 meters. Under the strongest state of the active sensing mode, he could basically sense the hidden members of the evil god tribe. This was the result of testing after capturing quite a number of members of the evil god tribe alive. As for whether he could sense all the hidden members of the evil god tribe, no one could guarantee this. However, with the evil chi ring, it could at least sense the majority of the evil god tribe members. This would be of great help to this operation. The 15 people all wore the evil chi ring. 3 people formed a group, so there were a total of 5 groups that headed in 5 different directions. Each group had a Great Perfection Yuan Underworld powerhouse. The Great Perfection Yuan Underworld powerhouses of the Will Sky Palace were at least 10-star or 11-star powerhouses. In other words, there was at least one 11-star powerhouse in each of the 5 small groups. 11-star, 10-star, 9-star. Xianxia, Wuxia, and Xianxia formed a group. After all, the 3 of them had cooperated well in the ruins of the primordial era. Furthermore, the 3 of them were from the Will Sky Palace and had a close relationship. The Great Heaven Realm was an ordinary mid-sized realm. The strongest faction was only a nebula-grade faction. The high-grade nebula-grade faction was called the Great Heaven Sect. Besides the Great Heaven Sect, there were 2 mid-grade nebula-grade factions and 5 low-grade nebula-grade factions. The rest were all star-grade factions. In other words, the strongest powerhouse in the Great Heaven Realm was only a high-grade Yuan Underworld powerhouse. Their combat strength was also considered normal. However, many Great Perfection Yuan Underworld powerhouses had entered the Great Heaven Realm to pursue the evil god tribe. If they hadn't died yet, they should still be in the Great Heaven Realm. Their current mission was to gather information and find the disciples of the nebula-grade factions that had been trapped in the Great Heaven Realm. They should have more information. They could only hope that these people hadn't been captured by the evil god tribe or that their bodies had been seized by the evil god tribe. Xianxia and the other 2 moved quickly. They flew out of the mountain and entered the nearest city. Panic, Xianxia and the rest could feel an indescribable fear in the aura that permeated the city. There were very few people on the streets. Every one of them was in a hurry. Their expressions were flustered, and their eyes were filled with panic. Every one of them was running as fast as they could. Some of them were in a panic, while others were in a sorry state. It was as if there was a ferocious beast chasing after them. Xianxia stopped one of them and used some hypnotic techniques to interrogate him. Then, he found out the reason. It turned out that when the blood-colored array that enveloped the Great Heaven Realm was activated, an astonishing storm swept up in the Great Heaven Realm. Every corner of the great heaven realm was affected and fluctuated. Endless blood-colored light filled the air and swept across like a raging tide. It was as if a calamity was about to destroy the world. When the blood-colored light swept across, everyone felt as if they had lost something in their bodies. They became weak all of a sudden and took a long time to slowly recover. In fact, some of the weaker ones died right away. To ordinary people, this was a very frightening thing. The area of effect was very large, and it caused panic in their hearts that spread for a while. Zhenzong knew that when the power of the array spread, it swept past everyone's bodies and took away a portion of their blood. What a strange array. Zhenzong was secretly shocked after pondering for a while. Such a formation directly absorbed the power of life's energy and blood to strengthen itself. Its power was even stronger, and it was able to cover the entire great heaven world. It was also able to withstand the power of a dominator to a certain extent. It was already fusing with this world. If it was forcefully broken, the array would collapse and the great heaven realm would be destroyed. There would be countless casualties. Because of this, in order to avoid unnecessary casualties, Yuan underworld cultivators were sent out to infiltrate the array and see if they could break it from the inside. If it really didn't work, they could only take the last step, which was to forcefully break the array. Although it would cause countless casualties, that was the last resort. There was no other choice. Their current hope could only be placed on everyone. They hoped that they could find the evil god tribe and kill them. At the very least, they had to destroy the array from the inside and cooperate with the outside to ultimately collapse the array. When that time came, the powerhouses would move out and sweep across. The evil god tribe would have nowhere to hide and would all die. This planet was located at the edge of the great heaven realm and was considered a low-grade planet. Moreover, it was one of the more ordinary low-grade planets. The strongest force was a force called the Azure Sky Sect. It was a low-grade star-grade force and the strongest person was only at the Tao manipulation realm. Third update, the 15 core disciples of the Will Heavenly Palace landed on a mountain, while the core disciples of the Eternal Battle Fort, Thousand Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain, and Purple Extreme Hall of Jiyuan went to other places. The core disciples of other top, middle, and low-tier star domain level forces also joined forces and headed to other places. This was a medium-sized world with vast land and many mountains. There were many other terrains. Apart from a part of the Forbidden Wastelands, there were also many places where humans lived. Bastards of the evil god race, come out for me. A group of Yuan underworld true disciples from the Jiyuan Purple Extreme Hall landed in a large city and activated their evil aura rings one after another. They quickly spread out in all directions as they sensed the aura. Fluctuations of the evil god tribe. They didn't seem to care about the evil god tribe at all. The people of the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiyuan loved to fight. They had strong blood qi and extremely strong physiques, so their personalities were more direct and violent. They didn't like scheming and plotting, so they would usually settle things with their fists. The person who shouted was a greater mastery divine physique perfection powerhouse from the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiyuan. His combat strength was as high as the 11-star level. Because he cultivated his body, his blood qi was vigorous, his physique was extremely strong, and his vitality was terrifyingly tenacious. He had a higher chance of winning against qi refinement cultivators of the same level. In a life and death battle, his chances of survival were higher. The path of cultivating one's body was difficult, but if one succeeded in cultivating it, their combat strength would be stronger than qi refinement cultivators of the same level. His powerful strength was what he relied on. Because this place was under the Great Array, Divine Ability Realm cultivators couldn't enter. The evil god tribe also didn't have any strength beyond the Yuan underworld realm. Therefore, they had nothing to fear. 12 stars of battle power that exceeded the limit was too rare. The people of Thousand Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain landed in other places and spread out like a raging fire. The people of the Eternal Battle Fort were filled with fighting spirit, stirring up the clouds. Although the evil god tribe was evil and a scourge, the people of the 4 great sacred grounds weren't afraid at all. They had their own methods and outstanding strength. If they wanted to fight, they would fight. The Eternal Battle Fort had established the northern battlefront and resisted the barbarian tribe there. For countless years, the barbarian tribe hadn't been able to invade. A single member of the evil god race wasn't enough to make them feel fear. They only felt excitement. Within the city, the Will Heavenly Palace's 15 Origin Underworld disciples were divided into 5 groups. They flew in 5 different directions at an astonishing speed. They activated their evil aura rings and expanded their range to the maximum, covering an area of 10,000 meters. They quickly sensed the aura of the evil god tribe. This was not a simple task, because a medium-sized world was not small, and 10,000 meters was an extremely insignificant range for a medium-sized world. It was like a grain of sand in the ocean. Using this method to search the entire world was undoubtedly a very time-consuming and laborious method. Even if many people entered, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. But for the time being, there was no better way, so this was the only way. Soon, Xianxia and the other 2 searched the entire city but did not find any traces of the evil god tribe. After contacting the other 4 groups of true inheritors, they did not find any traces of the evil god tribe either. From the looks of it, even if this world was invaded by the evil god race, the evil god race had yet to truly occupy it completely. Or rather, the strength of the evil god race wasn't that strong yet. Maybe it was because they didn't have enough manpower or other reasons. From the looks of it, there was still hope. If they could easily discover traces of the evil god race after entering, it could only mean that the number of evil god race members had increased greatly. If this world had completely fallen, it would mean that there would be even greater trouble. Since they could not find any traces of the evil god race here, nor could they find those who had entered earlier, Xianxia and the others did not hesitate at all. They immediately changed directions and flew toward the center of the world. The 15 of them all wore grave and stern expressions. Although the void had been plagued with disasters, so had the human race. The human race had defended against countless disasters, and some of the disasters had caused the human race to suffer countless casualties. However, the human race had still stubbornly persevered. Even now, there were still huge disasters. The human race was the same and had not been defeated. The evil god race was just one of the many disasters. However, Xianxia would not look down on them because of this. At the very least, among the people who had entered, he was undoubtedly the most familiar with the evil god race. The means of the evil god race were very strange, and there was no doubt about it. However, experiencing it personally and hearing about it were 2 different things. It was said that no matter how detailed it was and how it made one feel as if they were there, it was ultimately not real. In the end, it lacked the cruelty of experiencing it personally. Only those who had experienced it personally would know how evil the evil god race was. Toward the evil god race, even now, Xianxia was still wary of them. The evil god race was a race of unknown origin. Their means were strange and evil, and they were not that easy to deal with. Although it was gratifying that they did not discover any traces of the evil god race, it was also worrisome. Back then, the evil god race was already good at hiding. Now, after many years of fighting with the human race, the evil god race might be even more difficult to deal with. They did not think highly of any of their opponents, but they also did not underestimate any of their opponents. Although the evil chi bracelet could actively sense the aura fluctuations of the evil god race, making it easier for them to find traces of the evil god race, it had to be activated by their divine sense in order to maintain the maximum efficiency. If that was the case, their divine sense would be constantly depleted. Even with everyone's immense divine consciousness, they could not withstand such depletion. There was no helping it. This was the current state of the evil aura bracelet. Only by continuing to improve it could they reduce the depletion. However, they did not have so much time now. Therefore, everyone took turns to activate the evil aura bracelet, and the search efficiency decreased again. This time, the 15 of them really split up into 5 groups. Xianxia, Wuxia, and Xianxia were in one group. They crossed the mountains and flew into a city. This was a big city. Activate the evil aura bracelet. The 3 of them were separated by a distance of 20,000 meters. They flew quickly and carefully sensed the evil aura fluctuations. The evil aura bracelet suddenly trembled, immediately attracting Xianxia's attention. His eyes flashed, and he immediately looked to the left. His sharp gaze locked onto a figure. From the looks of it, it was a human. However, Xianxia was sure that it was a human who had been possessed by the evil god race. Although it looked like a human on the outside, it was no longer a human in essence. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Yu Wuxia and Xianxia. The three of them surrounded him and flew over. That evil god race member also sensed that something was wrong. Without hesitation, he entered the crowd and quickly escaped. It was a pity that under the detection of the evil aura bracelet, his aura was like a lighthouse in the dark night. It was difficult for him to escape. Very soon, Chenzong and the other two caught up with that person. This is the evil god race? Yu Wuxia and Xianxia stared at that person, secretly surprised. No matter how they looked at it, it was a human. However, they also knew that the evil god race would possess humans, invading their souls and taking over their bodies. Therefore, although they looked like humans on the outside, their souls were no longer human. They were the souls of the evil god race. Moreover, the human whose body was possessed by the evil god race would be able to undergo the evil god transformation after bidding for a period of time. The so-called evil god transformation was to turn a human's body into the body of an evil god race member. However, the vast majority of evil god race members would not be able to revert back to their human appearances once they underwent the evil god transformation. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, the evil god race would not undergo the evil god transformation. After all, this was the territory of the human race. It would be more convenient to move around with a human's body. Otherwise, after undergoing the evil god transformation, they would directly transform into the true body of an evil god race member. Anyone who saw it would know that it was not a human, but a ferocious foreign race. How did you guys discover me? When the evil god race member saw that he was surrounded outside the city and was unable to break free, his gaze turned dark and ferocious, turning into vertical pupils that were extremely cold and evil. His voice was sharp like the friction between blades, making one feel uncomfortable. You don't need to know. Where are the other evil god race members? Chenzong asked. It would be better if he could find out about the situation of the other evil god race members. Don't even think about it. The evil god race member let out a cold laugh and then transformed. Blood light swept out, and an extremely evil aura gushed out from his body as his body expanded rapidly. Right before the eyes of Chenzong and the other two, the evil god race member completed the evil god transformation. Vertical pupils, long snake-like hair, and a layer of snake-like scales covered his entire body like armor. His aura was over 10 times stronger than before, extremely terrifying. Die. After the evil god transformation, the evil god race member's strength increased tremendously. As his snake-like hair danced in the wind, his vertical pupils shot out a cold and merciless scarlet light. His strange body twisted and darted through the grass like a snake, his speed astonishing. In an instant, this evil god race member charged toward Chenzong. His arms instantly shot out like pythons, his speed fast and extremely ferocious, not showing any mercy in his attacks. With a flash of sword light, Chenzong unsheathed his sword and slashed out with an extremely high level of technique. This sword attack was like several slashes, directly severing the evil god race member's limbs. Even his snake-like long hair was completely severed, cutting off all the evil god race member's means of retaliation. And the evil god race's final means of retaliation was possession. With a flash of light, the evil god race member charged toward Chenzong's forehead. Demon Sealing Incantation. Chenzong's reaction was even faster. He executed the Demon Sealing Incantation, directly imprisoning and sealing the evil god race member's divine soul, making it fall into his hands. He could bring it out and turn it in to study the characteristics of the evil god race, etc. In just an instant, the battle ended. Yu Wuxia was very displeased. However, since the enemy was already killed, she could only continue to search. With the detection of the evil aura ring, the three of them continued to pass by and sense, continuously searching for the whereabouts of the evil god race members. The detection of the evil aura ring was indeed very strong. Up until now, not a single member of the evil god race had been able to escape its detection. Boom! Yu Wuxia's extremely violent punch smashed an evil god race member into pieces. She executed the demon sealing incantation and even imprisoned the evil god race member's divine soul that was attempting to possess Chenzong. Xianxia's whip shook and instantly burst forth with an astonishing might. It also broke the body of an evil god race member as if it could destroy mountains, sealing the divine soul that was attempting to possess Xianxia. Up until now, the three of them had already discovered over 20 evil god race members and killed all of them. With the detection of the evil aura ring, these evil god race members had nowhere to hide. Xianxia's side had great results. The other teams would also occasionally discover the auras of the evil god race members and would pursue and kill them. In the center of the great heaven world, 1,000 meters deep underground, there was a huge hole. It was like an underground world. Figures shuttled back and forth, and upon closer inspection, those figures were not humans. Vertical pupils, snake hair, snake scale-like armor, weren't these the characteristics of the evil god tribe? This was actually the territory of the evil god tribe. In the center of this underground world, there was a huge altar. On the altar, there was a statue that was 100 meters tall. Its vertical pupils were cold, and its snake hair was dancing in the wind. It wasn't wearing snake scale armor. Instead, it was wearing a suit of armor. It looked very gorgeous. If Xianxia saw it, he would definitely think of the Cthulhu king who was killed by his inner demons in the battle with him. This 100-meter-tall Cthulhu king statue was very lifelike, and its vertical pupils seemed to be shooting out rays of cold light. It was extremely cold, as if it was staring at something, as if it would come to life at any time. Waves of red halos were spreading out from the Cthulhu king statue, emitting a dazzling red light. And around the Cthulhu king statue, which was the edge of the huge altar, stood 9 pillars. Each pillar was 100 meters tall, and there were many patterns carved on the pillars. Upon closer inspection, they were all patterns of the evil god tribe. They were densely packed and twisted strangely, as if they were tangled together. One look was enough to make one's scalp go numb. At the top of each pillar, there was a blood-red ball of light that was 10 meters in diameter, emitting a shocking aura, resonating with the red light of the Cthulhu king statue. At this moment, a series of slow footsteps could be heard, and a tall figure slowly walked towards the Cthulhu king statue. Upon closer inspection, the figure was hunched. The reason why it was tall was because the figure was very tall, but it was also hunched. If it was not hunched, it would only look taller. Vertical pupils and snake hair, this was an evil god tribe member, and there was a beard on his chin. Upon closer inspection, it was not a normal beard, but a beard that looked like a snake's tail, very strange. On his body, there was no snake scale armor, but a robe that seemed to be woven from snake scales. There were patterns of hundreds of snakes entwined on it, making it even more mysterious. This evil god tribe member held a snake-headed walking stick in his left hand, and was slowly walking towards the Cthulhu king statue. Soon after, the different members of the evil god tribe began to mumble in a strange language. Gradually, the statue of the evil god king seemed to be giving a response. The red light in its eyes became increasingly intense, directly shooting out and entering the eyes of the evil god tribe members. As if they had been struck by lightning, the bodies of these different members of the evil god tribe trembled slightly. Then, they paused, becoming motionless as if they had turned into statues. Light and vibrant colors flowed in their vertical pupils, as if countless scenes flashed past. After a long while, the evil god tribe member finally reacted. Then, with a furious expression, he raised his snake-headed walking stick with his left hand and smashed it down heavily. At Cthulhu King, Cthulhu Cthulhu clan member, Cthulhu Cthulhu, and Cthulhu Cthulhu, Cthulhu Cthulhu Cthulhu, and Cthulhu Cthulhu, Cthulhu Cthulhu and Cthulhu at the next instant, countless strange sounds that caused one's scalp to turn numb and sent chills down one's spine rang out. Many figures broke through the air and shot over from all directions, appearing before this member of the evil god race. They were all members of the evil god race with vertical eyes, snake hair, and snake-scaled armor. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 evil god tribe members here. Then, the evil god tribe members all retreated, opening up a path in the middle, as if they were welcoming some honorable person. Not long later, a figure walked over, and he actually had a hint of elegance. This was also a member of the evil god tribe, but he was different from ordinary members of the evil god tribe. Although he also had vertical pupils and snake hair, his vertical pupils were faint golden, and his face actually looked a little handsome. He was not wearing snake-scale armor, but a set of snake-scale armor, which was even more exquisite. "Great priest, why have you gathered everyone here?" The somewhat handsome young evil god tribe member walked over as he asked, his tone somewhat respectful. "Your Highness, some of our tribe members who are scattered outside have been discovered," the great priest of the evil god tribe replied, his eyes filled with wisdom. "The humans have finally responded?" A bright light flashed in the vertical pupils of the evil god tribe member who was addressed as Your Highness. Then, he revealed an interested smile, as if he was looking forward to it. "Your Highness, this is the territory of the humans after all. The humans are very powerful and cannot be underestimated," the great priest reminded. The great priest reminded him. He knew very well that His Highness was very ambitious. His purpose in descending this time was to seize a foundation in the void so that more of his clansmen would be able to enter and survive in the void. It would be best if he could enslave the humans and make them the masters of this void. Occupying the grand heaven world, preventing the human experts from entering, was also the idea of this Highness. This Highness was indeed very outstanding. However, the humans had the advantage in numbers, and there were also many outstanding people among them. They really could not be underestimated. "Great priest, don't worry. I will not underestimate any opponent," the evil god tribe member said with a smile. "In that case, what does the great priest think we should do next?" Since the humans had entered this place, they would find this place sooner or later. Rather than passively allowing themselves to be found, they might as well take the initiative to attack. After all, passivity had never been their style. The reason he had asked for the great priest's opinion first was because the great priest had a very high status in the tribe. "Your Highness, you already have a plan in mind, right?" The great priest smiled. His duty was to assist the Highness. Of course, he would not put the cart before the horse. "All warriors, listen up." The evil god tribe member's expression immediately turned solemn. The evil god tribe members on his left and right all stood straight, their auras as one. These were all elite evil god tribe members that were equivalent to the Yuan underworld evil god tribe members, not the Tao controlling evil god tribe members in the outside world. "Everyone, move out and capture all the Yuan underworld humans," the evil god tribe member ordered immediately. "Yes." Over 1,000 Yuan underworld evil god tribe members responded and immediately set off. The evil god tribe basically knew the cultivation system of the human race. After all, they had taken over the bodies of many humans and had also captured many humans alive. Thus, they had already figured it out. However, the cultivation system of the evil god tribe was different from that of the human race. Even if they knew the cultivation system of the human race, they couldn't cultivate it. However, this wasn't useless. The human race had studied the characteristics of the evil god tribe, so the evil god tribe would naturally study the characteristics of the human race. With a smile on his face, the body of the evil god tribe member started to change. His originally tall body shrunk to the height of an ordinary person. His vertical pupils also turned into the eyes of a human. His snake hair became soft and smooth, turning into long black hair. The exquisite snake-scale armor on his body also turned into a close-fitting exquisite armor. It didn't look like battle armor, but more like the kind of armor that royalty and nobles used for decoration. This was a handsome man with extremely exquisite features. A handsome man that could make a woman scream in shock. With a mysterious smile, the evil god tribe member, who had transformed into a handsome man from the human race, bade farewell to the evil god tribe's great priest and walked out. In the Tianhong world, there was one high-level cosmic system state force, 2 mid-level cosmic system state forces, and 5 low-level cosmic system state forces. Other than that, there were close to 100 cosmic state forces. They were scattered all over the world and had their own territories. Chen Zong's team of 3 maintained contact with the other 4 teams. They gradually moved forward, constantly searching for and killing the evil god tribe members. Finally, the 3 of them entered the territory of the low-tier galaxy state force, the 7 Rainbow Sect. The 3 of them discussed for a while before flying towards the mountain gate of the 7 Rainbow Sect. The Tianhong world hadn't been sealed for a long time. However, during this time, many evil god tribe members had taken over the bodies of the human race. If this trend continued, there would only be more and more evil god tribe members being taken over. Chen Zong's team planned to go to the 7 Rainbow Sect to check out the situation and see if the 7 Rainbow Sect had fallen. If it had, then they could only destroy it. The Tianhong world was a medium-sized world and was relatively vast. As one of the 5 major low-tier galaxy state forces, the territory that the Seven Rainbow sect occupied was also very vast. Chen Zong's team didn't know that the evil god tribe had already discovered their presence and had begun to move. With the speed of the 3 of them, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the mountain gate of the Seven Rainbow sect. However, the formation of the Seven Rainbow sect was activated, as if it was defending against an invasion. The air was filled with a sense of desolation. Chen Zong's team approached and floated outside the formation. Through the formation, they could vaguely see the scene inside. The mountain gate seemed to be a little damaged. The ground was full of potholes, as if it had just been through a fierce battle. "Who are you?" The people patrolling the Seven Rainbow sect's formation also noticed Chen Zong's team. They immediately shouted, their eyes filled with killing intent. "True disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace," Chen Zong replied. "True disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace." The person was slightly startled. Then, he quickly ran inside, leaving Chen Zong's team confused. After a while, another person appeared. This time, there were a few more people. "You are Chen Zong." One of them actually recognized Chen Zong. "Xie Gang, so it's you." Yu Wuxia also recognized the other party at a glance. "Senior Sister Yu and Senior Sister Xia." The person called Xie Gang by Yu Wuxia was very excited. He was one of the Yuan underworld true disciples of the Will Heavenly Palace. The reason he recognized Yu Wuxia was because he had been challenged by Yu Wuxia before. In the end, he had been beaten up by Yu Wuxia, so he had a deep impression of her. As for Chen Zong, it was very easy. He had participated in Chen Zong's 3rd Dao disciple ceremony before, so he naturally had a very deep impression of him. Since he was a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, the Seven Rainbow sect temporarily opened the formation and let Chen Zong's team enter before opening the formation again. Xie Gang had entered the Great Heaven Realm before it was sealed. He had come to deal with the evil god tribe. However, after the Great Heaven Realm was sealed, he had tried to leave but found that he couldn't. Whenever he wanted to rush out of the blood-colored light, he would be pulled back. No matter what he did, he couldn't leave. It felt as if he had become one with the Great Heaven Realm. He had taken root here and couldn't leave. Xie Gang wasn't the only one who felt this way. The others felt the same. Chen Zong immediately sank into deep thought. He thought of the great formation that the evil god tribe had set up to envelop the Great Heaven Realm. The Seven Rainbow sect had been invaded several times by the evil god tribe and many of their disciples had been captured. Although they had killed some members of the evil god tribe, they had lost more than they won. They had suffered heavy losses and their overall strength had dropped by a large margin. The strongest people in the Seven Rainbow sect were the sect master, vice sect master, and grand elder. They were all at the initial level of the origin demon realm and their combat strength wasn't strong enough. The strongest among them was only at the peak of the 2-star realm. But now, the vice sect master had died in battle and the sect master was missing. Only the Grand Elder was left with the origin demon realm combat strength. If not for the arrival of the Will Heavenly Palace's true disciple, Xie Gang, who had killed the invading evil god tribe with his powerful combat strength, the Seven Rainbow sect would have been destroyed long ago. However, the powerful evil god tribe had also come. Xie Gang hadn't been able to resist that battle and could only rely on the Seven Rainbow sect's great formation to resist the invasion of the evil god tribe. The current situation was to stall for time. To put it bluntly, they were struggling at death's door. They didn't know when they would be broken through. After all, when the great formation was fully activated, it consumed an astonishing amount of energy. Even with the Seven Rainbow sect's accumulation, it couldn't be activated for too long. Once the power was exhausted, the great formation would lose its effect and it would be difficult to resist the invasion of the evil god tribe. The arrival of Chen Zong and the other 2 Will Heavenly Palace's true disciples gave the people of the Seven Rainbow sect hope. No one wanted to die. Especially if they were captured by the evil god tribe. This was even more terrifying than death. While they were talking, Chen Zong suddenly frowned slightly. His eyes narrowed and a sharp light flashed in them. "What's wrong?" Yu Wuxia reacted quickly and asked. "The evil god tribe is here." Just as Zhenzong's voice fell, Yu Wuxia and Xia Yingfei sensed the aura of the evil god tribe condensing and rapidly approaching. There was no need for the evil chi bracelet to sense it because the aura was very obvious. Xie Gang's expression changed drastically when he sensed the aura. Zhenzong and the other two figures flashed and instantly appeared outside the Seven Rainbow sect. They looked ahead through the formation and saw a few strange figures approaching at an astonishing speed. The evil god tribe, it was the evil god race that hadn't taken over the bodies of humans. The moment they appeared, they would appear in their original bodies. Or rather, after they took over the bodies of humans, they would transform into evil gods. This way, they would be more compatible with the divine souls of the evil god race. Furthermore, because he had first possessed a human and then transformed into an evil god, his ability to adapt to the laws of the void was much stronger, and the suppression he faced was much smaller. Another point was that the great formation that sealed off the great heaven realm was also slowly changing the rules, making it more suitable for the evil god tribe to live in. To put it simply, this place was similar to the home ground of the evil god tribe. No matter what, since the evil god tribe had come knocking on their door, they naturally had to fight and kill. Stop the formation, Zhenzong said immediately. Under the full activation of the Seven Rainbow Gates Great Array, one could neither enter nor leave. One had to stop first before leaving. Stop the formation. After a slight hesitation, the Seven Rainbow Sect's Great Elder immediately issued the order. He was now the person with the highest position in the Seven Rainbow Sect. Amidst the buzzing, the formation stopped. Zhenzong and the other three immediately flew out. Shortly after, the formation was activated again. However, it wasn't that simple to activate the formation again. It would take some time before it could be fully activated. This was also what the Seven Rainbow Sect's Great Elder was worried about. If Zhenzong and the other three couldn't stop the evil god race and were barged in before the Great Formation was fully activated again, the people of the Seven Rainbow Sect would be killed. Even if they didn't die, they would be captured. What would happen after they were captured was unknown, but it was definitely more terrifying than death. Those are the humans from the outside world that the High Priest and His Highness were talking about. He, capture them all. Capture them all. The four evil god races' evil vertical pupils stared at Zhenzong and the other two as they let out strange chilling laughter. In an instant, the speed of the four evil god races' members increased by several folds. They rapidly closed in on Zhenzong and the other three. Zhenzong and the other three weren't afraid. They also charged forward in an instant. The four evil god races' members each took one. The aura fluctuations emitted by the four evil god races' members weren't weak. They were at least at the high level of the origin demon realm. Close. In an instant, the four evil god races' members attacked. The evil god claw tore through the air and the evil god arm attacked ferociously. The evil god claw and evil god arm were the innate abilities of the evil god race. They were also their weapons. The evil god claw seemed to be able to tear through everything and the evil god arm seemed to be able to crush everything. The moment they appeared, Zhenzong and the others immediately felt threatened. These evil god races' members were different from the evil god race that they had sensed through the evil chi ring. Those evil god races' members were weaker, but these four evil god races' members were much stronger. Swordlight flashed and was instantly unsheathed, drawing a long scar in the void. It was like a beautiful arc that was suffused with an indescribable sharpness. It could cut through everything, tear everything, and penetrate everything. Yu Wuxia threw out a punch. His arm and fist were several times weaker than the heretical god arm. However, the power contained within his fist was extremely terrifying and berserk. Xia Yingfei's whip trembled, emitting a thunderous sound. It was extremely powerful. Finally, Xie Gang's hand slowly pulled out the long saber at his waist. The saber blade and scabbard rubbed against each other, causing sparks to fly everywhere. However, the sparks didn't scatter. Instead, they were guided by an indescribable force, circling around the saber blade. The intensity of the sparks grew increasingly intense. Finally, as the tip of the saber left the scabbard, the sparks condensed on the edge of the saber blade, slowly rising upwards. Slash! Xie Gang's eyes widened. The veins on his arms tightened and his muscles swelled. His 5 fingers felt like they could crush a mountain. The saber that was raised high in the air abruptly slashed down. Countless sparks fused with an extremely terrifying power, transforming into a blazing saber light that slashed through the void. Against the evil god race, one couldn't show the slightest mercy. The seven rainbow sects grand formation gradually activated. Buzzing sounds reverberated unceasingly as brilliant light filled the air. Inside the grand formation, the seven rainbow sects elders, attendants, and disciples were all staring with wide eyes, staring at the backs of the four evil god races members. That was where their hope lay, and also where their reliance lay. If these four people were defeated, then the seven rainbow sects' outcome would be disastrous. On the other hand, if these four people won, then the seven rainbow sect could still continue to hold on. The sword light was like flowing light, its origin unknown, causing the evil god race's member to be unable to predict where the sword light would come from and where it would pierce. The sharp claws of the evil god race seemed to want to tear the sword light apart, but it was like a mirage. Not only did it not hit the sword light, but the sword light instead pierced through it, directly killing it. A sword pierced through, a sword beheaded, the evil god race's head flew high into the air. In the next breath, the vertical pupils of the evil god race's member flickered with an evil light. The space between his brows seemed to split open like an eye, directly shooting out a beam of scarlet light. A divine soul then flew towards Xianxia. Possession, another ability of the evil god race, an innate ability. Although Xianxia had encountered many evil god races' attempts to possess him, every time, he would turn the danger into safety and gain something. Even so, Xianxia was not willing to put himself in such a dangerous situation. If one often walked by the river, how could one's shoes not be wet? If he treated being possessed and gaining something from it as a habit and took the initiative to do so, it was inevitable that he would suffer a calamity one day. Once he suffered a calamity, his soul would scatter, and there would be no turning back. Demon Sealing Incantation, Xianxia formed a seal with his left hand. Under the Demon Sealing Incantation, the evil god race's divine soul that flew over and attempted to possess him was instantly sealed. On the other side, Yu Wuxiao's fist collided with the evil god race's arm without dodging. Like a hot knife through butter, the thick evil god race's arm was directly shattered, instantly shattering. The terrifying and incomparably violent fist force instantly exploded half of the evil god race's divine soul's body. That scene was extremely shocking. Naturally, this evil god race's divine soul also wanted to possess him. However, Yu Wuxiao also cultivated the demon sealing incantation and directly sealed it. Xianxia and Yu Wuxiao's battle was the earliest to end. However, Xianxia and Xie Gang fought intensely with the evil god race's divine soul. The difference in combat strength between the two sides was not big. However, regardless of whether it was Xianxia or Yu Wuxiao, neither of them interfered. In such a situation, there was no need for them to interfere. They paid more attention to the movements in the surroundings to see if there were any other evil god race's divine soul. Xianxia also started to interrogate the sealed evil god race's divine soul. Due to his previous experience, Xianxia understood the evil god race's language and could communicate with them normally. Of course, many evil god race's divine soul would also grasp the human language after possessing someone. The evil god race's divine soul that Xianxia killed earlier were all Dao Manipulation Realm evil god race's divine soul, low-level evil god race's divine soul. Low-level evil god race's divine soul had limited knowledge and could not obtain any useful information from interrogating them. Now, Xianxia's divine soul was a mid-level evil god race, which should be the highest level evil god race in the Great Sky Realm. He should know more information. I won't tell you anything. This evil god race's divine soul was very stubborn. Faced with Xianxia's interrogation, he sneered, "Very soon, you will be finished. This world will belong to our divine race. The human race will be enslaved by our divine race." Many evil god races' divine race would refer to their race as the divine race. This was equivalent to blowing their own trumpet. Even though Xianxia used some methods to make the evil god race's divine soul suffer, he still could not get any useful information out of it. Under Xianxia's methods, the evil god race's divine soul could not hold on and directly shattered, dissipating. If interrogating one evil god race's divine soul did not work, Xianxia would try another one. The second one was naturally the evil god race's divine soul in Yu Wuxiao's hands. After some interrogation, this evil god race's divine soul was not as stubborn as the first one. In the end, it could not hold on and gave up some information. For example, the evil god race's high priest, the evil god race's divine highness, and the thousands of evil god race's divine warriors. However, there was not much information that could be obtained from the interrogation. At the very least, Xianxia and the others knew one thing: the evil god race already knew of their arrival and had reacted. High priest of the evil god race. Your Highness of the evil god race. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly as he exchanged a glance with Xianxia. He suddenly felt that this time, they seemed to have caught two big fish. After all, the words High Priest and Your Highness sounded extraordinary. Ordinary people would not be addressed in such a manner. A high position and authority, if they could capture an evil god race member of such a high position and hand him over to the sex experts, they might be able to obtain more information about the evil god race. At the very least, they might be able to resolve the crisis here. 4 members of the evil god tribe were killed one after another, and their souls were sealed. After interrogating them, they didn't get any more information. Thousands of mid-level evil god tribe warriors, the evil god tribe high priest, the evil god tribe highness, the underground cave, this was all the information they had, but they couldn't find out where the underground cave was located. It was obvious that these evil god tribe members didn't want to say anything. Since they had already said so much, there was no need to hide anything else. From the beginning to the end of the battle, the time it took was actually very short. The 7 Rainbow Sects Grand Formation was about to be stopped as soon as it was fully activated, but Xianxia stopped it. When this Grand Formation was first activated, it consumed the most energy. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, it wouldn't be activated at all, and it wouldn't be closed so frequently either. The energy it consumed was several times or even 10 times more than when it was activated. In the end, the 7 Rainbow Sect maintained the activation of the Great Array to protect the disciples of the 7 Rainbow Sect. As for Xie Gang, he moved together with Xianxia and the other 2. Only by finding the so-called High Priest and Her Highness of the Evil God tribe as soon as possible would they be able to resolve the crisis of the Grand Heaven Realm. Watching Xianxia and the other 3 leave, the 7 Rainbow Sect members were nervous, but also full of anticipation. They only hoped that they could really resolve the crisis here. Otherwise, the 7 Rainbow Sects Grand Formation wouldn't be able to last much longer. Xianxia also transmitted the information he obtained to the other 4 teams of the Heavenly Palace. Although there wasn't much information, at least they had a clear idea of what to do instead of running around aimlessly. The Evil God Tribe High Priest and Highness of the Evil God Tribe are really interesting. Let's go, we'll go meet them. After receiving Xianxia's message, the 4 teams of the Heavenly Palace smiled. They had been constantly investigating, but unfortunately, they hadn't found any clues. They didn't expect that Xianxia's group would be the first to find them. As expected of a Daozi. Of course, the Heavenly Palace didn't try to hide this information. Instead, they passed it down to the core disciples of the other powers. While it was an honor to be able to resolve the crisis with their own strength, they still had to prioritize the bigger picture. Let's go to the Heavenly Hong sect to check out the situation, Xianxia said after some thought. The Heaven Hong sect was the strongest faction in the Heaven Hong cosmos. It was also the only high-tier Nebula grade faction. It had high-level Yuanming powerhouses, mid-level Yuanming, and low-level Yuanming powerhouses. As the strongest faction in the Great Heaven world, the Great Heaven sect's information sources were definitely more abundant than the 7 Rainbow sects. If he wanted to find the underground cave where the Evil God tribe was hiding, he might have to borrow the Great Heaven sect's power. The Great Heaven sect was the most powerful force in this world. It was located in the place with the densest vital chi in this world. Its name was Great Heaven Mountain. Grand Heaven's Mountain was the tallest and largest mountain in the Grand Heaven's world. Xianxia and the other 3 maintained their astonishing speed and flew away. The Grand Heaven Gate actually didn't activate their array formation. As they neared the Heavenly Goose Gate, the 4 of them noticed this and were secretly surprised. Now that the Heaven Great World was sealed, the evil god race was at an advantage, and the human race was at a disadvantage. Yet, the Heaven Great Sect did not activate the Sect Protection Array. What did this mean? The Great Heaven Gate had already fallen, or did the Great Heaven Gate have enough power to resist the invasion of the evil god tribe? If it was the former, it would definitely be very bad news. If it was the latter, it would be unexpected. After exchanging a glance, the four of them did not stop. Instead, they sped up and flew into the Great Heaven Mountain and towards the Great Heaven Gate. As soon as they entered the gate, a Yuan underworld expert welcomed them. "Welcome to the Great Heaven Gate. May I know where you are from?" This was a low-level Yuan underworld expert who looked like an old man. When he saw Zhong and the other three, he did not seem surprised. Instead, he asked with a smile. "We are the true disciples of the Will Heavenly Palace," Zhong replied. "Oh, so you are the true disciples of the Will Heavenly Palace. Quick, come in." The elder was a little excited. Soon, Zhong and the other three met the sect master of the Great Heaven Gate. He was a high-level Yuan underworld expert. "Sect Master Li, did the Great Heaven Gate encounter any attacks from the evil god tribe?" Xie Gang asked directly while Zhong observed carefully. "Yes." Sect Master Li replied solemnly. "The evil god tribe has attacked the Great Heaven Gate several times so far. Fortunately, the Patriarch of the Great Heaven Gate came out of seclusion and repelled the evil god tribe's attacks." The Patriarch of the Great Heaven Gate. Zhong and the other three were stunned. According to the information they had, the top expert of the Great Heaven Gate was the sect master of the Great Heaven Gate. He had a high-level Yuan underworld cultivation and a 7-star combat strength. Perhaps he had concealed his combat strength, but it should not exceed the 8-star level. At most, it should be at the 8-star level. A veteran high-level Yuan underworld expert with an 8-star combat strength could only be considered decent for a star domain grade force or even the 4 great sacred grounds. Such combat strength was not enough to resist the evil god tribe's attacks. The Great Heaven Gate Patriarch has been traveling for thousands of years. Before he left, he had a high-level Yuan underworld cultivation. Now, he has broken through his limits and is at the peak of the Yuan underworld. He has also pushed forward the supreme inheritance of the Great Heaven Gate and surpassed its limits. His combat strength has increased tremendously, which is why he was able to repel the evil god tribe's attacks. The Great Heaven Gate Patriarch seemed to see through everyone's doubts and took the initiative to explain. However, this was a family matter of the Great Heaven Gate Patriarch, so Zhong and the others could not probe further. "Before you all came, a few core disciples of the Great Purple Hall Master also came. They are now resting." The Great Heaven Gate Patriarch smiled. Zhong and the other three were stunned. The people of the Great Purple Hall Master had actually moved so quickly. Then again, if they could think of looking for the Great Heaven Gate Patriarch, others could naturally do the same. The only difference was the timing. Soon, under the guidance of the Great Heaven Gate Patriarch, Zhong and the others saw the Great Heaven Gate Patriarch and the core disciples of the Great Purple Hall Master, who had arrived before them. "It's you." Yuan Chongshan frowned slightly when he saw Zhong. Zhong was also stunned when he saw Yuan Chongshan. Then, he smiled faintly as a form of greeting. Zhong still had a deep impression of Yuan Chongshan. He was very strong, a very strong opponent. The Great Heaven Gate Patriarch was an old man in white robes. He had a ruddy complexion and a smile on his face. He was very cordial and polite to Zhong and the others, just like an amiable old man next door. Although his aura was restrained, Zhong could still sense the Great Heaven Gate Patriarch's aura. He was at the perfected Yuan underworld stage, but he could not sense his combat strength. However, to be able to resist and repel the invasion of the evil god tribe, his combat strength had to be at least at the peak of the 10-star or 11-star level. It was indeed very rare for a high-level nebula-grade force to have an 11-star powerhouse overseeing it. When he entered the Great Heaven Gate, Zhong had also activated the evil aura bracelet. However, he did not sense any fluctuations of the evil god tribe's aura. It was a great thing that the Great Heaven Gate had such a powerful combat strength overseeing it. Although they were both part of the 4 great sacred lands, the Purple Extreme Hall and the Intense Sky Palace did not see eye to eye with each other. Many years ago, there had been some conflicts between the two sides. In fact, it was not considered a particularly big conflict. It was nothing more than some disputes between disciples. After a long time, it had become a situation where they did not see eye to eye and wanted to suppress each other. During Qinzong's third Dao disciple ceremony, Yuan Chongshan had challenged Qinzong for the same reason. He had wanted to humiliate the intense Sky Palace. Unfortunately, he had not succeeded. On the contrary, he had lost some face. However, that was also because Yuan Chongshan had thought that he had limited his cultivation and could not use his full strength. If he had used his full strength, all his means would have been even more powerful. Because of this, Yuan Chongshan had said that he hoped that Qinzong would break through as soon as possible and raise his cultivation to the perfected Yuan underworld stage. When that time came, he was very confident that he could defeat Qinzong. Although Yuan Chongshan did not say anything when he saw Qinzong here, he was full of energy. He wanted to resolve this crisis and take the lead. From this point alone, he could suppress everyone else and make the Purple Extreme Palace of Juyuan famous for its awe-inspiring might. Qinzong did not know what Yuan Chongshan was thinking and did not pay too much attention to him. This was because Patriarch Tianhong not only gave people a friendly feeling, but he also had a glib tongue. Perhaps it was because he had traveled for thousands of years and was experienced and knowledgeable. He spoke well and made people feel very comfortable. It was as if they were chatting freely with him. Patriarch Tianhong was very experienced in dealing with people. He was not someone that Qinzong and the other younger generation could compare to. The originally tense atmosphere between the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan and the intense Sky Palace's true disciples had also been resolved by him. Of course, this was not a true resolution. It was only a temporary resolution. The chat was just idle chatter. The real reason was to find the hiding place of the Evil God tribe. Evil God tribe's high priest, Your Highness. Patriarch Tianhong frowned slightly when he heard Yuan Chongshan's words. Immediately after, he gathered the Grand Sky Sect master and a group of elders and gave them instructions. They would do their best to find the whereabouts of the Evil God tribe, especially the underground cave they were in. Yuan Chongshan glanced at Qinzong with a smug look. Qinzong did not mind. If he could force out such information, there was no guarantee that others would be able to do the same. After all, the Grand Sky Sect was the strongest faction in the Grand Sky world. With their full cooperation, it would definitely be more efficient than searching on their own. Even if it was not 10 times, it would at least be a few times more efficient. They should be able to find the whereabouts of the Evil God tribe in a shorter period of time. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for everyone. It would also be for the Grand Sky world. They had to resolve this crisis as soon as possible. Otherwise, when most of the people here were dead, it would be a waste of effort. It would be better to let the sovereigns take action right from the start to break the formation and destroy the entire Grand Sky world. Under such circumstances, countless people from the human race would die. The Evil God tribe would also be annihilated. Not long after, someone came to the Grand Sky Sect. It was a true disciple from the Eternal Battle Fort. Following that, it was a true disciple from the Myriad Calamity Divine Flame Mountain. There were also secret disciples from the top star sector level factions. As a result, the Grand Sky Sect became very lively. Everyone in the Grand Sky Sect was equally surprised and excited. After all, the Grand Sky Sect was only a star sector level faction. There was a huge gap between them and a star sector level faction, let alone the 4 great holy lands. While the Great Heaven Gate was on the move, the secret inheritors and true inheritors of the major factions did not stay idle in the Great Heaven Gate. Instead, they all left to search for the Evil God tribe. Daozi, Senior Sister Yu and Senior Sister Xia, I'll go with you, Xie Gang said naturally as he walked over with a smile. Previously, he had only joined temporarily. Now, he was going to join Qinzong's 3-man team officially. Their previous cooperation was quite good, so Qinzong nodded in agreement. Although Qinzong's cultivation was not the highest in this team, Qinzong was the leader. Although Yu Wuxiao's battle prowess was very strong, she was not suitable to be the leader compared to Qinzong. As for Xianxia, if she were to be the leader, not to mention other things, just leading the way would lead her teammates astray if she was muddle-headed. In the end, they would not know where to go. The short would always be the tall. At least Qinzong was not a violent maniac. At least, he would not be muddle-headed. Hence, the position of leader fell to Chenzong. There was no need to say anything. It was as if it was tacitly agreed. As for Xie Gang, it was even more impossible for him to be the leader. The three-man team directly expanded to a four-man team. Of course, this was because Xie Gang's previous performance was not bad. Moreover, his battle prowess was not bad either. He had a 10-star battle prowess and was not inferior to senior sister Xianxia. There was strength in numbers. Sometimes, it was very useful. Move, everyone move, everyone move. With such a big operation, even if they wanted to hide, it would be difficult to hide. Soon, the evil god tribe discovered it and reported it to the evil god tribe's high priest and his highness. Interesting. After the evil god highness, who had transformed into an unusually handsome human male, heard the news, he immediately revealed a smile. He naturally paid attention to the actions of the human race at all times. He had also made some deductions. However, he did not expect them to act so quickly. It was somewhat unexpected. High priest, what do you think we should do next? The evil god highness looked at the tall high priest and asked with a smile. Your highness, you have already made your decision, right? The high priest replied with a smile. Indeed, when the evil fiend Hall's hall master heard the news, he already had an idea. The reason why he asked the high priest was out of respect. After staying here for so long, it's time to go out. The evil fiend palace lord stood up and stretched his muscles and bones, making a series of subtle sounds. There was an indescribable aura spreading out. His eyes shone so brightly that it was frightening, as if they could see through everything. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if he was confident that he was in control of everything. High priest, I'll take my leave first. The evil god's highness bowed to the high priest, turned around, and stepped into the darkness, disappearing without a trace. The N-Star Palace was a cosmic realm state force, and it was one of the top cosmic realm state forces. It was second only to the four sacred lands. This time, there were quite a number of esoteric disciples from extinct Star Palace who had entered Tianhong world. With the invasion of the foreign races, the human race in the void would not shirk their duty. In particular, the cultivators from the powerful forces had to treat this as their duty. Even if it was extremely difficult and dangerous, they had to step forward bravely and do their part to protect the void. The 5 esoteric disciples from extinct Star Palace moved together as a small team. The highest cultivation base was at the perfected Yuan underworld stage, while the lowest was at the advanced Yuan underworld stage. The strongest among them was a peak 10-star and not an 11-star. An 11-star combat strength was not that easy to achieve. The 5 esoteric disciples from extinct Star Palace were searching everywhere for the evil god tribe's base camp in Tianhong world. It was said to be an underground cave, but the Tianhong world was so vast and boundless that it was very difficult to find the so-called underground cave. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even so, they still had to search. They had to search with all their might and find it as soon as possible. Hello, what are you looking for? Perhaps it can be of help. Suddenly, a chuckling voice was heard and entered the ears of the 5 esoteric disciples. The 5 esoteric disciples from extinct Star Palace suddenly turned their heads and stared at the source of the voice. The voice was too abrupt, as if it was ringing in their ears. It made them feel that it was very close, but they did not sense anyone approaching. This undoubtedly shocked them. They did not even know that someone had approached them. They might even be killed by a sneak attack. That would be terrible. When they turned their heads and stared, the vigilance on their faces turned into indescribable astonishment, especially the female esoteric disciple. Apart from being astonished, she could not help but feel her emotions fluctuate. Handsome, it was a kind of handsomeness that seemed to have reached the pinnacle of human handsomeness. This kind of handsomeness was neither feminine nor masculine. Instead, it was a kind of evil aura, a kind of evil charm, and a kind of evil charm. It was very attractive, especially to women. He had an extremely handsome face, a perfect figure, and gorgeous armor. He looked like a prince from a powerful dynasty. There was a faint smile on his face that seemed to sparkle. Sir, you are? The strongest person among the 5 secret techniques of the Absolute Star Palace asked cautiously. However, one of them subconsciously activated the evil aura ring. The evil aura ring that was activated automatically had a stronger sensing ability. In an instant, it swept past the body of the handsome, evil youth. In an instant, the evil aura ring vibrated violently. Evil God Tribe. The esoteric disciple from extinct Star Palace who had activated the evil aura ring's active sensing ability was instantly shocked. The other four were also shocked. The words Evil God Tribe were too sensitive. Without hesitation, they activated the evil aura ring one by one. The evil aura ring was divided into active and passive. Usually, it was passive sensing. It would only be activated when necessary. After all, active sensing would quickly deplete one's divine sense. He had not expected that his subconscious evil aura ring would actually sense the presence of someone from the Evil God Tribe, someone from the Evil God Tribe who had the appearance of an abnormally handsome human. The person who had come was the Evil God Tribe's Highness. He had personally made a move to deal with the human prodigies who had entered the Grand Heaven world. He had encountered the 5 esoteric disciples from extinct Star Palace. It was not intentional but unintentional. Originally, he had planned to have some fun. He would use his current identity as a human to have some fun with the human prodigies. However, he did not expect that his true identity would be discovered before the show had even started. After his identity as the Evil God Tribe was discovered, the Evil God Tribe's Highness did not feel shocked or fearful. He only looked a little helpless. That helplessness was because he could not have some fun with the human prodigies. Immediately, the Evil God Tribe's Highness' eyes turned and focused on the wrists of the 5 esoteric disciples from extinct Star Palace. There was a black bracelet with many strange patterns carved on its surface. "It's that thing that allowed you to discover my identity." The Evil God Tribe's Highness pointed his finger lightly. After a sneer, his figure suddenly flashed. It was as if he had directly traveled through the void. He appeared in front of one of the esoteric disciples of extinct Star Palace and extended 3 fingers. His movements did not seem fast. At least in the eyes of the crowd, they could clearly see the trajectory of his 3 fingers. It was extremely clear. Even his fingerprints could be seen clearly. At that moment, time and space seemed to have stopped. The 5 could only watch as the exceptionally handsome Evil God Tribe's Highness extended his 3 fingers and finally landed on the bracelet on the wrist of one of the esoteric disciples. In the next moment, the bracelet seemed to have automatically detached itself and fell into the other party's hand. Fiddling with the Evil Chi bracelet, the Evil God Tribe's Highness was a little surprised. In a short period of time, he had roughly figured out the function of this Evil Chi bracelet. Sensing, it was a secret treasure specially used to sense the aura of the sacred race. Before this, he had never seen it. It was very likely that he had obtained it later. As expected, in order to deal with the sacred race, the human race had really racked their brains. My Evil Chi bracelet. It was only now that the esoteric disciple reacted. His anger erupted and killing intent overflowed. He roared and attacked with a finger. In an instant, starlight flowed and gathered at the tip of his finger. He pierced through the air and attacked. 1 finger extinct star, however, the moment this attack approached the Evil God Tribe's Highness, the other party only glanced at it. An indescribable cold light flashed in his eyes. The starlight shattered, and dissipated. With just one look, the 9-star battle power attack was shattered. What kind of technique was this? It was simply unheard of. Attack, kill. The esoteric disciple who was at the top of the 10-star battle power looked extremely solemn. As he roared, he also attacked. Countless starlight flickered and turned into a palm print. In the middle of the palm print, there was a vortex that spun like a nebula. It contained extremely terrifying power. The others also attacked one after another, showing no mercy. The Evil God Tribe should be killed, however, the Evil God Tribe's Highness did not show any fear or caution in the face of the 5 people's all-out attacks. Instead, he revealed a strange smile as if he was disdainful. He didn't try to dodge, nor did he try to resist. He just held the Evil Chi bracelet and allowed the attacks to land on his body, but they couldn't get close to him. Instead, when they were about half a meter away from his body, the attack stopped and exploded in an instant. They were all blocked by an invisible force that was like a wall of air. The 5 people immediately felt that the situation in front of them was not good. They made a prompt decision and immediately retreated. As they retreated, they also quickly sent out a message. However, the evil god tribe's highness would not let them leave just like that. With a gentle pinch, the evil god tribe's highness directly shattered the evil chi bracelet. His body shook and split into 5, chasing after them. Catch up, pierce through. When he retracted his 5 fingers, there were 5 beating hearts that were full of vitality. They were still making powerful sounds and emitting a faint red light. With a gentle pinch, the 5 hearts suddenly stopped. In the next breath, the red light in them kept flickering as if they were about to explode. However, they did not explode. Instead, streaks of red light flowed to the 5 fingers and flowed along the 5 fingers to the arm, and finally into the body. After the hearts were removed, the 5 people's faces were ghastly pale. As the essence and blood in the hearts kept flowing out, their faces became paler and paler. Their skin gradually became gray and wrinkled. However, the 5 of them did not die immediately. They could not struggle. They could only feel their vitality flowing out continuously as they slowly walked towards death. Mummified corpses. The 5 secret disciples of Star End Palace turned into mummified corpses that fell to the ground and shattered into pieces like porcelain. The 5 figures of the evil fiend hall instantly merged into one, and the mysterious smile on their faces became even more obvious. 3rd Dao disciple of Will Sky Palace, Unparalleled Sword. 3rd Dao disciple of Giant Origin Purple Extreme Hall, Mountain King. I hope you won't disappoint me. The evil fiend hall seemed to be filled with anticipation as he chuckled. With a flash, he turned into a blur and silently flew off in search of the other human prodigies. At the instant when those 5 people fled, although they did not flee, they still managed to spread the news. However, the time was too short and their knowledge was limited. Hence, the message they sent out was very simple. There were many prodigies who had entered the Great Heaven Realm this time. There were at least a few dozen prodigies from Star Domain grade factions that had entered. There were at least 7 or 8, and at most a dozen. In total, there were at least a few hundred prodigies. 6 high-level and perfected Yuan underworld prodigies were chasing after 2 evil god tribe warriors with murderous looks on their faces. The evil god tribe is only SOSO. One of the high-level Yuan underworld cultivators chuckled as he chased. They had encountered the evil god tribe several times, but in the end, the evil god tribe had been defeated by their joint forces. Now, it was the same. 3 of the 5 evil god tribe warriors had been killed, and the remaining 2 were fleeing in panic. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to escape for long before they were killed. When the evil god tribe warriors were killed, they would naturally counterattack and seize the bodies of others. However, the Star Domain grade factions all had corresponding means to resist. After knowing that the evil god tribe had the innate ability to seize bodies, they were even more vigilant. Hence, until now, no human prodigy had been successfully seized by the evil god tribe. The 2 evil god tribe warriors were very indignant. Perhaps the other evil god tribe warriors had achieved good results, but 3 of them had been killed in their group. Now, 2 of them were fleeing in panic. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance. In the next moment, as though he had traveled through time and space, he directly appeared between the pursuers and the ones being chased and intercepted the 6 human prodigies. Who are you? He is from the evil god tribe. With the help of the evil aura ring, they immediately identified the other party. The 2 fleeing members of the evil god tribe also sensed something and immediately turned their heads to look. When they saw that back view, they were slightly stunned and then overjoyed. Your Highness! The 2 members of the evil god tribe immediately turned around and rapidly flew to the 2 sides of the evil god palace. Another member of the evil god race has come. Just nice, I'll kill them all. The 6 human skyprides laughed coldly and attacked with all their might without holding back. However, the evil fiend Highness revealed a disdainful smile as if he didn't care about these 6 people at all. In fact, this was the truth. In his eyes, these 6 people were like clay chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. He merely waved his hand and a violent gust of wind was created. It destroyed the 6 heavens' favorites' attacks. In the next instant, the evil godly prince extended his palm and clasped his fingers together. His palm transformed into 6 arms and grabbed the heads of the 6 human skyprides simultaneously. Tremble. The bodies of the 6 human skyprides trembled violently. Their eyeballs kept turning white and their limbs kept twitching as if they were having epilepsy. Turbid saliva kept flowing out from the corners of their mouths. In just 3 breaths, the 6 human skyprides looked haggard. Their eyes were completely white and lifeless. It was as if they had been dead for a long time. Their blood, chi, and even their souls had disappeared. They had all been absorbed by the evil godly prince. After absorbing the blood essence of the 6 human skyprides, the evil godly prince's aura seemed to have become stronger. He revealed a satisfied expression. Killing humans and absorbing their blood essence to improve himself. This was a method that was even more terrifying than the other members of the evil god tribe. Only a very small number of evil god tribe members could grasp this innate ability. They were the royal members of the evil god tribe. Is this the so-called human skyprides? I'm so disappointed. The evil godly prince loosened his grip, and the shriveled corpses fell from the sky and shattered into pieces. The evil godly prince's face was filled with disdain. This was the 3rd batch of human skyprides that had died at his hands. Whether it was a 10-star or 11-star battle prowess, they were no match for him. Even the so-called peak 11-star battle prowess could not make him take them seriously. Mountain King, unparalleled divine sword, the evil godly prince muttered to himself again as his eyes shone brightly. Tianhong world was huge. Even he, the evil godly prince, had not explored the entire world. Moreover, finding 2 of them was like finding a needle in a haystack. He had no idea how long it would take. Originally, he had planned to have some fun with the human skyprides. However, his identity had been exposed from the start. In a short period of time, he could not think of a good way to block the detection of the evil chi ring. Continuing to search would only be a waste of time. The evil godly prince's eyes shone with a crazy light. Found it? You really found the underground cave where the evil god tribe is? In an instant, the news spread back to Tianhong sect. Following that, it spread to Shenzong and the others. It was a true disciple of Tianhong sect who had found it. That true disciple did not have a shocking appearance. Among the true disciples, he was of average standard. Unexpectedly, he had found the hiding place of the evil god tribe. Naturally, this true disciple had also received a reward from Tianhong sect for finding the hiding place of the evil god tribe. It was a huge reward. It would be of great help to his future cultivation. This was a story for later. The skyprides who had received the news also started to move. They quickly headed towards the hiding place of the evil god tribe. A great show is about to begin. Within the heavenly goose gate, a figure flew out from the sky. The entrance is actually here. So the entrance is in such a place. No wonder it is so difficult to find. I have searched this place before. Unfortunately, I did not find it. Some of the skyprides who were closer arrived first. After discovering the so-called entrance, they were shocked and regretful. They were shocked that the entrance was here. They regretted that they had searched for it before but did not find it. But no matter what, since they were here, they might as well enter directly. Not long after, Yuan Chongshan also led his team into the underground cave. After that, the true disciples of Will Heavenly Palace also entered the underground cave. Shenzong and the others were naturally among them. Almost all of the geniuses had entered the underground cave abode. As soon as they stepped into the underground cave, everyone was shocked and bewildered. There were too many passageways in front of them. At a glance, there were dozens of them in all directions. Each passageway was pitch black, like a bottomless abyss. If it was someone who had difficulty making a choice, they would definitely be confused and disoriented. They would not know what to do and would probably be pacing around here for a long time. Even if it was someone who did not have difficulty making a choice, once they entered, they would most likely spend some time and effort thinking about which direction to take. Yu Wuxia frowned, while Xiao Yingfei had a confused look on her face. She was confused again. Xie Gang didn't say anything, but he was also frowning. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Chen Zong's brows relaxed. He did not think too much because the situation was simple. There were dozens of passageways, so it was hard to say which one was the real one. Without enough information, it was difficult to completely sense which one was the real one, so he could only choose randomly. No matter what choice he made, it could be right or wrong. Then, there was no need to think too much. Shenzong made his choice directly. Based on his habit and intuition, he walked into one of the passageways. Yu Wuxia and the other two followed immediately. At this moment, Shenzong was the team leader, and the three of them were his team members. It was only right for them to follow their leader. The passageway was dark and gave off the feeling that it had been dug out at the last minute. As they walked, Shenzong discovered a few more passageways. After choosing one, he discovered a few more passageways. In short, the passageways kept appearing. Moreover, many of the passageways intersected with each other, forming a circular and chaotic trajectory. It would make one lose their way and unable to find the way out. Shenzong and the others also realized that something was wrong. They felt that this was like a trap that the evil god tribe had dug out for the human prodigies to enter. No, the human prodigies had already entered the trap. Shenzong was not the only one who thought so. The other prodigies also had the same question. Could it be that this was not the hiding place of the evil god tribe? Could it be that the evil god tribe had deliberately set up a trap to lure the human prodigies in and then capture them all in one go? Prodigies of the human race, welcome. Suddenly, a voice with a hint of evil intent rang out in all the passageways and into everyone's ears. This is the base camp of the divine tribe that you have been searching for. The last sentence dispelled the doubts in everyone's hearts to a certain extent. However, there were also some who did not believe it. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, they had already entered this place. I am the divine tribe highness that you have been looking for. Next, I will play a game with you. The voice also fell silent and did not ring out again. However, every human prodigy felt somewhat conflicted. The divine tribe highness had personally spoken and wanted to play a game. What kind of game was it? No one knew, but it was definitely not a good game. There might be fatal danger. However, as prodigies, they had their own pride and arrogance. How could they be frightened by this? Instead, they revealed some anticipation. Shenzong and the other three encountered a few more passageways. As the captain, Shenzong took the lead. He took a step and instantly disappeared. Then, Xianxia followed by Xie Gang, and finally, Yu Wuxia. Fourth senior sister, third senior sister, Xie Gang. After Shenzong stepped into the passageway, he realized that the three people behind him did not follow him. This was not right. It was impossible that they did not follow him and disappeared. The forked path was dark, and Shenzong was walking alone. Are you planning to take me down one by one? Shenzong thought to himself, but he was not afraid at all. This calmness came from his well-trained state of mind and confidence in his own strength. With a long sword at his waist, Shenzong was not afraid at all. He walked forward alone. Suddenly, he unsheathed his sword and drew a cold light. It tore through the darkness and shattered a silent white light. Following that, even more attacks appeared. They came from all directions like a storm, and every single ray of light carried with them an extremely terrifying might and an extremely evil aura. He waved his sword, and the sword light surrounded him like a seal. It blocked all the storm-like rays of light and could not hurt Shenzong at all. After blocking the attacks from all directions, Shenzong chuckled and said, "Your Highness of the evil god tribe, don't use such cheap tricks." There was no one around, but Shenzong felt that his opponent should have heard him. Are you the third Tao disciple of the Heavenly Will Palace, the unparalleled divine sword Shenzong? The voice of the evil god tribe sounded like a question, but there was some certainty in it. When he searched the souls of the human prodigies, the evil god tribe had obtained some memories of the human race. It contained information about some of the prodigies who had entered the great heaven world, especially Yuan Chongshan and Shenzong. These two were Tao disciples from two different holy lands. Regardless of status or talent, they were extraordinary. They were the cream of the crop among this batch of prodigies. Only such top prodigies of the human race were qualified to be the opponent of the evil god tribe. However, whether they could be a real opponent still depended on their abilities. Being famous did not mean that one was powerful. You want to fight to the death with me, right? Chen Zong thought for a moment and immediately understood what the evil god tribe was thinking. Then come at me. There's no need to send an ant to his death. Ha 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 ha, not bad. You're very imposing and confident. Chen Zong's reply stunned the evil god tribe. Then, he laughed and said, I'll wait for you here. I hope you can come as soon as possible. The evil god tribe was not provoked. Instead, he replied to Chen Zong. The voice of the evil godly hall fell silent. Soon after, Chen Zong discovered that there was a figure in front of him. The figure approached him in an instant and directly unleashed an extremely terrifying attack. It was as if the attack could destroy a mountain, and it carried an extremely terrifying might. Evil God's arm. This was the attack by the evil god tribe's arm. Not only that, but the martial arts of the evil god tribe was also. This attack directly brought along an extremely terrifying fist pressure that rushed towards Chen Zong as if it was going to crush him into pieces. The passageway was narrow, and if two people walked side by side, it would be crowded. One person was just right, but it also greatly reduced the space to dodge. Chen Zong did not dodge, because although the power of this punch was very strong, it could not threaten him. With a flash of sword light, a sword pierced through the air, bringing with it an extremely terrifying sharpness that pierced through and tore through everything. Slash, the sword light was like a crescent moon. It was extremely sharp and unstoppable. It instantly tore the fist pressure apart. Like a hot knife through butter, it slashed through the violent evil god arm and continued forward. Kill, the sword slashed into two. However, the soul of the evil god tribe's member did not possess Chen Zong's body. Instead, it escaped at an extremely fast speed. It was too dark, affecting Chen Zong's vision and senses. Even his spiritual consciousness was restricted. As a result, Chen Zong did not react in time to seal the soul of the evil god tribe's member. Chen Zong was not upset that the soul of the evil god tribe had escaped. He held his sword and continued forward. Not long later, another evil god tribe member appeared and attacked. The second evil god tribe member was much stronger than the first. It was a greater threat to Chen Zong. However, Chen Zong still killed it with a single sword strike. The third attack came. There were two evil god tribe members. One used the evil god claw and the other used the evil god arm. They were very strong. Chen Zong killed them with two sword strikes. For the fourth time, four members of the evil god race attacked. This place was located at the crossroads and was much wider. The four members of the evil god race joined forces and the pressure they brought to Chen Zong increased tremendously. However, after an intense battle, the four members of the evil god race were still killed by Chen Zong. And all of this was under the evil god hall's observation. That's right. These evil god tribe members were all sent out by him. His purpose was to test Chen Zong's ability. This method sounded very stupid, sending his own subordinates to their deaths. However, as long as the soul escaped, the evil god tribe members would not really die. Hence, the consequences were not that serious. He wanted to see Chen Zong's strength and methods clearly. Knowing the enemy and knowing oneself, he would not be defeated in 100 battles. Since he treated this unparalleled divine sword as his opponent, he naturally couldn't underestimate it. Otherwise, he might fail miserably. He was confident, but he wasn't arrogant. Great priest, I'll have to trouble you from now on, the evil god Hall said to the great priest with a smile. Don't worry, your highness. I'll get those little toys to move out. The great priest of the evil god race let out a deep laugh and tapped his snake scepter on the ground a few times. There was an indescribable and unique rhythm to it. A dull sound rang out like the beating of a huge drum, causing the ground to tremble incessantly. A huge black shadow appeared behind the evil god high priest and walked forward step by step. After defeating the fifth wave of evil god tribe members, Chen Zong walked out of the fork again and stepped into darkness. This place was no longer a fork. Instead, it was a vast space with dim light. It was like a cave that was opened up by someone. An extremely evil aura permeated the surroundings, turning into gusts of evil wind that blew past. Traces of coldness permeated the air, as if wanting to blow into Chen Zong's body and invade Chen Zong's mind, spirit, corroding and destroying them. In fact, the longer one stayed here, the greater the impact on the human race. It wasn't a good impact but a bad one. Such an environment was more beneficial for the evil god tribe to unleash their strength. Bang! 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 The ground trembled incessantly. Chen Zong's gaze turned grave as he stared over. A huge bloated figure appeared before him, walking over step by step. It was as heavy as a mountain. An extremely terrifying heavy evil aura, together with the stench of rotting corpses, gushed over like a strong gale. Chen Zong almost suffocated, and he quickly blocked his breathing. Thankfully, with his current cultivation, it didn't matter whether he breathed or not. It was just a habit. Even if he didn't breathe, it could still circulate in his body. He wouldn't really die from suffocation. The so-called almost suffocating was just a feeling he had as a human. No matter what, it was very smelly, extremely smelly. After blocking it, Chen Zong wouldn't be affected by the stench. Sometimes, smelly, spicy, and other smells would also become a sharp weapon for the enemy, affecting them and making them unable to maintain their proper state and unleash their strength. The light was dim, but Chen Zong still saw it clearly. That huge and bloated figure was a monster that was 5 meters tall and 4 meters wide. It looked somewhat similar to the evil god tribe, with vertical pupils and snake hair. Moreover, one of its arms was like the evil god claw, while the other arm was like the evil god arm. However, there were traces of stitches all over its body. It felt as if countless evil god tribe corpses had been cut open and then pieced together. It looked ugly, but it also looked very reasonable. Evil god corpse puppet, it was the masterpiece of the evil god high priest. There were also some villains in the evil god tribe, like the bandits and criminals among the human race. After they were captured, they naturally wouldn't have a good ending. Berserk, evil, the aura of this evil god corpse puppet was incomparably terrifying. On its ugly head, there were dozens of eyes. They were scattered in all directions, as if they could accurately capture everything in the surroundings. Each eye was either horizontal or vertical, flickering with red light. It was abnormally evil. Among them, there seemed to be eyeballs that were moving. When one looked at those eyeballs carefully, they seemed to be of the evil god tribe. There were eyes in the eyes, and they were all staring at Chen Zong. Chen Zong couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, he didn't have trypophobia. Otherwise, he would have goosebumps all over his body and might even vomit. Even so, Chen Zong felt his scalp go numb. It wasn't fear, but a feeling that came from the depths of his body. Quickly adjusting, Chen Zong's eyes regained their coldness. He stared at it without fear. Boom, the evil god corpse puppet suddenly took a step forward and directly approached Chen Zong. The extremely thick arm of the evil god suddenly raised and gathered a terrifying force. It directly blasted toward Chen Zong as if it was shattering the void. The entire cave was trembling nonstop, and the rumbling sound was also incessant. A strong wind blew, and the wind pressure was extremely shocking. It was as if it could destroy mountains out of thin air. Chen Zong's expression suddenly changed. So powerful, the power of such an attack was at least at the level of a peak 11-star battle strength. Even though Chen Zong's current battle strength was greater than before, he didn't dare to relax at all. He unsheathed the extreme heart phaseless sword, and the sword light flowed. It streaked across the darkness, and the sword pierced through the air. Lingwu Supreme Technique, Heart Flame Ignition, the power of the Taichu sword origin body, the heart sword realm of 15,000 meters. All kinds of power also erupted. Sword 6 of Heart Refinement, this was a sword that surpassed the past. It was Chen Zong's ultimate sword. All of the power was condensed into this sword. It was extremely resplendent, dazzling, and eye-catching. In the depths of the cave, the evil god's majesty and the evil god's high priest saw Chen Zong's sword clearly through a huge round mirror. The resplendent and dazzling sword immediately made the evil god's majesty and the evil god's high priest squint their eyes. They were secretly surprised. Good sword. The evil god's majesty could not help but sigh, the unparalleled divine sword truly lives up to its name. It's qualified to be my opponent. That may be the case, but there's still quite a gap between it and your majesty. The evil god's high priest knew very well how powerful the evil god's majesty was, which was why he said that. You're too kind, high priest. The evil god's majesty smiled. Although he said that, a smile filled with confidence could still be seen on his face. Indeed, this sword was quite powerful, but it was still not enough to deal with the evil god's majesty. If this unparalleled divine sword was only at this level, it had no right to be his true opponent. An extreme sword light slashed through the air, piercing through and tearing through everything. The evil god's corpse puppet's extremely ferocious punch was like a meteor falling from the sky. It was incomparably violent and destructive. In the dusky darkness, the air exploded and turned into a vacuum. Countless streams of air swept over from all directions, forming a storm vortex that whistled endlessly, causing the entire cave dwelling to shake. When the fist collided with Chen Zong's sword, the sword light instantly shattered, but the fist was also pierced through. Chen Zong's figure flashed, turning in a perfect arc and circling behind the evil god's corpse puppet. His sword slashed through the air. The sword light was extremely dazzling, shooting in all directions. It gathered in an instant and slashed towards the evil god's corpse puppet's neck. When the sword touched the evil god's corpse puppet's neck, Chen Zong's expression changed slightly. Tough, the evil god's corpse puppet's skin had an indescribable toughness. It was extremely tough. Even with the sharpness of the Taichu sword energy technique, it couldn't tear through it in an instant. However, the Taichu sword energy technique's shocking power allowed Chen Zong's sword to tear through the evil god's corpse puppet's defense. However, it didn't break the sword in half. It only cut through 1/5 of the corpse puppet's body before it was blocked. There was also an extremely powerful force that contracted and blocked Chen Zong's sword. At the same time, the evil god's corpse puppet's arm twisted strangely and suddenly charged towards Chen Zong. The several-meter-long evil god's claw was extremely sharp and could tear through anything. It made Chen Zong's hair stand on end. Once he was hit, even with his strong physique and shocking defense, he wasn't confident that he could block it. Chen Zong's 5 fingers clenched together, his veins bulging like dragons as his strength exploded. His wrist lightly shook, causing the sword to tremble violently. He used the vibrating force to shake off the evil god's corpse puppet's neck and pulled out the sword. Chen Zong's figure flashed and a sword light appeared. However, he didn't retreat. Instead, he flew up and slashed across the evil god's corpse puppet's neck. The evil god's claw was several meters long. Chen Zong closed in, preventing the evil god's claw from fully displaying its power. The sword light flashed by, right at the wound on the evil god's corpse puppet's neck, deepening the wound once again. Boom, the evil god's corpse puppet's reaction speed was astonishing. Dozens of scarlet eyes turned and locked onto Chen Zong. The evil god's arm swung up and smashed down. It was as if a mountain was pressing down. The terrifying fist pressure caused the ground to crumble. Under the strong wind pressure, Chen Zong found it difficult to open his eyes. However, Chen Zong's movement technique was extremely nimble. He circled around once, and not only did he avoid the evil god's arm's violent attack, he also slashed out with his sword once again. The evil god's corpse was extremely powerful, and its reaction speed was also very fast. Its defensive power was even more shocking. It could be said to be a terrifying monster, but after a few exchanges, Chen Zong still found its weakness. That was that it wasn't smooth enough. Although its movements were fast, it was a little stiff. It wasn't as nimble as a human. Moreover, the evil god's corpse puppet's body was huge, far larger than Chen Zong's. If the evil god's corpse puppet was compared to an elephant, then Chen Zong was as agile as a leopard. As long as he wasn't hit, he would continue to dodge and use guerrilla tactics. Moreover, he wouldn't casually attack with his sword. However, once he did, he would definitely attack the weakness of the evil god's corpse puppet. For example, the neck, the joints, etc. If one sword wasn't enough, then 2. If 2 didn't work, then 3. Using his unparalleled agility, Chen Zong swiftly moved around and played around with the evil god's corpse puppet. An eternal battle fort genius charged into the fork. His battle intent surged into the sky as he continued to advance. Very suddenly, a small but concentrated sound could be heard. It was getting closer and closer, and it made one's scalp tingle. Looking over, the expression of this eternal battle fort genius changed drastically. It was a black tide-like thing that was approaching at an astonishing speed. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a tide-like thing. Instead, it was a fist-sized black beetle. Its shell was black and shiny, and its claws seemed to be extremely sharp. It also had a mouth full of shark-like teeth. Die. The eternal battle fort genius only felt his scalp tingle. His expression was extremely serious, but he didn't back off. Instead, his battle intent erupted and condensed in his hands before he suddenly slapped out. The palm print tore through the air and directly landed on the black beetle tide. It immediately pushed them back, sent them flying, and killed them. However, he was shocked to find that his 10-star battle strength attack had only killed a limited number of black beetles. It was only the first few dozen of them. However, compared to the black tide-like beetle tide, these dozens of black beetles were just a small part of it. It was like a bowl of water in a pond. Boom. Boom. One palm followed by another, bombarding out continuously. The palms connected together like an endless river. Whistling sounds could be heard continuously, as if the waves were surging violently. Batches of beetles were killed one after another. Every time, dozens of beetles died. However, the dead beetles were instantly drowned by the beetles that came after them. The black tide-like beetles closed in on the eternal battle fort genius at an astonishing speed. Even if he wanted to back off, it was too late. He was immediately surrounded and crawled all over his body. His fists, palms, fingers, legs, and everything else turned into weapons. With an extremely tyrannical strength, he crazily attacked and killed wave after wave of black beetles. Then, a miserable shriek sounded. When the black tide-like beetles quickly spread, the eternal battle fort genius was already dead. Only a skeleton was left. Even his soul didn't manage to escape. As the sword light flashed, the evil god corpse puppet's punch suddenly paused. The forearm that was connected to the giant fist was instantly chopped off. The forearm fell to the ground and smashed into the ground with a shocking sound. In the next second, the sword light split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, in just an instant, the sword had split into a few hundred or even over 1,000 strands of sword light. Every single strand of sword light was extremely sharp and seemed like a material weapon, and all of them descended onto the enormous and bloated body of the evil god's corpse. The thousands of sword lights were extremely bright. They were as gorgeous as fireworks in the night sky. The sword lights hadn't dispersed yet when Xianxia had already sheathed his sword, and his figure lightly descended to the ground. The tip of his foot touched the ground, and without a sound, his entire body seemed as if he was gliding on water, and his graceful figure was like a swallow flying on water as he flashed past the evil god's corpse that was surrounded by over 1,000 sword lights. When the sword light dissipated, the fiend god's corpse remained motionless as if it had been immobilized. In the next breath, cracks appeared on the fiend god's corpse's neck, joints, and other parts of its body, spreading outwards. Broken, in the previous attack, Xianxia had focused on the evil god corpse puppet's neck and various joints. He had cut in from every angle. The last sword light was like the straw that broke the camel's back. It had cut off the neck and all the joints. Dozens of crimson eyeballs were also pierced by the sword chi, and the pupils inside were also shattered. The evil god corpse puppet was directly destroyed by Xianxia. Good sword technique. The evil god high priest's expression turned serious. He had personally created the evil god corpse puppet. He was very clear about its battle strength. But now, in a situation where he had the upper hand in terms of strength, it was actually dismembered by the opponent's superb sword technique. This sword technique was indeed very exquisite and superb. Because of this, the evil god high priest knew the weakness of the evil god corpse puppet. It would be convenient for him to improve it in the future. However, what the heretical god high priest was more interested in was Xianxia himself. If he could capture this person and modify him, perhaps he would become an excellent helper. After Xianxia recovered his strength, he continued to move forward. He stepped into a new fork in the road. It was still a relatively narrow fork. When Xianxia was about halfway through, his sharp ears heard a faint sound. It was like the sound of small insects scratching the ground. In an instant, the sound was so dense that it made one's scalp tingle. Xianxia's eyes were extremely sharp. As he stared, he saw a black wave rolling towards him. It was faster than him. It was not water, but fist-sized black beetles. Chen Zong's amazing eyesight allowed him to clearly see the appearance of the black beetles. They had scarlet eyes, a single horn, dense saw-like teeth, and 6 sharp legs. A strong sense of danger terrified Chen Zong. He immediately retreated without hesitation. However, the black beetles were too fast. They were much faster than Chen Zong. Chen Zong did not have time to retreat from the fork in the road. He swung his sword, with a flash of sword light, he directly attacked the black beetle at the front. The extremely sharp sword strength immediately tore apart the black beetle's amazing shell and killed it. However, Chen Zong frowned slightly. The number of black beetles killed by this sword strike was less than he had expected. This meant that the defensive power of the black beetles was stronger than he had imagined. Slash! Slash! The beetles' speed was extremely fast, and they quickly approached without fear of death. Chen Zong's sword was also extremely fast, and the sword light was continuous and violent, like a storm. For a moment, the beetles were actually unable to truly close in, and they fell one after another into death. There were many black beetles, at least hundreds of thousands of them. Even so, in the end, not a single black beetle could really touch Chen Zong's body. The closest one was 2 meters away, which happened to be the range of the sword. Slash! The last black beetle was slain by Chen Zong's sword. At first glance, it was densely packed with black beetle corpses. An indescribable sour smell filled the entire fork in the road. It was nauseating. Slash! 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 Chen Zong's body turned into a beam of sword light and flew past. Evil God's high priest was observing all of this. However, the evil God's high priest did not see it because he had his eyes on Yuan Chongshan. In his opinion, only Yuan Chongshan was qualified to be his real opponent. After all, Yuan Chongshan's cultivation was higher than Chen Zong's. His battle strength was better than Chen Zong's. You're worthy of being my opponent. You're the first one to find this place. The evil God's majesty clapped his hands and smiled at Yuan Chongshan's muscular body. Evil God's majesty. Yuan Chongshan's voice was low like thunder, his eyes were like 2 little suns, shining brightly in all directions. He then looked at the tall and strong figure, evil God. High priest. Ha 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 ha. Yuan Chongshan couldn't help but laugh. Good, very good. Since I found you first, it's your misfortune. I'll take revenge for the people you've killed in Tianhong world. His voice was powerful and resonant, and it was like rolling thunder that intimidated all demons and monsters. Don't boast too early, the evil God's majesty smiled. The heretical god high priest smiled faintly. The heretical god high priest only glanced at him for a moment before turning his attention back to one of the mirrors. It was Chen Zong. Yuan Chongshan also saw many evil light mirrors. He also noticed that the evil God's majesty was staring at the evil light mirror that showed Chen Zong. His face sank as he felt that he was being looked down upon. It made him furious. Explode! An extremely powerful chi soared into the sky as if there was a huge shadow there. It gave out a terrifying chi like a mountain. Then, Yuan Chongshan punched out. The fist chi was like a dragon coming out of the abyss. It carried a violent and overbearing power as it attacked the evil God's majesty. That punch was his full power. It surpassed the top 11-star level and reached the 12-star level. As the third Taoist of the Purple Extreme Hall of the Great Yuan Empire and the one with the highest talent among the 3 Taoists, Yuan Chongshan was constantly improving. His combat strength was much stronger than when he had fought against Chen Zong. 12-star. At this moment, Yuan Chongshan's battle prowess was at the 12-star level. This was his normal battle prowess. He threw out a punch, and the terrifying power fused with the force field. The evil God's palace master's expression suddenly changed, and he felt a little scared. Such a punch was berserk and tyrannical. If one were to be struck by it, one would definitely suffer. The evil fiend hall master also knew that he would not be able to block such a punch with his own defense. Thus, he did not stand there motionlessly. Instead, he threw a punch. It seemed like a simple punch, but it also contained an extremely terrifying evil power. When the punch was thrown, it was as if there was an endless number of vengeful spirits roaring, wanting to drag people into hell. It was a destructive punch. An extremely evil punch, the two fists collided in an instant. There was a slight pause, and in the next breath, it turned into an explosion like an apocalyptic storm. Endless destructive ripples rushed out and directly shattered everything in all directions. Yuan Chongshan was shocked. The evil godly highness's punch was extremely powerful, especially that evil energy. It was extremely aggressive. It was about to break through Yuan Chongshan's defense and corrode his arm. It was very difficult to deal with. The evil god's majesty's expression changed slightly. It wasn't that accurate just by feeling it. He could only understand how powerful, violent and overbearing Yuan Chongshan's punch was when he came into contact with it. It felt like the power of a mountain had been condensed into that punch. It made his arm tremble. It felt like it was about to be crushed. As expected of the Mountain King. Come, let me fight to my heart's content. The evil god's majesty's battle intent surged. Before, he had found some human geniuses, but the results weren't even satisfactory. They were too weak and couldn't threaten him at all. Now, Yuan Chongshan had come. Such a powerful battle prowess had aroused the evil god's majesty's battle intent. Evil power burst out and spread, enveloping the surroundings. The evil god's majesty's body rapidly expanded. Evil god transformation, his blood was extraordinary. He was different from ordinary evil god clan members. He could change his appearance at will. However, only his real body could display his full strength. After the evil god transformation, the evil god's majesty's body became 3 meters tall. His snake hair danced in the wind. His vertical eyes were filled with ice-cold coldness. A slit appeared between his eyebrows. It looked like a closed eye. Yuan Chongshan roared and unleashed a terrifying power. His muscular body swelled up like a balloon. Every tendon and muscle on his body bulged and released a shocking amount of power. A layer of red light appeared on his skin and quickly spread out, turning into a halo. Gigantic tyrannical body, it was still the second layer, but it seemed to be much stronger than before. Because when he had fought against Chen Zong, he had restricted his own cultivation. He had also restricted the gigantic tyrannical body's power to a certain extent. Now, he was using his full strength. Under the gigantic tyrannical body, Yuan Chongshan's body expanded to 2 meters tall. Each of his muscles bulged, containing a terrifying power. Battle power. Full strength, whether it was Yuan Chongshan or the evil god's majesty, they both exploded with their strongest battle power. This was a battle of life and death, not a spar. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be. Of course, this was for the human race. The evil god's majesty also had the evil god's claw and evil god's arm. Furthermore, he had gathered these two powers in one hand. He used the evil god's arm's violent power to control the evil god's claw's shocking sharpness. Fight, it was an intense battle. It was a violent battle. However, when a powerful shockwave swept out and blasted towards the evil god's high priest, the evil god's high priest suddenly slammed his snake staff on the ground. Ripples spread out and turned into void ripples. They surrounded the evil god's high priest and turned into a transparent eggshell. The terrifying shockwave directly landed on the oval-shaped protective shield. Layers of ripples spread out. It was as if countless rocks had fallen into a calm water surface. Countless ripples spread out. The ripples collided with each other and became even more chaotic. However, the protective shield didn't break. From this point, one could see the evil god's high priest's shocking ability. After blocking the chaotic shockwave, the evil god's high priest didn't counterattack. He was staring at Chen Zong through the evil light mirror, watching Chen Zong's every move. He also created all kinds of trouble for Chen Zong, delaying Chen Zong's footsteps. Otherwise, Chen Zong would have arrived here long ago. The evil god's high priest's purpose of creating trouble for Chen Zong was to force Chen Zong to reveal his methods. He wanted to see more clearly and then think about how to make better use of him after capturing him alive. The other geniuses were also intercepted by the evil god tribe's warriors. They continued to fight. The consequence of losing was to be captured alive. After winning, they had to continue moving forward and encounter danger again. Fortunately, the evil god's highness was fighting Yuan Chongshan, and the evil god's high priest's attention was mainly focused on Chen Zong. Unknowingly, it reduced the pressure on the others to a large extent. Otherwise, there would be more people captured alive. Yuan Chongshan's strength, speed, and defense had increased greatly. Especially his defense, it was as if he didn't know pain. The evil god's highness's attacks directly landed on his body, unable to push him back at all. However, when Yuan Chongshan's attacks landed on the evil god's highness's body, they were also weakened by the snake-like armor. It was difficult to injure his body. This was an evenly matched battle. After killing the black beetle tied with a sword, Chen Zong was faced with a choice again. 3 paths appeared in front of him. Chen Zong didn't know that this was actually the evil god's high priest's trick. When Chen Zong chose one of the paths and walked for a while, a rumbling sound suddenly sounded out. From the moment it appeared to the moment it became intense, it only took a breath's time. Chen Zong's eyes suddenly widened. In front of him, a huge black ball was rolling towards him at an astonishing speed. The ball seemed to be extremely heavy, but it was as fast as lightning. It carried an extremely cold and violent aura as it rushed towards him, trying to crush Chen Zong directly. Swinging his sword, the sword light broke through the air and directly hit the ball that was rolling at lightning speed. However, the moment the sword light hit the ball, not only did it not shatter, but it was also crushed into pieces. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly as he waved his sword again. Streaks of sword light pierced through the air and struck the rolling ball. However, they were all crushed by the rolling ball, turning into countless fragments that splattered everywhere. The ball was getting closer and closer. The extremely terrifying aura suppressed Chen Zong, making him feel like he was about to be killed. However, Chen Zong didn't retreat. His eyes focused and radiated light. He took a deep breath and mobilized all his strength in an instant. Endless sword light and sword chi were integrated into the sword. The ultimate sword, the most powerful sword. The sword technique of refining the heart to one, sword 6, although every sword attack just now was crushed, Chen Zong also grasped the characteristics of the ball. This sword attack was a sure kill sword attack. The sword light broke through the air, extremely bright and condensed to the extreme. It directly touched the rolling ball. In a split second, the sphere paused for a moment, and its lightning-like speed also paused. With Chen Zong's sword as the center, cracks snaked out and rapidly spread out. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire sphere. In the next moment, the sphere shattered, turning into a pile of rubble. The rolling of the ball miraculously dissipated the power of the attack. Chen Zong continued to wave his sword. Although his sword was constantly crushed by the ball, he also probed the mystery of the ball. In the end, his full strength burst out and directly broke the ball, resolving the crisis. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of the evil god high priest, which made him even more surprised and even more surprised. Such a genius was indeed amazing. He should be the top genius of the human clan. If he captured him alive, he would use a secret technique to refine him into his evil god's spiritual puppet, making him his most powerful left and right arms. Then next would be the last test to see if this person was really qualified to be refined into his first spiritual puppet by using the most powerful evil god's secret technique. Evil Shadow, it's your turn. The evil god high priest gently tapped the ground with his snake staff and whispered. It was an unreal silhouette. The moment it appeared, it instantly solidified, but it was extremely brief. It responded to the fiend god high priest and took a step forward. Then, as though it was surrounded by endless smoke, its figure once again faded and became illusory before disappearing into nothingness. On the other side, Yuan Chongshan, who had used the gigantic primary tyrant body, and the fiend god high priest, who had revealed his fiend god true body, were still locked in an intense battle. Chen Zong walked over a pile of rubble. Not long after, he walked out of a fork in the road and stepped into a spacious cave abode. Suddenly, Chen Zong retracted the step he had taken and retreated with astonishing speed and agility. In the blink of an eye, a wisp of a black shadow pierced out from the side. It was soundless and impossible to guard against, and it was only a little bit away from piercing through Chen Zong. The strands of cold aura that were suffused from that wisp of black shadow caused Chen Zong, who possessed a sharp perception, to feel cold all over his body. The black shadow disappeared into nothingness after its attack missed. Chen Zong stood still, his eyes extremely sharp and radiant. He scanned his surroundings and his spirit consciousness spread out, but he didn't find any trace of the shadow. However, Qinzong's main technique was the sword domain, which had reached the second level of the heart sword domain. The heart sword domain spread out and directly covered the entire interior of the cave abode. Even the cave walls were covered and permeated by the heart sword domain. The ability of the second level of the heart sword domain surpassed that of the Yuan underworld to a certain extent. Everything within the heart sword domain would be difficult to hide. Even so, Qinzong could only capture a very vague silhouette. That silhouette seemed to be in the depths of the void, like a lurking poisonous snake, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Even though he had discovered something, Qinzong's expression didn't change at all. It was as though he hadn't noticed anything. The lurking figure was very patient. He remained motionless, like a sculpture hidden deep in the void. After a while, Qinzong seemed to be faster in the endurance competition. A hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. It was barely noticeable, but it was caught by the lurking figure. Soon after, Qinzong sheathed his sword and retracted his heart sword domain. He took a step forward once more, and a slight opening appeared. The figure lurking in the void also seized that fleeting opening and immediately attacked. Like a venomous snake, it was fine if it didn't move, but once it moved, it attacked with all its might, leaving no chance for survival. A wisp of a black shadow that was like a venomous stinger, soundless and swift like a bolt of lightning, directly pierced out from the depths of space. It was condensed with unparalleled poisonous and cold energy, and it was sharp to the extreme. It was like the final strike of a peerless assassin when he released his life force. At that moment, Qinzong felt his entire body tighten. His primordial spirit trembled violently, and even his spirit was shaken. If he hadn't been prepared, this attack would have killed him. However, everything he had done was to lure the other party out. After all, the heart sword domain could sense the other party's presence, but it wasn't very accurate. Moreover, the other party was hidden deep in the void. It would be difficult for his attack to kill him, and it would only alert the other party. Since that was the case, he had to lure the other party out of the void so that it would be easier for him to counterattack. Right at this moment. Within the scabbard, Qinzong's extreme heart phaseless sword, which had condensed all of his strength, left the scabbard in an instant. It directly burst forth with incomparable light, dispersing all the darkness in the surroundings. It was like a blazing sun, releasing extreme light. Nothing could hide from it. Everything was about to be melted. This sword light was too dazzling and too blazing. Even the evil shadow, who had unleashed an all-out attack, couldn't help but be slightly affected. In a battle between experts, a slight influence could determine the outcome of the battle, or even life and death. This was the opportunity that Qinzong had to grasp. When the sword left the scabbard, the sword light was dazzling, and the sword was fatal. It was launched later, but it arrived first. This sword directly pierced into the depths of the void, following the trajectory of the black poisonous thorn, and piercing towards the evil shadow that was hiding in the void. This sword was grasped at the perfect timing. It couldn't be dodged, nor could it be blocked. The evil shadow was directly hit by the sword. The sword chi exploded in an instant, wreaking havoc everywhere. The evil shadow could no longer hide and was forced to reveal itself. What welcomed it was the endless sword chi. The sword light wreaked havoc, and all of it landed on the evil shadow's body. No matter how strong its body was, it couldn't block such a terrifying sword light. After all, the evil shadow's defensive power was inferior to the evil god's corpse from before. However, it had an advantage that the evil god's corpse couldn't compare to, and that was its ability to hide and assassinate. It was like a peerless assassin, especially its attacks. Once one was hit, one would definitely die. But now, not only did it fail to kill this human, but it was also lured out by this human and killed by him. How pathetic. Seeing the puppet that he had painstakingly refined being killed so easily, the evil god high priest was both heartbroken and surprised. He was heartbroken because it wasn't easy to refine the evil shadow. It took a lot of time, effort, and treasures. Now that it was killed, it was equivalent to wasting all those time and resources. He was surprised because he had already seen Qinzong as his spiritual puppet. The stronger he was, the more shocking it would be after refining it into a spiritual puppet. "Come, I'll wait for you here," the evil god high priest murmured as if he was summoning Qinzong. At the same time, the voice of the evil god high priest sounded in Chenzong's ears. That voice seemed to be whispering in his ears, as if the evil god high priest was right beside him. Sheathing his sword, Chenzong adjusted his breathing and quickly recovered his strength. At the same time, he strode forward again. There was an entrance there, the only entrance. He didn't know where it led to, but Chenzong had a feeling that if he walked in and out, he would reach the final destination and see the biggest goal of this trip. The evil god highness, the evil god high priest. When Chenzong stepped out of the passage, he saw a huge cave dwelling. It was many times bigger than the cave dwellings he had passed by before. It was at least 10 times or even 100 times bigger. It had an indescribable grandeur to it. Its height was at least a few hundred meters or even 1,000 meters. It was circular in shape. Chenzong's gaze swept across it. He immediately saw that there were cages on the walls of this huge cave dwelling. Many humans were locked up in these cages. Below them, there was a huge statue of the evil god king that was 100 meters tall. The statue was on the altar that was 10,000 meters wide. It was very lifelike, as if it was a real evil god king. Intense collisions rang out continuously. Terrifying auras spread out in all directions. Chenzong was shocked. It was a fierce battle between 12-star level combatants. Chenzong could tell at a glance that one of the parties fighting was the third Taoist of the Purple Extreme Hall, Yuan Chongshan, who was known as the Mountain King. Chenzong had never seen the other party before, but he was sure that it was the evil god tribe. After thinking for a while, Chenzong determined the identity of the other party. It was the evil god tribe's highness. It seemed that Yuan Chongshan had beaten him to it. Since that was the case, Chenzong's gaze swept across, and landed on a tall, hunched figure holding a snake staff not too far away from the Cthulhu King statue. This getup, if he was not mistaken, should be the so-called Cthulhu High Priest. As long as he got rid of the evil god Highness and the evil god High Priest, he would have accomplished half of his goal in the great heaven world. Thinking of this, Chenzong's eyes narrowed. His gaze focused. Sword light shot out in all directions, locking onto the evil god High Priest from afar. He approached step by step. With every step he took, Chenzong's aura would condense a little. On the ground, as Chenzong moved forward, he left a straight mark, as if it was cut by a sharp sword. It was a sword mark. Where the footprints pointed, where the sword mark went. The heretic god high priest's eyes were dark red, with specks of dark brown scattered around. It gave people a kind of turbid feeling, but it wasn't the turbidity of old eyes. Instead, it was a kind of unseen depth that brought about an invisible pressure. Being stared at by those eyes, Chenzong also felt an indescribable pressure. That pressure seemed to come from the depths of his soul, as if an invisible hammer was violently pounding on him. However, Chenzong only felt the pressure, but he was not afraid. His footsteps did not slow down, and his speed did not increase or decrease. He maintained a uniform speed as he walked forward, continuously accumulating sword energy and increasing sword pressure. When it was increased to the maximum, once he drew his sword, he would definitely unleash an ultimate strike. The evil god high priest gently lifted his snake staff, and then gently tapped it. The ground suddenly shook, as if it was trampled by an ancient giant beast. An indescribable force instantly surged through the ground, directly rushing towards Chenzong's feet. This force was incomparably vigorous and domineering. It could destroy mountains and destroy peaks, attempting to cripple Chenzong's legs. However, Chenzong's foot landed, and his sword energy surged, instantly resisting and shattering that force. The heretic god high priest raised his snake staff again. This time, he struck it 3 times in a row, and it was as if the 3 strikes were fused into one. The ground did not shake violently, but a strange ripple spread out. Around Chenzong's feet, a faint green light suddenly appeared. Layer by layer, the light rapidly contracted from the outside to the inside. Layer by layer, it carried a strange and terrifying power, turning into rings that contracted, trying to bind Chenzong. Chenzong's right hand grasped the sword hilt, and the sharp sword was 3 inches out of the sheath. In an instant, a shocking sharpness vibrated out, turning into countless sword energy, sweeping in all directions. Under the endless sword energy, the faint green rings were shattered one after another, unable to bind Chenzong at all, and also unable to stop Qinzong from moving forward. However, the evil god high priest did not panic at all. He lifted his snake staff again. This time, he lifted it much higher than before, and it fell down even faster, as if it was going to drill through the ground. With a bang, the snake staff fell down, like a meteorite crashing into the ground. It did not drill through the ground, but an invisible ripple spread out in an instant. His feet, legs, and even his body were the targets of those scarlet bone claws. And there were as many as dozens of scarlet bone claws. The scarlet bone claws, which contained an evil and violent power, grabbed at Qinzong with astonishing power, causing his expression to change slightly. If the evil god high priest's previous 2 attacks were just probing moves, then this time, he showed his true strength. Dozens of scarlet bone claws filled with an extremely evil power instantly tore through the air and clawed at him from all directions. Waves of horrifying cold wind swept up, infiltrating and invading everywhere. Qinzong's expression was solemn. The sword that was originally 3 inches out of the sheath was completely unsheathed in an instant. As soon as it was out of the sheath, it bloomed with an eternally bright light. It was extremely dazzling and extremely sharp. The sword light exploded like a ring of stars, slashing through all directions and slashing through dozens of bone claws. However, it did not cut them off as expected. The bone claws were unexpectedly hard. The sword light was continuous, like flowing water, like the waves of a river. Wave after wave, each wave of sword light contained extreme sharpness. If one wave was not enough, then 2. In an instant, under dozens and hundreds of sword light, no matter how hard the bone claws were, they could not withstand it and were all cut and shattered. The 3rd attack of the evil god high priest was also neutralized by Qinzong. 100 meters, Qinzong and the evil god high priest were separated by 100 meters. This was a distance that was neither close nor far. Qinzong's right foot paused slightly and his body leaned forward slightly, as if he was pressing his center of gravity on his right foot. His toes clenched the ground, and on the instep of his combat shoes, large tendons bulged, containing extremely terrifying power. His eyes were as cold as the edge of a sword as he stared at the evil god high priest, as if he could pierce through him. His sword aura continued to accumulate and had reached the extreme. It was so condensed that it permeated around Qinzong and turned into wisps of sword energy. In the next breath, with a bang, the power completely erupted from his right leg. Qinzong's entire body flew out like an arrow that had left the bow. The sword chi that suffused his body transformed into wisps of smoke that fluttered in the air, as if they were blown away by a violent wind. His long hair danced wildly like a sharp sword in the sky. The extreme heart phaseless sword in his hand suddenly swung out. A horizontal slash, it was extremely fast as lightning and aurora. Qinzong performed the heart-refining sword technique, sword 6 to the extreme. The power of this sword had reached the peak of the 11-star level. The heretic god high priest felt as if he was about to be cut in half. Although the power of the sword was only at the peak of the 11-star level, for some reason, its sharpness was extremely shocking. The snake staff tapped on the ground, and ripples spread out from the bottom to the top. They gathered above the heretic god high priest's head, forming an eggshell, which then turned into a protective shield that firmly protected him. Qinzong slashed at the shield with all his might, but it was immediately blocked by the shield. The power of the Taichu sword source was extremely sharp and had the characteristics of splitting the world apart, tearing everything apart. However, this time, it was unable to work completely. It was only able to cut into the shield a little before it was neutralized by the strange power of the shield. Nothing was absolute. Besides, there was still a gap between Qinzong's power and the evil god high priest's. If it were any other 11-star combatant, their full-powered attack would not even be able to damage the Diablo High Priest's protective shield. The Fiend God High Priest was even more shocked that half of his defensive barrier had been cut open. This kind of power was too sharp, too shocking. Qinzong immediately swung his sword a second time after failing to break through the shield with one strike. The sword and the sword connected, and the sword light turned into a line. In the end, it still broke through the Diablo High Priest's protective shield and closed in an instant. The sword slashed at the Diablo High Priest's neck, wanting to cut off his head. The snake staff waved gently and blocked the sword light. Qinzong only felt a powerful and violent power explode from the snake staff. This power was as shocking as an ancient ferocious beast. This kind of power was even more powerful than his own. It directly shook the sword away and pushed him back. The snake staff was obviously not ordinary. It took the attack of the extreme heart phaseless sword without being damaged at all. Not even a mark was left on it. The moment Qianzong was pushed back, the Diablo High Priest's snake staff also suddenly struck down. The snake head of the staff fiercely smashed toward Qianzong. It was as fast as a viper coming out of its hole, and as fierce as a python breaking out of the ground. It was vicious and vicious. Qianzong's figure flew back in the air, but he used the force to increase his strength. His body curled up like a swallow, and not only did he avoid the vicious attack of the snake staff, but his long sword slashed through the air and drew a stunning arc of light. It was as beautiful as a dragonfly skimming the water, but it was also filled with an unparalleled sharpness. It directly slashed toward the neck of the Diablo High Priest. Cutting off the head with one strike was the safest way. At that time, the Diablo High Priest would also be sealed by the demon sealing spell and completely eliminated if he wanted to possess the body. However, the great priest of the evil god tribe wasn't someone that those ordinary members of the evil god tribe could compare to. The snake staff that was originally extremely sturdy suddenly softened. It was as though it had transformed into a venomous snake that was extremely lifelike. It flicked out its crimson tongue and exploded forth with lightning speed, lunging toward Qianzong. Its body rapidly circled around, not only blocking Qianzong's sword attack, but it also wanted to entangle Qianzong. Qianzong had a premonition that once he was entangled, it would be difficult to pull out. It would be very disadvantageous for him. The sword slashed. It seemed that he had exhausted all his strength, but it was just an illusion. At that moment, Qianzong turned heavy into light. He lightly touched the snake staff and immediately showed unparalleled agility. His body moved along the snake staff and constantly circled around it, attacking the Diablo High Priest. His other hand was like a sword. Sword chi condensed and pointed at the lower jaw of the snake head that was opening its mouth to bite him. At this point, Qianzong only felt the sword chi on his finger shatter. His finger felt like it was being hammered. Waves of pain came as if his finger bones were broken. Fortunately, he blocked the snake head's bite. Qianzong kicked out and kicked the snake head to the side. The tip of his sword was already close to the Diablo High Priest's neck. He was able to multitask completely. Slash, when the sword slashed down, Qianzong's expression changed. The sword missed. The Diablo High Priest's figure was very strange. In an instant, he turned from solid to illusory and avoided the sword slash. As soon as he dodged, he counterattacked. The snake staff directly turned into a huge cobra-like poisonous snake. Its body was dozens of meters long and extremely thick. It wrapped the Diablo High Priest in the middle and firmly protected him. The huge triangular snake head that looked like it had opened its wings raised high. It swayed gently, constantly flicking its scarlet tongue. A pair of red, cold, and ruthless eyes stared at Qianzong. Qianzong couldn't help but feel waves of chills from the depths of his body. Under the gaze of that pair of cold, ruthless vertical pupils, Qianzong was under great pressure. This pressure came from the depths of his body and his divine soul. An extremely tyrannical power fluctuation was emitted from the huge poisonous snake. It condensed into one and pressed down. 12-star, the huge poisonous snake that the snake staff had transformed into had the combat strength of a 12-star. This was the true power of the Diablo High Priest. "Senior, I can only borrow your power again," Qianzong said quietly. Only he and the demon heart could hear his voice. The array formation of the Tianhong world had a limit on the level of power. It couldn't exceed the Yuanming realm. Even the demon heart couldn't break this rule because he only had the combat strength of a Dao master. Furthermore, he wasn't the top Dao master he had been when he was alive. As a result, the demon heart's help to Qianzong was greatly limited. However, Qianzong could still borrow the power of the demon heart to raise his combat strength to a higher level. However, it was still at the Yuanming realm. Divine spirit borrowing power. In an instant, a majestic power surged out of the demon heart and poured into Qianzong's body like a flood breaking through a dam. It merged with Qianzong's own power and greatly increased Qianzong's own power. The aura overflowed like a raging wave and soared into the sky, shaking the surroundings. The Diablo High Priest's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly commanded the huge poisonous snake to pounce forward. The hissing sound was like the roar of a huge beast, and the stench was like a wave of thick smoke. Divine Marshal! Xianxia roared. His eyes shone brightly like the sun hanging in the sky, illuminating the world. His left hand's fingers were like a sword as they swept across the body of the sword. A tyrannical power quickly spread from the spine of the sword all the way to the tip. The sword light was biting cold, like a pale divine fire burning endlessly. It emitted an earth-shattering divine power. Countless sword chi burst forth and condensed on Xianxia's body, forming a 10-meter-tall shadow. Xianxia's shadow had the exact same movements and expression as Xianxia. The shadow reached out and grabbed at the air. Countless sword chi surged and condensed into a long sword shadow that was exactly the same as the extreme heart phaseless sword. This scene made the Diablo High Priest's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. A bad premonition arose in his heart. At that moment, the huge snake's head pounced forward like lightning. Its barb-like venomous fangs were about to pierce through Xianxia. Sword drawing, horizontal slash, the sword light broke through the air, and the 10-meter-tall shadow slashed out with the sword at the same time. The power was vast and mighty, splitting heaven and earth. When the sword was unleashed, its power was boundless, boundless, boundless. The Diablo High Priest's expression changed drastically. Even Yuan Chongshan and the Diablo Hall Master, who were fighting fiercely on the other side, were alarmed. They instantly stopped and looked over. When they saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. This was unexpected. This was completely unexpected. Who would have thought that the peerless divine sword Xianxia could unleash such a shocking power? The head of the snake, which was ferocious and ruthless like lightning, was directly cut by the sword of the divine martial shadow. It paused for a moment, and in the next breath, it was directly broken. The power of this sword was too terrifying. The sword momentum did not dissipate. It still carried a terrifying power as it charged towards the Diablo High Priest. The Diablo High Priest was horrified. The Diablo High Priest grabbed at the air with his right hand, and the giant snake that had been cut off suddenly emitted a strong light. It quickly entered his hand and turned back into the snake staff. With a sudden shake, waves of power spread out and formed a protective shield again. This protective shield was not just one layer like before. There were 10 layers, and they firmly protected the Diablo High Priest. Under the sword light, the protective shield was broken one layer at a time. The Diablo High Priest's vertical pupils widened, and his face was tense. His snake hair danced wildly, as if a group of snakes had come alive. It was obvious that he was doing his best. The 10 layers of protective shield were all broken by the divine martial shadow sword. However, after breaking through the 10 layers, the power of the divine martial shadow sword was greatly weakened. When it slashed towards the Diablo High Priest, it was blocked by the Diablo High Priest's final burst of power, and he waved the snake staff. With one slash, the Cthulhu High Priest was sent flying, crashing violently into the Cthulhu King statue that was 100 meters tall. He spat out a mouthful of dark green blood, his expression withered slightly. On the other side, Yuan Chongshan was pushed back by the evil god's majesty's attack. The gigantic Yuan tyrant body was a secret technique of the Purple Extreme Palace. It wasn't an ordinary technique. Therefore, when it was used, it would consume the user's strength. That battle was intense. Yuan Chongshan used his full strength, but he couldn't defeat the evil god's majesty. The evil god's majesty was too strong. This was the headquarters of the evil god clan in the Tianhong world. It was good for the evil god clan, but not for the human race. It was bad for them. Yuan Chongshan's gigantic origin tyrannical body finally couldn't hold on any longer. After all, every time the gigantic origin tyrannical body received an attack, it would be difficult for him to be injured. He wouldn't feel any pain, and he wouldn't be pushed back. However, every time he received an attack, it would consume an astonishing amount of energy. Under the extremely powerful attack, Yuan Chongshan was sent flying. His 2-meter-tall strong body quickly shrunk back to its original size. Yuan Chongshan, who had lost his giant Yuan tyrant body, took the hit. Although he wasn't injured, his face was pale and his body was exhausted. The battle just now was extremely intense. Not only did he have to attack, but he also had to be weaker than the evil fiend temple. The evil energy had seeped into his body and increased the burden on him. You're quite strong. You're qualified to be my guard. Even though the evil god's majesty had consumed a lot of strength, he recovered his strength quickly. After that, the evil god's majesty attacked again. Yuan Chongshan's body was suddenly covered by a layer of light, which blocked the attack. It was a defensive secret treasure. The evil god's majesty was startled. He attacked again, but Yuan Chongshan's defensive secret treasure blocked all his attacks. Yuan Chongshan stood there motionlessly, letting the evil god's majesty attack him. He used his defensive secret treasure to block all the attacks. That secret treasure had been given to him by his sect. It was extremely powerful and could only be activated at a critical moment. It was difficult for the evil god's majesty to break it. Furthermore, once the power of this artifact was activated, Yuan Chong Mountain could ignore it unless they wanted to stop it. While the power of the defensive artifact was still there, Yuan Chongshan quickly took out an elixir and consumed it. He circulated his cultivation art and quickly refined the elixir's power to recover his cultivation. After his cultivation recovered, he would take the initiative to remove the power of his protective artifact and fight the evil god temple. Although he was at a disadvantage in the battle just now, Yuan Chongshan also felt that he had stimulated some of his potential in the fierce battle. If he continued to fight, he was confident that he would be able to take another step forward and possess a stronger combat strength. 12-star combat strength was equivalent to the combat strength of the Transcendent Realm. This was a general term. The range of its level could even exceed the range of 10-star to 11-star combat strength. If one wanted to subdivide the 12-star combat power, it would be even more detailed. The Evil Fiend Hall gave up on attacking Yuan Chongshan and turned to attack Qinzong instead. Qinzong slashed out with his sword, and the Divine Marshal's shadow also slashed out with it. With Qinzong's current cultivation, he could borrow more of the god's power. Therefore, not only did his combat strength reach the 12-star level of the Transcendent Realm, but it was also one of the stronger ones. With such battle prowess, not only did he break through the snake staff's power with a single sword strike, he even sent the high priest of the evil god flying and injured him. Now, with a single sword strike, he had broken through the high priest of the evil god's attack with an irresistible force. The evil god's majesty's expression changed drastically. He screamed and retreated without hesitation. This sword was too powerful, and he could not block it. Unexpectedly, it turned out that the unparalleled divine sword was the strongest one. The injured Cthulhu high priest did not make a move. Instead, after retrieving the snake staff, he faced the Cthulhu king statue and chanted a mysterious prophecy. His chants rose and fell, containing an indescribable unique rhythm. The chains on the Cthulhu king statue started to vibrate, connecting to the pillars around them, continuously guiding and transmitting the power of the ball of light at the top of the pillars. An extremely evil aura spread out wildly. It instantly filled the entire cave, and made Qinzong feel an unknown pressure. Staring at the Cthulhu king statue, Qinzong swung his sword without hesitation. He used all his strength. The 10-meter-tall divine marshal's shadow also swung its sword. It used all its strength to destroy the Cthulhu king statue. Qinzong had a realization. The Cthulhu king statue was the key. The evil god's majesty and the evil god's high priest were also key. Only by getting rid of these two key points could they solve the crisis of the Tianhong world. The giant sword light slashed through the air like it was nothing, and hit the 100-meter-tall Cthulhu king statue. Red light flashed and flickered on the surface of the Cthulhu king statue. It blocked the giant sword light's attack. Even when the sword light dissipated, the red light was not broken. This kind of power made Qinzong's expression extremely serious. In the next moment, the Cthulhu king statue's eyes shot out two extremely red lights. One shot towards Qinzong, while the other shot towards Yuanchong Mountain. It was too fast. It was faster than lightning. Qinzong could not dodge it at all. The red light was already there. In an instant, the red light exploded and turned into 100 smaller lights. They fell around Qinzong and formed a prison, trapping Qinzong in it. This is... Qinzong was slightly taken aback. He immediately felt a shocking force pressing down on him from all directions. Not only did it completely seal off the surroundings, it was also trying to destroy his power. Qianzong was in such a situation, and Yuanchong Mountain was no exception. He was also trapped. Yuanchong Mountain used his protective heirloom to block the evil power's attack, but could not escape. Qianzong slashed out with his sword, and the divine martial shadow slashed out with his sword as well. Carrying an astonishing amount of power, the sword slashed down heavily on the red pillars of light that were as thick as an arm around the prison. However, this extremely powerful strike did not manage to break through the pillars of light. Instead, it suffered a backlash and the sword light shattered. The second slash, the third slash, Qianzong swung his sword continuously. He slashed again and again, but every sword light shattered. He could not break the prison at all. The evil power continued to increase, crazily squeezing from all directions, causing Qianzong to feel more and more pressure. Yuan Chongshan sped up the refinement of the pills and recovered his strength. Although his defensive artifact could still resist, it was already emitting a series of creaking sounds. It was very ear-piercing and made one's scalp tingle, causing Yuan Chongshan's expression to become extremely solemn. Once his protective heirloom's defense was broken, he would have to face this terrifying evil power directly. Given the strength of this evil power, his defensive power would be as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. He would be torn apart directly. When that time came, he would undoubtedly die. Although Yuan Chongshan had thought of the danger, he had never thought that he would die here. It should be known that his combat power was tyrannical and was completely at the 12-star level. He also had a protective heirloom with him. In a world where no one could surpass the Origin Demon Realm, it was undoubtedly his greatest guarantee. It was what he relied on to run rampant. However, he was about to be crushed and his life was in danger. Qianzong did not brandish his sword to attack again. After all, his attacks were simply unable to break this prison. Don't worry, I will refine you into a spirit puppet. When that time comes, you will not lose your consciousness or spirituality. Apart from completely obeying my orders, everything you possess will still exist. You can still cultivate and become stronger. The great priest's figure flashed and appeared outside the scarlet prison. His eyes were filled with an indescribable ambition as he stared at Qianzong. His gaze was as if he was admiring a perfect work of art. Qianzong couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The great priest's words also made Qianzong extremely vigilant. The power of the evil prison will continuously consume your power until it is completely exhausted. When that time comes, you will lose all ability to resist, the great priest said again. In his opinion, Qianzong, who was trapped in the evil prison, was already a turtle in a jar. There was no way he could resist. Qianzong did not answer the great priest's words. Instead, he quickly pondered. Break out of this situation. How could he break out of this dangerous situation? The only way is to break the evil prison, Moxian said. Qianzong also understood this point. Only by breaking the evil prison would he have any hope of breaking out. However, he had already tried just now. The evil prison's power was astonishing. It was simply impossible to break through. Moreover, the pressure was astonishing. Qianzong also felt that his power was constantly draining away, as if it was being absorbed. If this continued, once all his power was absorbed, he would lose all ability to resist and fall into the hands of the other party. At this moment, the evil god tribe appeared one by one, holding a human captive. Third senior sister, fourth senior sister. Qianzong's expression changed when he saw them from the corner of his eye. Among the people being held captive was his third senior sister, Yu Wuxia, and fourth senior sister, Xianxia. Other than them, there were also other geniuses. Yu Wuxia and Xianxia also saw Qianzong trapped in the evil prison. Their expressions changed, but they were powerless to save him. Senior, do you have any ideas? Qianzong could only ask for advice. The situation was urgent and there was no time to think carefully. Let's try the sword world, Moxian said after pondering for a while. At this point, there was no other way. After all, his power was greatly restricted. He couldn't erupt with power that surpassed the Yuan underworld realm and thus couldn't break the evil prison. He had never encountered the evil god tribe before. His power was restricted, and he wasn't familiar with their characteristics. Naturally, he felt helpless. After thinking about it, Xian thought of the sword world. He actually knew the contents of the sword world. After all, he was now one with Chenzong and depended on Chenzong to exist. If he could control the sword world, he might be able to break the evil prison. Senior, I haven't mastered the sword world yet. Chenzong couldn't help smiling bitterly. Time was too short. There was simply no time to cultivate in seclusion. Cultivate now. Xian's tone was unquestionable. Cultivate in peace. I will block the power of the evil prison. One by one, the human geniuses were captured alive, escorted here, and locked up in the prison on the cave wall. This scene caused despair to rise in people's hearts. This was indeed the main camp of the evil god tribe. They had found it, but the result was a complete annihilation. This was especially true when they saw that the third Taoist of the Purple Extreme Hall, Wang Yuan Chongshan, was also trapped in the prison. After all, Wang Yuan Chongshan was publicly recognized as the strongest person on this trip. If even he was trapped, then what about the others? As for Chenzong, although he was the third Taoist of the Will Heavenly Palace and had the title of Unparalleled Divine Sword, his cultivation base had yet to reach the pinnacle of the Yuan underworld stage. He still couldn't compare to Wang Yuan Chongshan. Of course, they didn't know that Chenzong had a divine spirit. They didn't know that Chenzong could use the divine spirit to unleash a divine martial technique that was even stronger than Wang Yuan Chongshan. If they had known, they might have felt even more despair. After all, even someone with such strength was trapped in the prison and couldn't escape. Unable to break free, all the human geniuses had their powers sealed and were sent to the prison, becoming prisoners. High Priest, Your Highness, 30 of the human prodigies that entered have died. The rest have been captured. An evil god tribe warrior immediately reported to the evil god tribe's high priest and the evil god tribe. He was speaking the language of the evil god race, and the majority of the humans couldn't understand him. However, a small number of humans understood him, and Chenzong could hear him clearly. 30 dead, the rest were captured alive. This was like a trap waiting for everyone to enter. Now, everyone had fallen into the trap. Those who died were dead, and those who were captured were captured. You all heard what I said just now, but perhaps you don't understand the language of the sacred race. The evil divinity Highness smiled. He turned back into his human form, which was very charming. He glanced at the prisoners, making them feel like they were being stared at. You human geniuses have all been annihilated, said the evil divinity Highness with a smile. Most of the human prodigies didn't believe what the evil god tribe's high priest said. How was that possible? How could they be completely wiped out? Both of them couldn't surpass the Yuan underworld stage, so how could they be completely wiped out? Xiao wants to talk nonsense and disturb our state of mind. One of the human race's heaven's pridelings roared. Since you don't believe me, then let someone you are familiar with tell you. The evil fiend Highness had a mocking expression on his face as he clapped his hands. Immediately, a figure flew over and appeared beside him. Greetings, Your Highness. The moment this person arrived, he immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle to the Fiend God Temple, and then to the Fiend God High Priest. When everyone saw this person, they were first stunned. Then, their expressions changed greatly. They couldn't believe their eyes. Who was he? The Patriarch of the Heavenly Hong sect. It was the Patriarch of the Grand Heaven sect. It was unexpected. Chenzong, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief. The Heavenly Goose Gate did not activate the Great Defensive Formation. The rumor was that the Heavenly Goose Gate's old ancestor, who had gone out to travel for thousands of years, had returned and displayed absolute battle prowess. He had repelled the invading evil god tribe and defended the Heavenly Goose Gate. At that time, Chenzong and the others believed it. However, after entering this place, Chenzong realized that the evil god tribe was very powerful. If they really wanted to attack, the Heavenly Goose Gate would not be able to defend at all. They had to activate the Great Defensive Formation. However, the Heavenly Goose Gate was safe and sound. They did not activate the Great Defensive Formation. Now, there was an answer to everything. The Heavenly Goose Gate's old ancestor had already defected to the evil god tribe. He was still a human race and had not been possessed. The evil Qi Ring could not sense him, but he had already defected to the evil god tribe and become their lackey. Throughout history, there were many people who had been bribed by the evil god tribe and had betrayed the human race to defect to the evil god tribe. The Heavenly Goose Gate's old ancestor was not the first, and he would not be the last. Although he knew this, anger kept surging from the depths of his heart and was about to explode. Anger, anger, every single human race was angry. The flames of anger burned brightly as he stared at old ancestor Tianhong through his eyes. It was as if he wanted to burn old ancestor Tianhong to ashes. That old face, which was originally amiable, now looked abominable. That seemingly amiable smile had an indescribable malevolence. Hatred, they wished they could skin him alive, pull out his tendons, and grind his bones to ashes. Traitors of the human race were the most detestable. Perhaps, this time, the capture of everyone had something to do with this person. All of you are geniuses from various major forces. You have extraordinary talents and great potential. Your future is limitless. The Heavenly Goose Gate's old ancestor was full of smiles. He still looked so amiable, but it was irritating. His voice was also so amiable, but it was even more irritating. It would be a pity if you all died here. Many years of bitter cultivation and limitless future would vanish like smoke. Think about it, don't you think it's a pity? Although the Heavenly Goose Gate's old ancestor was detestable and hateful, one had to admit that his voice and words had a strange rhythm. It was like a gentle breeze and drizzle. It wasn't strong, but it poured into everyone's minds little by little. This wasn't a good thing for everyone whose powers had been sealed, as it affected their minds little by little. All of them recalled their hard work and bitter cultivation over the years. They had gone through numerous life and death situations to obtain their current strength. It would be a pity if they really died here. After all, they hadn't cultivated to the limit and could still continue to improve, break through the Yuan underworld realm, and reach the divine ability realm. They could even break through to the Tao Venerate realm and become a high and mighty Tao Venerate elite that everyone looked up to. Patriarch Tianhong saw the changes in everyone's expressions, but there were still a few people with extremely strong willpower who weren't affected. Patriarch Tianhong narrowed his eyes. Look at me. My talent is average and cultivating to the high Yuan underworld realm is already my limit. Even after thousands of years of experience, I still haven't improved. However, ever since I met the sacred race, I obtained a great opportunity and directly broke through to the perfected Yuan underworld realm. Not only did my cultivation break through, but even my cultivation technique and divine ability improved. Now, my combat strength has reached the peak of the 11-star level. The Heavenly Goose Gate's old ancestor had a fanatical look on his face. Originally, he had been at the high Yuan underworld realm and had only reached the 10-star level after thousands of years of experience. That had been his limit. However, because he had joined the sacred race and obtained great opportunities and benefits, his cultivation had broken through and his combat strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He had reached an unprecedented level and an unimaginable realm. Everyone here is a celestial. Whether it is talent or potential, all of you surpass me. If you can obtain a lucky chance from the saint race, I believe that your cultivation and combat strength will rise by leaps and bounds. Surpassing me will be easy. Patriarch Tianhong's words were indeed very tempting. What was important to a cultivator? Cultivation, strength, there was no doubt about it. With great power, one could control more. One's own fate, the fate of others, and so on. The evil god Hall Master and the evil god High Priest didn't say anything. They just let Patriarch Tianhong do as he wished. If Patriarch Tianhong could persuade some of the human race elites to join the sacred race, that would be a good thing. If not, he could only use some means. The result of using some means naturally wouldn't be as good as taking the initiative to join the sacred race. There would be some flaws. As for refining spiritual puppets, it wasn't easy and consumed a lot of resources. It couldn't be used on everyone. The evil god High Priest had already decided to concentrate all the resources on Shenzong. Even an army of thousands couldn't compare to a peerless elite. Everyone, don't be bewitched by this bastard. There were still some who could remain calm and shouted. Damn bastard, you betrayed the human race. Not only will you die, but your Heaven Hong sect will also be annihilated. Patriarch Tianhong was the patriarch of the Heaven Hong sect. He had betrayed the human race and joined the evil god tribe. It was hard to say if the Heaven Hong sect had already joined the evil god tribe. If so, the Heaven Hong sect had to be annihilated. The human race would do their best for their own kind. They wouldn't have the slightest bit of mercy for traitors, no matter what the reason was. Betrayal was betrayal. No matter how many reasons were used to cover it up, it couldn't get rid of the fact that they were traitors. Hearing their roars, Patriarch Tianhong sneered. Now that things had come to this, they still wanted to leave unscathed. That was impossible. They would either die, be possessed, or surrender to the sacred race. No matter which one it was, it wouldn't be a threat to him. On the contrary, if he succeeded in persuading them to surrender, he would have made a contribution and would be rewarded by the sacred race. No matter what Patriarch Tianhong said, Qinzong didn't care. Instead, he started to cultivate. Time was of the essence. He had to race against time to master the sword world as soon as possible. According to the demon heart's deduction, the power of the sword world should be extremely strong. Perhaps there was a chance of breaking through the evil prison and turning the situation around. If even the sword world couldn't do it, then there was probably no other way. They would really be wiped out. However, in order to master the sword world, Qinzong had to first compress the world domain and use it to replace the world core. He had tried to cultivate it many times before, but he had failed time and time again. Now, his soul had been replenished, and his strength had increased by a lot. Compared to before, he had a greater chance of successfully compressing the world domain and using it to replace the world core, successfully cultivating the sword world. This would take time. The evil prison continued to suppress and absorb Qinzong's power. This would interfere with Qinzong to a great extent, making it impossible for Qinzong to cultivate in peace. Fortunately, he had the demon heart. With his power, he could block the evil prison's suppression and absorption. It wouldn't affect Qinzong in the slightest. Qinzong got rid of all distracting thoughts and focused on cultivating. The 15,000-meter world domain spread out, but it couldn't break through the evil prison's restraint. The evil prison was very strange. It didn't look big, only a few dozen meters in radius, but the space inside was more than 100 times bigger. It was very strange. However, the changes inside could not be sensed by the outside world at all. They were all isolated. Even if the Cthulhu High Priest was chanting the sacrificial rites and using the power of the Cthulhu King statue to cast the evil prison, he still could not sense the changes inside. The 10-meter-tall god's martial shadow was still there. It emitted an extremely overbearing power, but this god's martial shadow was not Qinzong's power. It was the demon heart god spirit's power. It was controlled by the demon heart god spirit. The reason why it appeared in this form was to create an illusion. Although the outside world couldn't sense any aura, they could see that the evil prison wasn't isolated from the outside world. He was so careful to avoid any accidents. Otherwise, if the other party found something wrong and forcefully interfered, it might cause Qinzong to fail. He wasn't very confident to begin with. Once he was interfered, the success rate would be even lower. Compress, the world domain began to compress. Previously, when Qinzong was compressing to 10 meters, he encountered an unbreakable bottleneck. Because his soul was split, he hadn't recovered yet. Now that his soul had completely recovered, he went one step further. The 15,000-meter world domain was quickly compressed. When it was compressed to 10,000 meters, it encountered a rebound. But Qinzong was already prepared for this rebound. He easily resisted it and continued to compress. When it was compressed to 1,000 meters, it encountered a second rebound that was even stronger. Qinzong resisted it again. The third rebound was when it was compressed to 100 meters. The rebound was much stronger, but Qinzong resisted it again. He felt it was much easier than the last time. The fourth rebound would be when it was compressed to 10 meters. It was also the final point of the previous rebound. It would stop at 10 meters. This time, Qinzong was confident that he could successfully compress it to within 10 meters. But only when it was compressed to 1 meter could it be considered a success. Only then could he use the world domain to replace the heart of the world and combine it with the heart sword realm to cultivate the sword world. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters, Qinzong's compression speed was very fast, but he was not anxious at all. The closer he was to the 10-meter mark, the calmer Qianzong became. There was not the slightest ripple in his mind. 20 meters, the next step was 10 meters. Qianzong was ready for the fourth and stronger rebound. Qianzong still remembered the powerful rebound force of the fourth time. He had failed several times and had to give up in the end. 10 meters, with a buzzing sound, an extremely terrifying power erupted in an instant. It was as if a mountain torrent had burst out of a dam, or as if the sea was flowing in reverse. It directly erupted and attacked without any mercy. Qianzong's expression was solemn. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his robe swelled as he tried his best to resist the attack. From the looks of it, it was as if he was resisting the oppression of the evil prison. The heretical god high priest didn't have the slightest doubt. Instead, he revealed a hint of ridicule. Don't make any unnecessary resistance. The power of the evil prison is not something you can resist. The heretical god high priest smiled and said, "Submit to me, submit to me. I will use the power of the evil will reincarnation array to absorb the life force of all living things in the Tianhong world. I will use a portion of it on you to forge a peerless foundation for you and allow you to improve further and surpass what you are now." Although the heretical god high priest didn't say much, the information he revealed made Qianzong secretly shocked. Although he was in the midst of cultivation and cleared all distracting thoughts, it didn't mean that Qianzong didn't know anything about the outside world. The evil will reincarnation array. Could this be the name of the array that covered the entire Tianhong world, absorbing the life force of all living things in the Tianhong world? What was he trying to do? It was terrifying to think about. Once he succeeded, the Tianhong world would completely fall. Thinking about it, Qianzong didn't know how to imagine it. Sword world, he had to succeed in cultivating it. He had to succeed before the evil will reincarnation array was completed. He had to reverse the situation and resolve the crisis of the Tianhong world. No matter what the heretical god high priest said, Qianzong ignored him and focused on compressing. He endured it. He finally endured the impact of the fourth rebound and successfully compressed the world domain to 10 meters. However, this wasn't the end. He continued to compress. 9 meters, when it was compressed to 9 meters, Qianzong felt a terrifying rebounding force erupt, which was beyond his expectations. Luckily, Qianzong's soul was even stronger after being replenished. After blocking the rebound this time, he continued to compress. 8 meters, another tyrannical force rebounded. Qianzong was already prepared. 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters, every time he compressed it by 1 meter, there would be a rebound. Moreover, each rebound would be stronger than the previous one. Luckily, although each rebound was stronger, it wouldn't be by much. Instead, it would increase bit by bit, allowing Qianzong to withstand it. The benefits of having his soul replenished were fully displayed. If not for this, he would have already failed when he compressed it to 10 meters. 3 meters, 2 meters, next, it would be 1 meter. 1 meter, which was the limit of the world domain to be compressed, replacing the standard degree of the heart of the world. Qianzong knew that when it was compressed to 1 meter, the rebound might be even more powerful and astonishing. In fact, he wasn't sure whether he could withstand it or not. However, even if he wasn't sure, he had to try his best. Compress, 1 meter, in an instant, as if a deep-sea monster had awakened, as if a star had exploded, an extremely terrifying and unparalleled violent force directly erupted. This force was much stronger than before. It was like the eruption of an ancient volcano, destroying everything. Qianzong only felt that his strength was about to collapse under this force. He shouldered a heavy responsibility. No matter what, he couldn't fail. Once he failed, he would have to spend some time to adjust his breath and start again. That would waste a lot of time. This time, only this time, he had to succeed. He gambled everything, gambled on his beliefs, he had to succeed. Hold on for me. With a strong heart, his strength would be strong. All his potential seemed to be constantly dug out, constantly erupting, resisting this extremely powerful counterforce that seemed to destroy everything. Resist, hold on, Qianzong's long hair fluttered in the wind. Every strand of his hair was filled with astonishing power. They were as sharp as swords and could easily pierce through steel. His expression was solemn. His forehead was covered with veins and his eyes were blazing with a cold light. Shenzong gritted his teeth and continuously stimulated his strength. This was the strength of his mind, spirit, and heart. This was the strength of his beliefs. No matter what, he had to hold on. It was like a tug-of-war. The rebound force that erupted was not endless. Instead, it would be consumed continuously. As long as he could endure it, he would succeed. Right now, it was up to Shenzong to exhaust himself first, or the rebound force to exhaust himself first. This was related to success or failure. The 10 human outstanding talents were brought out of the cages and brought to the front of the evil god temple. "Kneel," the evil god tribe's warrior shouted. However, the 10 did not move. "Kneel." The second voice rang out. The evil god tribe's warrior directly kicked out, hitting the back of the 10 people's knees. The 10 people whose strength was sealed immediately knelt on the ground. They were incomparably sorrowful and indignant, roaring as they tried to stand up. Humiliation, unparalleled humiliation, they actually knelt to the evil god tribe's warrior. Even though it was not voluntary and they were forced to kneel while their strength was sealed, it was still a humiliation, a great humiliation. However, the evil god temple's warrior revealed a smile as if he was high and mighty. To him, it was normal for him to humiliate the 10 people first. The other imprisoned outstanding talents were all enraged, gritting their teeth and glaring at him. This was not only a humiliation for the 10 human outstanding talents but also a humiliation for them. "All of you, kneel properly." Once someone resisted and struggled to get up, they would be suppressed by the evil god tribe's warrior, unable to move at all. They could only maintain their kneeling posture. "Submit to me, and you will be able to obtain a new life." The evil god temple's voice was filled with an inexplicable charm. "Don't even think about it. I will not submit even if I die." A bunch of things that are neither human nor ghost. Yet, you still want me to submit? Although they were kneeling and were filled with humiliation, these 10 human outstanding talents did not submit. Instead, they cursed angrily. "Not bad. You have a lot of backbone. I admire you very much." The evil god temple's warrior narrowed his eyes slightly. He seemed to be smiling but also seemed to be angry. "Since that is the case, then offer up your divine souls and bodies." As soon as he said that, 10 beams of light suddenly shot out from all directions. They were the divine souls of the evil god tribe's warriors. They instantly sank into the glabellas of the 10 outstanding talents. The 10 of them struggled intensely. Their expressions changed drastically, and their bodies trembled. Their expressions were as malevolent as ghosts, changing here and there. 10 breaths later, all the struggles stopped. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 10 of them got up one after another. Their expressions were wooden, and their eyes were empty. It was only after a long while that they became lively again. "Greetings, Your Highness." The 10 of them knelt and bowed to the evil god temple's warrior. "What have you done?" a human outstanding talent roared furiously, his face filled with shock. "The 10 of them have already been possessed." An evil god tribe warrior sneered. "You can either submit to His Highness or be possessed like them." Without a doubt, being possessed was equivalent to having one's soul destroyed. Only an empty shell would be left behind for the evil god tribe to occupy and use. If they submitted, they could still retain everything about themselves. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to betray the human race. How should they choose? No matter which option they chose, it wouldn't be a good outcome. "Outstanding talents, what are you worried about?" Ancestor Tianhong spoke again with a smile. "In my opinion, of course you should choose to submit. That way, you can continue to cultivate to a higher realm. As for the outcome, it will be written by the victors. The strength of the sacred race is not something you can imagine. As long as you submit to the sacred race and contribute the most to the sacred race's efforts, when the sacred race's army truly descends on this world and takes over this world, you will be the greatest contributors." Ancestor Tianhong's words and voice were filled with bewitchment and fanaticism. It was as if a storm had been set off. Especially when they personally saw the 10 outstanding talents go from refusing to submit to the evil god tribe to being possessed to directly kneeling down, it struck the depths of many people's hearts, causing their beliefs to waver. Another 10 people were escorted out of the prison. "Kneel." The evil god tribe attacked and forced them to kneel again. It was extremely humiliating. Submit, or die. The evil god tribe's hall master looked down from above, and a faint evil smile appeared on his lips. The expressions of the 10 people kept changing. They did not reject or rebuke directly like the first batch because they already knew the consequences. The consequence of rejecting was being possessed by the evil god tribe. Many members of the evil god tribe had been killed, and many divine souls had escaped. They all needed a new body. The evil god tribe's hall master waved his hand gently, and beams of light shot out from all directions, floating behind the evil god tribe's divine souls. They were all divine souls of the evil god tribe, and they emitted an evil and cold aura. To the human race, the evil god tribe was evil. Their aura was naturally evil as well, and it made people feel uncomfortable. There were more than 100 divine souls of the evil god tribe, causing the human race's geniuses to feel a chill all over their bodies. Think carefully. If you reject, your souls will scatter, and your bodies will be possessed. From then on, you will no longer be yourselves. If you submit, you will still be yourselves. You will just have another target to pledge your loyalty to. With your intelligence, you should know very well how to choose, old ancestor Tianhong said again, going straight to the point. All of them had uncertain expressions. I don't have that much patience. 3 breaths, the evil god tribe's hall master said again, putting even more pressure on everyone. Don't agree, someone shouted in the prison. You can't agree. Once you agree, you will be a sinner of the human race. I would rather die than be a traitor. I submit. Although all sorts of shouts kept ringing in their ears, in the end, one person could not take it anymore. He did not want to die, and he did not want his soul to scatter after being possessed. Thus, he said those 2 words. Submit. You traitor. How can you submit? At first, there was a pause. Then, everyone was enraged. However, the person who said that he would submit lowered his head and did not say a word. He did not reply at all. I submit. Soon, a second person could not take it anymore and said that he would submit. The evil god tribe's hall master revealed a smile and nodded secretly. Very good. As long as someone started it, it would further crush the persistence in the hearts of the others. I will not submit even if I die. The third person roared furiously and struggled, looking at the evil god tribe's hall master, as if he wanted to perish together with the evil god tribe. However, he was helplessly suppressed by the evil god tribe's hall. Very ambitious. This scene chilled everyone's hearts even more. This was a difficult choice. It was an interrogation of one's heart. Everyone was the same. Those who said that they were indifferent to life and death were because they had never really faced that kind of situation. Of course, there were some who had truly seen through life and death, but it was very, 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 very few. Anyone who saw through life and death had gone through countless trials and tribulations before they could finally see through life and death. Now, the people here could only be considered as the younger generation. They were still far from it. Submit, possess, there would always be people who were unwilling to die and chose to submit. However, the majority of them were unwilling to submit and were possessed. The third batch, Yuan Chongshan, had already recovered his strength. However, the evil prison's power continued to suppress him and devour the power of his defensive secret treasure, causing the power of his defensive secret treasure to be depleted. He estimated that he would not be able to hold on for long. Yuan Chongshan's face was pale. Looking at the people who submitted, he was infuriated. As a human, how could he submit to a foreign race? Humiliation, it was a great humiliation, but he was powerless to do anything about it. That feeling was driving him crazy. Hatred, Yuan Chongshan hated his powerlessness. He wanted to pay a price in exchange for more power. He wanted to break the evil prison and kill the evil god palace. He wanted to kill all those who dared to betray the human race and submit to the evil god tribe. Submit. The few humans who had already submitted looked at the third batch of human skyprides and spoke one after another. Actually, it's nothing much. As long as you say the word submit, you will be released. That's right. As long as you are alive, you can cultivate to a higher realm and obtain greater power. These people's mentality was simple. They had already submitted to evil divinity and were despised by the others who hadn't submitted to him. Now, they wanted to drag others down with them and make them submit to evil divinity and betray the human race. Only then would they feel better. This mentality was sick. Damn it, you all deserve to die. An eternal battle fort's genius roared, glaring at the traitorous human race. It was one thing to betray the human race and submit to the evil god tribe, but they actually instigated the other human race prodigies to do so. Qianzong knew all this, but he couldn't care less. He had compressed his world domain to 1 meter, and the rebounding force had already reached its limit. The first burst of energy was like a tiger. The second burst of energy would weaken, and the third burst of energy would weaken. As long as he could withstand this attack, he would weaken, and his energy would be depleted. But at the same time, Qianzong's resistance had also reached its limit. Now, he was holding on with his unparalleled will and faith, but he was on the verge of collapsing. Would Qianzong collapse first, or would his rebounding force weaken first? In that instant, many thoughts flashed through Qianzong's mind. Responsibility, the responsibility on his shoulders. If he failed here, there would only be 2 outcomes. First, the great heaven world would completely fall. The evil god tribe would use this place as their base and slowly infiltrate the void. In the end, they would be a greater threat than the barbarian tribe. Second, the great heaven world would be destroyed. The former was more likely. That was because once the prodigies here were controlled by the evil god tribe, the consequences would be very serious if they spread false information to the outside world. His friends and even family members could suffer because of this. I won't allow it. Qianzong roared in his heart. His rebounding force, which had reached its limit, suddenly surged. It was like the final radiance of the setting sun, blocking the final impact of the rebounding force. Exhaustion, the rebounding force started to weaken, and Qianzong's rebounding force also started to weaken rapidly. Fortunately, the rebounding force weakened even faster. He blocked it, he finally blocked it. The world domain had finally been compressed to 1 meter. The world domain, which had been compressed to 1 meter in size, floated in front of Qianzong and was enveloped by the divine martial phantom. From the outside, it was difficult to see anything. Moreover, at this moment, most of the evil god high priest's attention was attracted by the evil god temple's side, so he didn't notice Qianzong's changes. After all, he had 300% confidence in the evil prison. The world domain, which had been compressed to 1 meter, had completely condensed into a material form. Vegetation, forests, rivers, lakes, mountains, the sun, the moon, and stars. Everything was clearly visible. It was as if a real world had been compressed. A mystical aura spread across the place. Qianzong quickly adjusted his breathing and recovered the energy he had expended. Next, he would start to cultivate the sword world. The difficulty of cultivating the sword world was that one had to first master the second level of the sword Dao domain. One also needed to integrate the heart of the world into it. Once these 2 conditions were met, the difficulty of cultivating the sword world would be greatly reduced. Of course, a great reduction didn't mean that there was no difficulty. There was still difficulty, and it wasn't small. Whether it was difficult or not was still relatively speaking. However, for Qianzong, as long as he could compress the world domain to 1 meter and complete the necessary conditions to cultivate the sword world, the difficulty of cultivating the sword world wouldn't be that great. He was very confident. On the other side, some people in the 3rd batch also submitted. Some were unwilling, but they were taken over and didn't even have the chance to resist. The 4th batch, there were 10 people in each batch. It wasn't that there couldn't be more, but the evil god tribe did it on purpose. In this way, they constantly put pressure on the people and broke their minds. When it came to the 5th batch, there were more people who submitted. There were originally less than 5 people, but now there were 5 people. The 10 people in the 6th batch were also escorted out. Among them, there were Xianxia and Xianxia. In addition, there were also Skyprides from the Eternal Battle Fort, Myriad Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain, and Purple Extreme Hall. Almost all of the 10 people came from the 4 great holy lands. Compared to the other batches, this lineup was even more shocking. Your Highness, these 10 people have extraordinary backgrounds. They are the skybrides of the 4 great holy lands. It would be better if they submit. One of the skybrides had already submitted and quickly changed his mind. He was doing his best to be the evil god tribe's lackey, and he said with a flattering face. His words immediately attracted the angry gazes of the 10 people. If eyes could kill, then he would have been killed by 1,000 cuts at this moment. If it was under normal circumstances, he wouldn't dare to offend the skybrides of the 4 great holy lands. However, it was different now. Weren't the 4 great holy lands arrogant? Now, they could either kneel and submit or be possessed. Just thinking about it made him feel very carefree. An indescribable perverted pleasure spread through his body and mind. The 4 great holy lands. The evil god tribe revealed a smile. He also knew the reputation of the 4 great holy lands. They were the 4 strongest forces in this void. They were extremely tyrannical, and even the sacred race was afraid of them. Mountain King Yuan Chongshan and unparalleled divine sword Qinzong were both Taoists of the 4 great holy lands. It was undoubtedly a wonderful thing to have the skybrides of the 4 great holy lands submit to him and the sacred race. Thinking about it, even the evil god tribe couldn't help but feel a little excited. Kneel. The evil god tribe spoke first. However, the 10 people didn't move. It was impossible for them to kneel. They weren't soft-footed shrimps. Did you hear that? Kneel immediately. The evil god tribe member behind him was furious. The evil god tribe member took the initiative to speak. How dare he be so insensible? He was simply courting death. Kick, the evil god tribe's warrior kicked out directly. In that instant, its leg split into 10, kicking out toward the crooks of the 10 people. It planned to do what it had done previously, kicking all 10 of them until they dropped to their knees. Under the situation where their powers were sealed, they wouldn't be able to resist. Sword World. Open. That voice wasn't loud, nor was it hysterical. It also didn't contain any killing intent or killing intent. It was like the soft humming of a cool breeze, like a murmur by one's ear. However, it also spread out in all directions, permeating through the void and entering the ears of every member of the evil god tribe. What was even faster than the sound was a wave of energy. It was like a gentle breeze, and ripples spread out. Everything was swept past and affected by the shock waves. At that moment, it was as if time had stopped. The entire cave dwelling was completely covered, turning into a giant 3-dimensional painting. Stop, solidify. The evil god tribe's warrior that was kicking out 10 times at the knees of Yu Wuxia and the others, trying to force them to kneel, suddenly froze and turned into a statue. The tip of its foot was less than 1 inch away from the knees of Yu Wuxia and the others. But at this moment, this inch was like the end of the world. The evil prison around Qinzong was still there, but it couldn't stop this energy from spreading out. What's going on? Yuan Chongshan's expression changed drastically. He realized that the evil prison around him was still there, and his protective energy was still there. However, he could clearly feel the suppression of this energy. That energy was formless, colorless, and formless, but it came from all directions, everywhere. Even if he had fully recovered his strength, he still felt restricted and suppressed in front of this energy. It was extremely uncomfortable. Similarly, the evil god Highness and High Priest also felt the same. Although they weren't like the other evil god tribe warriors who couldn't move, they really felt like they were being suppressed. They could only feel the heavy pressure around them, making every move difficult. What kind of energy was this? In an instant, the evil god Highness and High Priest both turned to look at Qinzong. They could feel that the source of that formless pressure was that human prodigy. Will Heavenly Palace's third Tao disciple, unparalleled sword god Qinzong, the evil god High Priest's face was filled with shock and confusion. How could this be? Clearly, the other party was already imprisoned by the evil prison, and his strength should be constantly draining away. How could he still release such energy? Could it be some kind of hidden technique? Was it a power bestowed by the Will Heavenly Palace's sovereigns? Thinking about it this way, it seemed to make sense. The evil prison was indeed powerful, but it was not invincible. Go. The evil god Highness reacted quickly. With a wave of his hand, the souls of the evil god tribe members behind him shot out and charged towards the human geniuses, intending to possess them. At this time, it was no longer important whether he would submit or not. He would seize the body first to avoid unnecessary changes. Sword, come! A clear shout rang out. In an instant, the sound of swords being unsheathed rang out continuously. The sound of swords clanging was sonorous and powerful, and it was clear to the ears. Not just one, not 10 either, not even 100, instead, it was 1,000 daos. The streaks of sword light were about a meter long and extremely dazzling. They were condensed from countless streaks of sword chi. They were like divine swords that had been tempered thousands of times and were extremely sharp. These sword lights had no hilts. They were 1 meter long and 2 fingers wide. The moment they appeared, there were hundreds and thousands of them. As each sword light flickered, they emitted an astonishing sharpness, causing the evil god tribe members to feel a chill run down their spines. It was as if they were being sliced apart. Slash. The second word rang out. As the sword light flickered, it immediately attacked the souls of the evil god tribe members who were trying to possess them. The power contained in this sword light was extremely terrifying. It directly pierced through those souls and killed them. Generally speaking, even if one's soul was struck by a sword, it would not be destroyed directly. At most, it would suffer some injuries. Only a power that specifically targeted the soul could severely injure or even kill it. However, the sword light in the sword world could destroy and kill everything. In just an instant, the souls of the evil god tribe members were all pierced and torn apart by the sword light. They left behind a series of sharp screeches as their souls scattered. Slash again. As the sword light whistled, it was as if thousands of swords were worshipping their master. They shot out from all directions like a tidal wave, like a raging sea, and crashed into the evil prison. The evil prison was extremely tough. Previously, Chenzong had tried to resist it with the power of a divine martial artist, but he was unable to break it. Now, under the thousands of sword light, the tyrannical evil prison could no longer withstand it. It was slashed apart and shattered, allowing Chenzong to break free. He stood quietly in the air as thousands of sword light floated in all directions. His eyes shone with a cold light, his long hair fluttered in the wind, and his robes were piercingly cold. He was like a god of swords. That kind of charm directly entered one's heart, turning into a brand. Even the evil god tribe members had to admit that at this moment, Chenzong was incomparable. Even the evil god tribe members could not help but feel a sense of jealousy. Yuan Chongshan stared, his eyes wide open as if he was a dog. The evil prison was broken just like that. And Chenzong looked like a god of swords. That kind of feeling was indescribable. Slash. As the third word rang out, the sword light shot down like a waterfall, slashing towards Yuan Chongshan. The evil prison outside of Yuan Chongshan's body was also shattered in an instant, allowing Yuan Chongshan to break free. At this moment, Yuan Chongshan's emotions were complicated, incomparably complicated. Originally, he wanted to rely on his own strength to solve the problem here. Firstly, he wanted to strengthen the prestige of the Purple Extreme Hall, and secondly, he wanted to suppress Chenzong and the Will Heavenly Palace. Who would have thought that in the end, he would be defeated by the evil god temple and trapped by the evil prison? If there were no other variables, then once the power of his defensive artifact was exhausted, what awaited him would either be death or some other fate. In short, it would be a very bad situation. Now, there was a change, but it was the change that Yuan Chongshan could not accept. Chenzong, the change came from Chenzong, the person that he regarded as his opponent, the person that he wanted to suppress. Chenzong's emotions were not as complicated as Yuan Chongshan's. In fact, he did not even think about it that much. Under the sword world, Chenzong felt like he was in control of everything, dominating everything. In this sword world, I am the master, controlling life and death. The sword world's great power was displayed. Tens of thousands of sword lights were completely controlled by Chenzong. It seemed similar to the sword domain that he used in the past, but there was a difference in essence. The sword lights in the sword world were like divine swords. The power of each sword light was terrifying to the extreme and indestructible. Even if it was destroyed, it could be condensed again without any loss. According to the description of the sword world, different people who cultivated the sword world were not necessarily the same. This was a very adaptable inheritance. It would show different powers depending on the person. Chen Zong did not know what the sword world of the Middle Era's strongest sword master, Mingyu Jingfeng, looked like, because he had never seen it before. And now, it belonged to Chen Zong's sword world. The sword chi was endless, and the sword lights were vast, but this was only the initial power. Slash. The moment the fourth word was spoken, the sword lights scattered, like a school of fish in the deep sea, and like a torrential rain, they shot out and covered the entire cave. Nearly 1,000 evil god tribe warriors were suppressed by the extremely terrifying power of the sword world, unable to move. Facing this sword light, they had no ability to dodge or resist at all. Killed, in just one exchange, all of them were killed. Even their souls could not escape. Their souls were scattered, and they died. And the human race's geniuses were still alive. The sword lights floated up, aiming and locking onto the human race's geniuses who had betrayed the human race and submitted to the evil god tribe. Traitors should be killed. This was the iron law of the void. Everyone had to abide by it. No matter what reason one had for betraying the human race or for betraying the human race's interests, it was useless. Betrayal was betrayal. Betrayal was betrayal. It was the same for 1,000 or 10,000 reasons. Stop. Stop. You can't kill me. Patriarch Tianhong panicked. He no longer looked calm. I didn't really submit. I'm a fake. Fake submission. This is a strategy. The expressions of the traitors changed drastically. They hurriedly shouted and tried to defend themselves. That's right. I pretended to submit. This is a strategy. It can divide and destroy the evil god tribe from the inside. They spoke as if they were speaking the truth. However, Chen Zong could naturally distinguish between truth and falsehood. Hence, Chen Zong did not listen to their explanations. It was just unimportant words. Kill. The sword light descended, directly killing the traitors. You actually dare to kill me. Damn thing. These people cursed. However, in the end, they still could not escape the situation of death. In the end, only the human race's geniuses who had not submitted or been possessed remained in the cave abode. As for the humans who submitted or were possessed, they all died. On the evil god tribe side, only the evil god crown prince and the evil god high priest remained. These two were extremely strong and had extraordinary means. Chen Zong could not kill them directly. The sword world was indeed very strong. However, it was not limitless. The strength of the sword world was closely related to Chen Zong's strength. The stronger Chen Zong was, the stronger the sword world would be. Many sword lights locked onto the evil god crown prince and the evil god high priest, not daring to act rashly. Fear. At this moment, Chen Zong gave the evil god crown prince and the evil god high priest an extremely fearful feeling. Senior sister, you guys go first. Chen Zong hovered in the air. Under the sword light, many prisons were broken, and the human geniuses inside were able to escape. All right. Yu Wuxiao looked deeply at Chen Zong and gritted her teeth. Although the seal in her body had been broken and her strength was rapidly recovering, it was useless even if she had fully recovered. The evil god crown prince and the evil god high priest were obviously not people she and the others could fight against. As the saying went, many people make great strength, many ants can bite an elephant to death. However, this did not exist here. The strong were the strong, and the weak were the weak. No matter how many weak people there were, even the strong could not get close to them. When the strong attacked, the weak would be slaughtered. Hence, if they stayed, not only would they not be able to help Chen Zong, but they would also become a burden. Although they were very unwilling, they could only leave. The evil god crown prince and the evil god high priest could only watch as the human geniuses who had been captured by them left. They were very angry, but they could not stop them. With a heart full of unwillingness, Yuan Chongshan also left the cave abode. He had already proven that he was no match for the evil god's majesty. Even if he stayed, he would still be no match for the evil god's majesty. Before long, only Chen Zong, the evil god's majesty, the evil god's majesty, and the evil god's high priest were left in the huge dwelling. There was also a pile of human and evil god corpses strewn across the ground. Next, it's your turn. Chen Zong smiled and looked down from above. His attitude infuriated the evil god's majesty. He directly transformed into the evil god's majesty and revealed his true form. Although he was very wary of the sword light and the surroundings, it didn't mean that he couldn't resist it. The humans had all left and he didn't care. It wasn't that he couldn't forcefully stop them, but that there was no need. Only by defeating the human could he truly control everything. By then, no matter where the humans fled, they wouldn't be able to escape. I have to admit that I misjudged you. Although the evil god's majesty revealed his true form, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he smiled strangely. With your talent, it's a pity for you to stay in the human race. You should join our sacred race. Now, the entire Tianhong world has been covered by our sacred race's evil will reincarnation formation. Once the formation is activated, it will absorb the essence, vitality, and soul of all living beings in the Tianhong world. Think about it. There are so many living beings in the Tianhong world. How shocking would it be if all their essence, vitality, and soul were gathered together? The evil god's majesty raised his hands as if he was speaking passionately. So what? Chenzong smiled faintly, his tone cold. Don't you understand? The evil god's majesty immediately laughed out loud. His laughter grew louder and louder until it became a maniacal laugh. Such a tremendous amount of essence, vitality, and soul is so powerful. That energy will be used to open the tunnel between the saints' world and this place, allowing the sacred race's army to truly descend. Furthermore, that power is so vast. Even if it's used to open the channel, it won't be completely exhausted. There will still be a portion left. If it's absorbed, it will greatly increase one's potential and reach an even higher level. If you are willing to become a member of the saints, I can guarantee that you will also be able to enjoy the baptism of essence, energy, and divine. With your talent, once you are baptized, you will rise to the next level. Think about it, with your current talent, if you were to rise to the next level, just how amazing would you be? It had to be said that although the evil god's highness words were simple, they were very tempting. How shocking would it be if one's aptitude was raised to another level? It was simply unprecedented. If it was someone who pursued power wholeheartedly, they might have been tempted. But Chenzong was different. Chenzong pursued cultivation and power, but he had his own principles. His will was tenacious, his mind was strong, and he was unshakable. You all deserve to die even more, Chenzong said as he pointed his fingers like a sword, controlling thousands of sword lights to strike down. Chop, kill, every sword light contained Chenzong's power, the limit of his power. In other words, the power of every sword light could reach the level of an 11-star or even a peak 11-star. Hundreds and thousands of sword lights were equivalent to hundreds and thousands of peak 11-star combatants. How terrifying was that? Moreover, it was even more terrifying than hundreds and thousands of peak 11-star combatants because the sword lights were smaller and more integrated. Moreover, there was no need to worry about one's life. There was no need to defend or dodge, only attack. The sword lights shot out and locked onto the evil god's highness and the evil god's high priest. The two of them attacked together. Their combat strength was as high as the 12-star level, and they were not weak among the 12-star level. The gap between a peak 11-star combatant and a 12-star combatant was obvious. Even if 10 peak 11-star combatants worked together, they would not be a match for a 12-star combatant. However, there were hundreds and thousands of sword lights here, which was equivalent to hundreds and thousands of peak 11-star combatants. If 10 were not enough, then 20. If 20 were not enough, then 30. Otherwise, there would be 100 or even a few hundred. Wave after wave of attacks. Shatter, the sword lights were brutally shattered by the evil god's highness, but shattering did not mean that they had disappeared. Almost in an instant, the shattered sword lights condensed again without any loss. If Chenzong's sword chi had been shattered before he had cultivated the sword world, he would have been able to condense it again, but he would have had to expend even more power. However, that was not the case in the sword world. The sword lights would shatter and condense again like a cycle. It was like a rock. Even if it was shattered and turned into rubble, it could still be put together again. There would be no increase or decrease in power, so there would be no additional consumption. Constant, it was a kind of constant. The sword lights shot out like waves, one after another, madly attacking. Every sword light possessed the combat strength of a peak 11-star combatant. Even if a 12-star combatant had astonishing combat strength and could withstand it, they would only be able to withstand 1, 2, or 3 waves. There would be a time when they would be defeated. Chen Zong's figure floated in the air, motionless. He only used his sword fingers to control the thousands of sword lights. He was multitasking, attacking the evil god's highness and the evil god's high priest. Without using the power of the demon heart, he was able to fight 2 12th-star experts by himself just by relying on his extreme battle prowess. This was the unfathomable power of the sword world. Within the sword world, everything was under Chen Zong's perception and control. Not even the slightest change could escape. Countless amounts of information continuously surged out like a torrent, surging endlessly in Chen Zong's mind. Chen Zong, on the other hand, had to grasp all the information in an instant and deal with it clearly. Otherwise, it would only drag him down and cause his mind to become rigid. It was unknown whether he could survive, let alone fight. In other words, in order to cultivate the sword world, other than the 2 prerequisites, there were actually other hidden conditions that had to be met. For example, one needed to have a sufficiently powerful mind. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand or even deal with the torrent of information. Chen Zong's eyes flickered with light. It was the light of wisdom, the light of control. His long hair fluttered. Every single strand of hair was filled with light, like the radiance on the edge of a sword. His sword robe was piercingly cold, as if it was surrounded by sword wind. Around him, strands of sword light hovered in the air. They were like the most loyal guards, protecting Chen Zong firmly. Anyone who wanted to attack Chen Zong would have to break through these strands of sword light first. Agreed, the evil god's highness and the evil god's high priest felt extremely aggrieved. They were clearly more powerful than the strands of sword light, but they could not do anything about them. Even if they shattered the sword light, the strands of sword light would condense again in a short amount of time. Their power would not be reduced at all. They were like people who could not be killed no matter what. They were extremely difficult to deal with, but they were not weak and there were many of them. His head hurt, it hurt like hell. Whether it was the evil god's highness or the evil god's high priest, they used all their strength, but they were still unable to get close to Chen Zong. Although they were very clear that Chen Zong was the culprit who controlled these strands of sword light, and only by killing Chen Zong could they stop the current situation. They were unable to get close. Instead, under wave after wave of sword light, they were constantly retreating. Moreover, each wave of sword light was simply impossible to dodge. They could only deal with it. The entire cave was enveloped by the other party's mysterious power. The sword light was tyrannical, fast, sharp, and agile. It could pierce and slash. It was as if there were many peerless swordsmen brandishing their swords. Its power was even more terrifying. Fortunately, what these sword lights displayed were only basic sword techniques and not some powerful magical sword technique. Otherwise, it would be even more shocking. When the sword light struck down, a flash of lightning passed through the shattered sword light like a flash of lightning. In an instant, it pierced through the air, causing a little bit of blood to splatter into the sky. The evil god's highness was injured. The moment he was injured, the evil god's highness was startled at first. Then, as if he had gone crazy, he became even more violent. In an instant, his power seemed to have increased by several times. Any sword light that approached him was shattered. However, it was just a futile struggle. After several waves of sword light attacks, the evil god's highness was injured again. Similarly, the evil god's high priest was also injured. He had no choice but to activate the snake staff and transform it into a huge poisonous snake to firmly protect himself. Under the sword light, the poisonous snake was also constantly attacked. Sword wounds appeared all over its body. However, compared to the huge body of the giant snake, these sword wounds were nothing. Therefore, the evil god's high priest was safe and sound. However, he was very clear that if this continued, the giant snake would also be killed. At that time, it would turn back into the snake staff. It would take a while for it to be activated again. If he lost the protection of the snake staff, he would not be able to block those fierce sword lights. The roles seemed to have changed. Previously, it was Chen Zong and Yuan Chongshan who were trapped. Now, it had changed. This feeling was not good for the evil god's high priest. In fact, this was the first time he had experienced it. What kind of status did he have? How could he be in such a situation? Now, he really experienced it. More and more sword wounds appeared on the giant snake's body. Many sword lights would slash at the same sword wound, causing the sword wound to expand and deepen. On the other side, the evil god's highness was suffering more and more injuries. He was dripping with blood and looked a little battered and exhausted. Even though this was the headquarters of the evil god tribe and was beneficial to the evil god tribe, in such a situation, he still exhausted a lot of energy. His recovery speed could not keep up. If this continued, he would be killed. At the thought of this, the evil god's highness's expression changed drastically. Die, that was a very distant word to a sacred race highness with such status and strength. However, it was so close now. High priest, how long are you going to wait? The evil god's highness finally could not help but roar. Since that is the case, I will let you see my true means. The evil god's high priest seemed to have finally made up his mind. As his voice fell, his eyes immediately emitted a shocking light. It was like an evil fire was burning. As the evil god's high priest roared, the evil fire rapidly spread. In the blink of an eye, it burned every part of his body. Burn. Would the Cthulhu high priest commit suicide? No, this was just the process of him using his last resort. Qianzong did not stop, the sword light continued to break through the air, and his attack became stronger. What was the Cthulhu high priest's last resort? Qianzong did not know, but it would be better if he did not let the other party use it. Kill, the Cthulhu highness had to die, the Cthulhu high priest had to die too. The giant snake was instantly cut in half, and dozens of sword lights shot down from all directions, directly towards the Cthulhu high priest's burning body. The scorching evil fire was endless, and the dozens of sword lights hit and pierced through. As the sword lights killed, the Cthulhu high priest's body also instantly collapsed, shattered, and turned into ashes. Qianzong frowned slightly, and did not have the feeling of killing the Cthulhu high priest. In that instant, when the Cthulhu high priest's body was shattered, a stream of light shot out, breaking through the obstruction of the sword lights, and directly flew towards the Cthulhu king's statue not far away, and disappeared into it. Too fast, extremely fast, even in the sword world, Qianzong could sense it, but he could not stop it. The world was full of mysteries, and nothing was absolute. On the other side, the Cthulhu highness was bitterly holding on, his energy was depleted faster and faster, and the injuries on his body were increasing, and he was in a critical situation. Rumble, as the Cthulhu high priest's soul rushed into the Cthulhu king statue, the Cthulhu king statue's eyes glowed with a red light, flashing non-stop, like a bloody sun. An extremely evil and tyrannical power also exploded, like a destructive storm. Sweeping, surging, toppling mountains and overturning seas. In the sword world, Qianzong's senses were even clearer, and he could acutely feel that the sword world was shaking, like the sea under a violent storm, surging endlessly. This terrifying and powerful aura gave Qianzong a very strong pressure, more than 10 times stronger than before. The red light was like flowing water, quickly spreading out from the Cthulhu king statue's eyes, and in just a short breath, it had spread to every part of its body. It moved, the 100-meter-tall Cthulhu king statue, as if it was given life and vitality, came to life. The entire cave was shaking, as if it was about to collapse. The extremely evil red eyes also looked towards Qianzong, the huge eyes, reflecting Qianzong's figure, who was surrounded by hundreds of sword lights, like a god of the sword. Your death has arrived. It was as if there were two voices overlapping each other, and coming from the mouth coming out of the Cthulhu king statue's mouth. One was sharp, one, and, fused to become a voice, roaring in all directions, and shaking the world. One of the voices belonged to the Cthulhu high priest, while the other belonged to the Cthulhu king statue. As for why, Qianzong did not know, nor did he have time to think about it. Boom, accompanied by the Cthulhu king's angry roar, one of his arms was raised and opened wide, a huge palm suddenly swung out, a whirlwind roaring, swept out under this palm, destroying everything in its path. The entire cave was shaking, countless sword lights were shaking. Qianzong felt suffocated. The power of that slap was simply too tyrannical. In this world, the power would not exceed the origin underworld level, but the power of that slap had completely reached the very high level of the origin underworld level, or even the extreme level. Even if the power was limited to the origin underworld level, the Cthulhu King statue was 100 meters tall, and it was made of shocking materials. Just its size alone was an advantage, and it was crushing. To put it simply, if two people, one was a meter tall and weighed 100 pounds, the other was 2 meters tall and weighed 200 pounds. Even if their arm strength was the same, the height and weight would form a suppression. With that slap, Chenzong felt the swords around him fluctuating, as if they could not bear the weight. Chenzong suddenly understood that this attack was difficult to block. Since that was the case, Chenzong would not forcibly block it. The cave was very wide, and there was enough space for him to move and jump. With a thought, Chenzong's body immediately flew away, his speed faster than the Cthulhu King statue's slap. With a boom, the slap did not hit Chenzong as expected. The power that exploded in an instant directly bombarded the cave wall, creating a huge palm print that was full of cracks. The earth shook, and the mountains shook, as rocks rustled and fell. The Cthulhu King statue's body was huge, but its speed was not slow. Its other hand suddenly reached out, its 5 fingers tightly clasped, directly grabbing towards Chenzong's body. Not only was it very fast, but it also seemed to be calculated, making it difficult for Chenzong to dodge. The huge body, extremely strong power, shocking speed, and profound skills created the Cthulhu King statue's strength, and it was very difficult to deal with. Chenzong's eyes suddenly flashed, and the swords were immediately mobilized. In an instant, there were hundreds of swords that directly bombarded the Cthulhu King statue's claw. Like a death soldier, the swords carried an extremely terrifying power, and instantly attacked, as if they could destroy everything, and all of them bombarded the Cthulhu King statue's palm, shattering one after another. Although the strong power did not shatter the Cthulhu King statue's claw, it was able to resist and block some of it. His body flashed, and Chenzong dodged again. This time, Chenzong directly appeared behind the Cthulhu King, and the swords pierced through the air. You. The Cthulhu King did not expect that Chenzong would dare to attack him when he was being chased by the Cthulhu King statue. The speed of the swords was also extremely fast. Caught off guard, the Cthulhu King barely dodged, but was still hit by the swords, and was injured again. The Cthulhu King statue raised its leg, and suddenly stomped down. The strong pressure was extremely violent, causing Chenzong's expression to change, and he quickly dodged. The swords also attacked from the other side, and directly hit the Cthulhu King statue's body, but they all shattered. The Cthulhu King statue's body was covered in a layer of red light, and when the swords were blocked, it was not damaged at all. This scene caused Chenzong to frown deeply. If he could not break through the opponent's defense, how could he kill it? The originally reversed situation seemed to have been reversed by the Cthulhu tribe. The Cthulhu King also took the opportunity, and appeared on the Cthulhu King statue's shoulder. Here, he could get the best protection. Human, I will give you one last chance to surrender. The Cthulhu King stared coldly at Chenzong. Chenzong's talent was really shocking, and even the Cthulhu King admitted that he was not as good as him. Therefore, he really wanted to recruit him for his own use. Another point was, as long as he could recruit this person, with this person's talent, status, and so on, he could become a big chess piece of the sacred tribe, and hide among the humans, secretly plotting for the sacred tribe, and make the sacred tribe's movements more convenient. One had to admit that the Cthulhu King's idea was very wonderful. Unfortunately, it was just a daydream. Chenzong did not respond, or rather, Chenzong's response was the swords, and instantly attacked. Even if the Cthulhu God's Highness was standing on the Cthulhu King statue's shoulder and received better protection, Chenzong still wanted to kill him. The aura surged wildly, and shook heavily like a tsunami. The Cthulhu King statue's right arm swelled in an instant, and muscles and veins protruded directly, like the muscles of a devil. It was abnormally terrifying. That was an Cthulhu arm, the most terrifying Cthulhu arm that Chenzong had ever seen. At the same time, the Cthulhu King statue's left arm also changed in an instant. Its thickness did not change, but it seemed to have become slimmer, because the muscles seemed to have solidified into large veins, and were filled with terrifying elasticity. Its 5 fingers rapidly stretched, and the joints protruded, and the ends became sharper, like a ghost's claw. Cthulhu Claw. Immediately, the third eye in between the Cthulhu King's brows opened, and a blood-red eyeball bounced like a jumping pearl, and then it stared at Qianzong, its gaze strange and extremely cold. The Cthulhu King statue's battle power was fully unleashed. Qianzong's expression was extremely serious. He thought that once he mastered the sword world, he would be able to solve the current crisis, and even complete the mission. Now, it seemed like he was dreaming. He did solve the current crisis, and let the others escape, but the opponent used a mysterious method to activate the Cthulhu King statue, and his battle power was too strong, and difficult to fight against. Kill him. The Cthulhu King finally made his decision. Since he could not recruit him, then he could only eliminate him, or else, once this prodigy grew up, he would definitely bring a lot of trouble to the Holy Clan. A red light instantly pierced through the air, and shot out from the Cthulhu King statue's third eye. Its power was shocking, and made Qianzong's hair stand on end. Once this red light was hit, it would directly blast into the spirit sea, directly attacking the primordial spirit, and even injuring the primordial spirit. Layers of sword light appeared in front of Qianzong, blocking the red light for a moment, and buying time for Qianzong to dodge. Unfortunately, after using the sword world, it was difficult for him to use the divine technique, let alone the divine martial technique. It was not that there was a conflict, but because to use the sword world, Qianzong had to activate the 10 intensive one to control it, and his body had reached its limit, almost overburdened. If he used the divine technique, the sword world would collapse. This was something that could not be helped. The sword world was indeed very strong, but it was the work of the ultimate sword master of the Middle Ages, and it was the pinnacle of his swordsmanship in the later stages. Qianzong, on the other hand, started cultivating at the Yuan underworld realm, and even Darkmoon's startled wind could not imagine it. Cultivating and using the sword world at the Yuan underworld realm was a bit like a child wielding a broadsword. It was already very good to be able to control it, so there was no need to talk about anything else. Rays of red light continuously shot out from the Cthulhu King statue's third eye, and every ray shot towards Qianzong, but every ray was blocked by a wave of sword light. These sword lights were condensed within the sword world, and they were condensed from Qianzong's power, essence, spirit, and even mind power. They could defend against chi refinement, body refinement, and spirit attacks. The sword lights were shattered, but they reformed in a short time. The Cthulhu Arm and Cthulhu Claw attacked one after another, and their power became more and more terrifying, causing the entire cave to shake endlessly. "Senior, can you delay it for a while?" Qianzong asked Demon Heart. "Okay." Demon Heart agreed after pondering for a while. "Who are you?" The evil god's royal highness stared at the figure that suddenly appeared. He was startled and asked sternly. That was the demon heart that had appeared in Qianzong's heart palace. He didn't reply to the evil divinity highness. He stretched out his right hand and took out a pitch-black saber. It was a demon saber. With the demon blade in hand, the demon heart's aura reached the peak of the Yuan underworld realm. Slash, the black blade light split the sky and went straight for the evil god's royal highness who was on the shoulder of the Cthulhu King statue. The demon heart's goal was to delay the Cthulhu King statue for a while and buy time for Qianzong. However, the Cthulhu King statue was very powerful. The demon heart was confident that even at the Yuan underworld realm, he could not defeat it with his own strength. Therefore, he targeted the evil god's royal highness. This way, the Cthulhu King statue must protect the evil god's royal highness and achieve the goal of buying time. The power of the blade was so terrifying that the evil god's royal highness expression changed drastically. He had been suppressed by Qianzong before, but now a strange person had suddenly appeared and could suppress him. The evil god's royal highness felt as if his heart was being trampled by tens of thousands of mammoths. His expression was very ugly. As the demon heart attacked, Qianzong quickly retreated to the edge of the cave, away from the Cthulhu King statue and accumulating power. Every single one of the 10,000 sword lights carried an extremely terrifying power. When unleashed, it was comparable to a peak 11th star battle prowess. That was because Qianzong had used the sword world and used the limit of his strength. The sword light was as strong as his maximum strength. This was the terrifying part of the sword world. Qianzong began to condense the sword light. This needed time and could not be disturbed. Therefore, he needed the demon heart's help to delay the Cthulhu King statue for a while. The two sword lights quickly merged under his control and quickly condensed into one. The power contained in it suddenly increased. Immediately, Xianxia controlled the third sword light and quickly merged it. One after another, when the 10th sword light merged, not only did it double in size, but it also became more condensed and the sword light became more dazzling. The 10 sword lights merged into one and its power was far stronger than before. It had reached 12-star battle power level. However, it was still not enough. Although the power of the 10 sword lights had reached the 12-star level, it was barely there. It was enough in terms of quantity, but it did not trigger a qualitative change. Such power was not enough to cause any damage to the Cthulhu King statue. He continued to condense and condense even more sword lights, giving them even more power. 11, 12, 13 streaks of sword light were being refined. As more and more sword light condensed, the sword light became even more resplendent and dazzling. The power it contained also became even more shocking and terrifying. However, the more he condensed, the more difficult it would be. 20 streaks, 30 streaks, not enough. Although the power had increased by quite a bit, it was still not enough. He still needed to integrate more. What Xianxia wanted was not a power that could resist the Cthulhu King statue, but a power that could destroy the Cthulhu King statue in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if the Cthulhu Palace became anxious and forcefully activated the evil will reincarnation formation at all costs, it would be a great disaster for the Tianhong world. If he did, he would definitely destroy the Cthulhu King statue. Xianxia instinctively felt that there was a connection between the Cthulhu King statue and the evil will reincarnation formation. 50 streaks of sword light condensed into one. That sword light was 3 meters long, as wide as a palm, and as thick as 2 fingers. The sword light was extremely resplendent and dazzling. An extremely powerful aura spread out continuously, filling all directions, causing one's heart to tremble. The Cthulhu Palace also felt it, and his expression became extremely unpleasant. Kill him. The Cthulhu Palace roared. He had a bad feeling that he could not let the opponent complete such an action. It would definitely bring about a great deal of trouble. However, with Demon Heart's blade in his hand, he unleashed an extremely shocking power, directly blocking the Cthulhu King statue, preventing it from attacking Xianxia. If it was not for the fact that he could not be outside for a long time and would be corroded, Demon Heart might be able to kill the Cthulhu King statue with his own power. 60 streaks of sword light condensed into one, 70, 80, 90. At this point, Xianxia felt that he was nearing his limit. However, he had not reached his true limit yet, and could still continue to condense and compress. 91, 92, 93, every time he fused one more, it felt like a challenge to his limit, and the difficulty kept increasing. On Xianxia's forehead, green veins popped out, and his sword fingers were trembling. 94, 95, gradually, the number of sword light condensed neared 100. 99, the 100th, when the 100th sword light was condensed, Xianxia knew that he had reached his limit. He had reached his limit now, and could not fuse one more. If he tried to force it, it would result in failure. Once he failed, he would lose control, and the result would be an explosion. Even he could not withstand it, and would be injured at best, or even killed at worst. 100 streaks of sword light fused into one, as if it had been tempered thousands of times, and turned into a 3-meter-long divine sword. When the sword light reached its limit, it converged, as if it had returned to its original state, and turned into a 3-meter-long dark silver sword blade. Senior, dodge! Xianxia shouted in a low voice, and wholeheartedly controlled this 3-meter-long dark silver sword blade that was condensed from 100 streaks of sword light. 100 swords. The moment Xianxia's sharp voice rang out, the demon heart also slashed out with all his strength. A 10-meter-long dark sword light pierced through the air, and went straight for the Cthulhu Palace, forcing the Cthulhu King statue to defend against it. As Xianxia's voice rang out, his sword fingers sliced through the air. In an instant, the 3-meter-long dark silver sword blade was pulled, and flew into the air, flying to the highest point of the cave. Evil Slayer. The last 2 words left his mouth, and it was like a thunderbolt that shocked the world. Its momentum was vast, its power was biting cold, and its divine power was unparalleled. Strike down, that 3-meter-long dark silver sword blade, as Qianzong sliced through the air with his sword fingers, directly flew towards the Cthulhu King statue. 3 meters long compared to the Cthulhu King statue, which was 100 meters long, was a huge difference. However, the power contained within could not be ignored. This was the condensation of 100 streaks of sword light, and each streak of sword light had the combat power of a peak 11-star level. In other words, the power of this streak of sword light, if not 100 times the combat power of a peak 11-star level, was at least a few dozen times. Among the 12-star level, it was an extremely powerful existence. It was even more powerful than the full-powered slash from the demon heart. The Cthulhu claw blocked the demon heart's full-powered slash, and the Cthulhu arm gathered all its power. As the red light surged, it covered the extremely thick arm, and with a violent destructive power, it punched towards the streak of sword light. 100 swords. Evil Slayer, this was Qianzong's full-powered attack, and it was even more powerful than the sword domain's fatal slash, and even more powerful than the divine might of the gods. Full power, the power of his mind was like a flood that had broken through a dam, pouring out in torrents. Light bloomed in an instant, and the 3-meter-long sword blade seemed to have turned into 10 meters, and then dozens of meters. Boom! The moment the sword light and the Cthulhu arm collided, the layers of sword light were shattered, but the red light on the Cthulhu arm was also torn apart. When two enemies meet on a narrow path, the stronger one wins. The red light was torn apart, and so was the sword light. However, the 3-meter-long dark silver sword blade was not damaged at all. It pierced through the sword light, tore through the red light, and broke through the shockingly tough skin of the Cthulhu arm, and pierced into the extremely strong muscles and bones. Although it was a statue, it was as if it was made of flesh and blood. It broke through inch by inch, and pushed forward layer by layer. In an instant, the 3-meter-long dark silver sword blade pierced through the Cthulhu King's Cthulhu arm, through his shoulder, and into his body, destroying it wantonly. Explode! Qianzong yelled again, and his sword fingers trembled, as if they were about to break. The sword chi floating around also surged. The sword light that was wreaking havoc in the Cthulhu King's body suddenly exploded, and turned into 100 smaller streaks of sword light. Although their power was weakened, they were still at the peak 11-star level. It was as if 100 peak 11-star level fighters were wreaking havoc in the Cthulhu King's body, destroying it crazily. His limbs, bones, and even his head were all covered, destroyed, and destroyed. The entire Cthulhu King statue shook violently, and the red light on its body flickered, dimming and disappearing. Allowing the 100 streaks of sword light to wreak havoc, Qianzong did not care anymore, and used the last of his strength to control the 10 streaks of sword light, and instantly merged them into one, and directly attacked the Cthulhu King. At the same time, Demon Heart slashed again, and after the last slash, it turned into a stream of light and entered Qianzong's body. Demon Heart slashed, and the 10 swords merged into one. The Cthulhu King could not dodge, and was hit directly. His body was instantly pierced and torn apart. With a boom, the Cthulhu King's body exploded, but a streak of light shot out at a shocking speed. At the same time, the Cthulhu King's statue also broke into pieces, and the red light shot into the sky, and fell into the altar. It shone with the surrounding red light, and the Cthulhu King's soul directly rushed into the shining red light. I will take revenge for this in the future. As the Cthulhu King's last words fell, he escaped into the shining red light. The red light turned into a whirlpool, and quickly shrank, until it finally condensed into a point, and disappeared. Rumble, the entire cave seemed to have lost its support, and started to shake violently. Cracks quickly spread on the cave walls, and rubble rustled and fell. Qianzong's expression changed slightly. The cave was about to collapse, and this place was thousands of meters deep underground. Once it collapsed, they would be buried, and it would be difficult to get out. Go, forcefully activating what little strength he had left, and using the instant space sword teleportation, Qianzong turned into a streak of sword light, and burst out with his fastest speed, directly rushing out of the cave, and quickly rushed to the surface along the tunnel. The cave began to collapse. A shocking rumbling sound accompanied by an extremely wild and violent energy continuously charged over. As it shook wildly, it swept up layer after layer of dust waves that continuously chased after Lin Dong from behind in an unstoppable manner. It was as if there were countless evil beasts chasing after him, trying to devour him. Outside the Tianhong world, a blood-red light shrouded the entire Tianhong world. From afar, it looked like an egg soaked in blood. This was an array formation, a huge array formation of the evil god tribe. It enveloped the entire Tianhong world and sealed it off. This array formation prevented the people of the Tianhong world from leaving. It also made it difficult for people outside the Tianhong world to enter. One had to be at least at the Yuan underworld stage to enter. A group of powerful cultivators from the various superpowers were waiting outside the blood-red array. No one knew how the geniuses of the various superpowers were faring after entering the Tianhong world. Were they still on the move, or had they encountered difficulties? No one knew. Due to the existence of the array formation, all means of communication had been cut off. Information couldn't be sent out or sent in at all. After an unknown period of time, the scarlet-red light suddenly trembled slightly. It was like a small stone had been thrown into a calm lake, and it caused layers of fine ripples to spread out. After that, the ripples gradually intensified, and they became waves that became more and more obvious. What's going on? Why is this happening? Could it be that something has happened? The expressions of the group of experts changed as they stared at the source of the sound. As the ripples became more and more intense, they turned into waves and started to weaken bit by bit. The power of the array formation is weakening. Could they have broken the array formation? The experts were all secretly excited. The blood-red light started to dim and gradually dissipate. In the end, it truly disappeared before the eyes of the elites. Let's go. The experts suppressed the excitement in their hearts and moved one after another. They transformed into streaks of flowing light and flew into the Tianhong world. Indeed, the array formation had really disappeared and wasn't hidden. They entered the Tianhong world without any obstruction. They didn't feel the slightest obstruction from the array formation. In other words, the crisis this time is mainly due to the efforts of the third Dao disciple of the Heavenly Will Palace, Qinzong. When the various factions found the elites of their respective sects and understood the situation in depth, they were all shocked. What they did not expect was that so many things and unforeseen events had occurred. In the beginning, it was difficult to find the headquarters of the evil god tribe. Later on, they found it. That was because the evil god tribe had purposely leaked the information through the old ancestor of the Heaven Goose sect. It was also because the patriarch of the Heavenly Goose sect had secretly betrayed the human race and sided with the evil god tribe, becoming their lackey. Revealing the location of the evil god tribe's main camp was an overt scheme. They purposely lured the human prodigies into the trap that had been set up long ago and then captured them alive. Even Yuanchong Mountain was defeated. If it weren't for Qinzong's super strong power, they wouldn't have been able to escape. As for what happened after that, they were not sure. They only knew that after they had escaped for a period of time, the cave started to collapse. Only Qinzong managed to come out alive. No one from the evil god tribe was seen. Of course, he had to ask Qinzong for the answer. Soon, Qinzong was summoned by a group of Dao sovereigns. There were Dao sovereigns from Heavenly Will Palace, the other 3 holy lands, and the other Dao sovereigns from powerful cosmic realm states. In total, more than 30 Dao masters appeared around Qinzong. Their gazes were fixed on Qinzong, but Qinzong was not afraid or nervous at all. Dao Master Chen, please tell us what happened after that. A Dao master from the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan was the first to speak, his voice buzzing. The other Dao masters also stared at Qinzong, waiting for Qinzong's answer. There was nothing to hide, so Qinzong told them everything. However, Qinzong did not go into detail about the sword world. He just said that it was a powerful secret technique that he had obtained by chance. As for the demon heart divine spirit, Qinzong did not explain it too clearly. He just said that it was a protective force that the Heavenly Will Palace's experts left for him. Because most people did not know about the existence of the Heavenly Will Palace's divine spirit tomb, they naturally did not know about the existence of the divine spirit. As for the others, especially the evil god tribe, Qinzong spoke in great detail. However, he did not include any of his own conjectures, as there was no need for that. After listening to Chenzong's description, the Dao masters muttered to themselves and glanced at Chenzong from time to time. This was especially true for the Dao masters from the Purple Extreme Hall of Juyuan and the Innumerable Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain. Unfortunately, the Dao masters from the Heavenly Will Palace were there. Otherwise, they could have used some means to make Chenzong reveal more. For example, Chenzong had only briefly mentioned the so-called powerful secret technique that he had obtained by chance. That had to be a very amazing secret technique. This thought flashed through their minds, but they did not think too much about it. After all, they could not obtain it. Furthermore, there were many inheritances in the sacred land. It would be good to have one more, but there would not be any losses if they did not have one more. After Chenzong explained the situation, what happened next had nothing to do with him. Or rather, it was not something that he could interfere with. After all, a Yuan underworld cultivator could not take charge of anything. He could only play a role in certain situations. Although the crisis this time had been resolved, it did not mean that the evil god tribe would not invade again. Perhaps there were still evil god tribe members lurking in other parts of the void, moving in secret and nibbling away at the void that belonged to the human race. No one knew when they would erupt. Furthermore, although the ground had collapsed and the cave abode had been submerged, powerhouses still had means to enter, search for clues, analyze the mysteries, and so on. They might even be able to obtain other benefits. In short, these were still too high-end for Chenzong. It was not something that he could touch on now. Since the crisis here had been resolved, Chenzong wanted to leave. Although he did not obtain any substantial rewards, it did not matter. Because of this crisis, Chenzong had also successfully cultivated the sword world and knew how powerful it was. It could be said that when the sword world was displayed, the same level of combat power would be like an ant to him. For example, his current maximum combat power was at the peak of the 11-star level. Once he displayed the sword world, he would be able to condense 1,000 sword lights. Each sword light had the combat power of a peak 11-star level. This meant that he had control over 1,000 peak 11-star level combat powers. In addition, the sword world itself had a shocking suppressive power. It was equivalent to combining the suppressive power of the heart sword domain and the world domain. It was even more shocking. Those whose battle prowess was not at the peak of the 11th star level would be suppressed directly. Even the peak of the 11th star level would be affected. Even a peak 11th star level combat power would most likely be suppressed by Chenzong if they fell into Chenzong's sword world, let alone a peak 11th star level combat power, such as the evil god temple and the evil god high priest. Unless it was a very powerful 12-star level combat powerhouse, such as the evil god king statue. However, if Chenzong was given some time to display the 100 swords as one, he would still be able to kill such a level. If he displayed the 1,000 swords as one, he would be able to destroy it instantly. Chenzong did not dare to imagine the power of the 1,000 swords as one. However, he could not control it now. It was too difficult. The 100 swords as one was his limit. He kept thinking as he followed the third senior sister and the others to the Heavenly Will Palace. The power of the sword world was indeed astonishing. Unfortunately, the consumption was too great. It could not be maintained for too long. This consumption was not only the consumption of essence, qi, and spirit, but also the consumption of mind power. It was the consumption of all one's strength. This meant that the sword world could not be used as a regular method of battle, and the strongest method was the 100 swords returned to one. However, it took too long, and he did not always have the time to fuse and condense the sword light to unleash the 100 swords returned to one. This must be improved. The 100 swords as one is my strongest attack now. The sword world is the second, and the sword domain killing style is the third. Chenzong thought to himself. As for the divine power borrowing and divine martial, they were not powers that truly belonged to him. They were powers that were borrowed from the divine spirit's demon heart. Of course, it was also a trump card. Unknowingly, he had even more trump cards. In the void flyboat, Chenzong's mind was spinning. He was thinking of more possibilities and applications for the sword world. To put it simply, his sword world was only at the initial stage. There was still a lot of potential to be unearthed. For example, there were 1,000 sword lights now. Could he condense more sword lights? For example, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, or even 10,000 sword lights, every additional ray of sword light was equivalent to an additional powerful combat strength. When Qinzong returned to the Heavenly Will Palace with the true disciples, the news spread like a storm. Especially those from the Star Domain level forces, they all knew that the crisis of the Tianhong world had been resolved. And the person who resolved it was the third Taoist of the Heavenly Will Palace, Qinzong, who was known as the Unparalleled Divine Sword. At one point, Qinzong's name spread across the void. He was even more famous than when the third Taoist ceremony was held. After all, the Taoist ceremony was a ceremony. It was a form of recognition in name and identity. Resolving the crisis of the Tianhong world was a direct reflection of one's ability and strength. No matter how good one's words were, it was only temporary. If one did not have the ability, they would eventually be exposed and fade into the crowd. Only with true ability could one be truly recognized. This was the law, the iron law. To Qinzong, no matter how great his reputation was, it was not of much use. It could not be compared to the improvement of his cultivation base and the breakthrough of his realm. Therefore, Qinzong did not care. He focused on thinking, comprehending, and focusing on the sword world. Of course, he did not neglect his own cultivation. Cultivation base and the Great Path were the foundation. All other means were means to display the power of cultivation base and the power of the Great Path. No matter what, he could not neglect any of them. Finally, the flyboat entered the central void and entered the star domain where the Heavenly Will Palace was located. It then entered the black and white world of the original realm and quickly returned to the Heavenly Will Palace. I've received the news. You've done well. In front of the Heavenly Will Palace, the Heavenly Will Master was waiting for Qinzong and the others to return. When he saw Qinzong, he smiled and was very satisfied. His name spread across the void. Qinzong hovered in the air above a huge arena in Will Heavenly Palace. His long hair fluttered in the wind and every strand of his hair was filled with a layer of divine light that was as sharp as a sword blade. His sword robe was cold and sharp, like a sword wind. 1,000 sword lights floated around him, forming 10 layers of 100 sword lights that surrounded Qinzong as if they were protecting Qinzong. Opposite Qinzong was Wholehearted Tao Master. Wholehearted Tao Master was enduring the suppression of the sword world, carefully feeling it and nodding. Not bad. The Wholehearted Tao Venerate smiled. Although this suppressive force was nothing to him, Qinzong was only a Yuan underworld, while he was a Tao Venerate. Furthermore, he was a top-tier Tao Venerate. The gap between the two of them was indescribable. This kind of suppression force was very strong at the Yuan underworld stage. However, the suppression force was only a side effect and not the main ability. Come. Wholehearted Tao Master smiled at Qinzong. He was very interested after learning that Qinzong had mastered the sword world and wanted to experience it for himself. It was a very rare opportunity for a top Tao Master like his master to be his opponent and he couldn't miss it. Under Qinzong's control, the 10 streaks of sword radiance instantly pierced through the air and pierced towards the Xian holy man with lightning speed. Wholehearted Tao Master didn't dodge or resist. He just stood there and naturally exuded a layer of power that turned into a thin force field that covered the surroundings. The 10 sword lights bombarded the seemingly invisible force field, creating 10 ripples. Then, they collapsed and disintegrated, turning into countless fragments of light that sputtered away. Another 10 sword lights, 10 sword lights, 10 sword lights, 10 sword lights, every 10 sword lights formed a wave that continuously attacked Wholehearted Tao Master. Every time the 10 sword lights bombarded him, they would shatter and turn into countless specks of light that sputtered away. Then, under the guidance of an invisible force, they would condense again and turn into sword lights in a short period of time. It was like the cycle of life and death. 10 waves, 100 waves, the sword light's attack was as shocking as a storm, but it couldn't do anything to the Xian Tao Master. This was an absolute gap. Then, Single-Hearted Holy Man made his move. He waved his sleeves gently and the 10 streaks of sword light that were shooting towards Suemo trembled and shattered. This time, they were shattered and could not be reformed. Immediately, 10 new sword lights appeared. However, they were condensed from nothing, unlike the previous ones that were condensed after being smashed. The difference was that they consumed extra energy from Qinzong. Chenzong was very surprised. When he fought with the Cthulhu King statue before, the Cthulhu King statue did not have the ability to truly destroy the sword light. However, his master was a top-down master, so it was not surprising that he could do this. 10 swords as one, in an instant, the 10 streaks of sword radiance merged into one and shot through the air. Its power increased exponentially, surpassing the 11-star level and reaching the 12-star level. This made the wholehearted holy man slightly stunned. He smiled, but he didn't dodge. Instead, he faced the even stronger sword radiance head-on to feel its power. The sword light shattered. "Do you have any more powerful moves?" The wholehearted holy man didn't fight back. Instead, he asked. His purpose, other than to experience the sword world, was to give Chenzong some pointers. Speaking of which, since he took Chenzong as his disciple, he hadn't given him any proper pointers. This should be the first time. Thinking about it, he felt ashamed. After all, Chenzong was his 5th direct disciple. Up until now, almost all of his achievements were obtained by himself. It had nothing to do with him, his master. Thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. The wholehearted holy man also felt a strong aura quickly condensing. A streak of sword light became brighter and brighter. 10 streaks, 20 streaks, 30 streaks. Compared to the first time he used it, the speed of fusion and condensation was much faster. Chenzong tried his best. His long hair and sword robe danced crazily. The veins on his forehead protruded. His eyes were wide open and blazing with divine light. 100 swords returned to 1. Extreme break. Alright, the so-called vanquish evil or extreme break was just added by Chenzong himself. It sounded more imposing, but at the moment, it didn't have any special effects. The dark silver 3-meter-long sword blade followed Chenzong's sword finger and shot towards the wholehearted holy man. The power it contained was extremely strong and terrifying. Even so, the wholehearted holy man didn't dodge and allowed the attack to reach him. The sword hit, but the wholehearted holy man pinched the tip of the sword. The strong power instantly dissipated and he couldn't move at all. The wholehearted holy man's eyes flashed with divine light as he stared at the sword blade in his hand. In the next moment, cracks spread rapidly from the tip of the sword. In an instant, the cracks spread all over the sword blade like lightning. The sword blade shattered and turned into countless fragments of light. "Is this the strongest attack you have mastered?" The wholehearted holy man asked in return, but his tone was certain. This was because Chenzong wasn't in a good state. His face was pale and he looked like he had used up too much energy. This attack was indeed his full strength. "Yes, master." Chenzong kept the sword world. Otherwise, even if he didn't fight, maintaining the sword world would consume his own energy. After using the 100 swords returned to 1, his energy was almost depleted and he was at the lowest level. Very good. The wholehearted holy man nodded and gave Chenzong great affirmation. The sword world is indeed very strong, but your sword world is still not enough. Please give me some pointers, master. Chenzong said seriously. Although Demon Heart had given Chenzong pointers before, the current Demon Heart couldn't be compared to the past. Not only had his combat power decreased, even his memories were not as good as before. However, the master was different. Even when Demon Heart Holy Man was at his peak, the wholehearted holy man dared to fight him head-on. Another point was that the difference in cultivation path would lead to different viewpoints and so on. Stones from other mountains could be used to attack Jade, even Dominator rank experts didn't dare to say that they had everything under control. Sometimes, some information that Dominator rank experts didn't know about were things that Dominator rank experts didn't know about. This wasn't surprising. The sword world is very strong, very strong. The wholehearted holy man said in a serious tone. Through Chenzong's display, he was able to deduce, however, your sword world is still too weak. It should be said that your sword world only has its form. Because the sword world was a supreme inheritance, Chenzong had obtained the inheritance. Before he cultivated it to the extreme, Chenzong couldn't use any means to describe it and pass it on to others. Therefore, the wholehearted holy man didn't know the specifics of the sword world. 1,000 sword lights, is that the upper limit of the sword world? The wholehearted holy man suddenly asked. No. Chen Zong's answer was very certain. 1,000 sword lights was the current limit, it wasn't the real limit. In the future, he could condense more sword lights. Then, the wholehearted holy man asked Chen Zong for some more information before he muttered to himself and organized his words. There are a few problems with your sword world. The wholehearted holy man stared at Chen Zong and said seriously, firstly, the sword lights aren't refined enough and are a little rough. Secondly, the attacking method of the sword lights is too simple and crude. Thirdly, the speed of condensing the sword lights is too slow. Chen Zong knew the 3 points that the wholehearted holy man mentioned, but Chen Zong didn't know how to solve them. If he could solve them, then his sword world would be even stronger. The problem was, Chen Zong didn't know how to solve them. Have you ever thought of using array Dao and blacksmith Dao? The wholehearted holy man reminded him because he knew that Chen Zong had received the inheritance of array Dao and blacksmith Dao from the Great Void Holy Sect in the Great Void Holy Ruins. The wholehearted holy man's words were like a bolt of absolute beginning divine thunder that tore through the dark void. It split open the chaos in Chen Zong's mind and revealed a clear divine light. Clear the clouds and see the moon. At that moment, Chen Zong had such a feeling. Previously, Chen Zong had thought about whether he could integrate array Dao and blacksmith Dao into his cultivation and whether they could help him instead of being used alone. In fact, Chen Zong didn't have so much energy to focus on the study of array Dao and blacksmith Dao. Sword Dao was the most important thing. All other cultivation was secondary as they were all for the sake of Sword Dao. Unfortunately, Sword Dao was Sword Dao and was one of the great Daos. Array Dao and blacksmith Dao were also great Daos. Chen Zong didn't think of a good way to use them to help him instead of using them as a means. In the end, Chen Zong was just an outstanding person. He wasn't an omniscient and omnipotent God. He also needed someone to give him the right guidance so that he wouldn't take the wrong path. The wholehearted holy man's words were like a ray of light that split open the darkness and enlightened Chen Zong immediately. Array Dao, blacksmith Dao. Since the condensation of the sword radiance when he used the sword world was relatively rough, could he use the mysteries of blacksmith Dao to condense it? If he condensed the sword radiance like a real sword, would it become stronger and harder to break? It was impossible to condense the sword radiance again without using a bit of Chen Zong's energy. After all, the sword radiance was controlled by Chen Zong again. It would more or less consume a bit of his own energy to control the condensation of the sword radiance. For example, when one's mouth was chewing food, it was a very normal thing. The energy consumed was negligible. However, if one kept chewing food for a long time, one's mouth would feel sore and numb, and one's teeth wouldn't be able to take it. However, if the sword radiance was condensed in a better way, it would become stronger and harder to break. It would be equivalent to reducing the energy consumed. This kind of consumption was negligible. However, if it happened too many times, it could become a fatal point that was neglected at a crucial moment. Then, if blacksmith Dao was so useful, what about array Dao? That was the key. Controlling the sword radiance to attack was indeed simpler and more direct. However, if the sword radiance could be arranged in a formation, could it become stronger or more profound? A single sentence from the true teachings was better than tens of thousands of books. If it wasn't for Xianxia Dao Lord's advice, Chen Zong didn't know how long it would take for him to understand. It could be very short, or it could be very long. It was hard to say. Following that, Chen Zong plunged into the sea of mysteries of the craftsmanship and formation doctrine. Using the craftsmanship and formation doctrine to support the way of the sword was a very straightforward and good idea. However, it wasn't that simple. It wasn't something that could be done with a single sentence. It required time and effort to study and experiment before one could succeed. There was no such thing as a free lunch. All success was the result of many times of hard work. Chen Zong was fortunate enough to receive the Great Void Sect's craftsmanship and formation doctrine inheritance. Even though it wasn't all of it, it was enough to build a solid foundation for him to study the craftsmanship and formation doctrine. In front of a huge furnace, there was a figure swinging a hammer, smashing it down again and again on the red-hot soldering iron. Every time the hammer was raised and fell, the speed was uniform, as if it had been practiced countless times. The trajectory of the hammer's descent seemed to be completely natural. Every time the hammer smashed on the red-hot soldering iron, there would be tiny sparks flying. The red-hot soldering iron was being forged bit by bit, removing the impurities and preserving the essence. Slowly, it took shape. Sword forging, the Great Void Sect's craftsmanship inheritance was brilliant. Naturally, it wouldn't use such a primitive method to forge weapons. However, Qinzong started from the basics. This way, he could better understand the mysteries within. If he didn't do it, he would do it to the best of his ability. This was Qinzong's principle. A long, long time ago, Qinzong was still a young man. A young man who had just embarked on the path of cultivation. He had learned the art of forging. However, it was only for a short period of time. He didn't focus on it as his main direction of study, but it still gave Qinzong a good foundation. Later on, in the process of cultivation, he more or less came into contact with it. In the bewildering light ocean, he received the corresponding inheritance, which further improved his foundation. Because of this, Qinzong was able to better accept, understand, and master the craftsmanship inheritance of the Great Void Sect after he received it. Now, Qinzong was revisiting the craftsmanship inheritance. He started from the most basic and primitive method. He changed his sword robe and his upper body was bare. His muscles crisscrossed and crisscrossed. They weren't big, but they had a delicate and strong sense of beauty. Together, they could explode with shocking power. When the hammer was raised and brought down, his muscles flowed like water. It was very shocking. Very quickly, the sword embryo was formed, and very quickly, a sharp sword was forged by Qinzong. Although he was only using ordinary steel to forge, he was able to forge an extraordinary sword. At the very least, it was far better than the quality of the materials used to forge it. Qinzong didn't plan to go too far in the craftsmanship inheritance. The inheritance he had now was enough. He just needed to understand it thoroughly and integrate it into the sword world to create a stronger sword radiance. Failed, tried again, failed again, tried again. You can feel the improvement every time you try again after a failure. Qinzong was completely immersed in it. It was so wonderful that he forgot about everything. During this period of time, wholehearted Tao Lord was going to guide Qinzong in his cultivation. Without opening the sword world, Qinzong used the craftsmanship method to create a sword radiance. It took shape instantly and flew towards the Heart Holy Man. The Heart Holy Man took it and looked at it carefully. In the next moment, the sword radiance shattered again. Not bad. The strength has increased by 3 times. But it's still not enough. We can continue to optimize it. The Heart Holy Man said. He was shocked. In just a few days, Qinzong had increased the toughness of the sword radiance by 3 times. Moreover, he hadn't reached the upper limit. The Heart Holy Man had studied the craftsmanship method before. Moreover, the Will Heavenly Palace also had the inheritance of the craftsmanship method. Qinzong was the third Taoist. It was easy for him to get whatever he wanted. The craftsmanship method of the Will Heavenly Palace and the craftsmanship method of the Great Void Holy Sect gave Qinzong more inspiration. The sword radiance was reforged like a divine sword. Every time it was reforged, it became tougher. Upgrade, every time he leveled up, Qinzong would look for his master and give him some pointers. 10 times, in the end, Qinzong increased the toughness of the sword radiance by 10 times. Originally, the sword radiance was very tough. It was comparable to an ordinary heavenly divine weapon. After increasing it by 10 times, it was comparable to a powerful spiritual divine weapon. This was the maximum that Qinzong could upgrade it to. After all, one's cultivation level was limited. A divine weapon of a higher level was a Xian divine weapon, which corresponded to the divinity realm. There was a huge difference between a divine weapon and a spiritual divine weapon. It was like the difference between the Yuan underworld realm and the divinity realm. It was a huge upgrade. Of course, in terms of toughness, a Xian divine weapon wouldn't surpass a spiritual divine weapon by much. The key was in its profundity and power. Suddenly, Qinzong thought of something. It was the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword. The Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword was his natal divine weapon. At its current level, it had reached the level of a spiritual divine weapon. The Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword had the ability to split into sword radiance. In that case, could the sword radiance split from the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword fuse with the sword radiance of the sword world? If it could, it meant that the sword radiance would become even more powerful and astonishing. It was worth a try. Sword World, Chenzong directly opened the Sword World and took out the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword. It instantly split into 1,000 sword radiances. In total, 2,000 sword radiances appeared in the surroundings. However, the sword radiances split from the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword weren't very powerful. After all, it was only the power of the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword itself. It didn't integrate with Chenzong's power. Therefore, it wasn't very strong and couldn't be compared with the sword radiances condensed from the Sword World. Fusion, Chenzong didn't directly fuse 1,000 sword radiances. Instead, he tried to fuse one. As expected, the process didn't encounter any resistance. The fusion was very smooth. After the fusion, the sword radiance suddenly changed greatly. Substance, it was as if it had truly become substance. Previously, it had been condensed into substance to describe the degree of condensation. Now, it was as if it had truly become a substance and its degree of toughness had increased greatly. Chenzong looked for the wholehearted Tao Master again. The wholehearted Tao Master studied it carefully and didn't shatter it. Instead, he nodded and smiled. Very good. With its current strength, no one in the Yuan underworld realm should be able to damage it. However, this wasn't absolute. Who knew if there were people in the Yuan underworld realm who could control terrifying power? For example, Chenzong was one of them. Of course, even if there were such people, it would be extremely rare to encounter them. In this way, using Tool's path to assist the Sword World was considered complete. At least for the current stage, it was completed. The next stage naturally had to wait until Chenzong became even stronger. It wasn't something he should consider now. What Chenzong had to do next was to integrate the mysteries of Array Path into the Sword World to better control the sword radiance. Compared to Tool's path, Chenzong had received more of the Great Void Sex Array Path inheritance and it was more profound. Chenzong also comprehended the Array Path inheritance from time to time. He had already finished comprehending it. Among them, there wasn't much about Array Path. Instead, it was more about the mysteries and foundations of Array Path. This meant that Chenzong had a solid foundation in Array Path. No matter which Array Path he learned, he would be able to comprehend the mysteries within it in a shorter period of time. He would be able to master it and achieve greater success or even a higher level. Although he hadn't obtained many Array Paths and they weren't very suitable for him, the most suitable Array Path for him to control the sword radiance to set up an array would be a sword array. Fortunately, there was also an Array Path inheritance in the Will Sky Palace. There were also many Array Paths that he could study and comprehend. Chenzong was a path disciple. This wasn't just a title. It also had a substantial effect. In the Array Hall of the Will Sky Palace, Chenzong received the Array Path inheritance and compared it with the Great Void Sex Array Path inheritance. Chenzong was completely immersed in the ocean of Array Path, forgetting everything else. Activating the 10 wills of the heart allowed Chenzong to comprehend the mysteries within a shorter period of time and master them. Like a dried-up sponge, it absorbed the water crazily to enrich itself. It became more and more substantial. He was improving every moment. Even though this kind of improvement didn't have a direct and obvious increase in his combat strength, it was a kind of accumulation of potential. Once it was used and integrated, it would bring about a great improvement, even an improvement in the nature of one's body. From start to finish, Chenzong spent a whole month to fully master part of the Array Path inheritance in the Will Sky Palace. As for mastering all of it, it wasn't necessary because Chenzong didn't intend to continue studying Array Path. He didn't intend to make it his main focus. One should know that Array Path was like Sword Path. It was broad and profound, so deep that one couldn't see the end of it. If one continued to study it, what was the limit? That would consume a lot of his time and energy, even if he had the support of the Heart Sutra. In this way, it would undoubtedly delay the cultivation and improvement of Sword Path. After a month, Chenzong came out of seclusion. Being in seclusion in the Array Hall for a month was boring and exhausting. It wasn't physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. Chenzong returned to his palace and had a good rest. After a good night's sleep, he enjoyed a good meal of wine and food to relax himself. Zongheng's annual meeting is about to begin. It's a pity that the dominator of the 6 realms has to welcome Air Bao and can't make it. I'm so excited that I'm begging for monthly votes. It's the end of the month. The Tao of formations was the general term, the head of the Tao. Array Tao was the application of Array Tao. It was like the relationship between Sword Tao and Sword Art. Mastering Array Tao without mastering Array Tao was a waste of its wonders. Mastering Array Tao without mastering Array Tao was like a rootless duckweed in the water. Only by combining the two together could the power it should have been able to reach its peak. Shenzong did not intend to study Array Tao and Array Tao. He only did it for Sword Tao and Sword World. Therefore, when Shenzong chose his array, he only looked at the sword array and ignored the other arrays. There were quite a number of sword arrays in the Will Heavenly Palace. In total, there were more than 30 sword arrays, ranging from low to high. However, after Shenzong's selection, there were only 3 suitable sword arrays. Small Tiangang Sword Array, Small Earth Demon Sword Array, Small Double Pole Space Ceiling Sword Array. The Small Tiangang Sword Array and Small Earth Demon Sword Array were both offensive sword arrays. The Small Double Pole Space Ceiling Sword Array was for trapping enemies. Among the 3 sword arrays, the Small Tiangang Sword Array was the simplest. It required 36 people to set it up. Well, to Shenzong, it was 36 sword lights. With such a number, it was relatively simple. After all, to set up a sword array with 36 cultivators, it had to be trained hard to reach the level where it could fight enemies. As for the Small Earth Demon Sword Array, it was several times more difficult and mysterious than the Small Tiangang Sword Array. Because it required 72 cultivators to set it up at the same time. To Shenzong, it was 72 sword lights. As for the Small Double Pole Space Ceiling Sword Array, it was the most difficult and mysterious of the 3 sword arrays. Shenzong only chose these 3 sword arrays out of the 30 sword arrays. Other than being more suitable, these 3 sword arrays were the best of the best. There was no need to bite off more than one could chew. After choosing the 3 sword formations, Shenzong immersed himself in them and devoted himself to studying them. With his extremely profound foundation in the art of formations, it was not a difficult task and would not take up too much time. Opening the sword world would consume a large amount of Shenzong's energy, but it was only practicing the sword formation. There was no need for that, the extreme heart phaseless sword was more than enough. The minor Tiangang sword formation required 36 sword beams. Shenzong directly separated 36 sword beams from the extreme heart phaseless sword and suspended them in the surroundings. Formation. Rise. With a low shout, Shenzong pointed his finger forward like a sword. A vague connection was established between his sword finger and 12 of the 36 sword lights. This connection was instantly strengthened as his sword finger glowed. The 12 strands of sword light flickered successively while emanating waves of the sound of sharp swords being unsheathed, and it resounded through the surroundings. After that, they drew numerous trajectories in succession and left behind numerous faint marks in space. The 12 strands of sword light danced in the air. In a split second, they struck down in front of Shenzong and were distributed in 12 different directions. It looked like a circle, but it was actually not a circle. It merely looked like a circle. The minor Tiangang sword formation. Completed, the auras of the 12 strands of sword light resonated together and a tight connection was established between them. The minor Tiangang sword formation was divided into 3 levels. The first level was 12 strands of sword light, the second level was 24 strands of sword light, and the third level was 36 strands of sword light. Each level was stronger than the previous one. Of course, each level was harder to control than the previous one. Comprehending the mysteries did not mean that one could truly master it. One still needed to cultivate. Starting from the first level, he cultivated over and over again until he mastered the third level. However, Shenzong did not continue to look for the single-hearted holy man. Instead, he cultivated the minor Tiangang sword formation. The minor Tiangang sword formation required 72 strands of sword light. It was more profound and powerful than the minor Tiangang sword formation. The minor Tiangang sword formation was also divided into 3 levels. The first level was formed by 24 strands of sword light. It was comparable to the second level of the minor Tiangang sword formation. However, there were some differences between the 2 sword formations. The minor Tiangang sword formation had an impact on the vital energy level, while the minor Tiangang sword formation had an impact on the spiritual level. Otherwise, why would Qinzong choose the minor Tiangang sword formation? He only needed the minor Tiangang sword formation. The second level of the minor Tiangang sword formation was formed by 48 strands of sword light. The third level of the minor Tiangang sword formation was formed by 72 strands of sword light. It was more than 3 times more difficult to cultivate than the minor Tiangang sword formation. The most difficult one was the minor dual polarity sky ceiling sword formation. This formation was not like the minor Tiangang sword formation and the minor Tiangang sword formation. It was a sword formation with the ability to trap the enemy. Other than trapping the enemy, it could also be used for defense. The minor dual polarity space ceiling sword formation was also divided into 3 layers. However, the first layer required 36 sword lights to form. The second layer required 72 sword lights to form. As for the third layer, it required 144 sword lights to form. Without a doubt, the minor dual polarity sky ceiling sword formation was the most difficult to cultivate. Without a sufficient foundation of formation doctrine, it was impossible to comprehend and master it. Fortunately, Qinzong was qualified enough. Cultivate. In the following time, Qinzong was completely immersed in the cultivation of the 3-gate sword formation until he mastered the third level and achieved great success. In the huge arena, Qinzong stood in the air. Opposite him was his master, Xian Holy Man Master, please enlighten me. Qinzong took a deep breath and said respectfully to Xian Holy Man. Now that he had returned to the Will Heavenly Palace for a few months, Qinzong had almost given up on improving his cultivation, swordsmanship, and everything else. He was fully immersed in formation doctrine and craftsmanship doctrine. He had successfully applied them to Sword World and increased the power of Sword World even more. Now, it was time to verify it. Xian Holy Man smiled. Sword World. Open! Qinzong shouted in a low voice. He was fully focused. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were as sharp as swords. An extremely powerful aura burst out from his body in an instant. It was as if the sea was flowing in all directions. Sword World. Open, descend, suppress, 15,000 meters. The sword world would be as wide as the sword domain. If the sword domain was 100,000 meters, then sword world could cover 100,000 meters. If the sword domain was 1,000,000 meters, then sword world could cover 1,000,000 meters. That kind of coverage was really shocking. According to the inheritance information of Hellish Moon's startling wind, sword world could even evolve to the size of a world. It was even more shocking and indescribable. This time, Qinzong didn't immediately condense 1,000 sword lights. When he opened Sword World. This was because condensing sword lights at the beginning would directly consume his own power, unlike when the sword lights were shattered and reforged. The consumption was very low. In the blink of an eye, 36 sword lights appeared. Each sword light was a fusion of the Sword World sword light and the Extreme Heart Faceless sword light. It was extremely tough and could be considered indestructible at the Yuan underworld level. Even a transcendent wouldn't be able to destroy it easily. After condensing 36 sword lights, Qinzong's power consumption was greatly reduced. In an instant, the 36 sword lights set up the small Sky Dipper sword formation and trapped Xian Holy Man. This time, Xian Holy Man limited his own power to the limit of the Yuan underworld realm. Fight! 12 sword lights instantly pierced through the air and attacked Xian Holy Man from 12 different directions. There was a close connection between the 12 sword lights and the light resonated. It was different from the simple and direct attacks from before. These 12 sword lights attacked from the waist. Immediately, another 12 sword lights attacked from below. The last 12 sword lights attacked from above, forming an all-around attack. Xian Holy Man felt his own blood and qi being affected. Of course, this level of blood and qi interference was equivalent to nothing for Xian Holy Man. Even a transcendent could be immune to this kind of interference. However, Yuan underworld realm cultivators would still be somewhat affected. The lower their combat strength, the more obvious the interference. 36 sword lights, in the form of a formation, bombarded from all directions. Compared to the simple application of the formation before, its power was much more tyrannical and exquisite. However, even if the Xian holy man limited his combat strength to the limit of the Yuan underworld realm, he was still invincible. This was because his combat experience wasn't limited too much. He was fighting with the experience of a Dao Venerate. Although some techniques couldn't be used because of his combat strength, a true Yuan underworld realm cultivator couldn't compare to him. The attack of the 36 sword lights was completely blocked by Xian holy man with just one finger. Under Chenzong's control, the minor Big Dipper sword formation kept attacking. At first, the attacks were rather normal. However, the attacks of the 36 sword lights became more mysterious and had more variations. The variations were all controlled by Chenzong. The Xian holy man was helping Chenzong develop the potential of the sword formation in actual combat, allowing Chenzong to have a deeper understanding of it. Cultivation was cultivation, and combat was combat. The two weren't equal. It didn't mean that a higher cultivation base meant a stronger combat ability. They couldn't be lumped together. Mastering a sword formation and using it proficiently in combat were two different things. Chenzong played with the minor Big Dipper sword formation and used all sorts of variations. However, he still couldn't do anything to the Xian holy man. From start to end, the Xian holy man had only used one finger to counter. Immediately, another 36 sword lights were condensed and merged with the original 36 sword lights. The order and aura of the sword lights changed in an instant, forming the 72 sword lights of the minor earthly fiend sword formation. The Xian holy man immediately felt that the feeling of his chi and blood being attacked had disappeared and was replaced by a mental attack. This was the additional power of the minor earthly fiend sword formation. Kill, with the experience of controlling the minor Big Dipper sword formation, controlling the minor earthly fiend sword formation was easier. It launched all sorts of attacks, and the strength of the attacks increased significantly. However, the Xian holy man still relied on his Dao Venerate combat experience and superb cultivation base to display a suppression of the same level and block all the attacks of the minor earthly fiend sword formation. This didn't make Chenzong feel discouraged. Instead, it stimulated Chenzong's fighting spirit. In the end, the minor earthly fiend sword formation couldn't do anything to the Xian holy man. Chenzong had no choice but to condense even more sword lights, reaching a total of 144 sword lights. He constructed the minor double extreme space fixing sword formation and directly trapped the Xian holy man. In the northern void, outside of the Aloe Star region, there was only darkness. There was no starlight, no gravel, and no traces of people. In an instant, a spot of light suddenly appeared and spread out at an astonishing speed. It was like a blazing sun radiating in all directions, turning into rays of light that spread out rapidly. It was like a glowing brush that rapidly sketched the outline, covering an area of 1,000 meters in all directions. The dense rays of light crisscrossed and finally formed the outline of an array formation. The rays of light rushed out from the array formation, causing the array formation to change from a flat surface to a three-dimensional one. It was as if it was embedded in the void. In the center of the array formation, the rays of light shone brightly and a figure appeared out of thin air. In the next moment, the rays of light converged and quickly faded. Even the rays of light from the array formation quickly disappeared. Only a figure was left standing in the void. It was Chenzong, after his battle with his master, wholehearted Dao master, who had given Chenzong some pointers. Chenzong had come here again after more than 10 days of seclusion. The northern void, the northern battlefront. According to his master's suggestion, Chenzong needed a large number of battles, real life and death battles, and not just a simple battle with his master, who had limited his strength. That kind of battle was only for the sake of pointers. The pointers were already over. Only in real life and death battles could he improve himself better. The northern battlefront was undoubtedly very suitable for a large number of life and death battles, so Chenzong had come. This was the second time Chenzong had come to the northern battlefront. The first time Chenzong had come, he had been at the Dao manipulation realm and could only be in the minor battlefront. Now, Chenzong was at the Yuan underworld realm, and a high-level one at that. His combat strength was at the top of the Yuan underworld realm, so he could go to the minor battlefront. As long as he didn't encounter any divine tier powerhouses, there wouldn't be any danger. Of course, even if he encountered a divine tier powerhouse, Chenzong wouldn't die. Only the divine tier powerhouses would die because of the demonic god heart. Qianzong still remembered that when he was at the northern battlefront, he had killed a barbarian king of the barbarian tribe. After that, he had been possessed by the inner demon and killed a large number of barbarian tribes. He had directly or indirectly led to the recovery of many minor war zones. It was an amazing achievement. At that time, the barbarians seemed to have issued a kill order against him, which meant that they were determined to kill him. When he had left, he had been pursued by a Yuan underworld powerhouse and had nearly died. However, the forces of the barbarian tribe were mainly concentrated in the northern battlefront and could not reach other parts of the void. Therefore, after Qianzong left the northern battlefront, the kill order did not have much effect on Qianzong. After all, usually, Qianzong would either stay in the Heavenly Will Palace or roam the world without a fixed location. It was hard to keep track of his whereabouts. If the barbarians found out that he had entered the northern battlefront, the kill order would come into effect. But this time, Qianzong was not afraid. Unless the barbarian tribe sent out a powerful Dao Master expert, or a powerful Dao Master of the human clan secretly intervened. The possibility was very low. There was a fundamental difference between the Dao Master level and those below it. In a flash, Qianzong turned into a beam of sword light and flew toward the Aloe Star Zone. His current speed was many times faster than when he had first come to the Aloe Star Zone. They were on two completely different levels. This time, Qianzong would not go to a minor war zone, which was not challenging at all. A medium war zone was suitable for him. As for a major war zone, it was a war zone that belonged to the divinity realm. With his strength, going there would be no different from suicide. Perhaps he could rely on the power of the demon heart to protect himself or even kill the enemy, but it would lose the meaning of training himself. Compared to the minor war zones, there were fewer medium war zones. Qianzong had already studied the relevant data. The 1st, 9th, and 23rd medium war zones were the more dangerous ones among the medium war zones. As for the more dangerous ones, it was because there were more barbarians in them, and because of their location, it was easier to get reinforcements. Qianzong did not hesitate or think too much. He went directly to the 1st medium war zone. The number 1 medium combat zone was ranked at the top of the number 1 medium combat zone. Its danger level was also the highest among the medium combat zones. The 1st medium war zone. A huge fortress was suspended in the air, motionless. Inside the fortress, 13 figures with powerful auras were sitting in different positions, forming a semicircle. These 13 figures were none other than the 13 divine tier human powerhouses who'd been guarding the 1st battle zone. The barbarians' reinforcements are almost here. Where are our reinforcements? A divinity realm expert with a loud voice shouted. Reinforcements had always been the problem of the human race. After all, the barbarians were a fighting race. They were born with extraordinary strength. Once they reached adulthood, they could at least reach the warrior level, which was the Dao manipulation realm of the human race. This was a very shocking point. If they worked hard, it was not difficult to reach the hero level, which was the Yuan underworld level of the human race. As for the warlord level, which was equivalent to the divinity realm, it was relatively more difficult, but it could be achieved with enough effort and talent. The barbarians would only begin to encounter a great bottleneck when they reached the great general level, which was equivalent to the Dao master level. Otherwise, they would not have been confined to the 3-star zones in the northern battlefront by the human race. For many years, they had not been able to invade more star zones. After all, high-end combat power was still very important. At the critical moment, it was the decisive combat power. Once it was deployed, it would be extremely shocking. It was not that the barbarians did not have high-end combat power. It was just that they had to pay a high price to enter this void. However, it was getting easier and easier for the barbarians below the great general level to enter this void. After all, one of the star zones had been completely occupied by the barbarians and had been constantly transforming it, making it suitable for the barbarians to thrive. This made it easier for the barbarian race to get reinforcements, especially in recent years. The number of times the barbarian race sent reinforcements was obviously higher than before. This directly led to the fall of some battle zones and the barbarian race completely occupying them. Now, a medium-sized battle had just broken out in Battle Zone 1. The two sides were naturally the barbarians and the human race. The result of the battle was that both sides had suffered casualties and were almost evenly matched. Thus, it had come to an end for the time being. However, the human race's spies had discovered that the barbarians' reinforcements were on their way. Once the reinforcements arrived, the barbarians would immediately launch a large-scale battle. The result was that the human race would most likely be defeated, suffer heavy losses, and lose Battle Zone 1. As a result, it would fall and be completely occupied by the barbarians. Now, the 13 Divinity Realm Great Generals in Battle Zone 1 held an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. Reinforcements, where could they ask for reinforcements? It was obviously impossible to ask for help from the other battle zones because there were enemies everywhere. Thus, they could only ask for help from the main fort. The barbarians could send reinforcements, but so could the human race. For example, the cultivators who had lost their battle zones could be assigned to a battle zone as reinforcements. Our reinforcements have already set off. They should arrive in the shortest time possible. The Divinity Realm expert in the middle was an old man. He was the strongest person in Battle Zone 1 and his combat strength was at the Divinity Realm of 3 stars. Of the other 12 Divinity Realm experts, 4 were at the Divinity Realm and 8 were at the Divinity Realm. Together, they were undoubtedly a strong force. However, the barbarian generals in Battle Zone 1 weren't weak either, be it in terms of quantity or quality. Just as the 13 Divinity Realm Great Generals were holding a meeting, a Yuan underworld cultivator knocked on the door. What is it? The Divinity Realm experts were clearly displeased. They'd already told them not to disturb the meeting unless it was something important. Great Generals, someone who claims to be a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace is here, the Yuan underworld cultivator said immediately. A true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace? So what if he's here? The Divinity Realm experts were even more displeased. The Will Heavenly Palace was indeed very strong and was the #1 sacred ground in the void, but there were still thousands of true disciples. Although they were precious, it wasn't to the extent that they needed to disturb an emergency meeting. Making a mountain out of a molehill. What's the name of the true disciple? One of the Divinity Realm experts asked. Chenzong. The Yuan underworld cultivator broke out in cold sweat. It was very uncomfortable to be under the influence of the 13 Divinity Realm experts. Chenzong. The 13 Divinity Realm experts were stunned when they heard the name, as if they found it familiar. After all, although the northern battlefront was located in the northernmost part of the void, it wasn't isolated from the rest of the world. Important information from other parts of the void would still be transmitted here. That name sounds familiar. I think I heard it not long ago. One of the Divinity Realm experts rubbed his chin and pondered. However, there had been so many battles recently that he couldn't think clearly. Will Heavenly Palace. Chenzong. Yuan Underworld Realm, those who could come to the middle battlefront were at least at the Yuan Underworld Realm. Dao Manipulation Realms couldn't make it here, and even if they could, they wouldn't want to. The 13 Divinity Realm experts' expressions changed drastically when they combined the 3 pieces of information. The third Taoist. Exclamations sounded one after another. It wouldn't be a big deal if it was just a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, but the third Taoist's arrival was completely different. In particular, the third Taoist wasn't weak. It was rumored that his combat strength was at the peak of the Yuan underworld realm. Not long ago, he seemed to have resolved a great crisis and saved a medium-sized world. Everyone, we've already sent reinforcements. They're on their way and will arrive at full speed. Let's end this meeting for now. Let's invite the third Taoist of the Will Heavenly Palace to come and see for ourselves. The old man with 3-star combat strength smiled. Since he's already here, let's meet him. What's so different about his arms and legs? Someone else muttered. Regardless, the invitation was sent out. The third Taoist, he was a Taoist of the Sacred Land. In terms of status in the Sacred Land, he was higher than most Divinity Realm elders and was second only to a Tao sovereign. The 13 divine tier generals of the human race's battle fort in the first battle zone finally met Chenzong as they wished. Just as one of them had said, he had 2 eyes, 2 ears, a nose, a mouth, a head, a body, 2 arms, and 2 legs. It was that simple and normal. Of course, any normal person would look like that. Nothing unusual could be seen from his appearance, but his temperament could be sensed. Chen Zong's expression didn't change in the slightest in the face of 13 transcendent realm cultivators, even those who had deliberately released part of their auras. It was as if he was facing 13 cultivators of the same level. This calmness was enough to make them view Chen Zong as an equal instead of a junior with a lower cultivation base. This was both ability and qualification. The reinforcements of those brats will arrive soon. Once they arrive, they will launch an attack. If our reinforcements don't arrive by then, the situation will be very unfavorable for us, said the leader of the Divine Tier Generals. The other Divine Tier Generals knew that he was talking to Chen Zong. They were looking at Chen Zong as equals. Although they were looking at Chen Zong as equals, it was undeniable that Chen Zong's cultivation base was only at the Yuan underworld realm. Once the Divine Tier Generals' reinforcements arrived and launched an attack, the first battle zone would become very dangerous. Even if the human race's reinforcements arrived, it would still be very dangerous. This place was more dangerous than any other medium battle zone. There was the possibility of death at any time. Therefore, the Divine Tier Generals wanted Chen Zong to go to another medium battle zone and not a very dangerous place like the first battle zone. The third Dao disciple of the Will Sky Palace had amazing talent and potential, but he hadn't really matured yet. He had to at least reach the Divine Tier realm. The Yuan underworld realm was still too weak. Of course, they didn't speak too directly because they didn't know Chen Zong's temperament. It wouldn't be good if they spoke too directly and angered him, causing him to bear a grudge against them. Chen Zong naturally appreciated their kindness, but he had no intention of leaving. He only said that he had a life-saving trump card. Since Chen Zong wasn't willing to leave, the Divine Tier Generals couldn't force him to leave. They weren't too worried either. After all, Chen Zong was the third Dao disciple of the Will Sky Palace. He definitely had a life-saving trump card. However, news of Chen Zong's arrival was deliberately kept secret. Otherwise, if word got out and the barbarians found out, who knew what kind of extreme things they would do? Firstly, Chen Zong had been ordered to be killed by the barbarian tribe. Secondly, Chen Zong was the third Dao child of the Heavenly Will Palace. His potential was amazing. If he grew up, he would become a character like North Dao Sirius. North Dao Sirius had caused so much damage to the barbarian race that he had become a thorn in their flesh. If there was a chance, they would do everything in their power to kill him. Chen Zong was assigned a room to rest. The atmosphere in the first battle zone was bleak and oppressive. It was as if there were invisible swords floating above their heads that could fall at any time. All the human cultivators in the fortress were mobilized to patrol the area, preventing any Divine Tier barbarians from sneaking in. Just like the light battle zone Chen Zong was in, the human cultivators in the medium battle zone were also in the form of squads. A dark mass appeared in the northern and southern border of the first battle zone. It was like a dark cloud in the sky, but also like a black torrent breaking through a dam. Enemy attack. The Divine Tier barbarian army is attacking. When the human team in charge of the patrol team saw this, his expression changed greatly, and he immediately sent a message. The Divine Tier barbarian army was attacking, which meant that the Divine Tier barbarian army's reinforcements had arrived, but the human reinforcements hadn't. The situation was very unfavorable for the humans. The 13 Divine Tier Generals looked very uncomfortable. "What do we do?" asked one of them. The fact that the human reinforcements hadn't arrived was a fatal problem. "Face them head-on," said the leading Divine Tier elder without hesitation, looking decisive. Even if they were at a disadvantage and the reinforcements hadn't arrived, they couldn't retreat. Once they retreated, the first battle zone would fall. If they didn't retreat, they would be in danger of dying, but they could buy some time for the reinforcements to arrive. As long as the human reinforcements arrived, they could better resist the Divine Tier barbarian army's invasion. The reason why the humans could keep the Divine Tier barbarians at the northern battlefront was that they had the determination and courage to fight to the death. The strongest belief, move out, humans were never afraid of death, as long as they died a worthy death. Led by the 13 Divine Tier Generals, the squads gathered and began to push forward. They had to at least resist the Divine Tier barbarians and keep them out. Chen Zong was also in the human army. He didn't join any squads because it wasn't necessary. From afar, Qinzong's super-sharp senses allowed him to feel waves of chaotic and ferocious aura spreading toward him. It swept over like a raging wave, swallowing and destroying everything. Such an aura was frightening. Faced with such a powerful aura, Qinzong didn't feel the slightest fear. On the contrary, he only felt his qi and blood circulating faster. His body was full of strength, and a fighting spirit was gathering, ready to burst out. His sword was trembling in its sheath, ready to be unsheathed to kill the enemy. Qinzong had a belligerent gene deep in his bones. The human cultivators also mobilized their strength, circulating every part of their body, releasing waves of powerful aura that turned into shocking waves. They kept rushing forward to resist the divine tier barbarians' aura. But in terms of numbers, the humans were obviously inferior to the divine tier barbarians who had received reinforcements. In the clash of auras, they were suppressed in less than 3 breaths and charged back. Kill! The divine tier barbarian army charged forward. Every divine tier barbarian warrior had a ferocious look on their face. Their eyes shone with terrifying cold light, as if they were ferocious beasts who were about to devour humans. Kill! The divine tier barbarians were closing in. Even if they were at a disadvantage, the humans couldn't show any weakness. Attack! In an instant, the human cultivators attacked one after another, bursting with powerful energy. The 13 divine tier elites also attacked, fighting the divine tier barbarians. The battle broke out. The war had begun. Wars wouldn't start easily, whether it was the humans or the divine tier barbarians, because every war would cause great losses. But just because it wouldn't start easily didn't mean it wouldn't start. Now that the divine tier barbarians' reinforcements had arrived first, they naturally had to seize this opportunity to attack and defeat the humans, or even annihilate them. They would completely occupy the first battle zone and then advance to other battle zones. Eventually, they would completely invade the Aloe Star Zone and then advance to other star zones. Compared to the human cultivators, the divine tier barbarians' fighting style was more direct. They relied on their innate strength, speed, and totemic power. Although it wasn't as diverse as the cultivators, it was undeniable that the divine tier barbarians were very lethal. In a head-on confrontation, they had the advantage. As soon as they came into contact, the humans resisted the divine tier barbarians' first wave of attack. That was because the human teams had all arranged into battle formations, bursting with even more power to resist the divine tier barbarians' attacks. However, this kind of defense wasn't unlimited. It would increase the consumption of power. They could block it once, twice, or 3 times, but not 4 times. Kill! Even if they had to die, they had to kill a few more divine tier barbarians. That being said, the divine tier barbarians weren't ants that could be killed easily. Their individual strength was very terrifying, and they also knew how to burn their life force. Even if they died, they would often drag someone down with them. They were very cruel and terrifying. Qinzong didn't have a team, so he didn't have a battle formation to resist the divine tier barbarians' attacks. This wave of attack was the divine tier barbarians' continuous accumulation of momentum, and it was also the most powerful wave of attack. Even so, they still couldn't do anything to Qinzong. Qinzong wasn't stupid. Although his fighting spirit was soaring, it didn't mean that he had lost his mind. Although he didn't have a team, he had more freedom and flexibility to resist such an astonishing attack. Qinzong used his ability to deflect force to the extreme. He used his body technique and shifted within a small area. Under the raging sword light, the divine tier barbarian's first powerful attack seemed to crush Qinzong, but in fact, it didn't really affect Qinzong. Instead, Qinzong took advantage of this opportunity to attack with his sword and kill several divine tier barbarians. Qinzong had a high-level Yuanming cultivation base, but his combat strength had reached the 10-star level. Those with a 10-star battle prowess could already be considered as the strongest among them. 11-star combat strength wasn't considered many, and 12-star combat strength was very rare. At least in a dangerous battle zone like the first battle zone, there was only one 12-star combat strength on the human side and one 12-star combat strength on the divine tier barbarian side. The two sides had fought many times and were evenly matched. Neither side could do anything to the other. Of course, that was also because the two sides hadn't fought to the extreme and hadn't used their final trump cards. 12-star combat strength was too rare and very hard to come by. With a sword in hand, Qianzong brandished his sword, and the sword light was like a crescent moon slicing through the sky as it attacked the divine tier barbarians. There were also divine tier barbarians constantly attacking, trying to kill Qianzong. Unfortunately, Qianzong's combat strength was tyrannical and his swordsmanship was amazing. The divine tier barbarians were killed by Qianzong as a result. Even if they surrounded him, it was useless. Qianzong wasn't afraid of this kind of encirclement at all. On the contrary, those who died under Qianzong's sword directly turned into battle merits, which increased Qianzong's battle merits continuously. Kill, 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 kill. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. War had always been like this. There was no mercy, and there was no hesitation. There was only killing. If it was an enemy, then kill. However, Qianzong's massacre was soon stopped. Some powerful demon barbarian warriors had their eyes on Qianzong and rushed over. The demon barbarian warrior with the combat power of a 10-star warrior immediately brought a lot of pressure to Qianzong. Without hesitation, Qianzong unleashed his maximum combat power. The supreme Lingwu technique, the heart flame burned, kill. At his limit, Qianzong directly surpassed the 10-star level and soared to the 11-star level. This made the barbarian braves, who had the combat strength of a peak 10-star level, feel horrified. However, it was already too late for him to react. The sword light was dazzling, as if it could pierce through everything. A new month is here. Big shots, hurry up and vote. The situation on the battlefield was constantly changing. One moment, a strong enemy had been killed, and the next moment, another strong enemy might be killed. Even if one was strong, one could be injured or even killed in a battle like this if they were not careful. The sword light was like a wave of water that rolled up from the bottom to the top. Then, it transformed into a ball of water that encircled its body. It cleverly blocked the attacks that were coming from all directions. Then, the sword light spun in the opposite direction. It then transformed into streaks of light that shot out, and killed the surrounding barbarian warriors. Qianzong, who had unleashed his maximum combat power, was at the peak of the 11-star level. Coupled with his superior sword techniques, which were far superior to the Yuan underworld level, he could protect himself even on such a battlefield. Last time, Qianzong had only been able to kill the barbarian warriors and run for his life when he encountered the barbarian warriors. This time, he was able to kill the barbarian warriors as easily as killing chickens. However, the barbarian warriors had received reinforcements this time and their strength had increased greatly. Soon, the human race side was losing ground. In terms of individual combat power, the barbarian warriors were not inferior to the human race. They also had the advantage of numbers, so it was only a matter of time before they gained the upper hand. Even the 13 divine-grade generals were caught in a bitter battle. This was because there were also barbarian warriors among the barbarian warriors' reinforcements. Suppression, the barbarian warriors really had the upper hand, while the human race side was at a disadvantage and started to lose ground. Where are our reinforcements? Where are our reinforcements? Where the hell are our reinforcements? Everyone knew that the human race also had reinforcements. However, the barbarian warriors' reinforcements had already arrived and launched a general attack, while the human race's reinforcements had yet to arrive. This caused the human race side to be unable to hold on and lose ground. If this continued, who knew how long they would be able to hold on? The pressure on Qianzong increased as the human race's battle teams retreated. After all, Qianzong did not have a battle team and was only one person. Retreat, Qianzong was not stupid enough to fall into the encirclement of the barbarian warriors. That would certainly put more pressure on him, further stimulate his potential, and hone himself. However, the slightest carelessness would lead to death. He was not that crazy. Kill! The barbarians roared furiously. They also knew that human reinforcements were about to arrive, but they hadn't arrived yet. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to defeat the human army. Even if the human reinforcements arrived, they would only increase the number of casualties and would not be able to turn the situation around. However, if the human army could not be defeated before the human reinforcements arrived, this general attack would be meaningless. Damn it! The 13 Transcendent Realm warriors were surrounded by even more demon and barbarian generals. They could only barely hold on, unable to reverse their defeat. The demon barbarians were not simple-minded. Instead, they relied on their oppressive power to divide the human race, causing the human cultivators to be isolated and at a greater disadvantage. Chenzong did not count how many barbarians he had killed. All in all, he was surrounded by barbarian warriors from all directions. Unknowingly, he had fallen into a tight encirclement. Kill, kill, kill. With a sword in hand, Chenzong's combat power was at the peak of the 11-star level. Every time his sword flashed, at least one demon barbarian warrior would die. However, there were still some demon barbarians whose combat power was at the peak of the 11-star level. Soon, Chenzong's sword was blocked. It was blocked by a demon barbarian warrior who was at the peak of the 11-star level. Then, another demon barbarian warrior who was at the peak of the 11-star level attacked. 2 against 1, they worked together to deal with Chenzong. With a sword in hand, Chenzong blocked the joint attack of 2 powerful demon barbarian warriors, but it was difficult for him to kill any other demon barbarian warriors. However, the 2 demon barbarian warriors who were at the peak of the 11-star level could not do anything to Chenzong. The situation was urgent, and there was no time to waste. The 2 demon barbarian warriors immediately summoned another demon barbarian warrior who was at the peak of the 11-star level. They worked together to deal with Chenzong, further increasing the pressure on Chenzong. Unfortunately, even when it was 3 against 1, they still could not do anything to Chenzong. They could not kill him. All of their attacks were blocked by Chenzong. However, the demon barbarians were unable to send more demon barbarians to deal with Chenzong. After all, there were other humans to deal with. If it were not for reinforcements, they would not have been able to deal with one human with 3 demon barbarians at the peak of the 11-star level. However, Chenzong was unable to kill any other demon barbarians because he was surrounded by the 3 demon barbarian warriors. Fight, Chenzong was never afraid of battles at the same level. Sword World. Open. His long hair fluttered as sword chi surged and sword wind roared. A powerful force erupted from Chenzong's body. The 3 demon barbarian warriors who were at the peak of the 11-star level could not resist such a powerful force and were forced to retreat. At that moment, it was as if thousands of invisible sword chi had passed by and cut their bodies. If it were not for the demon barbarians' powerful bodies, they would have been torn apart. The 15,000-meter-long sword world descended and suppressed all directions. Everything within the range of the sword world, be it the humans or the demon barbarians, all felt their bodies sink. It was as if there was an invisible mountain pressing down on them. They were unable to move in an instant. A strange scene appeared. With Chenzong as the center, the human cultivators and the demon barbarians fought fiercely. However, that 15,000-meter-long area seemed to have turned into a realm of peace. It was not that they did not want to fight, but that they could not fight. Even moving became very difficult. Under the suppression of the sword world, anyone who was not at the 11-star level would be suppressed. Even those at the 11-star level would be suppressed under Chenzong's sword world. Only those at the peak of the 11-star level were qualified to resist the suppression of the sword world. As such, there were not many who could move in the entire sword world. In the next moment, 36 sword lights appeared out of thin air and floated around. Under Chenzong's control, they split into 3 parts. The first level of the minor Tiangang sword formation, it was the first level of the 3 minor Tiangang sword formations. Each level had 12 sword lights. They surrounded 3 of the top 11-star level demon barbarians. They could not be compared with the Xianxia Dao Lord. They were countless times weaker. Kill. In just a moment, the 3 top 11-star level demon barbarians were directly penetrated, torn, and killed by the first level of the minor Tiangang sword formation. They died in an instant. This scene was simply horrifying. In the next moment, the 3 sword formations dispersed in an instant. They turned into 36 sword lights and shot out at lightning speed. In an instant, 36 demon barbarians died. The sword lights quickly condensed and reached the level of 100. It did not consume much of Chenzong's power. Under the 100 sword lights, in just a few rounds, all the demon barbarians in the sword world were killed. The speed of their deaths was astonishing. What is that? Both the Transcendent Realm humans and the Barbarian Realm generals were stunned. How could it be? How could it be? What kind of ability was this? It was so terrifying. First it suppressed, then it killed. There was no reason at all. It was so direct and violent. In just a moment, hundreds of demon barbarians were killed. As for the human cultivators, they found that they had regained their ability to move and were no longer suppressed. This was because Qianzong could freely control the suppressive power of the sword world to target or not. In the next moment, Qianzong retracted the sword world. His figure flashed and burst out at an astonishing speed. He directly rushed to the place where there were more demon barbarians and opened the sword world again. The end and opening of the sword world consumed an astonishing amount of power. But there was no other way. There were some shortcomings in the sword world. After opening the sword world, Qianzong could move freely in the sword world. But if he wanted to move with the sword world, his speed would drop by more than 100 times. With a speed drop of 100 times, it was difficult for the sword world to cover the other demon barbarians. He could only end it first, then move quickly and open it again. Fortunately, Qianzong was now very familiar with the sword world. He could control it freely. He calculated the consumption and recovery of power and made the best plan. The sword world. Open, the sword world descended again. In an instant, another group of humans and demon barbarians were suppressed. Most of them could not move. There was no doubt that a group of demon barbarians were killed by Qianzong again. The speed of killing was as fast as lightning. In just a short time, hundreds and thousands of demon barbarians died. This kind of killing speed was simply like a huge sickle harvesting wheat, crop after crop. Where did this monster come from? How could such a monster appear in the human race? The demon barbarians were all frightened. No matter what level of combat power they had, they were all killed by Qianzong. They could not block his sword light at all. He was invincible and unparalleled. Moreover, he did not kill them one by one. Instead, he could kill dozens or hundreds of them in an instant. In just a short time, he could kill thousands. This killing speed was too terrifying. The threat to the demon barbarians instantly increased by many times. On the other hand, after the shock, the human side was ecstatic. What a shocking move! Intimidating the barbarians like this would allow them to stall for time until reinforcements from the human race arrived. Kill him with all your might, a barbarian general roared. At that moment, the demon barbarian braves all unleashed their full strength and charged at Qianzong. Soon after, a figure tore through everything like a phantom and charged into the sword world. The suppressive force of the sword world was useless against him. 12-star combat power. This was a 12-star barbarian warrior, who was the reinforcement this time. He had been lurking and waiting for an opportunity to attack. He originally planned to cooperate with the 12-star barbarian warrior to kill the 12-star human by surprise. But now, they had no choice but to kill the other human. Compared to the 12th-star human, this human was a greater threat to the barbarians. That kind of large-scale and terrifying lethality was simply too frightening. There were a total of 22 demon barbarian warriors with a combat strength of 11 stars. Together with a 12-star demon barbarian warrior, the lineup was powerful and shocking. It seemed that Qianzong was in a very dangerous situation. If he was not careful, he would be killed. Even if the 13 Transcendent Realm powerhouses knew that Qianzong had a life-saving trump card, they could not help but feel worried. At the same time, powerful human cultivators all burst out at full speed and flew to reinforce Qianzong. They did not know Qianzong's methods. But one thing was certain, Qianzong could not die. As long as Qianzong was alive, this method was enough to stall the demon barbarians for a longer time, and they might be able to hold on until reinforcements arrived. If Qianzong died, the human side would be at a disadvantage. Qianzong maintained the opening of the sword world and stood in the void without moving. It seemed that he did not care about the demon barbarian warriors who were surrounding him. In an instant, 23 demon barbarian warriors with a combat strength of at least 11 stars rushed into the sword world. The 22 demon barbarian warriors with a combat strength of 11 stars immediately felt an invisible but omnipresent suppressive force crushing them. It more or less interfered with them, and their speed decreased slightly. Only the 12-star demon barbarian warrior was not affected. He still maintained his astonishing speed and rushed forward. When he got close to Chenzong, the demon barbarian warrior's speed suddenly increased by several times and became even faster. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Chenzong as soon as possible to prevent other unforeseen events. The 12-star demon barbarian warrior's speed was extremely fast, and under the amplification of several times, it was even more shocking. However, everything was under the control of Chenzong's perception. Although the suppressive force of the sword world was ineffective against him, nothing could escape Chenzong's perception and capture. He raised his sword finger, and streaks of sword light condensed in an instant. In an instant, 36 beams of sword light appeared around Chenzong, setting up the first layer of the small double polarity space-fixing sword formation. This sword formation was used to trap the enemy internally and defend against the enemy externally. The first level of the lesser dual pole space-sealing sword formation could withstand the attacks of most 12th-star warriors without breaking. Even a top 12th-star warrior would not be able to break through it easily. At the very least, Chenzong Hui would have enough time to make the next step. Chenzong had already verified this during his battle with single-hearted Dao Master. Of course, if the other party was proficient in array Dao, it would be a different story if they used the same method to break the array Dao. However, there were very few people who were both powerful and proficient in formations. The barbarian demons did not know anything about formations at all. 36 streaks of sword light set up the lesser dual polarity space lock sword formation, while 36 streaks of sword light set up the third lesser Tiangang sword formation, directly surrounding the 12th star barbarian hero. The other streaks of sword light set up the third lesser earthly fiend sword formation. 72 streaks of sword light spread out, directly surrounding the other 22 peak 11th star barbarian heroes. Kill. In an instant, Chenzong finished setting up the sword formation. It seemed that the situation had been reversed in an instant. The sword formation immediately erupted with amazing power and began to encircle and kill. Under the lesser Tiangang sword formation, the 12th star barbarian hero's chi and blood were immediately affected by the impact, affecting his movements to a certain extent. When the 36 streaks of sword light arrived, each streak of sword light had the power of a peak 11th star barbarian hero. Moreover, Chenzong was constantly refining each streak of sword light, making them extremely tough. They were almost indestructible in the Yuan underworld realm. Round after round of attacks, not only did he block the attacks of the 12-star barbarian braves, but he was also exhausted from dealing with them. Chenzong was multitasking. The lesser earthly fiend sword formation surrounded and killed the 22 peak 11th star barbarian heroes. The lesser earthly fiend sword formation could impact the spiritual willpower of the 22 peak 11th star barbarian heroes, affecting their control and performance to a certain extent, thus affecting their combat strength. Each of the 72 streaks of sword light had the combat strength of a peak 11th star barbarian hero. Under the continuous attacks, it was extremely mysterious and had the impact of spiritual willpower. Not long after, the 22 barbarian heroes were injured. Then there were casualties, and then there were deaths. After killing 22 peak 11th star barbarian heroes in a short period of time, the 72 streaks of sword light immediately flew out and attacked the 12th star barbarian hero who was still stubbornly resisting. In an instant, the sword formation changed. The lesser Tiangang sword formation turned into the first layer of the lesser dual polarity space sealing sword formation. The two forces of positive and negative yin and yang intersected and fell on the barbarian hero, forming a strange balance. This balance caused the void to freeze. The powerful sword formation's power instantly made it difficult for the barbarian hero to move. Then, the first layer of the lesser dual polarity space sealing sword formation switched to the lesser Tiangang sword formation and attacked in an instant. Then, the lesser Tiangang sword formation dispersed and the lesser earthly fiend sword formation arrived in an instant. The 12th star barbarian hero couldn't withstand it and died in the end. Good kill. Well done. On the human side, the divine tier cultivators all roared. The scene just now also attracted their attention, and the battle with the barbarian heroes eased a little. Compared to the excitement of the human divine tier cultivators, the barbarian heroes were shocked, in disbelief, and angry. 22 top-notch demon barbarian warriors of the 11th star level were extremely precious. Although it wasn't difficult for the barbarian heroes to reach the hero level, it wasn't that easy to reach the 10th star level. As for the 11th star level, it was even more difficult, and it was even more difficult to reach the top of the 11th star level. The death of a peak 11th star was a great loss. Even in the previous medium-scale war, only 2 peak 11th star barbarians died. But now, 25 of them died one after another under the sword of the same person. First, it was 3, then 22, and finally, a 12th star barbarian hero died. The loss was very heavy. The value of a 12th star barbarian hero was more than 10 times that of a peak 11th star barbarian hero. It was an indescribable pain. Kill him. The barbarian general was infuriated. In an instant, a 2-star barbarian general charged at him. The 3-star barbarian hero didn't seem to be angry at all, but he turned into a shadow in an instant and attacked from the side. It was very abrupt. Stop. Stop them. The human divine tier cultivators' expressions changed drastically. They immediately roared, but they couldn't help Xianxia. In other places, the barbarian hero's actions were undoubtedly shameless. It was the same as bullying the weak. But on the battlefield, everything was for the sake of winning. As long as they could win, they could use any means. Facing the attack of the 2 barbarian heroes, Xianxia didn't show the slightest fear. Instead, he was thinking about how to kill them. Should he let Senior Demon Heart do it, or should he use the secret knife that his senior brother gave him? In fact, Xianxia was more inclined to the latter, because Senior Demon Heart was a big trump card. Xianxia didn't want to expose it unless it was seen by people who didn't have much to do with him. But after thinking about it, Xianxia finally decided to ask Senior Demon Heart to do it. The secret knife that his senior brother gave him was more like a souvenir and had a certain meaning. Of course, when he asked Senior Demon Heart to do it, he also had to control his aura fluctuations and disguise it at the divine tier, not the Dao Master level. In this way, he could keep part of his trump card. His thoughts were like lightning, much faster than the 2 barbarian heroes' attacks. Xianxia directly put away the sword world. The facts had already been proven that Xianxia's sword world couldn't fight against a divine tier cultivator. The gap between the Yuan demon realm and the divine tier was very big. Perhaps, he could give it another try when his combat power had truly reached the 12th star level. Xianxia put away the sword world, which made people puzzled. Had he given up resisting? But in the next moment, a black shadow appeared beside Xianxia, holding a long black saber. The black shadow was like a fiend god. As soon as it appeared, the aura it exuded was so strong that it had reached the high level of the divine tier. Its battle strength was terrifying. At least for the people present who only had the battle strength of the 3-star divine tier. The 2 barbarian heroes' expressions changed and they decisively retreated. But they were still a step too late. The black shadow instantly slashed out 2 pitch-black saber lights that were like crescent moons. They broke through the air in an instant, and there was no way to dodge or block them. They were directly slashed by the pitch-black saber lights. Their bodies paused, as if frozen, and they couldn't move. In the next moment, the 2 barbarian heroes fell down. Dead, they were directly killed. After killing the 2 demon and barbarian generals, the demon-like black shadow's eyes seemed to flicker with a dark and deep light as he stared at them. In an instant, the remaining demon and barbarian generals felt a chill run down their spines. Their bodies stiffened and felt slightly numb, as if they were being stared at by an abyss. The barbarian heroes all tensed up, feeling that they could be attacked by a powerful saber at any time. It was a terrifying feeling of walking to the edge of death. But in the next moment, the demon-like black shadow turned into a black light and disappeared into Xianxia's body. The feeling of being stared at by an abyss just now was like an illusion. Unknowingly, the barbarian heroes' faces were covered with cold sweat. Retreat. The leading barbarian hero's voice became hoarse and shrill, as if he was very tired after fighting for several days and nights without sleep. The barbarian hero's army began to retreat quickly. But even so, they didn't panic and showed their extraordinary battle strength. Even so, during the retreat, the humans seized the opportunity to attack and kept chasing. Stop. After chasing for a while and killing some of the barbarian heroes, a divine tier hero immediately called out. Because if they continued to chase, they would enter the barbarian hero's territory. The humans were all extremely excited and agitated. It was hard to believe. The barbarian heroes' reinforcements had arrived and launched an attack, but the human reinforcements had not yet arrived. The humans were obviously at a disadvantage. They just wanted to delay the barbarian heroes' attack as much as possible until the human reinforcements arrived. But the reality was not that simple. They might be defeated before the reinforcements arrived. Begging for monthly votes, one man had formed an army against thousands and forced the barbarians to retreat in fear. It was like a legend. Xianxia was only at the Yuan underworld level, which was equivalent to a hero of the barbarian race. It sounded unbelievable. Is this the reason why the barbarians retreated? The human reinforcements who had finally arrived were dumbfounded when they heard this reason. They obviously didn't believe it. After all, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. This sounded ridiculous. The barbarians weren't weaklings. They weren't weeds that could be reaped easily. Although they could be easily killed at the same level of combat power, that was only if they were caught off guard and used their trump cards. According to the description, Xianxia hadn't just killed 1 or 2 barbarians by surprise, but dozens of them. He had even killed a 12-star barbarian, which had made the barbarians suffer. In the end, he had even used a terrifying trump card to kill 2 barbarian generals. It had been like the straw that broke the camel's back. The barbarians were terrified and had no choice but to retreat. The reinforcements only arrived after the barbarians had retreated. However, the war was over. Because the reinforcements hadn't seen the battle with their own eyes, their first reaction was disbelief when they heard the description. However, everyone's story was the same, so they had no choice but to believe it. Xianxia had obtained a lot of battle merits from this battle and could exchange them. However, Xianxia didn't exchange them because the things he wanted to exchange required a lot of battle merits. They were treasures that could make a big breakthrough in his chi refinement and body tempering cultivation. Perfected Yuan Underworld. Once his cultivation base reached the perfect Yuan Underworld realm, his combat strength would increase further. Furthermore, he could continue to comprehend the mysteries of the Heart Sword Path and the World Great Path. Once he grasped a stronger Great Path power, his Heart Sword domain and World domain could be expanded again. All in all, his combat power would increase significantly in a short period of time. Cultivation, sword technique, array formation. Xianxia continued to study and improve slowly under the 4 intent realms. His cultivation efficiency was astonishing. The cultivators who had witnessed Xianxia's skills were eager to get to know Xianxia. As for roping Xianxia into their team, that was just a thought. They didn't dare to do it. One man had formed an army and forced the barbarians to retreat. Did he still need to join their army? The battle team would only become a burden. As for the reinforcements, because they had never seen Xianxia before and had heard of such incredible deeds, they were very curious and wanted to meet Xianxia. They wanted to know what he looked like and what was so special about him. If possible, they wanted to ask him for advice. Unfortunately, Xianxia refused to see any of them. There was nothing to see. Compared to his own cultivation, Xianxia had never liked such trivial matters. For Xianxia, killing and repelling many of the barbarians was a very good experience and training. It was also the first time he had used a stronger sword world that had integrated tools doctrine and formations doctrine in a life and death battle. The effect was astonishing. Xianxia also gained a lot of experience, especially in the use of arrays. The 3 sword arrays were all cultivated to the greater success realm. They were very powerful and made the power of the sword world increase a lot. However, it would be better if he could make the sword arrays more powerful. The celestial spirits and earthly fiends combine to form a cycle. Can the celestial spirits sword array and the earthly fiends sword array be combined to form a more powerful sword array? Xianxia continued to comprehend. He used the 10 intent realms to deduce and simulate from 10 different directions. The celestial spirits and earthly fiends combined to form a cycle. This was the number of perfection. Theoretically, it was possible to merge the 2 sword formations into a new and more powerful sword formation. Every breath, in Xianxia's mind, sparks and lights of wisdom flickered. Countless inspirations flashed. Deduction, simulation, failure, deduction again, simulation again, over and over again. The deduction effect under the 10 intent realms was very shocking. It was dozens of times more efficient than usual. With a deep and solid foundation of arrays as a foundation, in addition to extraordinary comprehension and the shocking efficiency of the 10 intent realms at 1, Chenzong's comprehension effect was very shocking. After a few repetitions, he finally comprehended a bit of the mystery and pushed open the door. Entry level. Following this point, it would be easier for him to continue comprehending. Like the Celestial Spirit's Sword Array and the Earthly Fiend's Sword Array, the Minor Heavenly Cycle Sword Array is also divided into 3 levels. Chenzong thought to himself. However, each level of the Minor Heavenly Cycle Sword Array requires 36 sword lights. The Greater Success realm of the Minor Heavenly Cycle Sword Array requires 108 sword lights. Of course, this was Chenzong's deduction. However, now that he had entered the entry level, he had not deduced to the extreme. The Minor Heavenly Cycle Sword Array formed by 108 sword lights was definitely much more powerful than the Celestial Spirit's Sword Array and the Earthly Fiend's Sword Array. Now, Chenzong wanted to perfect the Minor Heavenly Cycle Sword Array and completely master it. On the other hand, the atmosphere on the barbarians' side was solemn. Recalling the terrifying means of the human race, the barbarians were angry but also scared. The barbarians had been invading the void for many years. Although they had not been able to break through the human race's blockade and invade more as they wished, they still had a good intelligence network. Soon, Chenzong's identity and so on were known by the barbarians in Station 1. Kill Order. The third Taoist of the Will Heavenly Palace. After knowing Chenzong's identity, the barbarians were shocked and angry. He was shocked because the other party's identity was very high, and his strength was very strong. He was very terrifying. He was furious because the other party had been given the kill order, but he was still alive and kicking. Furthermore, he was even stronger. Naturally, such a big matter could not be concealed. They immediately reported it to the headquarters of the barbarians as quickly as possible. Chenzong, the third Taoist of the Will Heavenly Palace, is known as the Unparalleled Divine Sword. He is suspected to be more talented than the first Taoist, Luo Beichuan. In the headquarters of the barbarians in the Alostar region, a great general of the barbarians had gathered. His eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Luo Beichuan, the first Taoist of the Will Heavenly Palace, has caused us a lot of trouble. If the third Taoist is more talented than him, he will be a greater threat if he matures. Let's get rid of him now. That's right. We can't let him grow. In that case, let's carry out the decapitation plan. The barbarian great general was very efficient. In a few words, he had decided on the plan. They had to get rid of Chenzong as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be more difficult to get rid of him when he really matured. For example, it was almost impossible for the barbarians to get rid of Luo Beichuan of the North Dao, unless they were willing to pay a great price. But paying a great price to get rid of Luo Beichuan was a great loss. It was better not to do it. Very soon, more and more figures appeared. There was a total of 7 of them, and each of them emitted an incomparably shocking baleful aura. That baleful aura was so dense that it seemed to be corporeal. It revolved around their bodies, and as it rose, it seemed as if it was about to come alive and devour people. It was so terrifying that one look at it would make one's hair stand on end. In an instant, the 7 figures gathered and immediately moved, flying towards the first battle zone of the medium battle zone. The decapitation team. The barbarians in the first battle zone were shocked when they saw the 7 figures surrounded by evil chi. These 9 barbarian brave warriors were actually the famous decapitation team. They were not just famous, they were famous for their ferocity. Even the barbarian warriors could not help but feel afraid in front of them. It was not because of the difference in strength, but because the decapitation team's ferocity was too shocking. The decapitation team was created some time after the barbarians invaded the void of the human race. It was to select the most suitable talents from various barbarians and undergo hellish training to fully stimulate their potential. After countless killings, they had mastered the most direct, strange, and terrifying means of killing. The purpose of the decapitation team was naturally to kill the human race's generals or commanders, so that the human race would lose its leader. Later, it slowly evolved to target some human race's heaven's prides who were especially talented and had potential. However, the training of the execution team was not easy. The resources needed were also decreasing, which increased the difficulty of training. Moreover, although the success rate was high every time they were sent out, the losses were also great. Once the assassination was completed, it was often difficult to escape unscathed. As a result, the decapitation team became fewer and fewer, and became more and more precious. The opportunities to be dispatched were also fewer and fewer. Only the top human race's heaven's prides would be dispatched. It should be noted that every member of the decapitation team had made a great sacrifice. When they successfully became a member of the decapitation team, their potential would be completely stimulated and they would reach the peak of their level. The price was that they would not be able to go further for the rest of their lives. To put it simply, if it was a warrior-level decapitation team, the members of the decapitation team would all reach the peak of the warrior level. Generally, they could reach the peak of the 11-star level, or even the 12-star level. As the price of forcibly stimulating their potential, they would not be able to break through to the hero level. Similarly, after the barbarian warriors of the hero level forcibly stimulated their potential, they would never be able to break through to the warlord level. However, they were the most terrifying among the same level. If a top 11-star level member of the decapitation team and a top 11-star level member of the decapitation team fought to the death, the one who would die would most likely not be a member of the decapitation team. Because every member of the decapitation team had to go through hellish training before their potential could be stimulated. Every decapitation team had at least a 12-star level member as its captain. We're the first decapitation team of the hero level. Among the 7 figures who were full of substantial killing intent, the leader spoke in a cold and stern voice. Now, we'll start the war immediately. The first decapitation team. The barbarian warriors' expressions changed drastically, and they were extremely shocked. The barbarians are launching another large-scale attack? The humans were surprised when they learned of the situation. It hadn't even been a month since the barbarians had been beaten back. How could they have regrouped and launched another attack so quickly? Had they found a way to restrain Xianxia? In the battle a month ago, Xianxia had killed thousands of barbarians, including 25 at the top of the 11th-star level and 1 at the 12th-star level. It was a heavy loss. Had the barbarians received reinforcements again? That was unlikely. Even if the barbarians were a fighting race, they couldn't have received reinforcements twice in such a short time. Besides, even if they had reinforcements, they had to restrain Xianxia first. Otherwise, they would only suffer more casualties if a few more of them came. In any case, since the barbarians had launched another large-scale attack, the humans had no choice but to fight. They had nothing to fear now that reinforcements had arrived. The troops gathered and advanced. Every inch of the void was filled with unparalleled killing intent. It was bone-chilling killing intent. Xianxia had also come out of seclusion. Although he hadn't made a breakthrough in his cultivation after a month of seclusion, his mastery of sword formations had improved a lot because of the bloodshed. The barbarians had launched another attack. No matter what their purpose was, Xianxia wouldn't run away. Fight, fight. It was a good opportunity to use the lives of the barbarians to test what he had gained in the past month. The two armies met and killed. The sounds of killing reverberated and filled the air with murderous intent. To the humans, the barbarians were invaders who tried to plunder the void. They were mortal enemies. To the barbarians, the humans were an obstacle in their way and must be eradicated. Looks like we didn't beat you up enough last time. A divine tier cultivator stared at them and sneered. Over the years, the humans had mastered the barbarians' language. The barbarians had also mastered the human language. Therefore, no matter whether they spoke the human language or the barbarians' language, those who had been here for a long time could understand it. This time will be the day you die, the barbarian general retorted angrily. Then let's see who will die. The human divine tier cultivator wasn't afraid at all. Kill, the leading barbarian general roared. Kill. The demons and barbarians roared in succession. Their voices were orderly and in unison, and their impetus was extremely shocking. It was vast and mighty, and it seemed as if layer upon layer of waves had been swept up. It was mixed with shocking killing intent and baleful aura, and it charged over like a torrent that had burst a dike. They recalled the battle a month ago where they were forced to retreat by a human. That was a humiliation. To the ferocious barbarians, they did not feel much fear. Instead, they felt shame, and anger from the bottom of their hearts. The demon and barbarian warriors had adjusted themselves over the past month. They had mustered up their strength, and had been waiting for the next attack. Finally, the time had arrived. This time, they had to make the human race tremble in fear and utterly collapse. They had to completely occupy the number 1 battle zone. The killing intent under the rage was like adding oil to the fire, becoming more and more powerful and shocking. However, the human clan was not afraid at all. This was because the reinforcements had already arrived. In terms of numbers, the human clan was not inferior to the barbarians. In terms of combat strength, the human clan was also not weaker than the barbarians. They would not be suppressed by the barbarians as soon as the battle began, and they would not be at a disadvantage like the last time. If it hadn't been for Chen Zong's amazing combat strength and methods, the human clan would have been defeated before the reinforcements arrived. Chen Zong was still alone and had not joined any battle team. He, who was a one-man army, was like a battle team. In fact, he was even more powerful. This was the first time many of the reinforcements had seen Chen Zong. They knew that Chen Zong had displayed his invincible might the last time. Although many of them had confirmed that it couldn't be fake, they still found it hard to accept. It sounded a little too surreal. How could a Yuan underworld cultivator be so powerful? It was simply inconceivable. We'll know whether it's true or not very soon. Many of the reinforcements thought so, because the barbarians had launched an attack. Once they made a move, whether it was real or fake would be quickly determined. In the battle a month ago, Chen Zong had displayed the means of a few people and killed many barbarians. This time, he had also attracted the attention of many powerful barbarians. This human was not only the third Dao disciple of Will Sky Palace, but he also had amazing talent and potential. He had also been ordered to be killed by the barbarians. No matter which point it was, it meant that he had to die. He could not be allowed to continue living. Chen Zong did not directly use the sword world. He only unleashed his maximum combat strength to kill the enemy. The combat strength of a peak 11 star was still very terrifying. Apart from those of the same level, the weaker ones would find it difficult to block Chen Zong's sword. 1 strike to kill, or 3 strikes to kill, the only difference was whether the time of death was 1 breath earlier or later. Kill him. Kill. 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 The barbarian demons seemed to have gone mad. They rushed forward without fear of death. They directly burned their totem power and burst out with even more power. Even if they died, they wanted to drag Chen Zong down with them so that they could perish together. He was like a moth darting into a flame. Even though he knew he would die, he still dashed forward without hesitation. His only goal was to kill his opponent. This kind of action and conviction was incomparably shocking and terrifying. The human race also reacted quickly. Immediately, teams appeared to intercept the barbarians who were charging forward like moths to relieve the pressure on Chen Zong. They could not let Chen Zong die here. Otherwise, it would be a great loss. The sword was unsheathed. Sword light traversed the void like the absolute beginning thunder that tore through the darkness. It directly killed the barbarians who were charging forward fearlessly one after another. Although the barbarians' attack power had multiplied after burning their totem power and became even more terrifying, if they could not hit themselves, everything was equal to 0. The reason was very simple. No matter how powerful the attack was, if it could not hit the target, what was the difference? Chen Zong's brilliant swordsmanship and body movements had already made him invincible. The barbarians burned their totem power without fear of death. They were like fanatical believers shouting some kind of slogan. They kept charging forward from all directions. Some of them were intercepted by the human race teams, but the human race teams also began to suffer casualties. After all, the barbarians had burned their totem power. However, the barbarians charging at Chen Zong, even if they burned their totem power, their combat power would not be higher than the 11th star level. They could not pose a real threat to Chen Zong. Sword light flashed and instantly slashed out like a ring of stars. It swept across all directions, blocking all the barbarians who were charging at him and killing them. Another wave of fearless barbarians charged at him. Chen Zong attacked again. Suddenly, a strong sense of fear spread from the bottom of his heart, causing Chenzong's expression to change slightly. His pupils also shrank to the size of needles. Sword light exploded like a ring of stars, killing most of the approaching barbarians. However, there were 2 barbarians who blocked the attack of the sword light. In an instant, their speed increased by more than 10 times. They closed in on him in an instant. Shocking murderous aura burst out like a torrent that had been opened. It turned into a substantial torrent of hell and attacked first. The 2 streams of murderous aura were so powerful that Chenzong's expression could not help but change in an instant. It was as if they came from the depths of hell. Chenzong actually felt chills all over his body. Even his skin felt numb. To a certain extent, it affected Chenzong's normal movements. Even the operation of his power was affected. It was terrifying. Under the impact of such terrifying murderous aura, even Chenzong could not completely withstand it. If it were any other cultivator of the same level, they would not be able to move at all. Even 12-star cultivators would not be able to completely withstand it. The result of not being able to completely withstand it was very serious. It was very likely that they would be killed directly. In just an instant, Chenzong was in a life-and-death crisis. The 2 barbarians were members of the execution team that had mixed in with the other barbarians. They both had 12-star battle prowess, and because they had gone through hellish training, their killing techniques were even more terrifying than 12-star cultivators of the same level. What shocked Chenzong even more was that he had not sensed them in advance. How brilliant were their concealment methods! At this moment, it was too late to open the sword world. Although the sword world was powerful, it still needed some time to open it. The speed of the barbarians was too fast. Their actions were also very sudden and unexpected. However, other than the sword world, Chenzong had other methods. The great heavenly cycle sword world, in an instant, the extreme heart phaseless sword turned into wisps of sword light that surrounded Chenzong in an instant. They turned into a ball of sword light and firmly wrapped around Chenzong. 2 extremely terrifying attacks also arrived in an instant. These 2 attacks did not hold back at all. They went all out in an attempt to kill Chenzong in one blow. Chenzong also saw how terrifying these 2 attacks were. The great heavenly cycle sword world was directly hit. It paused for a moment before it collapsed in the next breath. There was an astonishing power that could destroy everything. Moreover, after shattering the defense of the great heavenly cycle sword world, it still carried a terrifying power and continued to attack. This was the first time Chenzong had encountered an attack that could break the great heavenly cycle sword world so quickly at the Yuan underworld level. That kind of power was condensed to the extreme. It exploded in an instant, penetrated, and had a lethality that was extremely terrifying. It was as if it had abandoned everything in order to kill the enemy in one blow. Extreme, there was no holding back. There was no room for recovery. The moment the great heavenly cycle sword world was shattered, in addition to the 2 attacks, there were also 4 extremely terrifying baleful auras that exploded in an instant. They were incomparably condensed and charged directly at Chenzong. These 4 baleful auras seemed to have been accumulated for a long time. They were even more terrifying than the 2 previous baleful auras. Chenzong also felt that there seemed to be a layer of faintly discernible sealing power around him, as if it was trying to seal something. First, there were 2 extreme attacks. Then, there were 4 extreme attacks. In an instant, Chenzong was attacked from all directions, and he was attacked from all directions. It was too sudden and too fast. I'm so envious that I'm about to cry. I can only watch my peers go out and have fun, while the dominator of 6 paths can only stay at home and take care of his child. Hurry up and get some monthly votes to comfort the dominator of 6 paths. The palm print swept across the sky, crushing everything in its path, as if it wanted to take this opportunity to destroy Chenzong. Could this person be a traitor of the human race? Had he secretly sided with the barbarians? That wasn't the case. Although the palm was aimed at Chenzong, it wasn't meant to kill Chenzong. Instead, it was meant to envelop Chenzong and protect Chenzong from the extreme attacks coming from all directions. However, when the palm print was 1,000 meters away from Chenzong, it paused for a moment. In the next breath, the palm print shrank rapidly and dissipated after only 10 meters. It couldn't get close to Chenzong to protect Chenzong. The divine tier humans' expressions changed drastically when they saw this. First there were 2 attacks, then there were 4. Each attack was extremely extreme, as if it had come from the depths of hell. It was so terrifying that Chenzong probably couldn't withstand it. Now, the power of the divine tier had been dissolved. He's dead meat. Even his trump card won't work against the divine tier domain. The barbarian generals were delighted and grinned hideously. The faces of the transcendent human realm cultivators were ashen. Divine tier domain, the barbarians had been invading for many years and had been making progress. The divine tier domain was a powerful and strange totem power developed by the barbarians. Once it was activated, it could restrict the power of the divine tier within a certain range. Within that range, the power of the divine tier couldn't be used. The highest level was the origin underworld. Of course, the divine tier domain didn't differentiate between the barbarians and the barbarians. It wasn't easy to create the divine tier domain. Since it didn't differentiate between friend and foe, the barbarians rarely used it. It was just right to use it now. They'd studied it and found that Chenzong had a divine tier trump card. As long as he couldn't use it, they could kill him. As for the execution team, it was fine if they did not make a move, but once they did, it would be a sure kill. Otherwise, there would be no need to send out the execution team, especially the number 1 legend team in the brave level. From another point of view, the fact that the barbarian tribe had sent a legendary hero execution team to deal with Chenzong showed that they attached great importance to Chenzong. First, it was an extreme concealment. Even with Chenzong's super strong perception, he didn't notice it. Then, he suddenly burst out with an extreme attack. With the help of his absolute domain, he directly formed a killing move. Chenzong could only wait for death, of course, not. Sword World. Open. Although the great heavenly cycle sword realm had been destroyed, it had resisted for an instant, giving Chenzong some time. This bit of time was enough to open the sword world. The sword world opened, and an invisible and intangible power erupted in an instant, sweeping out and covering all directions. It was not affected by the sacred art in the slightest. However, the members of the execution team all had 12-star battle strength. They would not be suppressed by the power of the sword world at all. Chenzong's purpose of opening the sword world was not to suppress them. The moment the sword world opened, streaks of sword light condensed and formed in an instant. 36 streaks of sword light immediately set up the first level of the lesser dual pole space ceiling sword formation, surrounding Chenzong. It was not that Chenzong did not set up a stronger sword formation, but that the opponent's attack had already arrived. This little bit of time was only enough for him to set up the first level of the lesser dual pole space ceiling sword formation. Even though it was only the first layer, it possessed a shocking defensive ability, and it directly blocked the 2 extreme attacks. After that, another 4 attacks arrived, and they all landed on the first layer of the minor dual polarity space ceiling sword formation. In an instant, the sword formation shook, and every single sword light shook endlessly, as if they were about to collapse. That kind of extreme attack was too terrifying. However, even after several extreme attacks, they were still unable to completely destroy the sword formation. After all, it was set up by 36 top-notch 11-star sword lights in a profound sword formation. In the blink of an eye, an extremely powerful baleful aura erupted, and it was more than twice as powerful as the previous 6 baleful auras. It was extremely shocking, and it passed through the sword formation, causing Chenzong's entire body to unconsciously go numb. Accompanied by that extremely shocking baleful aura was a streak of pitch-black light. It carried extreme dominance, violence, and destruction as it destroyed everything in its path. Fast, it was extremely fast. It was several times faster than the previous 6 attacks. The power contained in it was more than twice as strong. It was the leader of the execution team who made his move. He had been hiding and lurking. Originally, he wanted to see if he needed to make a move. It would be best if he did not need to. However, it seemed that this human was indeed not easy to deal with. However, the reason why he had not made a move was to guard against any unexpected situations and lay down a fatal blow. Now, it was time for him to make a move. This attack was extremely powerful. It directly broke the first layer of the small double pole sky-fixing sword formation. At the same time, the other 6 members of the execution team made their moves again and released extremely terrifying attacks. 7 extreme attacks came from all directions once again. Chen Zong was in danger again. This time, the fatal trap was even more terrifying than before. Divine Power Borrowing. Divine Martial. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong had already activated the Divine Power Borrowing. With the help of Demon Heart's power and the Divine Martial, he could completely control this powerful force. In an instant, a 10-meter-tall figure shrouded Chen Zong. With a sword in hand, he defended against all directions. Of course, if Demon Heart really made a move, the Divine Power Desperate Domain would not be able to affect him at all. Because Demon Heart was at the Tao Master level, not the Divine Power Realm. The Divine Power Desperate Domain could restrict the Divine Power Realm, but not the Tao Master level. However, it was not the time for Demon Heart to make a move yet. The illusory figure of the Divine Martial was extremely powerful. It had completely reached the 12-star level, and it was not an ordinary 12-star level. In an instant, 7 attacks came one after another and directly bombarded the illusory figure of the Divine Martial. Although the illusory figure of the Divine Martial was very powerful, it still could not withstand the 7 extreme attacks of the 12-star level. In just a moment, it was shattered. Chen Zong's purpose of using the Divine Martial was not really to contend with the 7 12-star level barbarians. He only needed to block them for a moment to buy himself some time. The shattered sword light condensed again in an instant, and the small double pole sky-fixing sword formation was arranged to protect Chen Zong firmly. Not only that, more sword light condensed, and the second layer of the small double pole sky-fixing sword formation was immediately arranged. The second layer of the small double pole sky-fixing sword formation immediately improved Chen Zong's defensive power a lot, more than double that of the first layer. Immediately, 72 more sword lights were formed, forming a complete small double pole sky-fixing sword formation. 144 sword lights, the complete small double pole sky-fixing sword formation was completely formed. Unless it was the power of the Transcendent Realm, such a defense was indestructible in the Yuan Underworld realm. Extreme attacks fell on the small double pole sky-fixing sword formation, but they could no longer break the sword formation. The defensive power of the second layer had increased by several times compared to the first layer. Immediately after, 36 sword lights appeared, immediately forming the small Tiangang sword formation and surrounding one of the figures. It was one of the 7 figures that had attacked Chen Zong. His body was filled with an extremely shocking evil aura. It was so condensed that it was like smoke that was constantly fluctuating. Sword lights continued to condense, and 7 small Tiangang sword formations were directly arranged, surrounding the 7 12-star level barbarians. Chen Zong was surrounded by the small double pole sky-fixing sword formation to defend himself. He also had to control 7 small Tiangang sword formations. The means that he displayed were even more amazing. Chen Zong had broken through 2 fatal traps. Now, Chen Zong had completely turned the situation around. All this happened in a very short period of time. At first, when Chen Zong had fallen into a fatal trap, the human race had panicked, while the barbarians had been happy. However, the situation had now reversed. The human race was happy, while the barbarians were panicking. To think that even a death trap as such wouldn't be able to do anything to this human, then, how else could they get rid of this human? The 7 members of the execution team were surrounded by evil aura, but they were still surrounded by the sword formation and attacked by it. Their combat power was extremely strong, and they had undergone hellish training. Their potential had been stimulated, so they were able to resist the sword formation's attack directly. However, it wasn't that easy to break the sword formation. In order to strengthen its power, Chen Zong condensed more sword lights and combined them with the original 7 small Tiangang sword formations, directly transforming them into 7 small Earth Fiend sword formations, which were even stronger. It couldn't be broken. The small Earth Fiend sword formations became more and more powerful and harder to resist. Its power was more than twice that of the small Tiangang sword formations. Of course, it also consumed a lot of Chen Zong's own power. Burn, the 7 members of the execution team were set ablaze in an instant. The extremely dense murderous aura on their bodies seemed to have been ignited, turning into 7 balls of fire that burned fiercely. They were extremely strong and vigorous, as if they wanted to burn everything into ashes. That was the burning of totem power. These 7 people were going all out. The meaning of their existence was to kill the top heavenly legends of the human race. In the past thousands of years, they had been sent out more than a dozen times. Every time, they had successfully completed the task without any losses. However, this time, the task seemed to be very difficult to complete. The opponent was too difficult to deal with. His ability to adapt in the face of danger was amazing, which had only been seen in thousands of years. Even if they had undergone hellish training, they couldn't do better. What should they do, retreat just like that? Of course not. Once the execution team was sent out, they had to complete the task. In short, when the execution team was sent out, they would either complete the task or be completely annihilated. The best would be to complete the task. The second best would be to complete the task even if they were completely annihilated. The worst would be to fail the task and be completely annihilated. Under the burning of totem power, the members of the execution team immediately unleashed their strongest attack. They were all selected from powerful tribes. They had forcefully activated their potential. The burning of totem power had at least doubled the power of their attacks. This was the price they had to pay. They wouldn't be able to improve their strength for the rest of their lives. The extreme attack, the burning of totem power, and at the cost of their lives, allowed the 7 members of the execution team to unleash their strongest attack. Instantly, they broke a hole in the small earth fiend sword formation. They immediately seized the opportunity and flew out of the hole. Burn, explode, fight to the death. Just for this attack, after the 6 members of the execution team rushed out of the lesser earth fiend sword formation, they offered up their last bit of strength and fused it into the body of the leader of the execution team. The power of the 7 of them was fused into one. It was the strongest, most terrifying and most destructive one. Before the attack arrived, Qianzong felt a chill all over his body. The fiendish aura contained in that attack had completely materialized. Even the lesser dual extreme space sealing sword formation couldn't isolate it. The fiendish aura invaded Qianzong's body through the sword formation. Qianzong only felt his entire body stiffen. His overbearing and vigorous qi and blood were almost extinguished and frozen in an instant. The shocking chill was like a formless ghostly hand that tugged at him viciously, wanting to drag him into hell, the 9 levels of hell, and the abyss for eternity. The final attack, the strongest attack. After this attack, regardless of whether they killed Qianzong or not, there was only one outcome for the execution team: death. Complete annihilation. However, even if they were completely annihilated, they still had to complete their mission and kill Qianzong. After all, if they failed this time, the next attempt would be many times more difficult. The human race definitely wouldn't sit idly by and do nothing. They would definitely strengthen their defenses. The ultimate, life-burning final attack was as resplendent as a shooting star in the night sky. It was also like a destructive thunderbolt that only erupted with its final might to destroy everything. In an instant, that indescribable ray of light directly hit the sword formation. The lesser dual extreme space sealing sword formation was also activated to the extreme in an instant. The positive and negative forces of yin and yang intertwined within, forming an endless great formation that seemed to be self-contained. When the attack arrived, it directly hit the sword formation. As the sword formation revolved, it constantly resisted the power of the attack. The power of that attack was too strong. It had completely reached the peak of the Yuan underworld realm. It was the true peak of the peak. Even some weaker mystic realm cultivators would feel threatened. However, Qianzong's minor dual extreme space sealing sword array also had an astonishing defensive power. It should be known that the minor dual extreme space sealing sword array was constructed with 144 sword lights. Each sword light had been tempered thousands of times and could be considered top-notch in the Yuan underworld realm. Only an extremely powerful attack could break through it. For example, although the first level of the lesser Tiangang sword formation had been broken through, it was also because the other party's attacks were extremely powerful. Furthermore, they had continued to attack and even brought along a force that could break through sturdiness. That sliver of sword-breaking power was also obtained by the execution team after they had gone through hellish training and forcefully stimulated their potential. They were best at breaking through sturdy objects, breaking through defenses, and so on. Otherwise, when they encountered geniuses with astonishing defenses, they would have been blocked and wouldn't have been able to successfully kill them. This was the most powerful attack, the last attack of the 7 execution teams that had left. Its breaking power had been increased by more than 10 times. Creaking sounds were constantly heard. The sound was extremely sharp, as if a knife was scraping back and forth on porcelain. The sound spread fiercely and pierced everyone's ears, making their scalps go numb. Not only was every sword light extremely tough, but it had also been further strengthened by the sword array. However, the sword light trembled incessantly as cracks gradually appeared and spread out. Chen Zong's eyes were wide open as he maintained the power of the minor dual extreme space sealing sword array with all his heart and soul to resist the attack. This was a confrontation between life and death. The 7 execution teams hadn't all died yet. They had to see this human die with their own eyes before they could rest in peace. The other battles between the human race and the barbarian race also stopped for a moment and all of them looked over. This was a matter of life and death, as well as victory and defeat. If Chen Zong died, the human race would definitely suffer a huge blow and their morale would plummet. On the other hand, the barbarian race's morale would soar. In a situation where both sides were evenly matched, the side with the higher morale would win. Similarly, it could be the other way around. Unknowingly, Chen Zong's life and death had become extremely important. However, no one could interfere. Only the demon heart. If the demon heart were to unleash its power, it could directly ignore the seal of the divine domain and directly defeat all forces, leaving Chen Zong safe and sound. However, it didn't do that because Chen Zong hadn't reached his limit yet. The role of the immortal soul was to protect the cultivator, not to be a babysitter. If Chen Zong took the initiative to ask it to help, it would naturally do so. However, if Chen Zong didn't ask for it, the immortal soul would only help when the cultivator was in a life and death situation. Otherwise, there would be no need to talk about experience, tempering, or cultivation. Resistance, extreme resistance. In an instant, the first sword light was covered with cracks. It couldn't accommodate more cracks and directly collapsed, turning into countless starlight fragments that sputtered in all directions. It was like a primer, as if a gap had been opened. The second sword light also collapsed, followed by the third. One after another, the sword light was shattered. That extremely terrifying attack also continued to attack, breaking through the encirclement. In the end, the small double pole space sealing sword formation was broken through. That attack passed through the small double pole space sealing sword formation and attacked Chen Zong. However, while breaking through many sword lights, the power of that attack was also constantly being consumed. When it reached Chen Zong, the power of that attack had been greatly consumed. It was less than 1% of its original power. If it hadn't been consumed or weakened after breaking through so many sword lights, it would have been too terrifying. Less than 1% of its power was still very terrifying. A top 11-star level combatant would have died upon contact. Only a 12-star level combatant could really resist it. Moreover, its speed was extremely shocking. However, Chen Zong's reaction could also be said to be unparalleled. 10 swords into one, in just an instant, the 10 sword lights merged into one. One sword slashed out, and the sword light was shocking. At that instant, time seemed to have frozen, and only two completely. Different rays of light erupted with unparalleled might that swept through the surroundings. The sword light was shattered, however, that attack was also shattered. When the light dissipated, Chen Zong's figure was revealed. His sword robe was torn, his long hair was scattered, and there were a few scratches on his face. His aura was also somewhat weak and disordered. However, there were no more injuries. Chen Zong's injuries were not serious. That attack didn't kill Chen Zong in the end. Unwilling, the eyes of the 7 members of the execution team were full of unwillingness. They were unwilling to accept that they couldn't kill their target and complete the mission. However, they were powerless. They were full of powerlessness because they didn't have any extra strength. They were on the verge of death. With heavy unwillingness and deep powerlessness, the 7 members of the execution team died with their eyes wide open. Chen Zong heaved a sigh of relief. He had survived the crisis. The crisis this time was really terrifying. he had almost been killed. Of course, even if that happened, he still wouldn't be killed because the demon heart divine spirit was there. At that time, he would take action. However, to be honest, just now, Qianzong had forgotten about the existence of the demon heart. He only relied on his own ability to resolve the crisis. This feeling was difficult to describe with words. It was a feeling that transcended oneself. There was an indescribable satisfaction that went straight into the heart and into the divine soul. Qianzong didn't immerse himself in this feeling. Instead, he quickly took out an elixir and swallowed it. He operated his cultivation method at full speed to dissolve the elixir's power and constantly absorbed it. As for the Theurgy absolute domain, it also dissipated with the death of the execution team. Kill. Kill this group of demonic and barbaric bastards. Kill. 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 Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The morale of the human clan was greatly boosted. Everyone was in high spirits. Their strength seemed to be constantly stimulated and increased by 10% or even 20%. On the contrary, the demonic and barbaric tribes were in despair. Their morale fell and they became depressed. Under this situation, the demonic and barbaric tribes were immediately killed and fell into a disadvantageous position. Retreat! 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 The demonic and barbaric warriors roared. The blue veins on their foreheads bulged and their faces turned red. However, none of the demonic and barbaric warriors took this opportunity to attack Qianzong because they didn't dare to. Last time, they took advantage of this opportunity to kill Qianzong, but in the end, they were killed by Qianzong's trump card. 2 demon barbarian generals died at once, and the losses were disastrous. No one knew if the opponent's trump card was a one-time use or could be used again. It was because of this that they used the divine desperate domain. In short, the execution team was completely annihilated. In order to cooperate with the execution team and create an illusion for Qianzong, the demonic and barbaric tribes also paid with the lives of hundreds of their warriors. It could be said that they suffered heavy losses. Retreat, they could only retreat, otherwise, with such low morale, they would not be a match for the human clan. If they continued to fight, they could kill some of the human clan, but they would suffer more losses and increase their casualties. Only by retreating and defending their own camp could they resist. The demonic and barbaric tribes retreated. However, this retreat was more chaotic than the last time because of the low morale. The human clan's morale was high. They continued to chase and kill. Qianzong did not pursue because he had used up a lot of his strength just now. He had already put away the sword world. Now, he was wholeheartedly recovering his strength. After a period of time, the human clan team did not return because the demonic and barbaric tribes' morale was low and they suffered heavy losses. It was the time to take advantage of the situation to determine the outcome. How could they miss it? Otherwise, if the demonic and barbaric tribes were given some time to recover, they would regroup and fight against the human clan again. It would be a tug-of-war. Kill, kill, kill. Although they kept chasing, the humans did not become disorganized because of this. Instead, they kept advancing in an orderly formation to ensure that their losses were minimized. The pills entered Qianzong's body and were quickly refined. His essence, qi, and spirit were also constantly recovering. As a Taoist, Qianzong could get more resources from the heavenly palace. This time, his master had given him a lot of high-quality pills, which were very effective for the recovery of essence, qi, and spirit. There were even a few pills that could restore the power of the mind, which were very precious. Even if they took advantage of the situation to pursue, the demonic and barbaric tribes were not so easy to destroy. Such a battle would last for a long time. Kill. I'm going to kill you, you brat. Die. Under the lead of the 13 divine tier generals, the human race continued to pursue and kill the barbarians. The barbarians were scared out of their wits. The barbarian generals were enraged, but at the same time, they felt an indescribable fear. The beheading team, the first legendary hero beheading team, had been completely annihilated. Not only did they fail to complete their mission, but they also failed to kill their target. They couldn't kill the human prodigy this time, but what about the next time? Was there still a chance? Was there going to be another prodigy like North Dao Sirius in the human race? North Dao Sirius alone had already caused a lot of trouble for the barbarian race. If another North Dao Sirius showed up, the consequences would be even more terrible. Stop. Everyone stop. Fight to the death. The demon and barbarian generals seemed to have figured it out. They stopped in their tracks and roared endlessly. Fight. At first, the barbarian generals ordered a retreat. That was when their morale was very low. But now, they were gradually recovering. After all, the barbarians were originally a fighting race. They were born warriors and were very fierce, but they had one advantage, which was that they obeyed orders. It was a kind of spirit and instinct in their bones. As soon as they stopped, they turned around to fight. Knowing that they were at a disadvantage, the barbarians became more determined and desperate. This determination and desperation gradually swept away their low morale and they began to fight with all their might. The barbarians, who were fighting with their lives on the line, became very terrifying. Their fighting strength was astonishing. Like trapped beasts, they blocked the human race's attack. In particular, some of the barbarians were forced to the extreme. They directly burned their totem power and burst out with even more terrifying attacks. They directly perished together with the human race cultivators. Seeing that victory was in sight, who would be willing to exchange their lives for the barbarians? Naturally, the human race's offensive was directly suppressed by the barbarians' desperate counterattack. After all, in everyone's opinion, the barbarians were already at a disadvantage. Even if they counterattacked, they would only be putting up a desperate struggle and delaying the time of their destruction. Of course, they had to fight steadily and consume as much of the barbarians' strength as possible. Once their strength was exhausted, it would be up to the human race to decide whether to kill or capture them. The fierce battle continued, and the barbarians were gradually surrounded like trapped beasts. As for Xianxia, he had recovered more than 70% of his strength, almost 80%. However, Xianxia did not stop there. He continued to recover his strength, striving to recover to the peak. While recovering his strength, he killed his way in and unleashed his sword world. He did not unleash his maximum battle prowess. Instead, he used a steady method to slowly kill the barbarians. Xianxia was also at the level of a 10-star warrior. Coupled with his superb swordsmanship, it was possible for him to kill a 10-star warrior. Xianxia blended into the crowd, but his figure was extremely eye-catching. Like a burning sun, he attracted the attention of the barbarians. Xianxia was too strong. He caused too much damage to the barbarians and attracted too much hatred. The barbarians' attitude toward Xianxia was a mixture of hatred and fear. Kill him. In the end, a barbarian said ruthlessly. Since they were going to die anyway, they had to kill a few more humans before they died. However, even if they killed 100 humans, they would not be able to compare to this top genius of the human race. Even if they lost the first battle zone, they would gain more than they lost by killing him. Immediately, the barbarians rushed toward Xianxia one by one, burning their totem power and not fearing death. However, Xianxia kept killing the approaching barbarians with his sword in hand. Many other human race teams would not sit back and watch. It was tragic. The barbarians' side was very tragic. It was as if there was a sad sunset. This kind of tragedy was moving, but it would not make people sympathize with them or soften their hearts. After all, the barbarians were the archenemy of the entire human race. They had killed countless humans in order to invade the void. Many times in the past, the barbarians had put up such mournful and tragic displays, and yet they didn't show any sympathy for them. Instead, they were slaughtered. The situation was just the other way around. The so-called tragedy was actually just a feeling. The human race would not feel the same way. At most, it was a dying struggle, the last fight of a trapped beast. Under the barbarians' desperate attacks, the human race teams could not hold on for a while. After all, they were not willing to exchange lives with the barbarians. Xianxia's pressure also increased. Once he was hit, he would more or less be injured. He might even be seriously injured. Fortunately, Xianxia's strength had been completely restored. The battle earlier had been intense, but Xianxia had only used his normal strength. Furthermore, he had consumed many pills and refined them continuously. Thus, the speed of his recovery had exceeded the speed of his consumption. Extreme combat power, burst out, sword world, open. The 15,000-meter-long sword world once again covered all directions. Whether it was the human race or the barbarians, they were all covered in it. The human race side was not suppressed. This was led by Xianxia, but the barbarians were directly suppressed. Without the combat power of the top 11-star level, they did not have much power to fight back in the sword world. However, under the condition of burning totem power, the barbarians could still break free from the suppression of the sword world. But it was only to break free from the suppression of the sword world. It was 10 times more difficult to kill the human race cultivators. Kill. The human race team was very happy. They felt that the speed of killing the barbarians had increased by more than 10 times. It became easy. Many of the barbarians seemed to be waiting for them to kill. Xianxia directly condensed 108 sword lights and instantly set up a new sword formation. Minor Heavenly Cycle Sword Formation. This Minor Heavenly Cycle Sword Formation was the fusion of the Minor Tiangang Sword Formation and the Minor Earthly Fiend Sword Formation. Xianxia had comprehended it after close to a month of seclusion. Now, it was the first time its power was displayed. 108 sword lights swept out. Not only was it much more powerful than the Minor Tiangang Sword Formation and the Minor Earthly Fiend Sword Formation, but it also had the special power of the two, which was to interfere with the flow of blood and spirit. The impact was also stronger. Kill. It was like a harvester. Wherever the sword light passed, the barbarians were harvested like wheat, and all of them died. One by one, the barbarians' corpses fell like dumplings. This scene shocked both the human race and the barbarian demons. It's too scary. It's like the god of slaughter. In just a short time, all the barbarians in the sword world were killed. Xianxia put away the sword world and quickly moved to another place. He opened the sword world again and covered it again. Minor Heavenly Cycle Sword Formation. Kill. It was a one-sided massacre. Even if they were born warriors of the barbarian race and had a very fierce temperament, they were still scared in the face of such a one-sided massacre. That feeling of fear once again grew in their hearts and quickly spread to every part of their bodies. They couldn't help but tremble. The eyelids of the barbarian generals were trembling and their faces were twitching. They were heartbroken and full of hatred. This damned human race heaven's pride. Fight. At this moment, the barbarians were completely surrounded by the human race. Under Xianxia's massacre, their numbers were sharply reduced. If this continued, they would be wiped out. Even the barbarian generals began to fight with their lives. Burn. Under Burn, the barbarian generals' battle strength soared and became more and more powerful. The more the barbarians grew, the more powerful they became. Their innate secret techniques would also grow. When the barbarians reached the warlord realm, their innate secret techniques would change from the original one-shot power to a continuous one that could last for a short period of time. In this short period of time, the power of each attack would be multiplied. Because of this, the higher the level of the barbarians, the more terrifying they were. A group of demon and barbarian warriors burned their totem power. Their entire bodies were surrounded by flames, and were burning fiercely. There was an indescribable solemn and stirring feeling. Kill. The barbarian generals counterattacked. The human race side also used their secret techniques to increase their battle strength and quickly moved away. Originally, their battle strength was about the same. Now that the barbarian generals were burning their totem power and fighting with their lives, they naturally had to avoid their attacks. Although the human race side also used their secret techniques to increase their battle strength, the increase was not as great as the barbarian generals. Fortunately, although the burning of their totem power increased their battle strength, it did not last for too long. As long as they avoided it in time and delayed it for a while, the barbarian generals would become weak and even die. Even so, there were still 2 human race transcendent realm experts who were hit and died. After killing the human race transcendent realm experts, the 2 barbarian generals knew that they would die, but it was difficult for them to kill other human race transcendent realm experts. They seized the last moment and rushed directly toward Xianxia and into the sword world. Although the sword world was powerful, it was powerless to stop them. Their faces were extremely ferocious, and their eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent. They planned to exchange their lives for Xianxia's life. It was not a loss to exchange their lives for the lives of such top human geniuses. In fact, it was a gain. In such a situation, Qianzong naturally could not resist. He could only let the demon heart attack again. "Senior, I'll have to trouble you," Qianzong said to himself. After the demon heart responded, it appeared again, turning into a demon-like black shadow. It held a black demonic saber and slashed out. In an instant, the saber light directly split into two and slashed toward the two barbarian generals. There was no obstruction at all. It directly killed the two barbarian generals like a hot knife through butter. After killing them, the demon heart did not return to Qianzong's body like last time. Instead, it slashed out again. The saber light split the air and shocked the world as it attacked the other barbarian generals. Kill, 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 it was as terrifying as the demonic path's god of death. With a few slashes, the remaining barbarian generals were all killed. After doing all this, the demon heart turned into a black light and returned to Qianzong's body. Massacre. When all the barbarian warriors were dead, the human clan launched a merciless massacre on the last barbarian tribe. Kill them all, kill them all. When the last barbarian warrior burned his totem power, he tried to take one of the human clan down with him, but he failed. Instead, he was stabbed by a sword. His face was full of unwillingness, anger, and despair. Finally, he died. The human clan won. The victory was so shocking and unexpected. Before this, they had never thought about it, nor did they dare to think about it. They just wanted to hold on. They did not forget that Qianzong was the biggest contributor. It was Qianzong's arrival and Qianzong's strength that secured this great victory. The human clan's losses were expected. Then, they took the opportunity to rush into the barbarian tribe and destroy what they should destroy and take away what they should take away. The barbarian tribe was rich in resources. Some of them came from the barbarian tribe, while some were plundered by the human clan. Now, all of them belonged to the human clan. Then, they left some teams and experts to guard the barbarian tribe, while the others quickly returned to the battle fort to report the good news. Qianzong also returned to the battle fort. This battle was very dangerous, and Qianzong was caught in a fatal situation twice in a row. But it also made him more potential. Now, he could go into seclusion again after returning to the battle fort to stabilize his potential. Perhaps he could further improve his cultivation. Although he could not make a breakthrough, he could at least go one step further. In addition, Qianzong had gained a lot of military merits this time. They might be useful. The human clan received the news quickly and dealt with it quickly. They immediately sent experts to check the situation and make a conclusion. After all, it was a great contribution to conquer a theater of operations, and they should be rewarded. In addition, the barbarian tribe also received the news and was furious. They sent out the first execution team, which was a legendary team that had carried out more than a dozen dangerous missions in the past thousands of years. The success rate was 100%, and they would not be hurt at all. But this time, they were completely annihilated, and they didn't even complete the mission. Moreover, all the clansmen in the first battle zone were killed. The first battle zone was occupied by the human race, and the loss was even greater. One should know that the first battle zone was very important. Because of its location, losing it would not be a good thing for the barbarians, but it would be a good thing for the human race. Discussion. The Alostar region's demon and barbarian generals once again gathered for an emergency meeting. "We must take back the number 1 battle zone," a general said angrily. "The first battle zone must be reclaimed, but more importantly, the third Tao child of the Heavenly Will Palace must be eliminated." Another general's face was gloomy as killing intent surged out from him like a cold current. At the mention of the third Tao child of Will Heavenly Palace, the expressions of all the generals changed. Their killing intent and fury surged from their bodies. It was because of him that the barbarians had suffered such heavy losses. He had to kill them. The demon and barbarian generals began to discuss how to eliminate Qianzong, but unfortunately, the legend execution team had failed. It would be much more difficult to kill Qianzong next. In a short time, they couldn't come to a good conclusion. Qianzong had a lot of battle merits, but when he wanted to exchange them, he found that he didn't have enough battle merits. After all, what he wanted to exchange for was something that could increase his cultivation. Moreover, he wanted to increase his chi cultivation and body refinement cultivation, and only then would he be able to ensure his maximum fighting strength. Otherwise, if he only made a breakthrough in one of them, it would affect the use of the supreme spiritual martial arts, and would have quite a bit of impact on his maximum fighting strength, which would then affect the sword world. It seems that I have to get more battle merits. Chen Zong thought. He thought about leaving the first battle zone and going to other medium battle zones to continue hunting the barbarians. When he had enough battle merits, he would exchange them to improve his chi refining and body refining cultivation. After all, the first battle zone had been conquered. He wouldn't get any more battle merits in a short time. However, before Chen Zong left, something happened. An expert as a messenger arrived from the main battle fortress. One of the purposes of this messenger was to verify the authenticity of the reported information. The other was to bring rewards. Chen Zong was summoned. The visitor was an acquaintance. Mahakala Warlord, this was an expert from the Eternal Battle Fortress. In the northern battlefront, he was second only to North Dao Sirius Luo Beichuan in the divinity realm. Compared to Luo Beichuan, he wasn't much weaker. Of course, he wasn't the Daoist of the Eternal Battle Fortress. Chen Zong didn't know why. You're really full of surprises. This was the first thing Mahakala Warlord said when he saw Chen Zong. After all, the last time he saw Chen Zong was only in the path-controlling realm. But the Chen Zong at that time already made people feel astonished. He just didn't expect Chen Zong's improvement to be so shocking and terrifying. Last time, it was all thanks to you, senior. Chen Zong thanked him. I'm in the same generation as your senior brother. Don't call me senior. The Mahakala Warlord laughed. If someone who was familiar with his character saw this, they would probably be very surprised. This was because it was rare to see the Mahakala Warlord being so easygoing. If you don't mind, you can also call me senior brother. The Eternal Battle Fortress and the Heavenly Will Palace had always been on good terms. They could be considered allies. In terms of relationship, they were better than the innumerable Divine Flame Mountain and the Purple Extreme Palace of Juyuan. Therefore, it was normal for the disciples of both sides to call each other senior and junior brothers. Senior brother Mahakala. Chen Zong addressed him as such. This time, because of you, we took back the first battle zone and wiped out the legendary execution team of the barbarian race. You have done a great job. Mahakala Warlord smiled. Although the barbarian race had issued a kill order, Chen Zong had already left the northern battlefront before they could send out the execution team. I was going to reward you with some battle achievements. However, after your senior brother argued for it, I changed it to this. Mahakala Warlord took out a round azure token and handed it to Chen Zong. Chen Zong took it. The token seemed to be made of azure jade. It was smooth to the touch, as if it was carved by a grandmaster. It was very delicate, like a beautiful piece of art. This is the Heavenly Essence token. Mahakala Warlord explained directly, crush the Heavenly Essence token and you will enter the Heavenly Essence secret realm. What's the use of it? Chen Zong asked. Since his senior brother got it for him, it must be extraordinary. It suits you very well. Mahakala Warlord smiled but had no intention of explaining. You will know when you go in. Since the Mahakala Warlord did not say anything, Chen Zong did not ask further. However, since the big senior brother had fought for it for him, and the Mahakala Warlord had said that it was suitable for him, it must be really useful for him. Cultivate well. I look forward to the day when you enter the transcendent state. Perhaps one day, we can fight side by side. Mahakala Warlord finally said. Mahakala Warlord did not have much time and could not stay for long. After leaving, Chen Zong took out the Heavenly Essence token and thought for a while. Demon Heart did not know about the Heavenly Essence token because Demon Heart Holy Man had already fallen when the barbarian race invaded. As for the Heavenly Essence token, Demon Heart did not know what it was. Then, he could only crush it and see. Without hesitation, Chen Zong adjusted his breath and let himself reach the peak. Then, he took out the Heavenly Essence token and crushed it. The moment the Heavenly Essence token was crushed, it turned into spots of sky blue light that quickly spread out and wrapped Chen Zong's body, as if dyeing him with a layer of sky blue. Immediately, the light shone brightly and shrunk rapidly. Chenzong's body suddenly disappeared. This is the Heavenly Essence Arcane Land? Chenzong landed on the ground and quickly scanned his surroundings. He was secretly surprised. This was a very strange place, or rather, space. Sky blue was the main color, with wisps of light blue aura spreading out like seaweed swaying in the water. Even under his feet, it was sky blue, as if the sky and the earth were one, and there was no distinction between them. It seemed that this place was very wide and boundless, but it also seemed very small, and one could see the end of it at a glance. As Chenzong observed carefully, wisps of light blue aura spread out rapidly and gathered in the distance. Then, figures appeared one after another. Those were beasts, all sky blue beasts. Some of the sky blue beasts had large bodies, while others were small. They were all of different shapes and sizes, but the aura they exuded was not weak. All of them had reached the Yuan underworld stage. When they opened their eyes, they stared directly at Chenzong. In an instant, Chenzong felt his body tighten as layers of pressure assaulted him. In the next moment, the sky blue beasts burst out fiercely and charged at him. Although Chenzong did not know what was going on, he was not afraid. He drew his sword and slashed. A fierce battle ensued. Chenzong's sword was extremely sharp and invincible. Even though he was only using conventional combat strength, killing these sky blue beasts was like slaughtering chickens. After all, these beasts were not strong. They were only equivalent to a one-star Yuan underworld stage. After killing them, the beasts did not bleed, nor did they leap behind a corpse. Instead, they turned into aura and dispersed. However, a wisp of sky blue aura spread out and entered Chenzong's body. With his extraordinary sharp senses, Chenzong sensed that the aura entered his body and quickly spread out. It was very pure and had no attributes. Kill. Kill, kill. 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 Chenzong carefully studied the beasts as he continued to kill them. He immediately refined the aura that entered his body and turned it into cultivation power. Chenzong immediately understood that this sky essence mystic realm was a mystic realm used to improve one's cultivation base. After understanding this, Chenzong immediately became excited. He could fight and improve himself, so why not? Sure enough, what his eldest senior brother had fought for was very useful to him. Chenzong was secretly grateful. Although he had not really met his eldest senior brother, he had really taken good care of him. If he could meet his eldest senior brother in the future, he would definitely thank him properly. The sky essence beasts kept appearing and attacking. They were constantly killed by Chenzong and turned into wisps of the purest sky essence mystic realm power. Chenzong absorbed and refined them quickly to improve his chi refinement and body tempering cultivation. Oh my god, I actually forgot to update. Brothers, quickly vote for the 6th Tao of Samsara to mend his brain. The Heavenly Essence Secret Realm was a mysterious realm discovered by human experts. It was filled with dense and seemingly endless Heavenly Essence energy. The Heavenly Essence energy was extremely pure and had no attribute. It could be absorbed and refined into one's own strength to improve one's cultivation. The human experts controlled the Heavenly Essence Secret Realm and refined the Heavenly Essence token as the key to enter the Heavenly Essence Secret Realm. However, although the Heavenly Essence Mystic Realm was great and the Heavenly Essence Mystic Realm was amazing, it was only suitable for cultivators at the 3rd level of the Divine Realm. The 3rd level of the Divine Realm referred to the Tao Manipulation Realm, the Yuanming Realm, and the Divinity Realm. The Tao Sovereign Realm surpassed the Divine Realm. Chenzong was at the Yuanming Realm, so the Heavenly Essence Secret Realm was just right for him. Kill, kill, kill. Heavenly Essence beasts ceaselessly condensed and appeared, and they grew stronger and stronger as they charged over from all directions. They were fearless and mad to the extreme, yet they were successively reduced to souls beneath Chenzong's sword and transformed into strands of the purest Heavenly Essence energy that fused into Chenzong's body and were refined and absorbed by Chenzong to improve his cultivation. While refining and absorbing the Heavenly Essence energy to improve his cultivation, Chenzong was also constantly recovering his consumed strength, so that his strength was always at its peak. However, the Heavenly Essence beasts grew stronger the further they went. Gradually, the pressure they gave Chenzong increased. At the same time, the stronger the Heavenly Essence beasts were, the purer and more majestic the Heavenly Essence beasts that appeared. The effect on Chenzong's cultivation was even more obvious. This heavenly essence could not only be used to raise the cultivation of qi cultivation, but it could also be used to raise the cultivation of body refinement, killing two birds with one stone. The feeling of both qi cultivation and body refinement advancing together was incomparably wonderful. Chenzong had originally planned to earn a lot of battle merits to exchange for treasures that could improve qi cultivation and body refining cultivation. However, he didn't have enough battle merits, so he planned to change to another battle zone to continue hunting the barbarian tribe and gain more battle merits. Who would have thought that he would be rewarded by the Heaven Essence token? In fact, Chenzong had contributed greatly to the recovery of the first battle zone, but it had not reached the level of rewarding him with a Heavenly Essence order. At most, he would be rewarded with a large amount of military service. However, Luo Beichuan had come forward to argue for it, and with the combination of other factors, he had been able to exchange the large amount of military service for a higher-level Heavenly Essence order. Back then, Luo Beichuan had also received the Heaven Essence token as a reward, so he knew very well how extraordinary the Heaven Essence token's rewards were. Unfortunately, each cultivator could only enter the Heaven's Essence Mystery Land once. Chenzong could feel that his qi cultivation and body refining cultivation were constantly improving. This speed of improvement was not violent, but a steady improvement. However, compared to his usual cultivation, it was still 100 times or even 1,000 times faster. While the barbarians were still discussing how to deal with Chenzong, the human clan took the opportunity to stabilize the number 1 theater of operations and completely occupy it, preventing the barbarians from attacking and robbing it again. Battles continued to break out in various battle zones throughout the Starry River. Small scale, medium scale, large scale. Every day, there would be a large number of casualties. The battlefield was like a huge meat grinder, and the people thrown into it were like pieces of meat waiting to be ground to death. It was very cruel. Even so, they still rushed forward one after another, not for fame or benefits, but to protect their home. This void was the home of the human clan. Once it was lost and invaded by the foreign races, who knew how many people would die, or even be wiped out. Invasions and defenses were always going on. In the Heaven's Essence Mystery Land, Chenzong kept killing the Heaven's Essence beasts. The Heaven's Essence beasts' combat strength had increased from 1-star Yuanming realm to 6-star Yuanming realm at the beginning, which gave Chenzong a lot of pressure. However, 6-star Yuanming realm combat strength was still not enough. Chenzong could also kill them with a single sword strike. However, because there were so many of them, and they were densely packed and charging fearlessly, it was more or less a little trouble. 7-star Yuanming realm combat strength, 8-star Yuanming realm combat strength, 9-star Yuanming realm combat strength. When the Heaven's Essence beast's combat strength increased to 9-star, it really gave Chenzong a lot of pressure. After all, Chenzong was only using his regular combat strength. Chenzong's regular combat strength was at the 10-star level, but now it had been raised to the peak of the 10-star level. Facing a 9-star or even a peak 9-star, he could completely suppress them. However, when the number of 9-star Yuanming realm combat strength reached a certain level, and they were not afraid of casualties, it was still possible to kill a peak 10-star. Kill. Kill, kill. Chenzong still maintained his regular combat strength, constantly using his sword to resist the violent attacks of the Heaven's Essence beasts, and constantly counterattacking and killing the Heaven's Essence beasts. After this wave of Heaven's Essence beasts were all killed by Chenzong, the Heaven's Essence beasts that appeared had reached the 10-star level. That kind of pressure increased by a lot, making Chenzong feel suffocated. Every strand of Heaven's Essence beasts obtained from killing the Heaven's Essence beasts wasn't much, but it was very pure. It was so pure that it made Chenzong surprised. Using such pure Heaven's Essence beasts to increase one's cultivation, not only would it not leave any hidden dangers, it would also strengthen one's foundation to a certain extent. The more solid the foundation, the more beneficial it would be for future cultivation. This was the true benefit of the Heaven's Essence secret realm. If it was only to increase one's cultivation, there were many other ways to do it. Naturally, the Heaven's Essence secret realm wasn't that precious. Extreme combat strength, facing so many 10-star Heaven's Essence beasts, Chenzong had no choice but to use his extreme combat strength to deal with them. The extreme combat strength of a peak 11 star greatly relieved the pressure on Xianxia. With one sword strike, not only did he block the crazy attacks of the Heaven's Essence beasts, he also killed many of them. The true use of the Heaven's Essence beasts was to strengthen one's foundation. Its secondary use was to increase one's cultivation. After the 10-star Heaven's Essence beasts were all killed by Xianxia, the ones that appeared were 11-star Heaven's Essence beasts. Waves of extremely violent roars kept ringing out, shaking the surroundings. It was extremely shocking. The threat to Xianxia increased again. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia gripped the sword in his hand tightly. His eyes flashed with intense light, extremely sharp. He took the lead and slashed out with his sword. The sword light was like a crescent moon, extremely sharp. It cut through everything and tore everything apart. After killing one Heaven's Essence beast, the other Heaven's Essence beasts also attacked from all directions. Xianxia was once again surrounded. Heart-refining sword technique and Great World sword technique were used alternately. Suppress, kill, Xianxia was training himself under this intense pressure. After entering the Heaven's Essence secret realm, even if he was killed, he wouldn't really die. He would only leave the Heaven's Essence secret realm. There weren't many opportunities to have a life-and-death battle like this without worrying about death. Although a high-intensity battle would consume energy rapidly, it would also make people feel tired. It was even a kind of tiredness that made people wish they were dead. However, it could further stimulate one's potential. It would allow one to further improve on one's original foundation. The effort and reward were directly proportional. It was fascinating. However, 11-star Heaven's Essence beasts were still very scary. Under such circumstances, Xianxia was still injured. When he felt that he was at his limit, Xianxia opened the Sword World. If he didn't open the Sword World, he might be killed and leave the Heaven's Essence secret realm. This was a rare opportunity. It was only this one time. Naturally, he had to train himself as much as he could and ensure that he wouldn't die. Sword World. Open, in an instant, the Sword World directly covered a group of 11-star Heaven's Essence beasts. The extremely powerful suppression instantly suppressed them. Although they wouldn't be unable to move, their speed was greatly reduced. Sword light condensed and instantly broke through the air in the form of a sword formation, launching a one-sided massacre. Not long after, all the Heaven's Essence beasts were killed by Xianxia. They turned into many Heaven's Essence beasts and fused into Xianxia's body. They strengthened Xianxia's foundation, restored Xianxia's cultivation, and raised his cultivation. Xianxia felt his cultivation surging. He had already reached the limit of the high-level Yuanming realm. In terms of body refinement, he had also reached the limit of the high-level divine physique echelon realm. He was only a step away from breaking through. However, this step of improvement wasn't that easy. However, as Xianxia's chi refinement and physique refinement both increased, the limit of his combat strength also increased. Although it hadn't reached the 12-star level, it had increased by several times compared to before. This made the Sword World's power even more tyrannical. The Heaven's Essence beasts that appeared next were even stronger. Every Heaven's Essence beast emitted an extremely shocking aura fluctuation. It was extremely tyrannical and swept out like a storm, wreaking havoc in all directions. Roars rang out one after another, each louder than the last. It was as if the roars were going to shatter the heavens, causing Xianxia's expression to change drastically. 12-star level, these were 12-star level Heaven's Essence beasts. Every Heaven's Essence beast brought about an obvious threat and pressure to Xianxia. Moreover, there were more than 100 Heaven's Essence beasts that appeared this time. The combined pressure of over 112-star level Heaven's Essence beasts was like a world-destroying storm that surged endlessly within the Sword World. It shook endlessly, causing Xianxia to have a feeling that it was difficult to maintain the Sword World. It was as if the Sword World was going to collapse because of this. Fortunately, Xianxia's combat strength was stronger, and the Sword World was stronger as well. Thus, he was able to maintain it. Minor dual extreme space ceiling sword formation, 144 rays of sword light revolved around Xianxia, firmly protecting Xianxia. Following that, another 108 rays of sword light condensed, setting up the minor heavenly cycle sword formation and attacking the Heaven's Essence beasts. An intense battle was about to unfold. Although the Heaven's Essence beasts were very strong, it was very difficult for them to break through Qianzong's sword formation defense. The minor Heavenly Cycle sword formation's power was not ordinary. It only attacked one Heaven's Essence beast, and it didn't take long for it to successfully kill it. The Heaven's Essence beasts entered his body and circulated, rapidly refining and absorbing it. Kill. Kill, kill. After killing 10 Heaven's Essence beasts consecutively and obtaining 10 rays of Heaven's Essence beasts, Qianzong's aura surged and directly broke through the limit. The benefits of the Heaven's Essence beasts were beginning to show. Originally, if he wanted to break through, it would take a while, but now, it was a natural breakthrough. Boom. 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 2 loud sounds rang out, and a powerful aura burst forth. Qianzong's Qi refinement cultivation had truly broken through to the complete Yuan underworld realm, and his body refinement cultivation had also broken through to the greater divine body realm. Qi refinement cultivation and body refinement cultivation had both reached the complete Yuan underworld realm. Tyrannical power wreaked havoc and surged within his body like a raging tide. The power of the sword world had increased by another step. Powerful energy flowed endlessly in his body like a torrent, filling every part of his body. As it diffused, it gave Qianzong a stronger feeling and nourished his primordial spirit, further strengthening it. The strengthening of his primordial spirit also increased the strength of his spirit. The upper limit of his comprehension of the mysteries of the Great Tao also increased. However, this wasn't a good time to comprehend it. The breakthrough in his cultivation allowed Qianzong's combat strength to improve further. He directly broke through the 10-star level and reached the 11-star level. His ultimate combat strength also increased, reaching the 12-star level. The power of the sword world also became more tyrannical. Every sword light became more tyrannical, and the power of the sword formation also increased. Kill. The remaining 90 12-star Heavenly Essence beasts were killed by Qianzong one after another, turning into Heavenly Essence energy that merged into Qianzong's body. Was it over? No. Another 10 Heavenly Essence beasts appeared. They were also at the 12-star level, but they were even more powerful than before. The aura they emitted was extremely shocking. The combat strength of these 10 Heavenly Essence beasts had reached the peak of the 12-star level. Whether Qianzong could defeat them before his breakthrough was still unknown. However, it was completely possible now. After a fierce battle, the 10 Heavenly Essence beasts with peak 12-star level died one after another. 10 pure and majestic Heavenly Essence energy once again merged into Qianzong's body, turning into Qianzong's. A whistling sound swept out in all directions as if a storm was raging. Endless light green aura rapidly gathered from all directions and turned into a giant beast. The giant beast was like a dragon and a tiger. The aura it emitted made Qianzong extremely shocked. Roar, an extremely vigorous roar sounded out, roaring in all directions, shaking heaven and earth. Qianzong only felt that his sword world was shaking, as if it was about to collapse, and the sword light also swayed along with it. Such a terrifying aura had surpassed the level of the Yuan underworld realm. Transcendent realm, this was a transcendent realm Heavenly Essence beast. Not only was Qianzong not afraid, but his fighting spirit soared. Could he fight against a transcendent realm Heavenly Essence beast with his current combat strength? He would know in a battle. Minor Heavenly Cycle sword formation. In an instant, the sword formation surrounded the transcendent realm Heavenly Essence beast and began to attack it. However, when the tyrannical power hit the Heavenly Essence beast, it only broke its surface defense and couldn't cause any obvious damage. The Heavenly Essence beast counterattacked. Under the extremely powerful attack, the sword formation shook. Although the sword light was not broken, it was directly pushed back. The entire minor Heavenly Cycle sword formation shook as if it was about to collapse. In a room of the human battle fortress in the No. 1 Middle Theater of Operations, wisps of sky blue chi appeared out of nowhere and spread in the air. Like threading a needle, they rapidly weaved into a human figure. When the light dissipated, a figure also showed up. It was Qianzong. Inside the Heavenly Essence secret realm, Qianzong fought with the Transcendent Realm Heavenly Essence beast and was defeated and killed. According to the rules, the Heavenly Essence beast's combat strength should be at the level of a Transcendent Realm 1-star. My current combat strength is still unable to contend with a Transcendent Realm 1-star, Qianzong said to himself. Sure enough, the gap between the Yuan underworld realm and the transcendent realm was too great. It was many times greater than the gap between the Dao manipulation realm and the Yuan underworld realm. Although he was defeated and left the heavenly essence secret realm dead, Qinzong didn't feel depressed. That battle had shown him the gap between himself and the transcendent realm. In addition, his cultivation had broken through. Whether it was qi refinement or body refinement, he had successfully broken through and advanced at the same time. However, it was only a breakthrough in cultivation. The other aspects hadn't caught up yet. Although his combat strength had increased, it hadn't reached the limit. If he raised his combat strength to the limit, Qinzong pondered, since my cultivation has broken through to the perfected level, I don't need to hunt the barbarian tribe anymore. Next, I will cultivate in seclusion for a period of time and raise everything to the limit, Qinzong said to himself. However, this wasn't a very good place to cultivate in seclusion. Qinzong applied to the battle fort and was immediately approved. He entered the secret room of the battle fort. Every battle fort was equipped with a secret room for seclusion. The strength of the secret room was very astonishing and closely related to the level of the battle fort. For example, the secret room of this mid-level battle fort could withstand any Yuan underworld realm attack without breaking. One of the secret rooms was even more astonishing. It could withstand a transcendent realm attack without breaking. The secret room that was open to Qinzong was the best one. This was the treatment that Qinzong deserved. When the secret room opened and Qinzong entered, the array formation started to operate. Immediately, wisps of pure Yuan Qi were extracted and refined by the array formation from all directions, fusing into the secret room and diffusing everywhere. Qinzong was soaked in this pure and rich void Yuan Qi. It was very comfortable. Furthermore, as the array formation operated, Qinzong also felt a trace of mysterious power spreading. As it spread, his mind entered a very clear state without any distracting thoughts. Thanks to his superb array formation realm, Qinzong could tell at a glance that the array formation set up here was an array formation that gathered and refined void Yuan Qi. There was also an array formation that was used to calm the mind and concentrate the mind. It was very beneficial for secluded cultivation. Ever since Qinzong had grasped the array formation realm, he had gained an interest in studying array formations. Therefore, he took some time to study these two array formations. After grasping their principles, Qinzong truly entered seclusion. This seclusion was firstly to comprehend the mysteries of the Heartsword Path and Realm Great Path and grasp more Great Path power. Secondly, it was to enhance the power of the Heartsword Realm and Realm Domain. Thirdly, it was to enhance the power of the Heartsword Technique and the Great Realm Sword Technique. This didn't mean that the two sword techniques were useless after mastering the sword world. The sword world was ultimately still a trump card and not a conventional method. Qinzong couldn't directly use the sword world whenever he encountered a strong enemy. Not all enemies were qualified for Qinzong to use the sword world. The limit of Qinzong's Great Path domain had been 15,000 meters when he had been at the high-level Yuan Underworld realm and the high-level Divine Body realm. It had originally been 12,000 meters, but the strength of his Great Path domain had increased after his spirit power had been replenished, further increasing the upper limit of his Great Path domain. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the perfected Great Path domain, the upper limit of his Great Path domain had increased once again. However, Qinzong didn't know how much it had increased. In any case, the upper limit of his Great Path domain had increased, which was a good thing. This meant that his combat strength could become even stronger. It should be known that almost all Yuan Underworld cultivators couldn't reach 10,000 meters in their Great Path domain. In other words, they couldn't reach the second level. However, Qinzong could. Not only could he, but he could also reach a range of 15,000 meters. This was extremely shocking. Every 1,000 meters of the Great Path domain increased his combat strength by an astonishing amount. After dispelling all distracting thoughts, Qinzong began to comprehend and activated the 10 intensive mind. With the array formation activated in this secluded secret room, it would be difficult for even a divine power realm cultivator to break in. Furthermore, Qinzong still had the demon heart as a trump card to protect his cultivation. Since he was safe and sound, he naturally had to do his best to comprehend. After activating the 10 intensive mind, Qinzong didn't divide his attention to comprehend everything. Instead, he focused on comprehending the heart sword path. He planned to comprehend the heart sword path to its peak before comprehending the world great path. This would be more efficient. On the other hand, even if he encountered any situation and had to leave seclusion midway, he would at least comprehend the heart sword path to its peak first. Then, his heart sword domain would also be able to improve rapidly. When that happened, the power of his sword world would be even stronger. Chen Zong's cultivation base had broken through, his realm had increased, and he had activated the 10 intents of mind. His comprehension efficiency was astonishing. He could feel that he was improving at every moment. Every day, Chen Zong's comprehension was more than 10 times better than usual. It was even dozens of times better. In other words, it was like the effect of comprehending for dozens of days normally. Chen Zong kept mastering the tyrannical power of the sword path and getting stronger and stronger. The heart sword path was the foundation of the heart sword domain. The more profound and powerful it was, the easier it would be to improve the power of the heart sword domain. Chen Zong had never stopped cultivating the heart-heart technique. Unfortunately, the higher the level of the heart-heart technique, the more difficult it would be to cultivate and improve. Although it was much better than the 10 intents of mind, it was still some distance away from the third level of the 100 intents of mind. Chen Zong reckoned that it would be impossible for him to cultivate the 100 intents of mind to the third level of the 100 intents of mind at the Yuan underworld level. However, even if he could cultivate the 100 intents of mind to the 100 intents of mind, it would be difficult for Chen Zong to use it. The amount of mind power required was too much. Chen Zong's mind power would probably be completely depleted in a short period of time once it was activated. If he couldn't maintain it for a certain period of time, it wouldn't be of much help to his cultivation and comprehension. Time passed slowly and War Zone 1 was stabilized. Since the war zone had been recovered, the human race naturally didn't want the demonic barbarian race to intervene again. Inside the secluded secret room, Chen Zong used the 33 mind levels to recover rapidly after his mind power was completely depleted. After recovering to his peak, he once again activated the 10 intents of mind and continued to comprehend. Over and over again, he finally comprehended the heart sword path to the limits of the Yuan underworld level. Then, Chen Zong upgraded his heart sword domain. With the heart sword path as a foundation, the speed of his comprehension of the heart sword domain was astonishing. 16,000 meters, 17,000 meters, 18,000 meters, 19,000 meters, 20,000 meters. When the heart sword domain reached 20,000 meters, it stopped. Chen Zong knew that the upper limit of his heart sword domain at the Yuan underworld level was 20,000 meters. Compared to before, it had increased by 5,000 meters. The increase of 5,000 meters was very impressive. Heart refining sword art, sword 6, when the sword was unleashed, the sword light was resplendent and translucent. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if layers of mysteries had been fused into it. This was the sword domain. When the 20,000-meter heart sword domain was fused into it, its power would increase tremendously. Chen Zong was also certain that his combat strength had finally surpassed the peak 11-star level and reached the 12-star level. That was the level of the transcendent grade. This was only his normal combat strength, not his ultimate combat strength. After a short rest, Chen Zong immediately started comprehending again. This time, he comprehended the great path of the realm. He also wanted to improve his comprehension of it so that his body-tempering combat strength could reach the transcendent grade. When Chen Zong came out of seclusion, War Zone 1 had already stabilized. The barbarian tribe did not attack again, not because they did not want to take back War Zone 1, but because it would not be that easy. They had to plan and come up with a better strategy before attacking. Otherwise, they would only fail and suffer for nothing. Even though the barbarian tribe was a warrior race, they could not afford such a loss. Chen Zong, who had come out of seclusion, naturally got what he wanted. He had improved everything he could, except for his cultivation base. After all, his cultivation base had only just broken through to the perfected Yuan underworld and the perfected divine body. It had not yet reached its limit and could still be improved. However, the great path mystery, domain, sword technique, and so on had all been improved to the perfected Yuan underworld level. Unless he had a great opportunity, he would stop there. Even so, Chen Zong's regular combat strength had finally made a huge leap and reached the 12-star level of the Transcendent grade. His regular combat strength was at the 12-star level, and his ultimate combat strength was even more astonishing. If he used the Sword World, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was invincible in the Yuan Underworld level. Chen Zong was naturally itching for a fight after his combat strength had soared. There was no battle here, so Chen Zong directly said goodbye to the group of Transcendent grade beings. Although they felt that it was a pity, they did not ask him to stay. Watching Chen Zong leave, the Transcendent grade beings sighed. They were both happy and ashamed. Compared to Chen Zong, they were obviously much weaker. Although they were stronger than Chen Zong now, that was because Chen Zong was still at the Yuan Underworld level. Once Chen Zong broke through to the Transcendent grade, he would quickly catch up with them and leave them in the dust. After all, they had basically exhausted their potential. Even if they could improve further in the future, it would take a long time. Chen Zong headed to War Zone 9, which was second only to War Zone 1 in terms of danger. Chen Zong's arrival was welcomed by everyone in War Zone 9. After all, what had happened in War Zone 1 had already spread to all the other war zones. One man as an army, a killing god, all kinds of information were like legends. Even the legendary execution team had been wiped out and could not do anything to him. It was because of him that the number 1 theater of operations was recovered. Now that this person had come to the number 9 theater of operations, did it mean that the number 9 theater of operations could also recover like the number 1 theater of operations? Just thinking about it made him excited. After a discussion with Chen Zong, the number 9 battle fortress immediately gathered the troops and launched an attack. If the barbarians did not take the initiative, then the humans would. The troops formed into an army and pushed forward, rushing toward the territory of the barbarians. The human team's movements were so grand that they couldn't escape the detection of the barbarians even if they wanted to hide. The barbarians quickly assembled into an army to meet the attack head-on. I refuse to believe that a mere human could be that powerful. Kill him and avenge our compatriots. The barbarians naturally knew what had happened in the number 1 battle zone. However, they did not see it with their own eyes, so they did not believe it. They were still unconvinced. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, and hearing is false. This was the case for any race. This could also be considered a misconception of creatures. In a situation where there was no real comparison, they would always feel that they wouldn't lose to the other party, or even surpass the other party. Therefore, even though they knew that Chen Zong and the human battle team of number 9 Battle Fortress had launched an attack, the wild demons and barbarians in number 9 Battle Fortress didn't feel scared at all. Instead, they were all full of killing intent and intended to kill that human. As long as they paid a price to kill the human genius, they would definitely be rewarded by the headquarters. That was a supreme honor. Compared with the human race, the barbarians valued that kind of honor more. The two armies met. Shocking evil spirits were surging, crazily attacking each other as if they were going to shatter everything. Chen Zong was in the human team, but he was alone. He was a team by himself. The barbarian general glanced around and finally fixed his eyes on Chen Zong. Are you the one who killed our warriors in the number 1 theater of operations? This time, you will die here as a sacrifice to the saint soul of our warriors. Countless gazes, and every single one of them contained ferocity, ruthlessness, hatred, and bloodthirst. They shot over from all directions and stared at Chen Zong as if they wanted to pierce through him, tear him apart, and shatter him into pieces. Chen Zong's expression did not change in the face of so many terrifying gazes, as if he was not the one being stared at. However, the cultivators of the human clan beside Chen Zong felt chills all over their bodies for no reason. It was the aftermath of the gaze that had affected them. Every gaze contained an astonishing power. When the gazes were mixed together, it was even more terrifying and frightening. Cut the crap. Chen Zong smiled coldly. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Kill, the leading divine-grade powerhouse of the human race shouted immediately. Kill, the other divine-grade powerhouses shouted in unison. Kill. The Yuan underworld cultivators of the battle team roared in unison, as if they had practiced this countless times. Murderous intent soared to the sky like a tide, rolling up wave after wave, each wave stronger than the last, rushing towards the barbarian tribe. At the same time, the barbarian race also unleashed an astonishing amount of killing intent. Their killing intent surged, and their baleful aura surged like a raging tide. Clash, it was like a collision of huge waves and a collision of mountains. In just an instant, an incomparably terrifying power erupted. A Dao manipulation realm cultivator would collapse under the impact of this aura. There was no way for them to survive. The war had broken out immediately. The barbarian general and the divine-grade powerhouses of the human race went up against each other. After all, even if they did not want to, they would be intercepted if they tried to deal with the Yuan underworld or hero realm cultivators. The warlord and divine-grade powerhouses corresponded to one another, so the hero and Yuan underworld powerhouses were directly crushed. The human race could not let the barbarian general kill the Yuan underworld powerhouses. Similarly, the barbarian race could not let the human divine-grade powerhouses kill the hero realm cultivators. The battle between the divine-grade powerhouses and the general-grade powerhouses and the Yuan underworld powerhouses had begun. Chen Zong immediately became the first target. Every barbarian hero wanted to kill Chen Zong and obtain supreme glory. Kill, the barbarian heroes unleashed all their strength and joined forces to attack. Chen Zong slowly unsheathed his sword. As the sword was unsheathed, a ray of sword light that was as cold as autumn water flickered with an indescribable cold light. The cold light was dazzling, and an astonishing sharpness spread out. The sword was as sharp as the sky, exterminating all life. Kill, the moment the sword left its sheath, an extremely stunning sword light also slashed out. It streaked across the sky and drew an arc of light. It was like a crescent moon that had been stretched infinitely, leaving a dazzling mark in the void that did not disperse for a long time. The sword slashed directly into the barbarian race and cut through them like a hot knife through butter. It was like a sharp blade cutting through a thin sheet of paper. It was effortless and invincible. Just one slash was enough to kill dozens of barbarian heroes. Conventional combat strength, Chen Zong had only used his normal battle prowess. Moreover, this strike was not some powerful sword move. It was just a very simple sword chi. However, because the sword chi was too dense, Chen Zong had further compressed and condensed it. Only then did it form a seemingly solid sword light that could destroy everything in its path. The moment the sword was unsheathed, it killed dozens of barbarian heroes. That was not the end. It was just the beginning. The beginning of the slaughter. Swing, in just an instant, Chen Zong swung his sword dozens of times, slashing out dozens of crescent moon-like sword lights. Every sword light erupted with combat strength that surpassed the top 11th star level. They were densely packed as they slashed forward like a meat grinder. Everywhere they passed, the barbarian heroes were unable to resist at all and were killed right away. It did not matter if it was a 10th star or 11th star level combat strength. Even the top 11th star level combatants were injured when they unleashed their full power. Chen Zong's slash caused amazing damage as soon as he pulled out his sword. The barbarian race was immediately shocked. That kind of combat strength had clearly reached the 12th star level. It was another 12th star human expert. When they realized that, it was a little too late. Great World Sword Technique, Boundless Sea, with a swing of his sword, his world domain was unleashed. The sword light turned into surging waves that swept out in a boundless manner, covering a radius of 20,000 meters and engulfing the thousands of barbarian braves. Suppression, the power of the world domain and the Great World Sword Technique was suppression. Under the Boundless Sea, the suppression power was extremely terrifying. Even 12th star level combatants would be affected, let alone those below the 12th star level. Thousands of barbarian heroes were directly suppressed and could not move. In addition to suppression, the Boundless Sea was formed by sword light condensed from sword chi. It also carried terrifying power. Kill, in less than a breath's time, thousands of barbarian heroes were directly killed. They were all killed and turned into Chen Zong's battle achievements. Their corpses kept falling like dumplings. The human side finally saw how powerful Chen Zong was. The barbarian heroes also saw how terrifying Chen Zong was. As expected, the news wasn't exaggerated at all. The human transcendent realm experts were all excited. This kind of strength was too lethal for the barbarian heroes. It was a great threat. However, these human transcendent realm experts were also secretly puzzled. At this time, the means used by Qinzong seemed to be different from what was mentioned in the news. They did not care so much. Anyway, Qinzong was now showing his invincible power. His sword was invincible. No barbarian hero could block Qinzong's sword. 10-star combat strength was not enough. 11-star combat strength was also not enough. For Qinzong, the majority of barbarian heroes were no match for him when his conventional combat strength was raised to the 12th star level of the Transcendent Realm. He did not need to use his maximum combat strength to kill them. As for the Sword World, of course, he did not need to use it. These barbarian heroes were not qualified for him to use the Sword World. Using the Sword World to deal with them was simply thinking too highly of them. While thinking, Qinzong's sword did not stop at all. His body also flashed like a stream of light. He continuously used the instantaneous space sword escape and never stopped in the same place. The sword light flashed and killed one barbarian hero after another. This killing speed could be said to be the fastest among all the cultivators. First, it was because Qinzong's combat strength was very strong. Second, it was because Qinzong was alone and very flexible. I'm getting old and forgetful. The sword master was killing, on the battlefield, killing was the theme, as if it was eternal. Qinzong was the epitome of what it meant to be invincible with a sword in hand. Kill, kill, kill. The pressure on the human tribe was greatly relieved, but the pressure on the barbarian tribe was greatly increased. They finally figured out why the number 1 theater of operations was completely occupied by the human tribe. It was said that all their brethren in the number 1 theater of operations were killed, and no one was left alive. When they heard the news, their first reaction was disbelief. The second reaction was that they believed it, but they didn't think it was really caused by a human talent. Now, they had to believe it. He was simply a monster, a killing god. With a sword in hand, no hero could stop him. Perhaps a 12-star barbarian hero could stop him. However, there was only one 12-star barbarian hero in the number 9 theater of operations. The human side also had another one. They were fighting fiercely and didn't have extra strength to deal with Qinzong. Perhaps the barbarian side could send the execution team to reinforce the other theaters of operations. Theoretically, that was the case, but not in reality. For one thing, it wasn't easy to train the execution team. For another, the execution team didn't move easily. Every time they moved, they would be exhausted. Usually, they would be in a dormant state to reduce consumption. There were other reasons. All in all, it was very difficult to train the execution team. It consumed a lot of resources. Although it was terrifying after the training, it was somewhat like a consumable. It was like a killing machine that would be exhausted constantly. Otherwise, the barbarian side could indeed conquer many theaters of operations if they sent out all the execution teams. Of course, both the barbarian side and the human race had their own trump cards. Otherwise, how could the barbarian side be stopped here for so many years? Qinzong, who had no opponent, killed countless people with his sword without mercy. The barbarian side was an alien race. They had evil intentions against the human race. They were ferocious invaders who had killed countless human cultivators. Qinzong wouldn't have any sympathy for such an enemy race. Killing with the sword to prove the mystery of the sword. That kind of carefree feeling was unparalleled. Retreat. The demon and barbarian generals finally couldn't hold on any longer. They immediately issued the order to retreat. Otherwise, if this situation continued, they would be utterly defeated in the end. They might even be killed. That genius of the human race was simply way too frightening. What they didn't know was that the number 1 theater of operations had chosen the same way at the beginning, to retreat. However, at that time, Qinzong was not strong enough, at least not as strong as he was now, so the barbarians successfully retreated. But this time, it was completely different. Chase, pursuit, naturally, the human race would not give up on the barbarian tribe's retreat. They immediately pursued them. Qinzong took the lead and slaughtered countless people with his sword. Corpses of the demonic barbarians fell one after another. Coincidentally, the 12-star Yuan demon glanced over and was surprised to discover that the wounds on the corpses of the demonic barbarians weren't big or obvious. On the contrary, they were very subtle. No more or less force had been used. Instead, they had been perfectly executed. This showed that Zhenzong was able to maintain an astonishing level of control even in the midst of a high-speed slaughter. How terrifying. The 12-star Yuan demon sucked in a breath of cold air. It wasn't difficult to control one's own power, not more or less. Many brilliant cultivators could do it, and he could do it as well. However, on this kind of battlefield, it was possible to control one's own power for a short period of time. Over time, one's control would decrease. This was especially true when the battle was still ongoing. However, Zhenzong was still able to control his power to such an extent. His control and stability were astonishing. Although they were both 12-star Yuan demons, the Yuan demon had to admit that he was inferior to Zhenzong. If the two of them were to fight, he would be the one to lose. The 12-star Yuan demon couldn't help but ponder. The demonic barbarians kept retreating while the human race kept pursuing them. Under normal circumstances, the human race would stop chasing after them after a period of time and return. However, this time, they seemed to have gone crazy and kept chasing after them. Damn it. It's all that human's fault. We have to kill him. He has the power of the divine power boundary. The group of demonic barbarian generals talked as they retreated, their eyes full of murderous intent as they stared at Zhenzong. It was because of Zhenzong that the demonic barbarians were at a disadvantage and had to retreat. Now, they were being chased crazily. They really wanted to kill Zhenzong directly, but the information they had received also indicated that this human prodigy had a trump card that could kill the demonic barbarian generals. At the moment, they lacked enough information to determine whether this trump card still existed and how strong it was. Could it kill low-level demonic barbarian generals, or could it kill high-level demonic barbarian generals? They didn't know. I don't believe that he hasn't used up all his trump cards. The demonic barbarians were even more unafraid of death. A demonic barbarian general said angrily as his body flashed and slithered through the void like a python. He charged directly at Zhenzong in an agile and violent manner. His speed was very fast and abrupt. Watch out. The human race's divine ability realm warrior was shocked. It was unexpected that the demonic barbarian generals would make such a move when they were retreating and being chased. In an instant, the demonic barbarian general immediately closed in and launched an extremely fierce attack. It was as cunning and ruthless as a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, but also as violent and swift as lightning. This attack was about to destroy Zhenzong. As the crisis approached, a black shadow flashed. Like a demon god, he held a long black saber and slashed out in the air. The black saber light cut across the sky and directly cut the demonic barbarian generals in half. "Senior, kill them all," Zhenzong said to Demon Heart. Since Demon Heart had made the move, then he would kill all the demonic barbarian generals to determine the outcome. Demon Heart nodded. His body flashed and directly turned into a black shadow that flew past. Immediately, he slashed out with his long saber. Among the demonic barbarian generals, there was a dark demonic shadow that flickered repeatedly. Every time it flickered, there would be a slash, a cut, or a stab. Every slash would take away a demonic barbarian general's life. In the blink of an eye, all the powerful demonic barbarian generals were killed. The demonic barbarians were completely defeated. Kill, taking advantage of this opportunity, while the demonic barbarians were in complete chaos, the human race's pursuit intensified. There was no doubt that the battle ended with the demonic barbarians' defeat. Not only that, but all the demonic barbarians were slaughtered. From beginning to end, Zhenzong did not display the sword world because there was no need for that. The 9th theater of operations was restored. Zhenzong had made great contributions. But this time, Zhenzong was rewarded with a large number of battle merits. After leaving the 9th theater of operations, Zhenzong went to the 23rd theater of operations, which was as dangerous as the 9th theater of operations. Zhenzong's arrival was greatly welcomed by the human race cultivators. After all, the restoration of the 1st theater of operations and the 9th theater of operations was closely related to Zhenzong. Therefore, Zhenzong's arrival meant that the 23rd theater of operations would soon be restored. This was a great victory. In contrast to the joy and excitement of the human race, the demonic barbarians in the 23rd theater of operations were in panic and fear. First, the first theater of operations, then the ninth theater of operations, were restored because of the human race's heaven's pride. The demonic barbarians in the ninth theater of operations were all killed and suffered heavy losses. Now, it was their turn. They did not believe it the first time, but the second time, how could they doubt it? In the 23rd theater of operations, after Chen Zong's arrival, the human race's generals immediately gathered their troops and advanced toward the demonic barbarians' theater of operations at lightning speed. They launched a direct attack on the demonic barbarians. Just like the ninth theater of operations, the demonic barbarians in the 23rd theater of operations certainly had to fight. They could not retreat directly because they did not see it with their own eyes. Even if they left, what awaited them was punishment. That would be a stain on their reputation. Rather than that, they would rather die on the battlefield. In the end, the demonic barbarians in the 23rd theater of operations were all killed. Many of the brave demonic barbarians were killed by Qinzong's sword. As for the demonic barbarian generals, they were killed by Mo Xian's sword. The 23rd theater of operations was also restored. All in all, it was Qinzong's great contribution again. When the news was reported again, the general battle fortress was almost in an uproar. The third Tao disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, the unparalleled divine sword Qinzong, this name resounded throughout the entire Alo star system. It had reached a point where almost everyone knew about it, even in other star systems. Since the human race knew it, the demonic barbarians naturally knew it too. The human race was, of course, delighted. The appearance of such a heaven's pride was really amazing. The demonic barbarians, on the other hand, were extremely afraid. That's great. First, there was Warlord Eternity in the Titan Star Zone, and then there was the War Demon. Now, there's Northway Celestial Wolf in the Alo Star Zone, and now there's the unparalleled Divine Sword. We humans are really lucky. A Tao Master clapped his hands excitedly. Northway Celestial Wolf is as famous as Warlord Eternity. The unparalleled Divine Sword won't be inferior to the War Demon in the slightest. That's not necessarily true. The War Demon's achievements so far are not something the unparalleled Divine Sword can compare with. That's because the War Demon has been in the Titan Star Zone ever since it appeared. It hasn't left. The joy and excitement turned into a discussion about whether the War Demon or the unparalleled Divine Sword was better. Of course, there was no conclusion as to whether the War Demon or the unparalleled Divine Sword was better. One was in the Alo Star Zone, while the other was in the Titan Star Zone. Unless the two met and competed, no one would know. But no matter what, it didn't stop Qinzong from becoming the most famous person in the Alo Star Zone. We have to be careful of the demonic barbarians' desperate actions. That's right. They'll use all kinds of methods to get rid of the top heaven's pride of the human race. The unparalleled Divine Sword is a treasure of the human race. He has endless potential. In the future, the human race will have another powerful sovereign. We can't afford to lose him. Activate the protection immediately. Meanwhile, the demonic barbarians' plan had finally reached its final stage. It was time to take action and eliminate the top heaven's pride of the human race. Just as the humans were feeling proud of Qinzong and happy about their continuous victories, a piece of bad news suddenly broke out. The 13th medium battle zone had fallen. This was the barbarians' counterattack. Soon, the news was clear. The two barbarian dragons had appeared on the side of the barbarians. They were both prodigies of the barbarian dragons, and each of them had a 12-star battle power. They had defeated the human battle zone and the 13th medium battle zone together with the barbarian army. All the human cultivators in the 13th medium battle zone had died. Fallen, the 13th medium battle zone had fallen. Although 3 battle zones had been recovered and only 1 battle zone had fallen, the human side had won. However, when the news spread out, no one felt happy about it. The barbarians didn't hide anything. Instead, they spread the news as if they were afraid that the humans wouldn't know. The two barbarian dragons even spread the news that their next target was the 15th medium battle zone. They even named Qinzong. Immediately, everyone understood that the real target of the two barbarian dragons was Qinzong. Soon, all kinds of information about the two barbarian dragons were gathered at the fastest speed and sent to Qinzong. They had come from the Tyro star system, which had been completely occupied by the barbarian tribe. Before this, the two barbarian dragons didn't have any other battle achievements. In short, they were like new recruits to the Tyro Star Zone. In addition, the two barbarian dragons were born from twins, which meant that they were twins. It was worth mentioning that there were no females in the barbarian dragons. There were only males. All of the barbarian dragons were males. So how did the barbarian dragons reproduce? It was related to their totem. The barbarian dragons were born from their totem tree. The probability of having twins wasn't high, but it was still possible, just like the twins of the human race. No, to the barbarian dragons, twins were more precious than human twins. Twins, barbarian dragons, Xianxia couldn't help but think. A light flashed in his eyes. The two heroes of the barbaric dragons were here to deal with him, and the 13th battle zone was just a foil to promote the strength and achievements of the two heroes of the barbaric dragons. "You deserve to die," Xianxia said in a low voice. His voice was full of shocking killing intent and was extremely fierce. The two barbaric dragons both had the battle prowess of 12-star super supremes. However, even if their battle prowess reached the peak of the hero level, Xianxia was confident that he could fight and even kill them. The power of the sword world was that strong. Xianxia went to the 15th theater of operations as fast as he could. The 15th battle zone had already received the news, and reinforcements were on their way. Similarly, reinforcements from the barbarian tribe had also arrived. The war had not yet begun, but in the void, there were traces of piercingly cold killing intent and oppression. It was as if a storm was about to come, and as if a storm was about to pour down, the gloominess of dark clouds. Everyone felt oppressed. Every time they breathed, they could smell the murderous intent that was intertwined with cold and blazing coldness. The two barbarian dragons and Xianxia had arrived. The war had begun, the barbarian tribe's army gathered and immediately moved out. They moved forward at an astonishing speed. The human race's army also gathered and began to move forward. Their aura soared to the sky. 20 barbarian warriors were at the front, exuding an astonishing aura. Originally, there would not be so many barbarian warriors in the 15th theater of operations. However, because of the final battle, they had received reinforcements and expanded to 20. The human race also had quite a number of divine powers. There were 21 of them, one more than the barbarian tribe. Of course, their battle prowess was similar. Because of the ferocity and terror of the barbarian tribe, it was not easy for 21 divine powers to defeat 20 barbarian warriors. Behind the barbarian warriors were two figures. They were the most eye-catching because they were different from the other barbarian tribes. The barbarian dragons, they were the kings of the barbarian tribes, the barbarian dragons. The barbarian dragons had a noble bloodline. They were born with great battle prowess and amazing potential. Compared to the other barbarian tribes, they had all kinds of advantages. However, they also had an obvious shortcoming: they were few in number. If not for the fact that the barbarian dragons were few in number, the human race's front line would have been broken. After all, every barbarian dragon could cultivate to the transcendent state, which was something that the human race could not compare to. In addition, they were very talented. Among the transcendent state, they were very frightening. If a human transcendent state were to fight them one-on-one, they would most likely be defeated or even killed. However, the barbarian dragons were few in number and were royalty. Naturally, they would not act rashly. For example, in a dynasty, the soldiers and generals were the ones who fought on the battlefield, not the emperor. Only at critical moments would the emperor personally lead the troops. If the emperor was to take part in a normal battle, it would be too low level. Now was the critical moment. After all, the barbarian tribes had suffered a great loss this time. Of course, such a loss was not a serious blow to the barbarian tribes. However, their prestige had been greatly damaged and their morale had been affected. That was even more disadvantageous. Therefore, killing the human race cultivators in the 13th theater of operations and taking over the 13th theater of operations would be their way of fighting back. They would use it to boost the morale of the barbarian tribes in the other theaters of operations. Of course, it was also equivalent to a challenge to Xianxia. Now, Xianxia had arrived. At a glance, the barbarian tribes were densely packed. The original army and the reinforcements had multiplied, and there were tens of thousands of them. Tens of thousands of barbarian warriors were equivalent to tens of thousands of Yuan underworld cultivators. It was very shocking. Of course, there were also tens of thousands of Yuan underworld cultivators on the human race's side. It could be said that most of the Yuan underworld cultivators in the void were gathered here. Only a small portion of them remained. The barbarian dragons looked exactly the same. There was no difference at all. Different barbarian tribes, even if they were from the same tribe, looked similar. However, there were actually subtle differences, such as height, body shape, eyes, and so on. However, these two barbarian dragons were really exactly the same. It was as if they were looking into a mirror. The barbarian dragons looked around and stared at Xianxia. It was as if they wanted to see through Xianxia. "Human, I hope you don't disappoint us," the barbarian dragon on the left said eerily. "Anyone who said that to me is already dead," Xianxia replied unhurriedly. "Human, you are very arrogant. I hope you can still be so arrogant in the future." The barbarian dragon on the right also smiled eerily. Kill, there was no need to say anything more. After all, words couldn't kill in such a large-scale war. Only strength could. It was meaningless to say anything more. The barbarian tribe army immediately launched an attack. The human race team also did the same. This was an invasion, a battle of defense, and a decisive battle. The barbarian dragons ignored the other humans and charged directly at Xianxia. Their original target had been Xianxia. They wanted to kill Xianxia. This was the mission of the barbarian dragons, or rather, their desire. This was their first battle since their debut. The 13th battle zone didn't count because they hadn't been a match. They hoped that this famous human talent would make them fight to their heart's content. The two barbarian dragons on the left and right were extremely fast. They flashed across the sky like lightning and surrounded Xianxia. Terrifying murderous intent and pressure swept over as if they were going to devour Xianxia. There was also a kind of dominance and violence that wanted to destroy Xianxia. However, Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. He unsheathed his sword. When the sword came out of the sheath inch by inch, a powerful aura seemed to have been awakened. It kept becoming stronger and sharper. In the end, it slashed out. A sword slashed across the sky, the sword radiance enveloped the barbarian dragons on the left and right. It was as if the sword had slashed two people at once. However, the two barbarian dragons didn't plan to dodge at all. They continued to charge forward at a high speed. They waved their hands and shattered the sword radiance. The barbarian dragons were born with extremely strong bodies, and the barbarian dragons were the best of them. Not only were they more powerful than the barbarian elephants, but they were also fiercer than the barbarian eagles, faster than the barbarian snakes, and better than the barbarian apes. The barbarian dragons couldn't be compared to the barbarian dragons. To put it simply, the barbarian dragons were more like an emasculated version of the barbarian dragons. The two barbarian dragons both had 12-star combat power and were extremely strong. Xianxia's slash wasn't enough to threaten them at all. Of course, that slash was only the sword chi that came with Xianxia's sword. It wasn't a real attack. They were getting closer. The two barbarian dragons quickly closed in on Xianxia, flanking him from the left and right. They attacked together, and extremely powerful attacks tore through the air. The might of the 12th star was extremely powerful, directly posing a clear threat to Xianxia. The two barbarian dragons obviously didn't have 12-star combat power. Xianxia felt that they weren't inferior to the evil god Hall back then. When they worked together, it wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. They were even stronger and the pressure increased sharply. Xianxia didn't want to be hit by the two attacks either. He rolled his body and turned into a flash of sword radiance. He flew past quickly and turned back to slash out. Xianxia fought against the two barbarian dragons by himself and immediately started a fierce battle between the two barbarian dragons. The battle between the humans and the barbarian dragons also started in other places. This was a decisive battle to the death. There was no way out. Because Xianxia was held back by the two barbarian dragons, the humans couldn't achieve amazing results like the previous 3 battle zones. Instead, they were stuck in a protracted battle. Chenzong wasn't in a hurry to perform Sword World. Instead, he wanted to see what the two barbarian dragons were capable of. This was also a kind of training for him. In addition, the two barbarian dragons directly started a decisive battle against him. They probably had some tricks up their sleeves, so he wanted to test them first. Even though he wanted to test them, the battle between the two was still very terrifying. After all, it was a battle between 12-star level experts. The aftershock of each attack spread out and rushed in all directions. It was as if it could shatter everything. If someone with an 11-star combat power got close, they might be killed directly, let alone someone with a lower level of combat power. Suddenly, the two barbarian dragons intersected and twisted like lightning. As they intersected, they unleashed extremely powerful attacks, which made Chenzong shudder. Explode, rampage, violence, destruction. In an instant, Chenzong fell into a dangerous situation. He felt two extremely terrifying attacks intertwining with the two barbaric dragons, making him feel like their trajectories were constantly changing. The two attacks made Chenzong feel like he wouldn't be able to block them if he was hit. Great World Sword Technique, Boundless Ocean. With a swing of the sword light was like a turbulent sea, surging and surging like mighty waves. Suppress. Under the 20,000-meter world domain, even a 12-star expert could be suppressed a little. The barbaric dragon duo also paused slightly at that moment. Even though they had broken free in an instant, Chenzong used this opportunity to turn into a streak of sword light and evade the two terrifying attacks. Sword Technique, Sixth Sword. The two sword lights pierced through the air and attacked the two barbaric dragons. The sixth sword of the 20,000-meter heart sword domain was extremely powerful. Even though the two barbaric dragons had tough bodies and shocking defenses, they didn't dare to take it head-on. They would be torn apart if they did. Dodge and counterattack. The two barbaric dragons were extremely skilled, and they cooperated well. As they worked together, Chenzong gradually fell into a disadvantage. Lingwu Supreme Technique, Heart Fire Level 15, Taichu Sword Origin Body, Extreme Combat Power. Chenzong hadn't unleashed his extreme combat power since he reached absolute mastery because he didn't need to. However, he had to do it now. Extremely powerful energy surged within his body, shaking the surroundings. His aura continued to spread out, and the force field that filled the surroundings instantly multiplied in strength. Chenzong's strength was doubled when he reached his limit. The two barbaric dragons were secretly shocked. What technique was this? How could it increase their combat power by so much? However, the two barbaric dragons weren't afraid. At the same time, flames seemed to burn on their bodies. Half-burning totem power wouldn't affect their lives, and it could increase their combat power by 2 times. This was the strength of the barbaric dragons. They didn't need to risk their lives, but they could double their combat power. This was simply shocking. There were very few secret techniques that could increase their combat power to this extent among the human race. A fierce battle. Chenzong was at a disadvantage against the two of them. Even though his sword techniques were superb, he could only remain undefeated. He couldn't kill the two barbaric dragons. This battle was extremely difficult. Since that was the case, he would borrow the power of the gods. In an instant, Chenzong borrowed the power of the demonic heart. The reason why he did not use Sword World was because Chenzong used it as his last resort. An extremely tyrannical power gushed out from Mo Xian's body like a torrent that had broken through a dam, gushing into Chenzong's body. Chenzong's cultivation had reached the consummate realm, and his endurance had increased a lot. He could borrow more power from the devil's heart. Divine Martial. In an instant, a 10-meter-tall body condensed. It was even more solid than before. This power had reached the peak of the Yuan underworld. He slashed out with his sword, and a huge blade swept across the sky. It was so powerful that it could shatter mountains. It sent the barbaric dragons flying. Their blood and chi shook, and cracks appeared on their bodies as if they were about to shatter. However, the barbaric dragons. Their self-healing abilities were also very astonishing. Their injuries quickly disappeared and they recovered to their original state. With the Divine Martial, the situation was reversed. The barbaric dragons were suppressed. They could only move and dodge continuously while looking for opportunities to counterattack. However, their counterattacks couldn't hurt Chenzong. The peak of the Yuan underworld was very tyrannical. The barbaric dragons were furious. Given their strength, their combat power had doubled after burning their totem power, and their teamwork was extremely good. However, they couldn't kill the other party. They were even suppressed by the other party. It was simply inconceivable. However, that was the truth. Although the barbaric dragons were furious, they didn't lose their minds. They looked at each other and nodded secretly. Immediately, the flames on their bodies burned fiercely. They rushed to the periphery as if they were trying to escape. Their speed was shockingly fast, beyond Xianxia's expectations. However, they didn't run away. Instead, they took a big detour and rushed into the sky. They drew two arcs like two burning comets and collided directly. There was a loud bang and the void exploded. Endless violent power turned into layers of ripples that instantly spread out and swept in all directions. It was so mighty that it seemed like it would shatter everything. An extremely terrifying aura also surged continuously. It was like a tsunami that swept out. The light was incomparably intense. It was as if a blazing sun had appeared in the sky, shining in all directions. However, the light was too intense, too dazzling, too eye-catching. It was so dazzling that it made it difficult for everyone to open their eyes. For a moment, the battle was affected and impacted. Aura, wave after wave of tyrannical aura swept out from the sky. It was like a mighty storm that was filled with astonishing violence and destruction. In the next moment, the light fell from the sky like a falling sun. It carried a terrifying power that could destroy everything. It directly locked onto Xianxia and blasted towards Xianxia. There was no way to dodge it. Xianxia felt that he couldn't dodge it no matter what. Since that was the case, there was no need to dodge it. He would directly slash it with his sword. The divine martial phantom swung its sword and slashed upwards. It seemed to tear the sky apart as it carried a terrifying thunderous power and slashed across the sky. The sword light that was dozens of meters long tore through the sky like a crescent moon that was constantly being stretched. Its edges were so sharp that it was difficult to look at it directly. The intense falling sun also erupted with an extremely shocking power that could destroy everything. In an instant, the sword light paused for a moment. In the next moment, it shattered inch by inch. On the other hand, the falling sun only paused for a moment as if a few cracks had appeared and rapidly spread. However, in the next moment, the cracks disappeared like an illusion. The blazing sun continued to fall and blasted towards Xianxia. Too powerful, the power contained in the falling sun was so tyrannical that it seemed to have surpassed the limits of the Yuan underworld realm. Fall, the divine martial projection was actually disintegrated under that terrifying blow. However, the collapse of the divine martial phantom also bought some time for Xianxia to turn into a swordlight and escape. Burn, it burned fiercely. After burning to the extreme, it began to shrink and converge. In the end, it turned into a blood-red armor that seemed to be glowing with traces of golden light that covered his body. It was a barbaric dragon, not the barbaric dragon duo. Simply put, the barbaric dragon duo had disappeared. In their place was a barbaric dragon clad in blood-red armor. His entire body and even his head were completely covered by the armor. The shape of the armor was that of a ferocious dragon with a human body. The exquisite armor carried a ferocious and domineering aura, as if it was a killing machine on the battlefield. It was extremely terrifying. An extremely tyrannical aura was pouring out of the body of the barbaric dragon like a torrent that had burst a dam. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Xianxia's pupils shrank instantly. Powerful, this was a powerful enemy who had surpassed the Yuan underworld realm. However, he was still at the Yuan underworld realm. Had the barbaric dragon duo disappeared and been replaced by this barbaric dragon? Actually, that was not the case. This was the secret of the barbaric dragon duo, or rather, the power of the duo. The duo was better than the twins of the human race. The human race's twins were more tacit, but the barbaric dragon duo was not only tacit but could also merge. For example, right now. The barbaric dragon duo had merged and turned from two people into one. One of them had turned into a suit of armor, the barbaric dragon armor. The power of the two barbaric dragons had been superimposed and merged into one. Not only that, but it had also been greatly stimulated. Their combat power had soared to the extreme and exceeded the limit. In other words, the barbaric dragon clad in blood-red armor might still be at the hero level, but its combat power had surpassed the hero level and was close to the warlord level. It could even contend with the weakest warlord level barbaric dragon. This was the true trump card of the barbaric dragon duo. It was the trump card that he had used to challenge Chenzong. Of course, the barbaric dragon duo also knew that Chenzong had other trump cards. For example, the demon-like Black Shadow could easily kill the barbarian generals. At the very least, the barbarian generals whose combat strength was below the 3-star level could be killed with a single slash. It was estimated that his combat power was at least at the 6-star level or even higher. "Human, show me your last trump card." The barbaric dragon spoke. His voice overlapped, as if there were two people speaking at the same time with an accent. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed like a dazzling sun and charged across the sky. His speed was astonishing and his power was unimaginable. Fast, his extreme speed was even more astonishing than before. Furthermore, the power it contained were even more terrifying. The shocking pressure made Chenzong feel even more oppressed. It was as if his entire body had been bound and he could not move his limbs. This level had really surpassed the level of the Yuan underworld and reached the level of the superpower realm. "In that case, I will use you to test the power of the Sword World," Chenzong muttered to himself. "Sword World. Open." With a low roar, the extreme heart phaseless sword in his hand emitted an astonishing light. In an instant, it shot out and filled the surroundings. The Sword World opened and covered an area with a radius of 20,000 meters. The barbaric dragon, who was charging over at an astonishing speed, felt a unique wave sweep past his body. However, it was invisible and colorless. He could only feel it. What a strange power! Then, rays of sword light condensed out of thin air. A total of 144 rays of sword light surrounded Chenzong in the minor dual polarity space ceiling sword formation. They rotated slowly and firmly protected Chenzong. One had to protect oneself before hurting others. Then, 108 rays of sword light condensed and appeared directly around the barbaric dragon's ears. Besiegement, minor heavenly cycle sword formation. Because of Chenzong's extreme combat power, every ray of sword light had the power of a 12-star level. Furthermore, it was extremely tough and could not be destroyed without any special power in the Yuan underworld realm. Even a superpower realm expert would not be able to break it easily. The Sword World was the first time Chenzong had unleashed its powerful power after his chi cultivation and body refinement had both reached the level of the superpower realm. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Library Mobile Version Website. End of chapter 2335. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.